From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
0-1. Young hits one on the ground towards the middle. Pass Rojas into center field. Another base hit. Simeon scores from third, and now the Rangers are leading 5-4. An RBI single.
And with that, we say good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you live as always here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are also your home for Cowboys training camp and Texas Rangers baseball, and the home of Peyton Russell's return back from vacation in Vancouver. Yes,
I'm back.
You're excited about being back at work and not at...
Yeah, 7 days is a lot. Vacation, sometimes you just got to be back in your natural habitat. 7 days away from my usual is a lot. So by that 6th day, Saturday night, I was like, all right, it's time to go back to reality.
When did you get back?
Saturday night.
So
yeah, flight kept getting delays, which I don't get airlines anymore, man. Like, what? You tell me one time, and the next thing you know, it's 2 hours later. And I'm like, just give me a time and let's just stick to it. Why are we always delayed? There's no traffic in the air. There should be no reason for it.
And the woman puking on the plane was on the flight back or the flight there?
The flight back. Because like they had said, all right, we have landed, but medical emergency wants to get this lady off quickly. And I didn't know what happened. I thought maybe someone had a heart attack. But yeah, I walked by as I finally got out of the plane, and they were cleaning it up, and I could smell, and I'm just like, golly, I couldn't imagine like sitting right around there, because I didn't smell from where I was sitting.
Right.
It was first class, so yeah, I was with the rich people that don't throw up.
Your nose is up.
Yeah,
your nose is already up. So how was it? What stood out? What jumped out from where you went?
It was really nice. I mean, obviously the weather stood out. I mean, 3 o'clock, I could leave my water in the car and it wouldn't get warm. It was so cold when I got back. So that was nice. Went hiking a bunch, a lot of trails out there, Vancouver. We stayed a little bit outside, so we had like a nicer area, but then we could always travel to inner city. Casino stood out, obviously, first night. Won some money, But
you did?
I did. I won $175.
Whoa!
So, and I knew to walk away. Well, I was up 220, and then I decided to play more, and then...
Are they nicer there, in Canada? Like, the dealers are like, I'm telling you, I looked at the card, you should hit. I'm telling you. Go ahead and say, are they nicer, and any gambling difference?
So, it's about 1/35th the size of WinStar. Really small casino. It's
1/35th?
Yeah.
It's a very oddly specific number.
I measured. I walked it. I walked the whole casino floor. No, I mean, it was fine. It was very weird entering because you had to, he was like, I need 2 forms of ID. And I was like, 2 forms? I got my ID on me, and you want a passport? And he's like, no, just a credit card. I was like, okay, that's weird. But because I thought maybe it was because they served alcohol there and they wanted to make sure I was 21. But no, they had the coffee lady come around. Some lady on a cart walk around with coffee. But no blackjack tables were open. They just had like 4 or 5, and that no one ever got up.
And what did you play?
I just played slots. Hit a big bonus, won some money, and then I was like, you know what? I've been here for an hour and a half. But the family did not want to go. They drove me to the casino, dropped me off, and then they were like, no, we don't want to gamble. I was like, thanks, I'm just gonna walk around by myself. But no, it was really nice.
Food, drink. You were showing me, the markets and all the meat selections that were out there. Looked very impressive.
Yes, they had a market right outside Vancouver, right outside the bay. It was just, you walk in and. You couldn't walk in there and spend less than $500. The meat was perfect. They had your steaks in one area, your seafood in the other, tuna, fish, everything, your chicken, your sausage.
And you hired a private chef for one night to cook dinner for you all.
Yes, Chef James of Vancouver, who you will never...
Chef James of Vancouver, huh?
He came out in his apron. I have some pictures and videos on my phone I'll show you. But yeah, that was the steak that I showed you. That was not a fancy restaurant. That was he... cooked that up for us. Yeah, it was a 3-course meal. I'll have to show you all the menu that we ordered because my mom ordered some fancy menu thing. So it was like this 3-course meal with like this balsamic vinaigrette salad and this brie cheese and garlic bread to start off with, and like a blueberry creme brulee or something at the end for dessert. So it was a nice meal, and you didn't have to cook or clean anything. He did everything, so that was nice.
I say if you're gonna be a chef and your name is James, you've got to change it. You can't be a James and a chef. It's got to be like Pierre. Like something. It's got to be like a name, not somebody who sounds like they're from Akron.
James of Vancouver sounds good. I would put that on the apron.
James of Vancouver is better than just James.
And then you brought back some souvenirs for us, some nice little gifts for the morning show.
That's right. I didn't know if y'all wanted. They had like this because Canada, it's like all maple syrup, like that's their thing. So I didn't know if y'all ever had like maple vodka. No, they had that there. I didn't get it, but
thanks for hyping it up.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sounds
we'll
awesome.
have to take a trip over there.
Did you go to duty free on the way in?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got
the shot glass is great. I mean, I love a good shot glass.
Yeah, I mean, yours has much more character than mine.
What is that? Yours? Oh, yours is good. It's good like a shot glass. You're probably holding more liquor than mine.
It's got a bear claw on it, because there are lots of bears out there.
Yours has boobs on it. Though.
It does, and butt, and it's got a very cheeky. It's a very cheeky maple leaf on the back. I'm a big every time when I go to Canada, I like Canada. I always like to bring back.
How many times have you been?
A few.
Okay.
I like to bring back like a tumbler or something like that. That's got the big Canadian maple leaf on it. Well, I had to throw a couple away because they kind of broke. So I need to replenish my stock.
And what's Bobby's? I might need to trade with Bobby before he actually gets in here. Yeah, let's see.
It's got the backdrop. It's like a red and orange kind of faded colors, and it's got the Vancouver backdrop with mountains.
Okay, let's see. What are we working with over here? With
I got
Bobby's?
Rai one.
All right, so Bobby's is just a classic Vancouver one. And it's got that sort of foggy glass.
Very
nice feel to it.
Very nice. Okay.
Let's get a photo of all three of them together.
So thank you, Pepe. Good to have you back. Were you checking in on Jeffrey, your replacement? Was he texting you? I don't know if I can do this, man. I don't know.
I blocked his number, so I did not get it.
Very nice. So you were not worried about job security.
I heard his giveaway was really good. I heard.
So much energy.
He did good. He's going to be a good asset.
He is. He's
going to be solid. He's going to be solid here. All right. This felt like a game that the Rangers had to have. And it felt like blowout city. A sweep was on the way. You'd given them, 27 runs in the first couple of games against the Dodgers. You fall behind 4-0 after Muncy hits the grand slam off the struggling Martin Perez, Peyton Russell's #1 social media target online, which we'll get into that here in just a second. But the Rangers fight back, and they get one at the end of this series yesterday in Arlington, and felt a little desperate right there. To me.
That was there was really, for me, no way for them to salvage any kind of positiveness out of this series. And then yesterday happened. I didn't think it was possible. After the first two games of the series, I didn't think it was possible that they could even remotely walk away from this series with anything but their tail tucked between their legs. They got humbled. But yesterday was that was as good as they were going to get. That really was.
Without Seager, without Adolis.
Yeah. So when you fall down like that, a lot of times you lose your edge as an offensive player. Now it's like, okay, well, coming back from 4 runs down. I mean, we haven't even gotten in the dugout yet, and we're down 4-0. You lose your edge, and they didn't. To their credit, within 30 minutes they were back on top.
They gave up an average of 10 runs a game in the series. They got outscored 31-12, and
Is that good?
It's not good. No. I was thinking to myself, is this like a wake up call? Are we getting sobered up? Are the Dodgers?
I don't feel pressure.
Are the Dodgers in another league? Are the Dodgers just on another level? And not like we're going up against the real competition here. And then yesterday I was like, okay, I'm going to shut this thing off. This thing's about to be over. And then Jonah Heim hit a humongous hit that DeLuca almost made a catch on. This freaking guy winning a Gold Glove in this series. And I thought C.J. Nitkowski hit the nail on the head. He's like, it's very important he did not make that play. It would have been very, very deflating. They started chipping away, and they end up with the W.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I thought from Perez's standpoint, settling down nicely was huge. He gives up the granny. And then really nothing after that. I mean, he was dang near perfect.
5 scoreless after that.
That was such hugely important because, for one, I mean, your bullpen had been absolutely gassed. But then the other, the fact that he kept him in the game and allowed the offense to chip away. That was a really good win yesterday. The first two games, man, they were like, okay, something's wrong here. Maybe the Dodgers are just on a different level. And I know they've flown under the radar quite a bit this year. I mean, shoot, Arizona was in first place for the first 80 games. And then the Dodgers had kind of taken over just at the end of the first right before the All-Star break, and then in the first couple of games after.
And, of course, the worst news is Corey Seager back on the injured list because of a right thumb sprain. He tested Mookie Betts. Mookie got him at second base, but Seager got up, not moving that hand and not moving that arm at all, and he's going to be out for at least 10. So we'll get you all the updates you need to know, and the Silver Boot is back in action tonight in the armpit to take on the Astros, who took 3 of 4 against the Athletics. So the lead is 3 in the American League West. How interested were you in the golf? RJ dealing with a South Lake protest when trying to get into the movie theaters, which everyone was apparently trying to do this past weekend. We got Messi. We got the Women's World Cup. We have Cowboys training camp and a Post Malone ticket giveaway during the Expressway for turning it on, leaving it on. We'll tell you how to win them and everything else as the Monday edition of Sean and RJ just getting started on The Fan.
Now this 36-year-old from Georgia, he's a sportsman. He loves to hunt and to fish. And he's hauled in the big one! Brian Harman is the champion golfer of the year. He has won the 151st Open at Royal Liverpool.
Apparently the call on the Outdoor Channel,
Yes.
ESPN3, was he wearing camouflage? The first camouflage putt made on 18?
He's black on black, man. He's like Gary Player out there.
Wow. So that was the call. I just wanted a very interesting golf major to close out the year before they go on a months and months hiatus until the next one, and I did not get it.
No.
One of the most least interesting majors I can remember is Brian Harman dominates. Who the hell is this guy?
He's not really been a guy who's won anything on tour.
2 wins in his career. First win in 6 years. The 6th player since 1980 to win the British by 5 or more.
Yeah. And like, it's weird. Like, you don't usually get in, these tournaments these majors are not easy to get into. To not win a tournament in 6 years and get into a major championship, it's like, okay, so he's got to be the top 10 all the time. A couple of second place finishes, and you get into second place finishes, in a year, and you're going to get in. And he got that. That's kind of how he was qualified for this. But he is not like a household name. This is not like anybody that most golfers, most non-golf fans would recognize or know about. But boy, was he good this week. His putting was absolutely lights out. He made 58 of 59 putts from 10 feet or less.
No way. I did not believe the 10-foot putt stat.
47 straight to start.
Within 10 feet?
Within 10 feet, the first 47 putts from 10 feet or in he made in this tournament.
Has that ever been done?
Wow. I'm sure it has somewhere. I mean, there's a million rounds of golf, right, over the course of history. I don't remember any. That is something that, Tiger was really good at that. Spieth in his run a couple years ago was just nailing these par saves left and right. And Harman did that too. I mean, he was making par save after par save. He was rolling in these long putts. That's the thing. Is how many putts did they just say, he was lagging that up, which means he's just trying to get it close. And it ran into the hole. It just ran into the hole. It was something you cannot ever compare, you do again. And what really bothered me is that it was annoying because he's so slow, and I hate slow golfers. But they had the club waggle. They had the clock on him. Just like Sam Bennett, the amateur golfer that I don't like. Not because I don't like him, but I don't like the slow play. Every time he picks the club up, they were counting 10 times. I mean, they had counts on him for the entire tournament, which, he got rewarded for that. I don't like it.
Yeah, it was nice to wake up and have this thing basically over by 11, but it was a 5-shot lead. There was no drama, nothing at all. Rory does it again. It is an incredible show of consistency what this guy does in the majors. He just can't ultimately win it. 7th top 10 in his last 8 majors. 9 straight years without one, though. So Rory finishing in the top 10 again, but Brian Harman wins the British.
Yeah, Rory's now got 30 top 10s in a major in his career. And like you said, 7 of his last 8, he's been in the top 10. I mean, that is legendary. But like this guy is just so conservative when it comes to these majors for whatever reason. All of his approach shots, I mean, they're just going for the middle of the green. Great. You're not going to get in trouble. You're going to finish in the top 10. You can't win off 40-foot birdie putts. You just can't. You've got to go for it sometime. You heard John Rahm, if you stuck around, you heard John Rahm later in the round. He's yelling at himself. He's like, dude, you've got nothing to lose. Why are you going for the middle of the green? That's what he said to himself. And he's absolutely right. I mean, Brian Harman was running away with this thing. He was probably up 5 strokes on Rahm at the time with Rahm had 3 holes to go. What are you doing?
Apparently, a ton of people went to the movies this past weekend. They were calling it Barbenheimer.
Yeah.
Oppenheimer and Barbie, $155 million for Barbie. There's TV shows that are dedicating themselves to this. HGTV, a Barbie makeover. There's Barbie watch parties. People are dressing up in pink to go to the theaters. There's all these themes. Everyone is going headfirst into the Barbie movie. So they had $155 million. Oppenheimer, 80.5. I did not realize this was supposed to be that big. The 4th largest box office weekend in history, and you ran right into it.
I ran right into it. Now, I saw this about Oppenheimer. They had a little mistake. Did you see this? I don't know. They were holding these American flags in the background. I guess a political movie, like back behind a campaign.
Now, what is Oppenheimer supposed to be about?
All I know is it's set in 1945.
Okay.
All right. And people are finding out that they used flags that had 50 stars on it. The 50-star flag didn't come out in 1950. You got to think of these things, Peyton.
Got to.
You know, when you're in production of a movie theater, of a movie company, you got to think of these things.
That's why I'm radio producer.
You got to go with a 48 state flag or something like that.
So I guess this guy created like the nuclear bomb, or this
sounds about right. Yeah,
sounds about right.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about white.
Sounds about white. Yeah. Yes, it does. So I ran into this though. So Friday, so I had the boys this weekend. Friday, my youngest is like, "Hey, my friend is inviting us to this place in South Lake called Evo." And I'm like, all right.
Not emo.
Not emo, Evo. Evo is the old movie theater. It used to be the Harkins movie theater, but now it's like video games, go-karts, laser tag, whatever, all this stuff, all the things. And it's got movies in it too. So it's got a movie theater and it's got all the other things you can do. So I was like, fine, okay, what time? Let's go to dinner. We go out to dinner first, hour wait. I'm like, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get you Chick-fil-A. Then we're going to go to the movie. We're going to drop you off. They're not going to a movie. They're going to the arcade. We're going to drop you off, and then we're going to go back and eat. We get there.
You're going to get Chick-fil-A movie and then eat.
We're going to get Chick-fil-A for him.
Okay.
So we were going to go to a pizza place. Then we were going to get. So we decided, too long of a wait. Chick-fil-A for you. We're going to get you to your thing on time, and then we're going to go eat. What a zoo this was. First off, we're driving through, and everybody's in pink. You can't move. I mean, it's these people have never seen crosswalks before. You get up there, and I can hear this guy talking, and I'm like, what is this? And I see one of these big signs, like you're going to hell.
Oh,
fire and everything like that.
Oh,
and it's a guy with a megaphone saying, if you send your kid into this Barbie movie, these are groomers.
Now, what's a groomer?
I guess when they try to groom kids to be
brainwashed
or whatever. You're gonna go to hell here.
What is the Barbie movie rated? Is it PG-13? Because I've heard a couple people say, okay, this is not for kids, kind of like The Little Mermaid. I guess kids could see it, but it's also kind of geared towards adults.
Yeah, there was a lot of adults that were at this. This is it's PG-13.
Okay.
Comedy drama. There was a lot of adults walking in. When we went to dinner, we saw a group of about 20 girls all dressed in pink at this restaurant.
Wow.
Getting ready to go. They were getting ready to go or they had already gone. It was adults and kids. And I'm like, man, I'm just trying to get my kid into this arcade. I don't want to have to go. And then I had to have the conversation because it's like, now I'm on high alert.
Yeah, because I thought you didn't go to movie theaters.
Well, yeah,
Public places you were against.
I don't go to movie theaters. I'll let him go. I said, listen, man. Listen, dude.
Good Lord.
You start hearing commotion, you run like hell.
Oh, my
You get the hell away from these idiots, okay? I'm not old. You're not old enough for me to hand you with a piece, okay? You're not gonna be packing heat in here yet, okay? We'll get to that someday. But right now, you start hearing you get around these idiots having a fight. You run like hell, dude. All right, go hide behind the cruising video game. I don't care. Do what you got to do. Here's your phone. Don't leave your phone. Don't not answer my call.
So the preaching at the corner. Don't go in.
God, just like why? What possesses somebody to wake up that morning, say I'm going to make a sign, get a megaphone, and go stand outside of a bar?
Let's not protest the nuclear bomb movie. Let's protest.
There you go.
Let's protest. Ken in the convertible. Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love Ryan Gosling anyway? Even I have a crush on him.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Let us know if you went and how the movies actually were. Bobby Belt walking in studio. We are live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to Rai. Bobby had a humongous weekend drinking with the Tolos. We'll get to it in best and worst of everybody's weekend. During the Expressway at 720, we have a Post Malone ticket giveaway. And speaking of movies, the best movie of the weekend was Messi and his debut in Miami Women's World Cup. The running back Zoom meeting and what it's actually going to accomplish. And man, the freaking Commanders' new owner sounds really, 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 really awesome. 6 a.m. headlines to recap the weekend and get you ready for your Monday. Next on Sean and RJ.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here it is. Messi! Put it
Are you kidding me? Apple TV with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. Post Malone giveaway during the Expressway at 7:20 all week long. Billy Ripken at 8 o'clock from the MLB Network to talk about the Rangers without Corey Seager. The Astros series starting tonight. And then Bob Stoops at 9. Absolutely loaded show of whales coming through. There it is on the Fan Cam. Good job, Ryan. All right, Messi hits the game winner at the end of his Miami debut. And this, I mean, you couldn't write this in a movie script, or you'd only see it in the movies with LeBron and Kim Kardashian and Serena Williams all sitting in their field box on the side. Messi hits the free kick to win it. Cool. I was all in with this on Friday night.
So you were able to watch this?
No. I was all in with trying to follow it on social media.
I mean, you can.
I do not have Apple TV.
Yeah. Yeah, I have Apple. I guess
I was kind of in. There you go.
Yeah, I don't have the MLS package. It's so easy to follow things now. Even either way. I mean, they'll send videos. People post videos in no time, which they did on this. This was very cool. I mean, the stars were out for that one. And then, of course, obviously, the fact that he had the big kick, the game winner, it was just tremendous. It was a tremendous night for him for soccer. I probably won't make a dent. Probably won't. I don't know how many people are actually buying the MLS package for this. So I'm sure some will, but who knows? It's almost like our sports calendars are filled up enough where do you really have room to bring in another sport where you're going to watch 30 games of a year? Or 50 games a year, but you could be tucked into watching Messi.
Yeah, but for those in the United States who love soccer but don't really respect the MLS, I wonder what this is going to do.
Yeah.
Will this on the Autoflex Leasing Fan Text, and a ton of our Tolos love soccer, did this make you get the MLS package, or have you seek it out? I'm already trying to figure out when Miami is playing again. I'm a little confused here by this schedule. I know they're not a very good team, but when are they playing again? People are already trying to look up FC Dallas. When is it possible to see Messi live in person? I was seeking this out for the next game to see when he can be out there on the field because the place was electric. It was an awesome, awesome sports moment.
Sure. Look. I'll just be honest. I'll be honest. No, look, he already hates me on a Monday. Look at this. He's already so angry. It was great to see everybody super excited about it on social media. It is difficult to find these sorts of things, other than it's when it's buried on Apple TV, which baseball's already shown. When they put baseball on Apple, people are not motivated to go look for it. This is probably a little different in terms of the first game or the first couple of games. People are going to be interested to go seek it out, find it. I bet they did get a bunch of subscriptions. Yeah. I'll say this. I bet they got more subscriptions or more people jumping on due to Messi than they did when they got MLB. I bet that spurred more people to want to go get on there and get the package. And so, but yeah, I was hooked.
Soccer fans are younger too, and I think it just lends it to make it easier to go get Apple TV, whereas your average baseball fan doesn't have any idea what Apple TV is. But then again, I mean, how are soccer fans? Like my neighbor's he's a huge Argentina fan. He's from Argentina, and I was like, "Are you gonna go when they come here?" He goes, "No." I'm like, "Why not?" Like, it's your favorite player. And he goes, "Because he doesn't play for my team." They don't like. He's not gonna root for Messi for Inter Miami because he doesn't play for his team. So it's like, oh, okay, like that's how it is. Maybe that's maybe that's how it is in all of soccer.
Which that's interesting because if
that's just him.
Yeah, it's just him. Who knows?
But I mean, you just saying soccer fans are a younger fan base. If soccer fans really feel that way, I mean, I feel like this younger generation has completely abandoned team loyalty, which is fine. That's not a criticism, but they've abandoned team loyalty in favor of players. Like they root for players and follow players, and so it's interesting.
All right. Meanwhile, the ladies was he the one telling you the way to watch this was screwed up?
We don't
know how to broadcast soccer.
This was not necessarily him. This was in general, but he has said this before. Because I always ask, why do you watch these games in Spanish? And he's like, dude, like you have no idea, like the production value.
What's his ethnicity?
Argentinian.
Okay.
He's like the production value is so much better. The announcers are better. Like they know how to film the game. The American camera guy has no idea how to film soccer. And you saw this on that Messi free kick. They cut away. So he takes the kick, scores, he runs, and there's like 2 or 3 seconds of him celebrating, and then it cuts to an overhead blimp drone footage of the stadium from like a mile away, so they could see the fireworks. And then it goes back, and the celebration is basically already over. No crowd shots, no Messi celebration with his teammates for one. They finally found somebody who was on the sideline holding up a little camera. It was either a cell phone camera or a regular camera. He was like a freelance photographer, whatever they would use. And he got the entire shot of Messi. But the production of Apple TV and the MLS package, they're saying completely botched this.
It's interesting. So is that an Apple TV crew thing, or that's just in general people in the United States not used to
no idea.
So
filming
you're
what that
telling
is?
me this video was screwed up and botched?
Yeah, so watch that. He scores.
Yes.
Do that.
Yeah.
And then, all right, okay. And then, bam, that. And they go to this.
Yeah.
And it's like, what is that? And then they cut back. Where's the crowd shots?
All right.
Where's the crowd?
Okay, that's it? That's what you're picking at? They don't know how to film soccer? There's the crowd.
Yeah, 10 seconds later after they've already calmed down.
One shot outside of the stadium.
You know what that is, though? That Apple TV definitely only has experience producing baseball, because that is the hit a home run and then pull out and show the stadium shot of baseball. That is a baseball crew filming that, it feels like.
Yeah, terribly done. It's getting killed all over social media. So I look, and this is where it is. And look, they may only have 2 or 3 cameras there. They may not have
No, I
30
told
cameras.
you Apple TV said they were going to have 18 cameras.
Well,
we were comparing it to baseball.
They used 3 on that one.
The ladies getting it done themselves.
A bounce. Smith played it back. Horan settles, shoots. Finally for Lindsey Horan. 3rd time's the charm. 3-0 U.S.
So they absolutely dominate. Their next game is on Wednesday against the Netherlands. We do have an anthem controversy to get to regarding that in a little bit. Okay. Around the NFL, the Commanders' new owner is blowing everyone away in D.C. As he was introduced, Magic Johnson is out at the stadium. They're throwing parties. They got bar parties. Our sister station, The Fan in D.C., was setting up at this restaurant. And all of a sudden, a phone rings on the hotline, and it's new Commanders owner Josh Harris, as the entire district is celebrating.
I'm super pumped. It's a great day. It's a great day for Washington football, and I'm ready to get to work. I'm heading your way. I want to get back to Washington, my hometown, and celebrate with you guys. And let's get started by me buying everyone in the brewery and in the bullpen a beer. Can I do that?
Let's go! Oh, come on. Are you kidding? I love that. That's a good start.
Yes, sir, you may.
That's an anti-Dan Snyder move.
Delivering right away.
Now, I will tell you, I know you're doing pretty well. It's been a good couple of years for you business-wise. There's a lot of people.
There's a lot of
bullpen.
folks here, sir.
There's a lot of people at the brewery right now. Your offer still stands?
All right, I'm gonna have to dip into my savings, but I want everyone to have a beer. Let's do it.
So he buys the entire joint a beer to go ahead and celebrate. Then he said, I'm on my way as well. I heard you guys talking about this, so I'm on my way to go ahead and celebrate. They were selling burgundy and sold shirts instead of the burgundy and gold. So they had burgundy and sold.
Yeah, I get you.
And the Commanders have apparently already surpassed 2022 revenue before their training camp even begins. They've passed it already.
Yep, they've done it. A 52% year-over-year increase, reflecting growth from the ticket and suite sales compared to the entirety of 2022. Correct me if I'm wrong. They have not played a game in 2023 yet. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
And they've already surpassed their ticket and suite sales from last year.
Wow.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. In addition, the suite sales have been so promising, they're on track to double last year's figures from last year. So for suites, huge. It's a sleeping giant of a fan base. It always has been. But this is enormous, what they're doing.
Grant Paulson, he was the one on the radio on our sister station, tweeted, best non-championship related days in DC sports during my lifetime. 1, today, Snyder's out. 2, the Gibbs return. 3, Expos awarded to DC. 4, Jordan to the Wiz. 5, Caps draft Ovi. But he put number 1, Snyder out, Josh Harris taking over, and then he said, if you're not a DC sports fan, you don't get it. If you didn't grow up a Redskins fan, you don't get it. It feels like DC is getting something back that was stolen. It's damaged and not the same, but you're getting it back years after it was taken. What a day. And Josh Harris and Magic are already entertaining discussions about changing the name.
Yeah, I understand wanting to divorce yourself from that era completely and do everything like that. That just still reeks of a little bit of instability. Like, I would think you just let this go for a little bit, and then you could reset it here in a couple of years.
No,
but
just get rid of it.
Yeah, but I mean,
wipe it all out.
Commanders isn't the worst. I've kind of become used to it a little bit, but
It's fine.
You know what this reminds me of is, Sean, when did you get here? What year?
2010.
What part of 2010 were you here? So because it was August of 2010 when Tom Hicks.
When's our anniversary, Choppy?
April of 11.
Oh, okay. So Tom Hicks, when he sold the Rangers, I remember what a collective relief this city had, baseball fans in the city had, that, oh my gosh, thank God Tom Hicks is gone. We never thought we'd get rid of him, blah, blah. He was not even 1/10 of the drag that Daniel Snyder has been in Washington. So, yeah, I would imagine. I remember how excited this city got with Hicks, that if you tell me it's 10 times worse and it's been there just as long, and the fan base, yeah, they wouldn't need to play a game for that fan base to be that excited and start spending money. They've been dying to spend money for 25 years.
I was in the press box of the Alamo Dome during Cowboys training camp when that happened, when that sale went through. I guess they had the auction. That's what it was. They had the auction that night. That was big, but that's nothing compared to this.
It's nothing. And yet you remember, like, collectively, this city was just, they were thrilled. They were emotional. They were, oh my gosh, thank God this is over.
I said this when Will and CA had me on over the weekend. I was like, I think if you give DC fans the choice of winning the title last year or getting rid of Snyder, they're choosing getting rid of Snyder. You choose getting rid of Dan Snyder over winning the Super Bowl last year, and you're nodding like you don't even think it's close.
Yeah. when we talked to, you remember when we talked to B Mitch at Super Bowl, Brian Mitchell, he was talking about how this is the most important thing to this city, to this fan base right now. They need a reset. I can only imagine just how exhausting it has been for that fan base. And like I said, I understand they're a division rival. They are a longtime historic rival of the Cowboys. So I'm sure a lot of Cowboys fans are cheering them on, but it is good for the NFL for them to be good and for that fan base to be engaged.
I'm happy for them. Look, I grew up a Redskins fan. People are like, "Oh, you just immediately switch your teams," and it was once you come to Dallas, you're gonna be a homer on the Cowboy station, and it was tough to explain. And I think Bobby, you kind of summarized over the past 2 shows. It really wasn't that hard to just stop rooting for them. Mm-hmm. It was a feeling I've never had before. I just didn't care about going to the message boards. I didn't care about looking at the Washington Post. I didn't care about changing the team on Madden with all this man sucked the life out of me. So it was not difficult. And that's how much of a sports devil he was. And now that that's gone, so I'm happy for that fan base. I hope it has a delayed impact, and they still don't find a quarterback.
I'm trying to think who was the last, because Hicks is the one that came to mind for me, but nationally nobody would think of it that way, I don't think. But I'm trying to think who was the last type of sale like this that
Sterling?
had Sterling, probably.
Sterling, yeah.
But Sterling's
was different.
Yeah, it was a little different because he got forced out, and there was a whole. This is
the only other one that we kind of know of is the Suns one.
Jerry Richardson in Carolina when he was kind of forced out too. Which I don't know. That was less of a force out.
You could probably combine Jerry Richardson, Donald Sterling, all that. Combine the excitement those fan bases felt. I don't know that it tops what Washington fans feel. No. This is all they've wanted for 20 years.
Well, there's also those things as a Clippers fan.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, compared to Washington, there's not.
I know.
You know?
Yeah.
All right. What happened on the running back Zoom call, and what are the Rangers going to do now without Corey Seager? They barely survived the Dodgers before the Astros tonight. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The 1-0 pitch is driven into deep right field. DeLuca on the move again. He dives, and it's out of his glove. It rolls onto the track. Altman picks it up. Jankowski has scored. Here comes Lowe. He scores standing up. 2-run double for Jonah Heim to the warning track in right center. The Rangers get a couple back and trail 4-2.
Whew, that was important. It was getting ready to be sweep time in Arlington at the hands of the Dodgers. Jonah Heim and the Rangers fight back, and props to Martin Perez. I was just there for the Martin Perez slander led by Peyton Russell throughout the rest of this game. Gives up the grand slam in the first, escaped a huge jam in the third, and he responded with 5 scoreless innings. And the Rangers salvage one in this series by beating the Dodgers 8-4. Astros took 3 of 4 from the Athletics, so the lead is 3 in the American League West, with the Silver Boot resuming tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch right here on the Fan. So 7-2 for the homestand, 59-41 record, matches the best 100-game start in franchise history. These are the 2 highest scoring teams in baseball going at it, and we have Final Destination as a result now.
Yeah, it kind of was like that. First of all, man, is it me or is this season flying by?
It's been pretty fast.
100 games in already. That's what happens when you're winning 60% of them.
Fun when you win.
I know, right? But that was a Final Destination kind of weekend. So, like last week, Adolis gets hit by the pitch in the elbow guard, and John Gray gets a comebacker off his shin, calf, and all's fine, right? The X-ray is negative, all that stuff. And just like Final Destination, it's like, well, you were supposed to get hurt there. Y'all were supposed to get hurt.
Yeah.
So we're going to try this again. And there it comes. High, hard one. Adolis gets hit by a pitch, reevaluated. X-rays were negative. Those things are going to linger. And then you get Seager with the sprained thumb on the slide.
Which, all things considered, it sounds like the Seager stuff is as positive as you could have hoped for, given where everybody seemed to be concerned about it the night it happened, that it felt like there were a lot of people who were like, oh my gosh, he's going to be out for a very long time. I accidentally got copied in because I've been trolling them lately. I accidentally get copied into KNC's group text. Because Michael just hit the most recent conversation he has that has them in it. So all of their back and forth and Mike commentating about the injury is all in my mentions. I'm like, yeah, this is depressing. This sucks. So ultimately, it's probably as optimistic as you could have hoped for after he got hurt, but it's still devastating. You don't want to lose him for any amount of time. He is up there as the player you probably can least afford to lose is Seager. And so even having him out for a short stint, that's going to be tough. But look, we've got I'm old enough to remember Pudge Rodriguez in 2000 breaking his thumb on Mo Vaughn's bat and just completely derailing the Rangers season when he missed the rest of the year.
Look, I mean, it can. And he could have easily done more damage on that slide. Easily done more damage. Adolis could have gotten hurt much, much worse. But those are huge bats in the middle of the lineup. I mean, the lineup loses its depth. It loses some punch. I mean, it loses protection for other hitters. How much more protected was, say, Nate Lowe hitting behind Seager than without him? Like, a lot more protected. And now, Jankowski, you put him there too? That's okay, that's not going to give you a lot of lineup protection.
Last time Corey Seager was out, Marcus Semien did step up. April 12th through May 16th, 31 games. Marcus hit .322, 6 home runs, 28 runs batted in. The OPS was .948, and yesterday they had the consecutive RBI singles with Semien and Lowe and Young, and that gave him the 5-4 lead. Taveras with the 2-run double. Zeke Duran added the final one with that RBI double, and then Aroldis going 103 again.
103.4.
103.4. There was a Twitter account saying, imagine throwing 103 plus for 5 different MLB teams. So that's pretty impressive.
He's going to have he probably does have the record for 5 different teams in terms of the fastest throw, fastest pitch.
Side note, Freddie Freeman, I was talking about him late last week. He's just a freaking machine, a technician, Hall of Famer. Is there no doubt on it? Look at what he did to the Rangers in this series. He started 7 of 10, 4 walks. Yesterday, they're like, why doesn't he have the day off? Because 11 of his 20 home runs are against lefties. And RJ, you sent out the note. After Saturday, when he hit 2 bombs, Freeman becomes the first player to have 20 homers, 35 doubles, 125 hits, 10 steals, which you look at the guy, you're like, that's not an athlete. He's not going to be able to run. And 40 walks before August.
Yeah, it's pretty stout, man. Like, he is a professional hitter. I know there's
yes, that's a way to put it.
He's a machine at the plate. Just what he does year in and year out. He doesn't have this. His look is not like this supreme athlete. He's just a pro, man. And I went and looked. So there's this thing called the Jaws, Hall of Fame monitor. They have it in football too. It's called something different there. And in terms of his Hall of Fame capabilities, he's rated right now 29th overall in first baseman historically. His WAR is a little bit low. He's still about 12 points shy, but his WAR per 162 is right on there. So he's tracking for the Hall of Fame. It's a couple more years like this, and he probably gets in.
If he's somebody who plays until he's around 40, which he's not slowing down. He looks like he's still there. Then if he plays till he's around 40, he's probably going to end up around 3,000 hits, and he'll be north of 400 home runs. And he's somebody who, in this day and age, the fact that he's a consistent 300 hitter, which you just don't see year in and year out from a lot of guys anymore, that's something that, again, probably boosts him up. Career OPS of 900, absolutely. He goes into the Hall of Fame, and so does Johnny DeLuca, who I knew nothing about before this series and found out he was Willie Mays in the outfield.
Yes.
But no, Freddie Freeman is absolutely has been one of the most consistent players in baseball for a decade.
And speaking of the Hall of Fame, I watched the pre-ceremony event.
Oh, McGriff and Rowland, huh?
McGriff and Rowland. But the thing I was interested in the most was watching all the old school guys get announced and introed. Then I skipped the speeches. I went over to the Ranger game, but I wanted to watch Randy Johnson come out. I want to see what they all looked like. They messed up. They got like one of the videos wrong with one of the players. I think it was Frank Thomas and George Brett. And
they look alike.
That sent everything into a commotion. So they had to skip the video intros for like 3 or 4 players. But it was interesting seeing Tony La Russa and all the rest of the guys come out that you grew up watching. It did not. You talk about the crowd shot for soccer. Whoever's running the MLB Network broadcast needs to do a better job of tightening up the crowd shot for Cooperstown, because they showed some empty seats.
Well, it's a big field.
Oh, man.
It's just a big field. And look,
I was like, is anyone here for this? Does anyone care about this?
McGriff and Rowland.
But I loved McGriff. Everyone loved Fred McGriff.
Oh, yeah. I used to love him as a player. But, McGriff and Rowland are not necessarily guys that are just legendary that you're going to fly into.
Yeah.
Rowland obviously has 2 franchises that he's most known for. And one of them is close to Cooperstown in Philadelphia, but how invested were Phillies fans in taking a drive to go see him?
I thought they were diehard. I thought they were the best.
But it's also Scott Rowland. It's not Mike Schmidt, right? It's just Scott Rowland. So I don't know that I wouldn't be moved to go, oh man, I can't wait to go to Cooperstown to go see these 2 guys get inducted.
McGriff is cool because McGriff is one of those guys I think that for anybody who grew up with him or saw him, like we all understood Fred McGriff was one of the best players in baseball and everybody loved him and it felt like, that's a Hall of Famer. And then he gets to the end of his career and I remember that conversation going on about McGriff the last year or 2 of his career, that there was already chatter starting about he may never get in, voters may never put him in. He's kind of borderline or whatever else. And so the fact that he got in, I think is cool.
Okay, we move on to the running back Zoom call that Florio first reported from ProFootballTalk.com. And according to the internet, a bunch of guys hopped on this. You had Derrick Henry. Everyone's doing throwback jerseys now. The Titans are going back to their throwbacks. They looked awesome. The Jets throwbacks were leaked apparently, like through a back curtain. But on this running back Zoom call, organized by Austin Eckler, was Christian McCaffrey, Najee Harris, J.K. Dobbins, Nick Chubb, Henry, Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Saquon, Aaron Jones, Joe Mixon, and Tony Pollard. They didn't come up with any great solution. They were just throwing around ideas, but Nick Chubb spoke about it yesterday. Right now, there's really nothing we can do. Quote, we're kind of handcuffed with a situation where the only position that our production hurts us the most. If we go up there and run 2,000 yards with so many carries, the next year they're going to say, you're probably worn down. It's tough. It hurts us at the end of the day. Chris Sims came up with a solution that Florio thought was the best so far. You create a league-wide fund that pays the backs as they go for playing time, rushing attempts, yards, receptions, all the stats. This will supplement the bargain basement rookie deals under which most running backs are working when they're doing their best work. So some type of league fund from Chris Sims.
So, like, they get paid hourly?
I mean,
right? It's like
off production.
Yeah. So, like, if you get 20 carries in one game, you get X. If you get 15 carries, you get Y.
Yeah, I mean, the NFL does have like performance-based and league-wide playtime incentives. Like in terms of there's, the amount that you've played. If you're an undrafted free agent every year, there's based on a percentage of what you played, there's a pool of cash that gets divided up. So there's precedent for the NFL to do something like this. It'd be a little unique if it was for a 5-time Pro Bowl, 8-year veteran is getting cut in on some of these sorts of things. But if I'm sure that's a solution the running backs would love. I bet the NFL looks at it as why? Why would we do that? Why do we have to do that? You guys just negotiated a CBA. This never came up. You can talk about this in 2030 if you like, if your position still exists.
Man, then the league, the Players Association,
which it'll always exist. I'm kidding.
Is going to have to go into they have to go into a bad faith negotiation. They have to strike early. Even if
the back strike.
Yeah, even if it's outside the CBA, the leagues just have to say we're going on strike right now, even though that their deal's not up.
Man, it's very tough to get. But again, it's going to be very tough to get a position specific strike. Because that's the thing is that you're not going to get the rest of this league, which the majority of them are guys who are going to be in the NFL for 2 years, 3 years, make a few $100,000. It's hard to get those guys to commit to missing paychecks. So they would never. And
that's why the league has always had the weakest union because they're scared. Yeah. And it's the NBA union and the baseball union figured out it's about we take the lump now, and then it'll pay off in the long run.
Dak Prescott is taking his lumps for his new beer endorsement. The Hot Boys are still around, and RJ wants to try and change Bobby's name in this next segment for our guest at 8 o'clock. That's next right here. 6 a.m. Club shout out. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on right here on The Fan. But look. giveaway during the 720 Expressway. Bill or Billy Ripken at 8 o'clock from the MLB Network, and then Bob Stoops at 9 as we keep Bobby's Longhorn microphone off. Sean and RJ here, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hopefully everyone had a fantastic weekend. So, Bill or Billy, Bobby?
So I've always,
Bob?
I mean, I think we've all always known him as Billy Ripken. And so that's the way I've known him to be. I saw MLB Network. He doesn't have a Twitter, but MLB Network, whenever they tweet out any of his clips or anything like that, the Twitter account refers to him as Bill Ripken. So now I'm wondering if he just goes by Bill. And I haven't been able to find any clarity on that yet. I've asked the person who helped us set up the interview, is it going to be Bill or Billy? But I don't know, Peyton, you may have to ask the uncomfortable question when you get him on.
I just call him Cal.
Yeah, there you go. That's where it's at. I'm looking at this, and like, the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation calls him Bill Ripken.
So maybe he is Bill Ripken now.
Some YouTube says Billy, some says Bill. MLB Network says Bill. I think you would go with Bill on the MLB Network. It is there.
Now make your commercial break point.
Okay.
And let's see how many Tolos this applies to.
So he's Billy. He's also 58 years old now. You are Bobby. You're not 58, but you are mid-30s. I do think maybe at some point he's just like, Billy is a kid's name. My roommate in college, his name was Billy. And he always used to hate when we called him Bill. And I'm like, all right, fine, whatever, we'll call you Billy. But I think at this age, he's mid-40s now, I think he's gone to Bill.
Yeah.
Because he's an adult. And adults generally don't make it with a Y on the end of their name.
That's very easy for you to say as somebody who is a Ralph. Like there's no
Ralphie, yeah, but I'm not Ralphie.
I know, but that's my point. Like nobody says
Ralphie.
Ralphie because otherwise you're gonna get told like you'll shoot your eye out.
Yeah.
So you don't go with that, and I get it. But
What about Johnny?
Johnny.
Does it have to go to John?
See,
What Y is most acceptable and least acceptable? 'Cause
Jimmy,
Jimmy's not excited. See, I don't even know if that is.
Jimmy Johnson, that's not acceptable.
Jimmy doesn't sound.
Not if you want to be the 7th winningest coach at Cowboys.
Shut. Bobby definitely sounds more kid
Bobby
than
sounds
Jimmy.
more kid.
Really?
Jimmy sounds.
Tell that to Bobby Vinton. Okay,
Who's that?
Yeah, a great like
He's
crooner,
a crooner.
singer. Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, look, I mean, Jimmy works, but like, also, I think it also is
Like
specific.
Chrissy,
Chrissy.
Bobby Bonds, Bobby Bonilla, Bobby Darren. Bobby Darren actually
Bobby
died
Darren.
at 26, I think. So
like, it's also like if you're in NASCAR, you could go with it, but then it's got to be IE. Can't be a Y.
Yeah.
well, I mean, Bobby Labonte did win like the Cup one year with that name.
Okay,
so
but
I'm
like
just saying.
Jimmy Johnson, like that Jimmy Johnson, but that was IE. But again, NASCAR works. I don't know. I think it's time for you to change to Bob because Billy went to Bill.
Kristen wanted Kristen when we first started dating. She's like, "Would you ever go by Robert or Rob?" And I was like, "No,
There's no Roberts.
no,
You don't want to be Robert.
no, I
But
don't."
Bob, I don't know. The whole name just kind of sucks.
Thanks.
And look, that takes one to know one. Thanks again, Mom. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
But-
we all got screwed. The three of us. Even Peyton got screwed.
After it was named after Peyton Manning, man.
But was it after Peyton Manning?
That's what they say.
Okay.
Now my parents had thought about Preston, but moved to Peyton because of Peyton Manning. But
What other names are coming in on the
Whoa.
truckwreck.com text line?
But I'll look. But real quick, Preston. They really were. They thought
they were
about
thinking
calling
about Preston.
You look like a Preston.
So Sandler calling you Preston Russell, which you've always given him hell for. Maybe he internally heard you say that or
No,
something.
Jared's not that smart.
Maybe he's really Peyton's father.
Wow.
Maybe he is.
Whoa.
E names Jeremy.
Oh, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Jeremy's acceptable.
Already spoken.
That makes sense. Ronnie
Ronnie.
Millsap.
See, Jeremy is not that's not the nickname, right? It's like
There can be no shortening of
there
it.
can be no shortening of it. It's like Wesley. It's just
Wes.
You could shorten it to Wes, but like it's not like the nickname.
What do you call your friend in Oklahoma?
Oh, Wesley.
But when you've referred to him as, you say Wes.
Yeah, Wes. I call him
So
Wes.
you do shorten it still.
All right.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Any other ones?
Just instead, you're getting some girls' names in there like Nikki, Cody. We're getting one of those.
Joey to Joseph. Would you start with
Or
Joey?
Joe?
Or Joe, yeah.
But Bobby definitely, yeah. I said what I already said what I said. All right. Dak Prescott has joined George Kittle. Was it Travis Kelce as well?
Yes, this was
Kittle, Kelce, and Dak joining the Bud Light campaign. with a little commercial that got put out.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Interesting.
And Kittle and Kelsey, they're like, we don't care. We're gonna drink beer
and we're gonna get paid.
They don't give a you know what. I do think Dak is more image conscious than those two. Those two just don't care.
Right.
But whatever. It's like, man, he's making money.
I love it. I love it. I love it. A middle finger to everyone freaking out and losing their mind. And there's Dak just saying, I don't care. I'm not gonna discriminate, not gonna hate. Put me in the Bud Light commercials. I loved it.
All right, so here's the thing. Funny is funny, all right? And this is an objectively funny headline from Choppy's buddies over at Outkick.
Oh, no.
Days after vowing to cut down, Dak Prescott throws a Bud Light interception.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's a great line.
Dak Prescott.
This is, so what I'm not sure of is this a brand new endorsement for him, or has he been a Bud Light guy and now they're trying to tap into some of their star power, like, hey, we need help here? Right. What I do think is interesting is I would have thought there would have been something that canceled it out due to the Cowboys being Miller Lite. But I don't know. I would have thought that there would have been something there, but
aren't they all owned by the same company anyway?
Yeah, but they're still like generally market competitors, I feel like. And so
I love all these websites. I love all the headlines. Check out this god-awful commercial. Dak Prescott with a disastrous move. Dak Prescott joins sinking, this and that. It's funny.
If you notice in these commercials, though, like the athlete isn't doing anything with the beer.
Yeah.
It's just like they're just kind of just in the commercial. It's very strange. Usually there's like product placement everywhere. Like the
do you think they tricked them? They're like, hey, we're just going to film this commercial, and then didn't tell them in post they were slapping a Bud Light logo on there.
Have you seen the?
It definitely looks like these were filmed away from each other.
Yeah. Have you seen like the Corona, Snoop, Andy Samberg, Eli Manning on the beach?
Yep.
Like they're all holding a Corona.
Yeah.
Like in these, like there's like no product placement for the athlete at all.
Yeah. I love that Charles Barkley was drunk on stage and he goes, I'm buying everyone in here beer, but it has to be Bud Light. I'm buying everyone in here. And he's like, if you don't like it, F you and get out. I'm buying everyone a drink, but it has to be Bud Light. So that was Barkley a couple weekends ago, stirring up the masses. I just love when the hive starts stirring.
And I would have turned him down. I would have said, well, no, thank you. I don't want the beer. And it's got nothing to do with any political statements or anything else. It's that it tastes like water. And I don't drink water.
That's Coors Light.
That's the thing.
They all taste like water.
Yeah, all the light ones.
All the light ones.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. What's actually disappointing, Peyton, when I watched the commercial, I wasn't like, oh, this is definitely for radio. You scan over it. I just sent it to you and let me know if it's something we should play. While we talk about the real disappointment from the weekend, the freaking Hot Boys are still alive.
What you know about the Hot Boys?
The Dallas Cowboys putting out this year's version of the Hot Boys with all the defensive players except for the great, mature, aware. Who?
Boss Man Fat.
No. Although I got to see if he's in that. Stephon Gilmore, thank God. Thank you, Stephon, not being in this mess. The corniest, cheesiest thing about this football team over the past 5 to 10 years, continuing with this Hot Boys mess. So I saw that and I was like, no, Tolos were sending it to me. I was like, no, I thought we were over and done. I thought that was gone with Jalen Smith and Randy.
Before I address that, can I address what Peyton has just done? Which is, they're the Hot Boys, which is named after the Louisiana hip-hop group, Peyton, not the Bobby Shmurda song that you're playing right now.
I told him, I said, pull Hot Boys. I said, get some Hot Boys.
Yeah,
this is Hot Boys. Turn it up.
Yeah. Like the fifth grade.
I like this song, too.
Yeah. Hey, that's a Bobby. That's a Bobby right there for you guys getting on him with his E name.
Is it?
Bobby Shmurda.
Bobby
Shmurda.
Yeah.
Bobby Shmurda.
Bobby Shmurda.
Got to free Bobby first, though.
Shmurda, she
this
wrote.
Bobby's locked up.
No, he's
out?
Yeah, he's out now. He's been out for a little
Bobby
bit now.
Shmurda.
Yeah, no, the first off, I think whoever titled this Hot Boys and posted it is not aware that the whole thing with the Hot Boys was they were pass rushers, not the whole defense. So that's a little bit.
Yeah, you got to get initiated.
Yeah, I think
they got to expand. They got to expand their.
Cool enough.
Well, because you remember that their silly rule used to be you had to get multiple sacks on the season to be able to get one of the Hot Boys chains. And I remember that was hilarious because that year there were only 3 guys walking around in the locker room with them on because only 3 guys got more than a sack that season, even though they were calling themselves the Hot Boys. So, but no, it's obviously the odd thing here is just there's no Boss Man Fat first off. Okay, that's the biggest
There
thing.
is not.
No boss man, which
That's
there
good.
wouldn't be normally. But then that there is no Stephon Gilmore.
Yes.
They do have plenty of other guys who are reserves. Chauncey Golston's on here. Neville Gallimore. Neville Gallimore may not make it out of training camp. He's on here. But no Stephon Gilmore, which I think is a little interesting.
Yeah, it's very, very praiseworthy. And speaking of knowing musicians, RJ, look at Bobby's sweatshirt. And will Peyton be able to name a song? Bobby asked me that in the commercial break.
Yeah.
No,
he will not.
I said no way.
One song.
Read his sweatshirt. Who is it?
Led Zeppelin.
Name one song.
But there's an easy one.
We'll just chill.
Yeah,
one song.
there's an easy one that I'm trying to think of. Okay.
Yeah, I told you.
Leonard Skinner was Sweet Home Alabama.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so I'm going down the list.
I'm not
Led
even sure
Zeppelin.
that they were actually in the same decade.
LZ. Do I know LZ?
LZ.
One song, Peyton. Just one
It's
song.
over.
Yeah.
It's already done. It's
Not an
over.
escalator, but
Elevator.
A stairway
I
to heaven.
my gosh.
I told you.
Stairway to Heaven.
I told
There
you.
you
Ring him up. We got it.
Hey, what's a type of material for a sweater?
Oh, cloth.
No, okay.
Leather.
Cashmere.
Oh,
Different spelling, but whatever.
877-881-1053. It's good to have Peyton back.
I knew there was no chance he knew one song.
Yeah.
The most famous guitar riff in the history of music. And he's like, I don't know. Sweet Home Alabama.
Headlines at 7. We got a brand new giveaway. Post Malone, 720 Expressway. Bill Ripken at 8 o'clock. Bob Stoops at 9. No reason to go anywhere else. Headline, Bobby Stoops.
Bobby Stoops.
Bobby's.
Oh yeah, when was the last time you went by Bobby?
Yeah, let's ask him that. When did you become an adult? Headlines to recap the weekend, get you ready for your Monday next on Sean and RJ. But
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 0-2. Sheehan delivers. Tavares cranks one up the alley in right center field. That drops for a base hit and rolls to the wall. Duran scores from third. Miller hits the bag. Tony Beasley waving him home. The relay throw to the plate is late. Miller slides in safely. It's a two-run double for Leody Tavares, and the Rangers lead 7-4.
With no Seager, with no Adolis Garcia, with Martin Perez giving up a first-inning grand slam, the Rangers come back and get one against the Dodgers, as it was looking like it was a humbling. Okay,
Oh, it was humbling.
Let's go ahead and remember our place series.
It was humbling. Regardless of that final game did as much to save it as it possibly could have. But there is no way that you have the first two games of that series and come away thinking this is puppy dogs and ice cream. That was humbling.
Dane Dunning threw 79 pitches against the Dodgers in his start. He got 2 swings and misses in 79 pitches. And then yesterday with Martin, it was like, uh-oh, here we go. But they get one, and the lead is still 3 over the armpit. The Astros took 3 of 4 against the Athletics. So Corey Seager is going on the injured list because of the right thumb issue. Rotation in Houston will go like this: John Gray, then TBD. Could be Owen White or Cody Bradford, and then Heaney. They're going to skip Nathan Eovaldi against the Astros. Evan Grant says the velo was down in his last outing despite success, but Bochy said the club had planned for some occasions to skip pitchers this season. Bobby has a little Nathan Eovaldi study, which we'll get into in a little bit, but that is the rotation for the Astros starting tonight, 6:30 pregame on this station.
Look, it happens throughout the sport. You'll skip a guy every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Because now generally doesn't happen, I don't know, the week after the All-Star game where they just had several days off. But it's not great to do this, but it's definitely not uncommon. I'm not saying it's not great. It's not a great sign when you have to do this, but it's not uncommon. If this is what is going to help him throughout the long haul, get his velocity back, get his arm back, be better, be the number one guy that he has been for this team all year, then this is what you got to do.
Yeah, you just hope that's what they're doing, is
right.
That this is just normal skip and rest and doing everything else, because we've seen, again, consistently. It's like the same thing we talked about when DeGrom went down and the way they kept talking about DeGrom, where it's like, why? The way they're talking about this and being cute with it is the way they've talked when Darvish went down or Kluber or whoever else. And then all of a sudden it's, they're gone for the year. Not that Eovaldi would be gone for the year, but it's hard to always trust them on what exactly is wrong with your starting pitcher. They're always a little cagey with the details. So you'd hope that he's going to be able to right the ship, because, man, if you're without DeGrom and Eovaldi, there's probably not enough moves you can make at the deadline to save your pitching.
Let's look at the other targets. Shohei had the media gather at Angel Stadium for a picture in case it was the last home game of his Angels career. The media gathered up and took a photo.
Yeah, there was the final home game, potentially, of Shohei's Angels career. It's amazing. Like, they got the long road trip. We're still a week away. So they're going on the road for quite a bit. But that to me, if I'm an Angels fan, would be scary. That he even asked for that.
My guy Max Scherzer is getting blown up.
Blowed up.
He's got a 5.25 ERA for the month. His latest outing was on Saturday. 6 innings against the Red Sox. Gave up 5 earned, 4 home runs. He's getting shelled. Let's move the target on over to Mr. Kate Upton. Let's get a little Justin Verlander love here instead of Max Scherzer. And Buster Olney says that the Mets are going to be selective. They'll listen, but he's kind of naming some older vets on short-term deals instead of Scherzer and Verlander.
Well, look, I mean, if you give up Scherzer, then you might as well trade Verlander. Yes. And if you give up Verlander, you might as well trade Scherzer. And then you might as well start giving up everybody. The Giants are going to be in on Verlander. They're said to be in on him. They would like to get him. And listen, in his last 5 outings, he's allowed 6 earned runs.
And that's
Verlander,
yeah.
In his last 5 outings, he's allowed 6 earned runs. And to show you the Mets, they're 3-2 in those games. Like, that just goes to show you how bad things are this year for the Mets. That's how the season's gone for them. I don't know if they're actually going to sell because you should not be going 3-2 when your guy is allowing 6 earned runs over 5 games.
Lance Lynn, the former Ranger, just in case you were wondering, he got destroyed. 6 2/3, 8 hits, 6 earned, 4 home runs. Basically the same exact crap line as Scherzer. Marcus Stroman pitched last Thursday, 3 2/3, 4 earned, 4 walks in a loss against St. Louis. Not good there.
No. In his last 5 starts, 3.5046 in the earned run for Lance Lynn. Like this, he is not having the year that he had when he was here, or even after that. It's just, and you don't know why. Maybe it's the pitch clock that's screwing up. There's we don't know why. But
the year here, you could argue was fluky.
You
right?
could, you could absolutely argue that.
It was part of that run of Mike Minor and Kyle Gibson.
Yep.
Some of these pickups, these random pickups they made that came through with amazing seasons for this team.
He was actually better the following year in 2021. In 19 and 20 here, he had a 3.67 and a 3.32. Now, I haven't gotten into his FIP or anything, but just an ERA. And then in 21 with the White Sox, he was a 2.69. So, 3/4 of a run better than 3.99 and then 6.18.
Bobby, anything better over the weekend from the Pittsburgh Targets?
Nope, all bad, which is actually good. They're trying to drive down their price, make it a little more affordable for the Rangers to get him. David Bednar made an appearance against the Angels on Saturday night, closed the game. He had an inning pitch. He had 2 walks and a hit by a pitch, so that's the first time he's hit anybody this year. It's the first time he's hit anybody in a year, and it's the first game he's had this year with multiple walks, so you got that. And then Mitch Keller started yesterday. He went 5 innings, gave up 3 home runs. And in his 2 starts since the All-Star break, he had 6 innings, 8 earned runs allowed, and yesterday 5 innings, 6 earned runs allowed. And he had been pitching great. So they're trying to lower their price, do the Rangers a favor. It's really a smart move.
By the way, John Morosi, who came on the show MLB Network, Bill Ripken will join us at 8 this morning, reports that the Giants are among the teams evaluating Verlander. Should he be willing? He and Scherzer have the no trades, so they're going to have to waive it. 3.47 ERA and has been at his best over the last month, as RJ told you. The Giants have the 10th best ERA in baseball, but they're top heavy with their rotation. They have Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, but they don't have another starter with an ERA under 4.50. So that is the Giants looking at Justin. Well, there it is, Around the Diamond on your home for Rangers baseball here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I wish I did not turn on this golf yesterday.
Now this 36-year-old from Georgia. He's a sportsman. He loves to hunt and fish. And he's hauled in the big one! Brian Harman is the champion golfer of the year. He has won the 151st Open at Royal Liverpool.
It's like it's a PGA Tour radio. It's like a 78-shot lead when they have to start breaking into. He's a sportsman. Loves to hunt and fish. Every words. You go with the death growl there. This was a clinic. There's no other way to say it. Brian Harman put on a clinic, and he has not put on a clinic of anything in his life ever. What
about his duck blind? You don't know?
Oh yeah, his duck blind. Absolutely. By the way, they were heckling the crap out of him all week.
Why?
Blanking American. They started calling him because he's small. He's listed at 5'7". That may be generous.
Oh.
They started calling him some things you shouldn't call short people.
The Brits?
Oh, the Brits are vicious.
Things A-Rod calls them?
Yes, things A-Rod calls them. The Brits are vicious, man. They are vicious. And they were in England. They were in Liverpool. They weren't even in Scotland. Scotland, where I have my land, my property, where I'm a lord. We would never do that up there. But in England, in those southern places, that's what they do. I would never go to southern England. But yeah, this was a clinic from Brian Harman. He made 58 out of 59 putts from 10 feet or in.
Wow.
I'm going to say that again.
That's crazy.
58 of 59 putts from 10 feet. That little putting thingy that you bought, that's only 8 feet long.
Those are me numbers.
So he made 58 out of 59 of those. And these are not flat.
Yes.
Some days are moving.
That's
it was a
incredible.
remarkable performance from him, and I hope he never does it again. He's slow, the waggles. I mean, my gosh, just hit the ball. Some of us had to go to church, dude. We're trying to sit here and watch you.
You went to church?
No, I was just talking. I was speaking
Some of us.
I was speaking for churchgoers, Sean.
The Chiafados.
Some of us had to go to church.
Yes.
All right, we're sitting here watching you waggle that, and smack. Just hit the ball.
I gotta say, my impression based off of that audio clip that we played, I legitimately thought you were just trolling me. That sounded like if you asked me to do a golf call, that's how I would have called it.
Did you not listen to us driving in this morning?
No, I did. I was listening. I was probably
Doesn't
walking
sound
up.
like
I was
it.
probably walking up when you played that.
Maybe.
Yeah,
possibly.
Yeah.
What were you doing? Because I know you weren't watching this while I was trying to get the highlights. Refresh. Friday night of Messi in Miami.
Here it is. Messi! Couldn't have been any other way! Magnificent!
What were the texts this morning from the Tolos at 6 when we opened with this? That's what I'm curious to know. Was it, oh my gosh, I watched, who cares? Was it dismissive? Was it, I'm out, this is a tune out? Why are you talking about this? Because mission accomplished for the MLS, mission accomplished for David Beckham with a storybook, picture-perfect debut of the way this could have gone. Messi with the game winner. And I had the odds from Bet Online that I should have read on Friday. Will Messi score in regular time? No. Was the favorite at minus 150. Will he score in the first half? No, was minus 500, so you could have won big on that. Will he score in the second half? No, was minus 400. Will Messi score the first goal of the game? That was a no, minus 450. Will he score on a penalty kick? Will he score from a direct free kick? No, was minus 3,300. Yes was plus 1,200.
Wow.
Yes. Will he score a hat trick? Will he have an assist? Will he be substituted? Will he receive a card? Will he receive a red card? All the different Messi odds were out there to bet. What were the Tolos saying at 6?
214. They say G-Bag Nation called Messi winning the game on a free kick, by the way. So I guess they're better than Vegas. But they also say here, you've got, I love soccer, but the Phillies are in a wild card run. I'm a Phillies fan. I'm going to be watching the Phillies. Somebody else says, don't watch soccer. Who is this Messi guy? This is still soccer. Don't care. So that's kind of the takeaway.
Okay.
So he didn't start this game?
He came in.
He came in.
52nd minute, I think he came in. Yeah, 52nd minute.
And to me, isn't that a miss? Like, how do you bring Messi in? I get it. He just got there like a week ago. Like,
yeah,
guys, what are we doing here?
It's the Christian Wood philosophy. Got to earn it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's right. United States women's team dominates in their opener. They're going to take on the Netherlands on Wednesday. FIFA Women's World Cup odds. United States, back-to-back champs, 2-1 favorite to win it. That's 70% of the money coming in on the ladies. England 9-2, Spain 5-1, Germany 8-1, Australia, France, Sweden, Brazil, Japan, Netherlands 33-1. So hopefully it's another easy W on Wednesday night. So Women's World Cup. Any watch parties? Anyone know any friends that were all into this or tweeting about it or socialing it? It's okay if not.
No, I don't. I don't know anybody.
I don't.
That doesn't mean they weren't watching. They didn't tell me about it.
Need to get a more diverse group of friends, I guess. I don't know anybody who was doing that.
Okay, so popularity of the Men's World Cup is, for the United States, us following them, laps the women? Like, it's not even close?
I would think so,
Because there were watch parties. You know, I went to one for the last men's disappointment, but the women actually win.
The women actually win, but yeah, I have not seen near the. I have to go check out the viewership, which we'll get that over the weekend.
Yeah,
but the Men's World Cup, you know, in the final match of the Men's World Cup, will have 1.5 billion viewers.
Wow.
They'll have 5 billion people that will tune in at some point throughout the entire tournament.
All right, those are your headlines. This is going to be an epic next segment during the Expressway, commercial free. We got a Post Malone ticket giveaway. Peyton is back from vacation, and he ended the weekend with a brand new date yesterday.
Whoa.
Bobby drinking with the Tolos. Choppy falling asleep during movies, and I got a brand new wedding ring. Best and worst of the weekend with a Post Malone ticket giveaway is next. But first, let me go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
This is going to be the segment of the day. Not just because we have a brand new giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on, Post Malone tickets. Bill Ripken at 8 o'clock. Do we have to ask about the FU bat? Do we just have to? How many times does he get that in every interview?
Oh, my gosh. That to me is like, that's got to be one of the 3 questions that's asked in every interview.
Yeah.
So, does he get, which do you think he gets more, F-face questions or questions about Cal?
Ooh.
Oh, man.
I'm going to try not to ask a Cal question.
So how many games before Cal's streak ended should he have actually ended? because he was bad at baseball.
So Billy Ripken, who did a Seager and Simeon segment on MLB Network the other day, Bobby went and lined him up. He'll join us at 8. Bob Stoops at 9 o'clock to talk about the world of college football and the current champs. Peyton Russell's
XFL, baby.
favorite team.
Defending champs, baby.
Defending champs. Peyton Russell hopping on that bandwagon for a second. This is best and worst of the weekend. Let us know what trouble you got into. And this is going to be, I think, a pretty epic segment at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I did go and get a wedding ring.
What's that? Ooh, is that titanium?
You know, it's a very interesting question. Tell me what you think. You can be honest of whether you think it
Actually,
feels.
I like that. I think it's very clean.
Feels cheap, looks cheap.
It's good look.
So Friday, I get home and the wife is like, Bobby tried to give me these rubber rings.
Yeah.
And it's
I like this.
And then I realized you wanted one for your hand, and I went, oh, sorry.
Put it on your ring finger. Let me see how far down it goes. Okay, that's even too big. That's too big for me. And it won't even go past RJ's knuckle.
Let me see.
So after the show.
Let's lose this one.
Oh, you already dented it. Thanks.
It's cubic zirconium. It doesn't matter.
Wife is like, "Are we going? Are we going to get a ring?" I was like, "Okay, fine."
Gets down closer on mine.
Yeah, it's still too big for me. It tells you everything you need to know, I guess. And we go to the mall, and there's like 3 or 4 jewelry stores. Bam! Hit you right in the face. $120 minimum. $150, $210, $220. I was like, sweetheart, I'm not paying this for this ring. And she's like, I know. Let's look on Amazon. I was like, we should have looked at that from the beginning. Go and order 2 of these, $20 a piece.
Oh, heck yeah.
Same exact thing that we were looking at in all these different rip-off ring stores.
Good for you.
Because I was like, I know I'm going to lose this one. Let me get a couple. Let me just have the backup in reserve. So $20 for the ring. And I'm glad she didn't give me a hard time. I'm like, why are these marked up? I think they try to gill you that it's supposed to be something really, really nice. You know,
special.
You're kind of cheapening the marriage. If you get a $20 wedding ring, no, this is what I got.
So let me ask you this. What's a mall like these days?
Dude, I don't understand why kids wouldn't want to just go walk around a mall. I don't get it. People watching, stuff to go into at the stores. You got your food court, you got your movie theater. You know, I don't get it. I know that you said they're extinct, but how can you not just want to still go walk around in a mall with your friends if you can't get into any cooler trouble?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we used to do. And we didn't have internets back in the day.
Yep.
Did not have the internets. I always loved hanging out at the mall.
Nothing beats people watching. Nothing.
I agree.
I mean, I don't care what age you are. You just sit there, you see your other buddies walking around, you see other people walking around, you make comments, you have plenty of place to go, you just walk, you don't have to buy anything. I don't understand. But you all told me that they are dead and gone. So
I think you did a good job of that ring, though. I like that.
Thank you.
It's a good. The design I like. The texture, the color.
Yeah, matte. Gotta go with the matte.
Yeah,
look.
you gotta go with the matte finish.
All right, Roberto, what are you making?
I don't like matte. I don't like matte finish. I'm trying to balance this here.
You are you're the worst.
I am the worst.
You're the
in
worst.
general.
Period. Let me see your ring.
Okay.
Okay.
You want me to just throw it to you?
No, just hold it up. Okay. So what happened to the rubber one that you used to have? The bands.
Thanks to Soda, state of the art weight loss, my wedding ring fits once again.
All right.
So I don't need them.
Talk about drinking with the Tolos.
What I remember of it, okay. It was a weekend of partying for me and the Tolos and for the wife. She came out both nights. She knows I'm about to go to Oxnard for 10 days, so she was like, all right, well, let's try and hang out this weekend. I was like, that's cool. I've made commitments to hang out with a bunch of people, though. She's like, that's fine. I want to go. You're driving. So the first night
you told her she's driving.
No, she said I was driving the first night. The first night I was driving. So we went and met up with pastry chef Eric, who I know you know.
Yes. Almost fought some listeners in Rockwall over our prank when they thought we were being mean-spirited. We owed them a Bonds interview, and Eric almost had to take down all these Rockwallians, Peyton.
They're tough out there.
I don't know that I would ever want to fight Eric. Like Eric's like a big guy,
yeah,
and he's not afraid to mix it up. But went and had drinks with him at the Rustic. Then we went
Not
over.
a lot of times when you say, I want no piece of that pastry, chef.
No. You never say.
Boss.
Yeah, you wouldn't think like a guy with macaroons tattooed on his bicep. Like that's the guy you don't want to mess with is the macaroon bicep. But you don't want to mess with Eric. But we went to the Rustic, had some drinks there. Then we bounced over to Bryan Street Tavern.
Pizza. I think they got known for some pizza over there.
I don't know. It was I saw cigarette machines and pool tables. I felt like I was back in Jacksonville in that sense. No, but I mean it was actually clean there. Like Kristen walked in, she's like, I thought a dive bar was supposed to be dirty. I was like, well, it doesn't have to be.
Right.
Like this can still look nice. And so we had a few drinks there. Went home, woke up the next morning, did not feel hungover because I didn't drink that much. So I was like, all right, cool. We'll be able to go out for round 2 tonight. And round 2 was Saturday night in Las Colinas. And it was a hangout with several of our Twolos. Kenneth, John, and his girlfriend Martha, and Eric were all out there. So that's Not a Fan 105.3, the one like Mojo, EJL Viking, and the Twitch. We went and hung out over by Toyota Music Factory. And shout out to Kenneth, Not a Fan 105.3. Because
not a fan.
That's just his username.
I don't really care for that name.
No, he is because he is. Here's how big of a Tolo. Here's how big of a Tolo he is. He heard we were hanging out and gonna be in Las Colinas. He lives in Las Vegas. He bought a flight just to drink with us on Saturday.
Shut up.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
He did.
Wow.
He did. And
well, how rich is he?
Now it helps. It helps. I mean, he lives in Vegas. He's got property out there or whatever.
Wow.
But no, he is. He's a Dodgers fan too. So he was like, it made it easier because I knew the Dodgers were in town, so I could justify it as like, hey, I can go watch the Dodgers and then I can go hang out. So he bought tickets. He went and saw G-Bag on Friday while they were out there broadcasting from the ballpark. But he came out and was drinking with us, and he was he's a big loyal listener. He's already talking about. He's like, I think I'm gonna take some time off too and run up to Oxnard while you're out there. And so he's a big loyal listener. Shout out to Kenneth. He was actually very disappointed in me by the end of the night because I drank Super Bowl levels of alcohol at this.
8 doubles.
It was 8 doubles in about 2 hours. And so by the end of the night, I started realizing if I have one more, I might get sick. We're teetering right now. Like I feel okay right now, but I know when I get home, the whole house is gonna look like a ceiling fan. Everything's gonna be spinning. And so I was like, I can't. So he buys shots. He's like, come on over. I said, I can't do it. I can't. I was like, I'm gonna, and he's like, come on, you're really, I flew out here. You're not gonna have, I was like, I can't, I know. And he said, all right, as long as you go on the air and make sure to tell everybody that I'm the one who, like, I brought you to a point that you couldn't even drink. That's how hard I partied. And I was like, all right, fine, I'll give you that one. But it was great hanging out with them. Zach and Eric were out there with their ladies. So Zach brought Maya, Eric brought Marion. Sales guy Cody was there with his girlfriend, and Broadus dropped in for a few minutes even. So it was good. It was a great time. I got super drunk, felt awful. Cost myself some cereal in the process because I was not. I was just trying
tongue was always out.
I was trying to fight off illness. You know what? God. Look at that. Yeah, see, look right up there. My tongue's hanging out right there on the fan cam.
Can you not just do a normal photo?
Literally, somebody tweeted at Sean when he was talking about it yesterday. Somebody tweeted and said, Bobby's been doing this for a while, and tweeted a picture from like 2 years ago of me sticking my tongue out. That's what I do.
You look like a criminal.
Yeah, you do look very
Fiona Apple style.
You know how when you hear like an incident that takes place. I don't want to get into gory details of other, crimes. Mm-hmm. But when you see the person, you're like, "Yep, that makes sense."
Yeah,
that's you.
Yeah. That's you.
That's you for like 2 or 3 different accusations. And again, I don't want to get too ugly about it, but it's revolting. It really is. I can't stand it. It literally makes me angry. It makes me upset looking at that stupid
every photo
face that you made.
It's every picture. It's
you just think you're a rock star or something. You're doing like your little
Zeppelin. Zeppelin. Do you know where it honestly comes from? Is the smile looks psycho. Anytime I'm posing for a photo, I just feel like it's psycho smile. So I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to just be mean mugging like that. That looks serial killer.
Creepy.
And so then it's just like, instead I'm just like, okay, bleh. Like it's either just tongue out or just like surprise face. Those are the 2 that I go for because the others look like serial killers. So that's why I try to skip it. But again, it was great fun. Shout out Kenneth, John, Martha, Eric, Chef Eric as well. It was a good time, and I was massively hungover yesterday.
Props to the Tolos. All right, Choppy, let's get to yours, and then we'll finish up with the grand finale from Pepe.
All right, the best part, it was easy. We're pretty much done with the move-in.
Nice.
I installed 3 ceiling fans this weekend.
Wow.
And I changed light. I had to go. That apparently my mom thinks that means I'm an electrician. So I went over to her place and I had to install light fixtures all over the house.
Wow, so handy.
I know.
I could never do this.
You know, and it's like, Ma, by the way, can you electricians correctly...
Robbie Loomis, Mr. Electric, listen up.
Can you correctly label the breaker box? I'm sitting here because my mom's is every room is... It's labeled wrong. I'm sitting here trying to do this, turning off every light in the house. But yeah, I got my 3 ceiling fans installed. That was simple. That was cool. But the worst is easy for me. This is an easy one.
Well, you also didn't measure correctly with your couch.
That's true. That was another one. We my neighbor, he was like, "I'm gonna take your couch from you, the one that we used to have in my house, and put Sarah's in, bring it all the way upstairs at his place next door, and it doesn't fit in the room. Can't get it through the doorway.
Spent an hour.
Spent an hour trying to get it through the doorway. It was absolutely awful.
Soaking wet.
I'm drenched in sweat. I was like, I had to go do another shower. I didn't want to do another shower because I'm on this no shower weekend thing now. Okay, I'm just going to the pool. And I'm just going to the pool.
That doesn't do it, RJ. That's not.
It's
okay. Just go to the pool.
But I did, and I can, and I will. So I'll shower on Friday, and then I won't shower again until Sunday night. It's fantastic.
Bro, he's going to be ranked Saturday night in Oxnard.
Oh, no. See, there's no pool there. So I'll shower.
That's the ocean, though. I'm not surprised to go like, oh, there's more salt in here.
I mean, the ocean cleans the sharks, so could clean me. You never know.
Salt, nature's bleach. Yeah.
Sharks don't have BO, and I don't have BO either. Parts of my body may not smell great, but whatever. So that couch thing, it's back in the garage, and now I got to find somebody else to hoard this thing off.
Bulk day.
Bulk day's in a couple of weeks. Well, I got an extra little exercise out of it, I guess.
Okay.
The easy one, though. I fell asleep watching Fast and the Furious, the new one.
Oh, no.
So it was Saturday night. It's like 9:30.
Yeah.
We go upstairs and watch the movie. I can't get the sound to work. So we go back downstairs. It took like 30 minutes. Now it's like 10 o'clock. And we're going to start this movie. And I already knew I was a little bit tired. But I was like, you know what? And Sarah was like, you're going to fall asleep during this thing. I said, no. It's Fast and the Furious. I'm always up. I'm always up for this. I even took C4 Energy.
Oh.
I'm always up. I'm always up for Fast and the Furious, but I was so tired. I was so tired. And the movie just didn't do it for me. It didn't. So I'm going to go back and watch this thing when I am fully awake. You know, like 8 o'clock in the morning on a weekend. I'll have to go back and watch this.
Were you drinking?
Yeah, I had drank a little bit, but I wasn't dry. I had my kids with me. I wasn't looped up where I can't stay awake anymore.
Looped up.
I don't even know if it was the movie that was bad or I was just tired.
Yeah.
But this never would have happened to me. In my youth, in the past, this never would have happened to me because the movies were so great. And maybe it says something about the movie, and maybe I don't need to go watch this thing again.
This is a recent development for me in the last year where I will fall asleep during movies. I was never that person.
In the theater?
No, like if we're at home and we're watching it in our room or we're on the couch. I never used to. It used to drive me nuts whenever anybody would fall asleep during a movie if we're hanging out. I'm like, stay up. We're trying to watch this. Now I can't. It's tough to get through a 45-minute episode of TV without me falling asleep at 9:30.
Wow.
It really is. And if I take my kids to the movies, like I'll fall asleep in the movie theater.
Best and worst of the weekend. Let us know what you did, what trouble you got into, who had the most epic one at 877-881-1053. Back from British Columbia, and another first date is Peyton Russell.
That's right. So much British Columbia there. There was a breakfast place. It was like breakfast British.
I felt your replacement couldn't read.
Breakfast British Columbia.
I'm kidding, Jeffrey. Great job.
It's now time for a giveaway.
Y'all be nice.
But yeah, no, Vancouver was awesome. I mean, so many great, nice people there. The land of the
Canucks.
That's right, Vancouver Canucks.
Nice. Oh, now you got to drop for your segment. For your talk, you want to go do some
deeply asleep at the switch for us.
Extra production.
But I got to ask you, how would y'all feel if the sun was up like it is right now at 5:15 in the morning? Would you like it? Would you hate it? Because
hate it. RJ would probably like it.
I mean, I would like it if I was on a golf trip, like when I go to Gaylord, Michigan. The sun rises like 5:30 in the morning. It's great. But if I'm just trying to sleep in on a weekend, I don't think I would like
I mean, I even like starting off the show in here with it dark outside. You know, I don't want to feel like, you know, I don't know. There's something more comforting about it, but I would not want 5 o'clock sun. So what were the hours there with it?
Yeah, so I woke up. I thought it was the middle of the night or, early in the morning. And I woke up, went to the bathroom. I looked at my clock thinking it was 8 o'clock in the morning. No, it was 5:20. And I was like, it's bright outside. And then it didn't get dark until like 9:30, 9:45. So I don't think I like those hours. I mean, I know it's basically Alaska up there, but that was something weird as well. But then we went whale watching. We saw the real whales out there.
Really?
Took a boat out to the middle of the ocean in Vancouver Bay, whatever they call it. I guess just the Pacific Ocean. But yeah, up close to some humpback whales and the killer whales.
Thank you, Ryan, for being on your game. Pepe, you're not going to drop the sounder?
Oh, that's right. Well, I was trying to talk.
I did my one
Did
bit.
you see a sperm whale?
But I did not hear that noise there because we were up water. They were in water. So
what? What is he saying? What? Did you have a stroke? In Canada?
So like you hear the noise when you're underwater, but like we weren't underwater.
He's telling us he didn't hear the whale noise because the whales were in the water.
I was waiting for it.
As if we were thinking that.
Hang on.
You know, they were.
Can you not hear the whale sounds above water?
You're gonna have to fact check that. We're gonna have to fact check that right there.
How do you think we got the whale sound?
Well, they have devices underneath the.
Who's gonna dig in here?
You can't hear
Who's
like
gonna
that
dig
outside.
in?
No
Is Choppy
way.
gonna really go all in?
I'm seriously asking because I've seen.
Here we go.
I've seen Jaws, and they asked, "What is that?" They go, "It's a whale."
According to Google, blue whale vocalizations have been picked up on numerous occasions using submerged hydrophones. The largest creatures to have ever inhabited the earth can communicate for up to 100 miles, but this was one of the few times, if ever, that a blue whale had been heard vocalizing above water. So it's happened, but it's been very rare.
Pepe's right.
All right, I had no idea.
Good. I was worried about that one.
Yeah, you
I wasn't
graduated.
sure. I wasn't sure. It was
3.5
total
years?
guess, but yeah, 3.5
Right?
years.
3.5 years?
Almost
Yeah.
4 years.
All right. What else? I'll read the rest, but maybe I'll just read the rest of your email.
Okay, yeah. There was so much.
Best and worst of the week. I just love the way he writes these things. Yeah. He's so cute. Went to an Asian food market. Picture like the food stands and games set up at the state fair. That's what we went to, but they didn't have rides.
There were no rides there. There was just food and games, man. No Ferris wheel, nothing. I was disappointed.
No funnel cake, nothing like that.
No funnel cake.
They served his next line. This is like, so every night, he says the best and the worst of the weekend. Next line, they served octopus tentacles on a stick. ... I'll pass.
Ooh,
Story over. That's it.
It's like they just took the octopus, chopped it in half, and then gave you it on a stick.
Yes.
You've had octopus, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Love it.
Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Ugh.
Hired a private chef to cook dinner for us one night.
Well,
Hiked a few places. The daylight's super weird. What else do we have? Casino. $175 winnings.
That's right.
WinStar ain't ready for me to come back. And that was all before we get to the date. Anything else that you'd like to throw in? Thank you for the shot glasses that you brought back. Bobby, do you like yours?
I love mine. This will get a lot of you. Now, look, it's not a. I typically like to drink out of bigger vessels than this one, but thank you.
RJ has the bikini one, right? You see some cheeks on there.
Oh,
Canada.
I love that.
Bobby's RJ is so much cooler than ours.
Yours
I like mine.
more alcohol.
I like mine for sure.
I guess.
Is it a better shot glass than the one Troy brought back for you from vacation?
Wait, he brought you one back?
No.
No, that's the point.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe a WWE wristband.
We were lucky if Troy told us he was going on vacation.
Yeah, exactly. He'd get his rocks off by not telling us, and then I'm sending him audio, and he's not answering, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'm not in tomorrow. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I didn't know it was a game to play. I didn't know it was a secret game to play so that he could sabotage the next
I gave y'all
producer.
plenty notice. I think I've been talking about Vancouver for a month now.
Yes.
So.
And then the final paragraph from Pepe last night in Best of Worst of the Weekend. Had to finish the weekend off right with a date on Sunday with a new girl. Talked to this girl right as vacation started, and we were able to get together in the afternoon for lunch. So this was yesterday afternoon.
Yes, I got back Saturday night, and I was like, well, I didn't want to go because, you can't really do stuff during the week, with my busy schedule. I'm big time here in the morning. So and during the week is off schedule, so it's only weekends. But I got back Saturday night, couldn't do anything then. So I was like, well, let's make with what we have to work with. So I said, Sunday afternoon lunch, I'll be back. That'll be perfect. You're off work. let's meet up. And she said, yeah, let's do it. She lives in Denton, though, so it's a little bit of a drive, but we're closer to the casino that way.
Okay.
Oh, you're already starting that you're going to move in, huh?
Wow, he's literally, he's already jumping one lunch, and he's already jumping to, we can go spend the night together in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's very presumptuous.
But I did not buy her queso.
Where did you meet?
Olive Garden. So they don't have queso there.
Hey, look.
Was that a bad spot?
No.
Oh,
Look.
Italian? RJ, really?
When you're here,
RJ, really?
You just called it Italian.
That's cute that you call that Italian.
Who suggested that?
Me.
When you're here, your family.
Well, she doesn't like seafood, so Red Lobster was off the table.
Peyton.
See, man. You found a place that has free salads and breadsticks.
That's what he can eat. I love this kid.
And it's all you can eat. It's so.
Do they even sell margaritas at Olive Garden? I'm sure they're not $10.
I had the Italian margarita.
How much was it?
It was $8.50.
Wow, what a coincidence! He went with the cheap margaritas.
Wait, you got a margarita? My headphones were off. You got a margarita at Olive Garden?
Yes, I did.
Italian margarita.
No.
So how many?
Just one.
And she had just one?
No, she didn't have any. She said she didn't want to drink.
So. Okay.
Did you know that beforehand?
No, I offered. I said, hey, we were looking at the drink menu. She wasn't into wine, so I was gonna get a bottle or something. But
okay, what did you order? What were the entrees?
Oh, the chicken parmesan or the chicken Alfredo.
Okay.
Chicken Alfredo, breadstick, and she got the chicken Alfredo as well.
2 chicken Alfredos.
2 chicken Alfredos.
Oh man, how are you feeling? Are you excited about it?
Yeah, we were talking the whole time. It was a little difficult with vacation, like the time difference as well. But no, she's
What do you mean?
It's 2 hours.
You were
in India.
You were woke up by 5:15 sunlight.
You're across the international date line.
I was busy on vacation. I was out on the bow. I didn't have signal when I'm 10,000 feet up in the air on the mountain.
Whoa.
But we're still talking. Everything's going well. So hopefully this improves other than the last couple of dates.
I did forget. I put Peyton in a very weird social position when he landed from DFW. So we were out there, we're drinking, and a couple of the listeners were asking, they're like, where's Pepe? He should come out. I was like, I think he's still gone. Well, I got the text that said he saw a famous person at the airport. And so when he said that, I was like, okay, all right, then he's back. He's landed. And so I was like, hey, they want to say hi to you on FaceTime real quick. So we FaceTimed him on the shuttle at like DFW airport, and he was very uncomfortable because I guess he said everybody was staring at him, so he just was quietly waving at the screen and hey guys, hey
guys.
Who did you see that was famous?
It was Tyler Sagan. I was walking by because I walked into the bathroom, he walked out, and I saw the tattoo sleeves he had and the white shirt. I was like, okay, that kind of looks like him, but I wasn't assuming. I was like, we're in baggage claim. There's no way he's in normal people baggage claim, right? And then I saw him and his wife. I knew his wife.
What if he flew? You don't think first class people have to go to the baggage claim?
I assume not. I mean, or I assume he just went private every time. I mean, I see his contract. It's private worthy.
Peyton put Tyler Sagan on blast in our group message.
Yeah.
He's like, I thought he was rich.
Yeah,
He's at the baggage claim.
First class definitely goes to baggage claim.
I know, but he can't find someone else to do that, or
What are you talking about?
Peyton, TMZ, like that's their whole business is catching celebrities at like baggage claim and walking through the airport.
Man, an assistant, go get my bag for me at the baggage claim. Yes.
I mean, I'd do it for like a couple $100, but
a couple $100.
Wow.
Yeah, well,
or he could just save the couple $100 and do it himself.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got plenty of money. He'll be fine.
So you saw Sagan in the airport?
I did. Okay. And I checked his Instagram story. He was leaving Utah, so I knew it was him for sure. I just didn't go up and bother him.
So what city did you meet for the Olive Garden?
It was Denton.
Oh, you went to Denton?
Yeah, so I drove up there.
So
yeah.
What was that? How long was that drive?
Well, I took George Bush, so it was about 55 minutes.
55 minutes and $15.
So your dating rate?
Yeah, you spent as much in gas as you did on your meal,
man.
So
I was on vacation, so I wasn't driving for like 8 days. So I saved up on the gas from.
I think this is
I don't even know. We gotta list the top 5 Peyton moments from today.
I think that's a decent play though. He went all the way out to Denton. He didn't have to go like, oh, it's kind of far. I don't want to meet. Like he went out there and like met up with her in her area. I think that was a smart move.
I think that shows a lot. If I'm willing to drive to you, because I could have just picked one in Capel, wherever the halfway point is, and said, all right, let's meet there. But I said I'll drive to you.
Yeah.
And how did it?
I drive a Camaro. It ended after a couple hours, and then she had stuff going on, work as on the weekend.
On Sunday?
So, yeah. So that's what she told
She's like,
me.
I got to get to my job.
Yeah. I got a 9 to 5 and it starts at 1 o'clock.
This lunch is over.
I got mail to deliver.
No, she's a grad school up there.
There's a lot of places in Denton, man. You could have gone somewhere. You gotta text us.
You up the game a little? Like you worried about her judging you off Olive Garden?
I hope not. I mean, I felt like she said she liked it. She said, yeah, I love Olive Garden. So what was I supposed to go? Longhorn Steakhouse?
I don't play it.
Outback?
Like we just had this discussion on Friday. You don't want to spend $300 on a first date. If she was fine with Olive Garden.
You got to earn the $300.
But what level is all right? So are we putting Red Lobster on the same level? What other are we putting? Chili's?
See, that would be worse. If I went to Chili's, then I
What's the difference?
Oh, it's Chili's.
Chili's and Olive Garden. I think Chili's. I think you're being.
We're downplaying Olive Garden here. I don't like it. Olive Garden is high
I know
class.
Grandma's curtains look good, but like, I know you're just.
What's the ruling on the fan text? First date, ladies, and we're going to Olive Garden. I'm wondering.
Yeah, 903 girls love Olive Garden. Let's not get too snobby here, guys.
Okay.
You're getting, of all the places you could eat in Denton, you chose Olive Garden.
Denton's got good food. There's a lot of places you could have gone.
I went to school there.
Post Malone loves Olive Garden.
They have Hooters. That was a good place.
Let's see here.
You should have taken her to Hooters.
Peyton, they're making me feel bad. Well, he said she was going to work after. Peyton, you're making me feel bad because it didn't sound like a bad date to me at all. Fancy Pants, Chop, Sean, and Bobby.
Yeah.
Red Lobster off the table. I'm freaking dead. Yeah, there's a lot of free salad and breadsticks.
So
cheap steak. Yeah,
You've gone to like
steaks.
barley and board or something.
So there's a lot of support.
I would say it's probably 70-30 in favor of Peyton. And look, if she's down with it, that's good. I'm not saying you should have gone and spent like $300.
So that dating radius, I mean, that thing is wide open with the mileage.
Yeah, it's not just DFW. It's Texas.
He's got 16 counties. He's got 16 counties out there.
If they live in Houston, I'll take the drive down there.
He recruits better than Jimbo.
Yeah, he does.
Bob Stoops at 9 o'clock, by the way, this morning here during best and worst of the weekend. So, girl number 1, Jane Doe, she's out, right? You have not talked to her forever.
No.
Girl number 2 is Queso. That's done and over with.
Gone. Went to vacation. Didn't talk to her again.
Okay. And anything else you can tell us about this young lady? I know she doesn't have kids. I know you put that in your
She's in grad
profile.
school, med school.
No kids, right?
Yes, no kids. No kids, no smoking, no drugs, anything. Just drinking.
I like that he puts that on the same level. Children, drugs.
Drugs, smoking, don't drink it. And med school or grad school?
He's like, it's good.
Grad
She doesn't
school.
do heroin or have children.
How do you know she doesn't do drugs?
Well, she told me. She said no drugs.
We're just talking about that.
I sent her pictures of substance, and I said, "Do you know what this is?" She said, "No, no idea." So I was like, "You pass."
Oh,
What kind of grad school?
Oh God.
It's
God.
it's in the clinical field, whatever that is.
Medicine.
Whatever that is. But
Whatever that is.
Did he
It's
go to
not
this?
doctor.
He went to this lunch and he still doesn't know exactly what it is she's going to school for.
As long as she doesn't do drugs and kids.
What did you ask?
He's like, the only drugs that she participates in are at the pharmacy.
Man, oh, that's good. Oh, man. Pepe is back from Vancouver. So next date setup, she knows. How did you do the humble brag that you're on the radio and, you're going to listen tomorrow morning? We're probably going to talk about this date. Did you bring any of that up?
I did not. I brought up the job, though. She knows my sleep schedules. Because I was on vacation, I was bragging how I could just sleep in all the time. I was like, well, I'm about to get hit back with reality when I get back to DFW because I'm going to have to wake up at 3:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
She was like, that's the worst. I would never take that job. I was like, well, I'm built different.
I'm built different. There you go.
That's why I took the job.
There you
baby.
go.
I'm done by 10 o'clock.
Now, did you tell her that you were living with the Pepe parents?
I might have slid that in there, but then every time I tell someone I live with the parents, I say, well, but I promise I'm apartment shopping. I'm looking for apartments.
I promise.
Yeah.
All right, Dad.
Yeah. You got to make up a handicap for them. You got to be.
My parents a handicap?
Yeah,
Take care of my mom.
Yeah, like you got to push them around the house.
Just,
like
whenever anybody says
you're taking care of them.
Yeah,
Can't
whenever
lie. That's
no.
Oh, you can't. Oh, you can't.
Hey,
lie.
do you do the dishes or do you do any chores around the house?
I do my own dishes.
Okay,
'cause I cook for
then you
myself.
can say like, yeah, I'm taking care of my mom and dad. That's where I live in Rockwell. I take care of my mom and dad.
Yeah, you should have asked A-Rod for advice. As Alex Rodriguez, where did this come from? He was showing off. Maybe we'll ask Bill Ripken what group of individuals he's included in his hitting breakdowns on television. As A-Rod last night did this.
Posture up and right down. You can't get in trouble. It's like you're punching a little person, right? With your right hand, it's going boom, right there. With that knee down, and now you're on top of the baseball.
What?
So
he is not a real person.
He was doing a hitting drill. So he has his YouTube channel. He does this where he is trying to change the way.
Oh, this is YouTube, not K-Rod?
No, this is K-Rod, but like this, like he's done this on his YouTube channel where he's trying to change the way the kids are being taught to hit now, where they're taught
It's like you're punching a little person.
to hit like a Ferris wheel, and he wants you to swing like a merry-go-round. So he wants you, instead of trying to swing up, swing down.
Right.
So he's saying, try to envision you're punching down.
Yeah, we get it. We get it.
But then he went like you're punching a little person. It could have been worse.
Envision it's like a Ferris wheel. Envision you're punching down like somebody not tall enough to ride that Ferris
He
wheel.
could not have come up with anything else. There's no other hitting demos. Mike Bassick, he could have thrown a Frazier away. Nothing else.
I guess he just thought he was like, well, I said little person, so that was that. Yeah. Like I didn't use an offensive term, so I'm safe.
You're punching a little person.
How does that come in your mind? Like,
who knows?
Oh yeah, this is just like when you punch a little person. Just like we all can identify with.
A-Rod spent
Who thinks of punching a little person anyway?
A-Rod spent his whole career punching down, so I guess that's he just thinks of that analogy naturally.
Man, 877-881-1053. I told you, good expressway. Let's make it great with our first Post Malone ticket giveaway of the week.
All right, it's another giveaway.
That's right, it's a giveaway, Jeff.
Damn! Yes! Damn, you did Jeff. Yes! You did Jeff dirty like that.
He's sleeping at Hogwarts.
You are
right now.
Hogwarts.
What he said at Hogwarts.
Sleeping at Hogwarts.
It's a Harry Potter thing.
All right, Tolo Scholar number 10. Right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets.
Petty
to see Post Malone from the DFW.
Petty Russell. Oh, Petty Russell.
The
Like
DFW
Jeff,
Rockstars
punching a little
performing on
person.
Oh, Petty
nights at
Russell.
Dos Equis Pavilion.
That poor kid's
And we
gotta
have your
move
last
now.
chance to see him for night number 2 on Sunday, August 6th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 for Post Malone.
Oh, Petty Russell
Sorry,
strikes.
that's karma. That's
Hard car. That is.
Wow.
Wow. Expressway giveaway. Bill Ripken on your Texas Rangers next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This is your home for Rangers baseball. We go from the Dodgers to the Armpit tonight. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. And we're going to preview and discuss your favorite baseball team here on Sean and RJ with Bill Ripken. You can watch him on MLB Central at 9 a.m. Plus MLB Network has the Blue Jays and the Dodgers tomorrow night. And Bill won the National Emmy Award for Outstanding Studio Analyst back in 2016. I saw him doing a Seager-Simeon thing the other day. I was like, yo, let's get Bill Ripken on. So Bobby hit up MLB Network, and I believe we have him right now here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Bill. How are you?
Good morning, boys. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty well. So we're going Bill, not Billy, right? Because we've been trying to talk our co-host into changing from Bobby to something else. What would be your advice? Is he going to be taken more seriously if we take like the Y off the name and get Bobby to go to Bob or Rob or Robert?
Well, I don't think I've ever changed. I've always preferred to be called Bill. And the only reason that ever came about years and years and years ago is I didn't like the way Billy sounded on the PA system when I was coming up to home plate. So I don't know who did it and what parts. It just never sounded right. My brother still calls me Billy to this day when he's talking to me, but I just kind of prefer Bill. It just seems to be a little bit easier to do, and I always take the easy way out.
Your thoughts now. Okay, if I told you got to bet on one to win the West, as we're getting these two, they're going at it tonight after the Rangers barely avoided getting swept. You putting it on the Astros or the Rangers moving forward?
Well, I don't want anybody to get mad at me on certain things, but I'm a guy that's a big believer in order to be the man, you got to beat the man, according to Ric Flair. He used to say it all the time. And let's face it, in the West or in baseball for the past 5 years, it's kind of been Houston in a lot of ways. I love what the Rangers are doing. And usually in the world, if you give me the field or you give me an advantage, I take the advantage. So Texas has that 3-game lead as we speak. But if I pick Houston to win the division to start the year, I'd kind of be a hypocrite if I decided to say, I think Texas can do it now. So I usually stick with all my picks, but I am very excited how the Texas Rangers are playing. I think it's going to go down to the wire, but I picked Houston at the beginning of the year, so I still have to stay with Houston at this point in time.
At what point did you believe that the Rangers were legit? You're like, okay, Jonah Heim, nice, cute story. Is this going to fall off? Josh Young, he's going to hit a rookie wall. Dane Dunning, he can't fill in for DeGrom. Like, when did you believe that the Rangers were legit this season?
Yeah, I don't know if it was a when moment, like through a certain period of games. But look, when I did the piece on Seager and Simmons the other day, it was kind of like a tie-in to yesteryear, the famous kind of shortstop, second baseman combinations, or the ones that had tenure, together, were all drafted by that team. And the Rangers went this route of going free agents. And, if the two of them play together for the Simeon 7 years, that's a pretty good run, to have in your middle infield combination. I've always said this, they're going to go well as those two guys go well. But with that said, all the people that you mentioned, and when you're talking about add-ins and pitch-ins and everything else, teams that are good have to have that. You can't just have two. It's not the yesteryear game that we used to live in where the 3-4 could do some carrying. They moved that all around anyway. But I love the fact that they are where they are. I love the fact that these guys have pitched in. And now they're at a point when you talk about a time period, they've done it long enough for me to say, you know what, they're not going away. This is a pretty good squad right here. And is it possible that when this thing's all said and done, if they do win it, could Ezekiel Duran end up being the MVP of that team, just being able to fill in and do his thing because he's playing really well? And now with Seager on the shelf again for a little bit of time, he's going to have to fill those shoes. And seemingly he's been doing okay at that.
With Seager and, with him being out of the lineup, I know there's been back and forth with analytics and whether there's such a thing as lineup protection or not. What do you think? Does that something that really could play into, hurting the lineup with him being out, or does that protection thing not exist?
Look, the analytics that you said, and you brought it up, it's nowadays analytics is a noun because it's the analytics. In my day, and Bruce Bochy's day, because you've been around Bruce now, that he's been down there. He's an old school crusty dude. But what he will do is he will verb it. He will analyze things. So give him information, let him analyze it like a baseball guy would. So the protection thing, there is something to be said for who's hitting behind you, and you have to deal with certain things in the lineup. But if guys keep pitching in and guys are on base in front of guys coming up in the lineup, it gives the manager of the other team less options. So not only is there protection from behind, there's also protection in the front. So if you constantly have guys on base, I mean, we're not going to see the Barry Bonds treatment when Greg Olson was pitching in Arizona for Buck Showalter when he walked him with the bases drunk and gassed in a run. The options, it was still there for Buck, but the options are limited. So, yes, I do believe in protection, but I also believe in if you have people on base in front of those guys, sometimes it doesn't matter who's hitting behind because you can't mess around too much when guys are constantly on base in front of people.
We're talking with Bill Ripken from MLB Network, also former Texas Ranger Bill Ripken. Do you ever get a chance to come back to Texas to be around the Rangers at all?
I have not had that opportunity. I've been somewhat busy doing certain things with our amateur baseball stuff and Ripken baseball and up here at the network. I will say this, I've always enjoyed my time down in Texas. I was there 3 years, 93, 94, 97. What was strange to me is when I played in the old ballpark in Arlington in 93, what did we do? I played in Baltimore 91, which was Memorial Stadium. We closed that down. We went to Camden Yards in 92. I went to the old ballpark in 93, and then we opened up the newer, older ballpark in 94. So I had 4 different parks in 4 years with 2 teams, the way that rolled out. But that old ballpark, when my father managed there, when it was the Fort Worth Spurs, way back in the day, they did some sprucing up on it, but I believe that was the same location. So I remember Texas very fondly, always.
Did anything else compare to playing outside in that stadium around the league?
What do you mean
with the heat?
outside?
With the heat, now that they have the dome and the roof, was it a beating? Was it brutal?
You know what? I grew up in Baltimore, and there's days in August where it was 95 degrees and 98% humidity, which was just nasty. And Texas, I never minded the heat, although you could turn around and look at the scoreboard and see it was 98 degrees at 7 o'clock at night. It seemed like once that sun got over the stadium edge and it wasn't hitting you, it seemed okay. It was definitely hot. I mean, it was burn your eyebrows off your face heat when you was like oven, but it didn't bother me as much comparatively when I was playing in Baltimore in August. Those days, I just remember sitting in the dugout just sweating.
Yes.
It didn't matter how many fans were blowing in the dugout or not. So the heat, hot, yes. It just didn't bother me personally as much as the Baltimore Heat did.
You mentioned Ezekiel Duran a few minutes ago. He has been so crucial for the Rangers this year. He's been absolutely fantastic at the plate for them. They have had a little bit of this log jam in the middle, obviously, with Seager and Simeon, even Seager hitting this short stint on the IL. But as we get closer to the deadline, and the Rangers are obviously looking to add pitching and strengthen their rotation and their bullpen, if teams are calling around and saying, hey, in addition to some prospects, we want Ezekiel Duran in a deal too, is he somebody that you think has been crucial enough to what the Rangers are doing that you'd say, man, I'd be really hesitant to move him?
You know what? I'd be hesitant to move him simply because a little bit of the history of Seager kind of going on the IL from time to time. Look, if he didn't have that, Simeon's been as durable as anybody, I think, lately, going out there and running out there. And I am a proponent of running people out there. If you got donkeys, you ride them. And if I look back no farther than the 2 World Series winners, and you look at what Houston did, Dusty Baker put Gurriel, Altuve, Pena, and Bregman out there every single day. And then you got Tucker playing the outfield every day. Yordan Alvarez either DH or playing the outfield every day. He had that luxury. He did it. The year before that, you look at the Atlanta Braves. You know those boys go out there and they got 160s in their games played column. So I'm a big fan of having that. But this Ezekiel Duran dude, since he's come there and since he's been filling in, and he might be needed to fill in again, I don't know if I want to test fate or tempt fate, shall we say, with that move. Now, always in the front office, you want to make your club better. And if there's a trade out there where you think this could get me over the hump, then I'm going to go all in on that and say by all means. But I'd be looking right now, it's got to really kind of make a lot of sense for me in a lot of different ways for me to move that dude because he's been pretty valuable.
Do you expect the Mets to unload Verlander and Scherzer?
You know, I don't know how they would. Look, I'm at 30,000 feet looking at that situation, even though right now I'm sitting in Secaucus, New Jersey, which is not too far away from either of the New York teams. But I just look at that. Do you want to eat that money? Do you want to say, okay, this was a fluke. A lot of things have gone wrong. I'm going to hold on to these dudes one more year because I'm going to say things are going to righten themselves later. Once again, you're trying to make your team better always, but I think there's some teams out there because neither one of them have been Cy Young. I think they're still doable. I think they're still worthy of teams looking at. But how much money do you have to throw that way to get rid of them? Because I don't think teams are just going to necessarily jump on board and take all that contract. So I think it's a double whammy where I think that Stevie Cohen made a commitment to the city, to the fan base, saying we're going for it. And I think that he was a part of those decisions on both of those guys. So he might have to sit there and say, you know what, let's roll with it one more year and see if I can't catch something. Because I think we all agree, if those two dudes are right, it'd be nice to make a postseason because I think if those two dudes are right and then go out there and match up with anybody else's 1-2, then you got something. But they're reeling right now. It's not so attractive in Metland.
Bill Ripken, MLB Network here on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. How are you viewing, Bill, the Ohtani situation? The Rangers keep getting thrown into this. We're like, we don't want to just, pay all this for a rental, but does Shohei, prefer to be in a market like this where we're not going to necessarily be, New York or Philly or Boston? Does he have to be in the limelight? Is this destined for the Dodgers or the Yankees? How are you viewing this whole Ohtani situation?
The pitching side of it, so is going to be the key. Does a team that thinks, because he got hit a little bit in the last one, he still goes up to home plate and does all kinds of damage, but what are you looking for? I think if you're going to pay the ransom for the 3-month rental, the 2-month rental, you got to be almost banking and guaranteeing he's doing both. He's going to go out there on the bump. He's going to go at home plate and do his damage. So I don't know how much of that future you want to risk in that situation because I think that's still a little bit iffy in that world, especially for that rental. And, the Angels are not going to move him unless they feel like they're getting back probably what they should and maybe more. And I think it's going to be tough right there. I think some of the West Coast teams are going to have an advantage over anybody simply because they might feel like they have the means to get him buttoned up long term. But it's an interesting one to watch. I don't know how the Angels can do it, move him. I think right now with Trout on the shelf, he's the only draw coming in for them. So it's an amazing thing to see what Ohtani's been able to do in his career. I think when he first came over, I was of the mindset, you know what? It could be pretty cool if he could close, DH and then close, hit a home run in the 8th, walk out there in the pen, come back in and throw the 9th and get the save. But what he's been able to do, I think truly it blows my mind. I'm sure it blows everybody else's because if you look at him, is he a top 5 pitcher? Yeah. Is he a top 5 hitter? Yeah. I don't think we've ever seen that in the game, and I'm not so sure we're ever going to see it to this level ever again.
It's not very often when I get to talk to somebody else from Maryland, so I'm very happy. No one out here knows what Maryland actually is, so I grew up Eastern Shore. You guys are gods out there with the whole Ripken family, your pops, of course, included. Keep up the great work on MLB Network. We love all you guys over there, and thanks for joining us, Bill. We appreciate it.
So the Maryland folk, now I would say this. I think Texas is probably number one in the state pride flag of the flags going. And then Maryland and South Carolina might be tied for second because there's all kinds of Maryland flags everywhere.
Yes.
And the other thing that you probably run into down there, you might be able to get some blue crabs, but when you talk about steamed with Old Bay,
oh no,
they probably look at you like you got three heads because they want to put butter and garlic and boil them.
Bill,
come on, man.
I won't eat crab cakes in this state. They put green peppers and like chopped carrots and stuff in there, and I'm like, what are you talking about? My wife, I fought with her at our wedding. I had it in Maryland, Eastern Shore. And I said, we had a flagpole at this bed and breakfast. I said, I want to put both these flags up. And she despises the Maryland flag so much. She thought
it's a very busy flag.
It's a very busy flag.
It's
very busy, but I said, I love it. I want that daggone flag flying here. And she had to win the battle with Texas taking over Maryland.
Well, last Friday, just to make you a little bit jealous, we took some friends over. Well, my friends took me over because they got the boat. I don't. And we went over to Rock Hall. And we beat up some crabs at Waterman's, and they were as good as I've ever had over there. Big, thick, heavy, seasoning perfect. So I know you're having a good time down there in Texas, and I ain't mad at you for that. But Maryland does have a few things, even if crabs are at the top of the list. So be it. I'll take it.
And then we got to teach next about vinegar on the fries. Got to teach them about thrashers, but that's a discussion for another day. Thank you for letting me reminisce, Bill. Keep up the great work.
All right, boys. Have a good day.
Former Ranger Bill Ripken, MLB Central, 9 a.m. MLB Network has the Blue Jays and the Dodgers tomorrow night, and he won the Emmy. You can see why on TV. Man, DeRosa, Millar. They got a squad of personalities over there.
MLB Network is the best of the league sports channels to me.
All right, we have the X taking over and the women's soccer team dominating everything except for the anthem. That controversy. Next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course,
Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Bounce. Smith played it back. Horan settles, shoots. Finally for Lindsey Horan. Third time's a charm. 3-0 U.S.
Women dominate their opener of the World Cup, Game 2, against the Netherlands on Wednesday. But it does not come without controversy, of course, in today's world. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Man, Bill Ripken was fantastic. Cool dude, as you knew he would be. You can tell that off television. And Bob Stoops is going to join us to tolerate Longhorn Bobby at 9 o'clock this morning for the final hour on DFW Sports Station. What is the controversy, RJ, with the ladies?
So, as you know, when you're watching a soccer match, Bobby, you may not know this, during the anthems, they peer over to the players, and they're all standing in a row. And a lot of times other countries are singing the anthem like they're belting it out, man. And you'll see this, pretty often. The U.S. women's national team is getting hate on social media because not all of them were singing. Most of them were, I'd say it's probably about 65% were not. Just sitting there, just arms around each other. And they're getting hate for not singing along with the national anthem. This is you're not wearing a American flag lapel pin for a candidate. So this is.
Oh.
It's like you hate America. Now the U.S. women's national team has been very outspoken about not standing for the anthem or singing the anthem. They've been pretty
Megan Rapinoe
vocal about that.
2019, saying the whole meaning of the anthem changed dramatically for me. It's now a somber moment. This is 2019. What could change your mind? She said it would take a lot from Yahoo. It would take criminal justice reform. It would take the huge inequality gap that we have to be much better. It would take a lot of progress in the LGBTQ rights. We have such a disparity and inequality in so many different ways. I'll probably never put my hand over my heart. I'll probably never sing the national anthem again. So that was Megan Rapinoe in 2019.
So here, I'll read some of the tweets that went out. Most of the U.S. women's soccer players refusing to sing our great anthem. What a disgrace. The U.S. women's soccer team hates America. You can see it in their facial expressions, their body language. They detest the anthem and everything it stands for. I couldn't care less if they lose every game.
Wow.
And then as an American, I hope the U.S. soccer team gets beat by every other nation that they play. The U.S. team is a disgrace.
Right.
Thank you to the players who were respectful. To those who weren't, go find another country to play for. Get out of the sport.
Right.
Time for the U.S. soccer team to have their Bud Light moment. Sponsors stop funding them, yada, yada, yada.
All right, I'll start. Number one, just because you don't sing, not everyone sings the anthem. Go look at Michael Jordan pregame videos. You know what Michael Jordan did during the anthem? I'll do it right here on the fan cam. Both hands behind the back, warm-up suit, left, right, head down, chewing gum. Just because you don't sing the anthem doesn't mean you don't love the country. The other thing is you have these political news outlets like Skip Bayless weaponizes LeBron, right, for everything. That's where we are now with like the love of the country and patriotism and the flag. So you're going to have your media folks. I'm not even going to give this girl the time of day by mentioning her name, but as soon as I clicked on it, I could tell what her agenda was. That's what people use to get everyone furious. But my main point was I don't sing every word of the anthem at games. I don't sit there and sing the song. First off, I'd probably mess up a line of the song. If you want to be honest about it, you make every single person recite every line of the national anthem, they'll probably mess it up. So I don't do it. I still stand. My wife gets on me. She's like, hand over the heart. I was like, really? I can't have my hands folded in front of me or in back of me? She's like, no, hand over the heart. I don't keep my hat on, but this just in. Not everyone sings the national anthem, and just because you don't doesn't mean you hate America. Do you all sing the words to it, or do you mouth the words to the anthem when it's being played?
I sing the anthem when I'm at games or whatever, typically. But here's the thing to me is that
show off.
Look, people are blessed to hear my golden voice. I want to make sure that those around me.
How could they ever go without this?
Like, look, you wouldn't you wouldn't ask Andrea Bocelli not to sing if he was in public.
Bobby built it.
Yeah. So no, here's my thing. I think that
Derek Holland, there you go. Sign off. I'm a patriotic person, and I do not sing the national anthem all the time.
And I promise you, Derek does not hate this country at all. And so here's the thing for me is that
half of it.
With this,
look at his thong collection.
With this, though, this specifically,
stars and stripes everywhere.
I think somebody not singing the anthem, you're right. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're even against the anthem. In Jordan's case, for instance, I think Jordan was super locked into I'm about to go out there and compete, and he's not even registering anything else a lot of times. So that doesn't necessarily mean that. In this instance, when people are upset about this, you just read the quote from Megan Rapinoe. She very clearly has said it is a statement. So
from her.
Right. And so I'm saying that is a statement in general that's been associated with the U.S. women's soccer team.
Yeah.
That I think it's natural then that people do start.
Right. If this was the men's team,
this wasn't pulled out of nowhere, is what I'm saying.
The men's team, I don't think it has the same reaction. The women's national team is generally taking this stand. I don't, always think. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But like, the only thing is like, in a lot of times, soccer is weird. Like it seems that the other countries like just all are just belting out their anthem, like all these other countries are, and we just may not be doing that. And that has, whatever, that is what it is. This doesn't bother me at all, though. Like, I don't, like I said, it's not something to get worked up over. When I'm walking through the concourse, I don't always stop when the anthem's going. You know why? Because I'm not in the arena. If I can't see the flag, I continue on with my day. If the flag is near me, then I'll stop. But if I can't see it, I'm going to continue on.
Yeah, if I'm walking, if I'm in the concourse area and I can't get to the outside, I'll keep walking. But if I'm near the outfield or something and I hear it starts playing, I'll stop. If I can see the flag somewhere, I'll stop. I'll face the flag. I'll take my hat off and I'll sing. But this isn't the anthem, Peyton. I don't know if you knew that. This is Lee Greenwood.
This is not the anthem.
Can you see?
So this is the Hot Boys version.
I respect you playing somebody from Knoxville, but no, it's not it.
I knew that.
And you can't play anything just coming back from Canada, you traitor.
But
where's Canada?
Yeah.
I didn't sing it when I was there.
Blame Canada.
But even like the concessions stop. The concessions stop when the anthem's going on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, popcorn. I'm in line for popcorn or whatever.
Fake outrage.
I believe it is.
Well, fake outrage in terms of what? Like, I think
in terms of the media people on here.
Okay, but I think there are people genuinely who are upset. Like, I think the people complain about it on social media. Somebody who's just your average person who is upset by it. I don't think there's anything fake about their anger. I think they genuinely are upset by it.
Yeah. Well, deal with your own patriotism.
Out of it. We can talk about reason. You can talk about reasonable outrage or whatever else. I don't think you can call it fake, though. I think they are genuinely upset.
Yeah, but you can't sit there and tell me what I'm feeling inside.
Sure.
Because I'm not mouthing the anthem. You can't make a judgment off of me because of that.
Sure. And
maybe you can for Megan Rapinoe, or if there's other women who have made recent comments. Mm-hmm. You can't judge anyway. It's ignorant. It's ignorant to judge someone off not mouthing every word of the anthem based upon that. Sure. It doesn't happen at every single public event.
No, I totally agree with that. I'm just saying that I do think that whether it's valid or whether it's fair to have that criticism or make that fill that out, that's a different question. I'm just saying I think that they genuinely, it's not a fake thing. I'm sure there are people who take advantage of it.
I think these media people, though, that's not legit.
There are some people in the media.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
It's like Bayless picking on LeBron for everything. He knows he's going to get people riled up. All right, are we all used to X? Is this Des Bryant taking over Twitter?
Well, what are they gonna call it when when you send out a post?
Right, it's not a tweet, right? Elon Musk saying X is now Twitter.
You're
Twitter is now X.
Are you Xing?
It's a thought.
Are you expressing?
I don't know, but yesterday X videos was trending all day long.
Mm-hmm. What's that? Are you a fan of that one?
Are we supposed to call these videos
extreme videos?
X videos now? Is that what it's going to be from Elon?
Hey, maybe, but that's what it is. X. Elon Musk.
Close, not exactly the same website.
I am convinced.
X videos is still trending number one.
I'm convinced he is just his entire life is a bit, and everything he just bought Twitter. Because he could.
Expensive ass bit.
It's expensive, but it didn't change his lifestyle one bit. Right? It didn't.
Not with Tesla stock right now.
Man, is it bad?
No, it's been crushing.
Oh. Yeah, so whether you have 50 billion or 150 billion, your lifestyle doesn't change. I'd imagine. So like for him, it's like, okay, now what? I just bought this. I can do what I want. I can make it my own personal joke. It's like he did that. What was that stock? That Dogecoin?
Yes.
That was a nothing, right?
Yeah,
it was a joke. It was
Yeah.
a joke. And he could do that because he's worth $150 billion.
Even still, even with all his money, he's like worth north of, I think it's 200 billion or whatever. But he paid 44 billion for Twitter. Like, I mean, that was 1/5 of his entire.
Yeah.
Like that is significant. So I mean, that's a lot to sink into.
Yeah,
what I think you're right is essentially a bit. I think he wants Twitter to fail. That's what it feels
really?
like. That's what it feels like.
I think he wants to just change.
Feels like based on what? Are there interactions and usage plummeted or down? All the things that we all freak out about. Has it really legitimately hurt Twitter?
I mean,
no one's going to Threads. That thing's going to die
yeah.
off very soon. His tweets, he gets a high off the number of engagements. I don't know.
The blue check, removing the blue check has hurt their reliability in terms of being a news source. That has hurt their standing in that way. And look, I understand. I had this argument with somebody over the weekend who loves all the changes Elon's done at Twitter. And he's like, yeah, take it down. Like these, blue check snobs and stuff. I'm like, that's fine. And if you feel that way, that's fine. I'm just saying it did affect the reliability of not even real news, just for us, sports reports. Draymond Green got screwed by this recently with the Kevin Garnett thing. So, I mean, it does make it less reliable. It's hard to know in real time if you've got the real thing.
How coveted would Dak Prescott be if the NFL redrafted the entire league? NFL.com tried to answer that question next and below the belt on the Fan. the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Is the 12th best quarterback in the NFL better than the best player at every other position?
Oh, what an RJ Choppy question.
No, the 17th best quarterback in the NFL is better.
Wow. Okay, well then this is going to set up perfectly for you here in just a second. Before we get into this mock draft that NFL.com did, this was news that was out on Friday, and I know it was something that had an impact, not just with the NFL, but also had an impact here locally. But Q Talib, the brother of Aqib Talib, who last August, there was that awful video that went around social media of Aqib Talib and Q getting in a fight with a youth football coach. And Q Talib was seen on camera, of course, in this football game in Lancaster, shooting and killing Mike Hickman, the youth football coach. And so that is, he was sentenced. He took a plea deal this week. He is now going to prison for 37 years. So that has come to a close. It was an awful story. That is still wild to me. That was the night of a Cowboys preseason game. And we were in here doing crosstalk with Barry Church and brought us for some pregame stuff. And 2 hours before this story broke, we were talking about Q Talib in that crosstalk. I've never mentioned him on the air before. We were talking about him there because we were talking about Barry Church's experiences playing against Aqib. And just through the conversation, his brother came up and that his brother ran the training facility over here and stuff. So that was just one of the most surreal moments for me. It's like, I just mentioned this guy on the air, haven't seen him in forever. And all of a sudden, here he is on the news. So awful story. That comes to a conclusion, though. Q Talib going to prison now for the next 37 years. All right, so over at NFL.com, they did what I thought was a cool exercise. This is Chad Reuter did this, where he took, basically, if you were going to build a win now team, and used active players from the 2023 season. So basically, you put every NFL player in a pool for drafting, and the teams go by the draft order that they were placed in April. So like Chicago picking first, Houston second, so on and so forth. Yeah. How far down the list you would go as teams build these franchises based off free agent players before you get to a pick that's not a quarterback, or before you get to Dak Prescott? So here's the list of players. Number 1, Chicago Bears take
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes, easy. Number 2, the Houston Texans take
Joe Burrow.
One of the two, or Allen.
Joe Burrow. Number 3, the Cardinals take Josh Allen. And now you start going, okay, those are clearly the top 3. Does anybody else start working their way in here? Not for a little bit. Number 4, the Indianapolis Colts select Jalen Hurts. Number 5, Denver Broncos take Aaron Rodgers. 6, the Rams
and
take.
This is like for a year?
This is for like, you basically want to win now.
Okay.
Number 6, the Rams take Trevor Lawrence. Number 7, the Raiders take Justin Herbert. Number 8, Lamar Jackson goes to the Falcons.
Okay,
we're 8 picks in now.
Is anybody surprised that Lawrence was over Herbert?
Yes.
Yes.
And what about Rodgers over both?
Yes.
Depending on if he's alive or dead. Physically. The Jets leaked uniforms just came out. I like them.
You do? Okay. I never cared for the uniforms that they had when we were kids. I like the ones that they had like the late 90s, early 2000s, like the Joe Namath uniforms. I never cared for one that just said Jets on the side.
Yeah.
I like all these throwbacks, man.
Throwbacks do look good, though, for the most part.
I wasn't a huge fan of the Cleveland one. It was okay. But I love the Oilers ones coming back. Those are great. I've always loved those uniforms. Number 9, the Carolina Panthers select Dak Prescott.
Wow.
So Dak Prescott would be, at least according to this, if you just put every player in a pool, and I don't think that's wrong. Dak Prescott probably does go in the top 10 picks of the NFL if everybody got thrown into a free agent pool where it's like, oh, we just got our pick and choosing?
Yeah.
Because you got to get a quarterback. To me, I think the first 32 picks should be quarterbacks.
Yep.
I guess I'm really surprised that no one did an Aaron Donald thing. Snuck him in there.
Number 10, the New Orleans Saints say, we don't need a quarterback. We haven't had one for forever. What does it matter? They take.
We got Taysom Hill.
Aaron Donald, defensive tackle. Number 11, which means the 10th quarterback, a top 10 quarterback, Sean Sharif. The Tennessee Titans take Justin Fields. This is the one that is most perplexing of anybody's.
And who put this list together?
Chad Reuter at NFL.com.
Mm-hmm. I want to know. I'm looking up Justin Fields' agent. I really am.
It's David Mulugeta.
Okay, that's the guy you said.
That's Micah's agent. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this guy's a freaking genius. This is the best thing he's ever done. Is this Justin Fields offseason hype plan?
He's got it down. And
I don't
then
know who he got to, but now, isn't Willie Getter the one in trouble for like paying off?
No. The one being accused of that is David Cantor, Marcus Lawrence's agent.
Okay, my bad.
Number 12 is
Enos's brother.
The Cleveland Browns take Deshaun Watson. Okay, that makes sense. So those are kind of after that, you start getting into people start taking other position players. First receiver to go is actually Tyreek Hill. He goes 13 to the Jets. Then you get Nick Bosa. Different players come off the board. 15, the second Cowboy goes. It's Micah Parsons as an edge rusher. By the time the Cowboys get to their pick, there are a few other picks that go down here. But the time the Cowboys get to their pick, which is all the way down at 27. And again, if you're talking about winning now, you got to build with quarterbacks right out of the gate.
Yeah, who's the quarterback available to them?
The quarterbacks that went after the last one in Deshaun Watson.
Give us the white deck.
Kirk Cousins at 19 to the Buccaneers. Tua to the Dolphins at 21. And then no other quarterbacks. So you're basically getting the 14th best quarterback by the time you pick. And they have the Dallas Cowboys selecting with TJ Watt on the board, Chris Jones on the board, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, Geno Smith, Stephon Diggs.
Wow.
Okay.
Boy, is there anything that would make you look like a dumber organization than if you said, all right, we got to win now. Let's, with our only bit of capital, take Stephon Diggs.
There's no tackle. There's no Trent Williams before?
No, so Trent Williams went ahead of them as well. He was the only tackle, I think, that had gone. Yeah, Trent Williams went 17 to Pittsburgh. But it's just interesting that if you were to...
Chop, do you think that receiver is the second most important position now in football?
Interesting. Probably. Although, the thing is, like, the receiver, you can have a great receiver. You need somebody to throw to him.
Yeah.
I honestly think, left tackle still. I'll probably put 2, yeah.
Very interesting. Just a couple of the other notes before we bounce around. You've got the 49ers taking Zach Martin at pick 35. That's the next Cowboy to go off the list. So in the top 35, the Cowboys only get 3 picks. It's Dak at 9, Micah Parsons at 15, and then Zach Martin. And then you get deep into the second round before even somebody like CeeDee Lamb shows up. He gets picked by the Commanders at 49. But just sort of an interesting exercise when I thought about it, because it's like that is a good way to tell how much do people value if you can win now with Dak, because if you put them in this pool and just said go draft him, and I do think it's reasonable to say that he would go in the top 10. All right, Jimmy Garoppolo.
By the way, let me give this Mina Kimes clip real quick.
Yeah.
Mina Kimes, who many people love, on her podcast, she was talking about Dak using his legs more compared to what he used to do.
I understand that Dak's pocket presence, his pre-snap cognition is his superpower. I would like to see him run more and make more plays with his legs. He's so good when he does it. We were talking about Daniel Jones's efficiency numbers running the ball. Dak was 3rd in EPA per carry, 3rd on 3rd down, 3rd with 6 yards to go. So it wasn't just like he was, in short yardage having successful runs. And yet ranked below Mac Jones in rushing attempts. When he scrambled and threw, he was 1st in yards per dropback, 2nd in passer rating, 3rd in CPOE. And yet, again, behind Mac Jones and Matt Ryan and Dalton, it's like he doesn't want to do it, but I wish he would do it more, because in his own words, I think he said, I'm a big mother. You are a big mother. Like, you're an athlete. I just wish he would do it more, because I think it would be that final last little piece that kind of puts this offense over the edge.
Yeah, I think that injury changed his career. I think it changed how he operated, and that was too bad, because when it was Jason Garrett and Linehan, like, they didn't run him much, but he was a little more Russell Wilson. Like, they definitely ran him in the red zone. They run him when they needed to, and he was very efficient, as you said, and that is a missing piece.
It is.
This is also why local coverage matters, because it's easy for Mina Kimes to sit there and assess it a certain way when, why is he not doing it? It's like he doesn't want to. Well, A, yeah, it's very clear that there's some hesitancy there, but B, like, anybody who's been around Dallas and has listened to Cowboys coverage anywhere, here or anywhere else, is going to know how much Jerry has basically insinuated, we have told him to stop running.
What would it be? His 5th year, 6th?
So I get it.
As he gets to his 5th year.
It's the little nuances. I understand. That's what, that's why when we go to, we don't just sit here and preview the Buccaneers on our own or whoever else. We call somebody who's covering the team, because they have that stuff that goes, oh, that's the stuff we can't look up on a calculator or look up on the news sheet or whatever else. But that's just what it is. Jerry has basically, they've told him to stop. They basically said that publicly. They've told him to stop running.
I hate it, though. I mean, I'd rather a shorter career, but a higher peak. Because, when you're a running quarterback is so invaluable.
I've always felt like you overrated Dak's running. He didn't run that much. He's not. It's a surprise threat when he at the 10 runs that QB draw. Effective, but if he wants to throw to run to throw a little bit, fine. But
he picks his spots well.
Yeah,
or did.
That's the thing. It's not overrated as running. You want him to run enough where they have to designate a defender to him. It's not that you want. It's not saying he has to run 10, 15 times a game. He has to run enough that the threat means that you're playing 11 on 10 on every play. And they don't do that. They don't do that enough. And even a guy who runs 6 times a game, 4 times a game, runs enough to have that guy be keyed on. You've got to be able to designate a defender on him. And that's what's lost.
Jimmy G?
All the questions about Jimmy G's foot. He had one of the most discussed injuries this offseason after he had the drama of trying to get his contract done. There were some questions. Was he going to pass his physical? He did pass his physical with the Raiders. And so he is in camp ready to mid us all to death once again.
Mid us.
Yes, that's what he does, man. And then finally here, Dan Campbell and Jared Goff want RJ Choppy to just shut up. They want you to stop talking about him, Chop, okay? Dan Campbell gave interviews to ESPN this week. Jared Goff talked to the media. They were asking him, hey, what do you guys think about all this hype? Y'all are like the hot pick right now. And Dan Campbell said, this hype train has gotten out of control, and it's become a little aggressive. Now, this could be a little bit of the don't take the cheese, don't eat the cheese, the old Parcells line about talk about you. But Jared Goff made a good point in media availability where he said, guys, look, it's a little difficult when you basically went 500 last year and you missed the playoffs to feel like it's hard to feel really cocky about that heading into this year. We like our team. We like what we're doing, but it is difficult to sit here and say, oh yeah, we got this thing locked down. We're the sexy pick when we've got to make the playoffs first as a group. We haven't even done that yet.
That's what happens when you're 8-2 in your final 10. I mean, like you're going to get that. But yeah, it is right. Like they haven't done anything yet. And this is the tough part that Campbell's got to deal with. They have never. When was the last time the Lions were the hunted? Like
I saw what you did there.
Never in the jungle.
Yeah.
Or in the desert or wherever they're.
Never. All right, let's get you set for the Oklahoma legend. He is the coach of the defending champs in the XFL. Let's talk about the XFL Combine and some college football with Bob Stoops. Whale alert. Coach Stoops joins us next on The Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Clean way, green way.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the fan cam. Shout out to Tolo Adam, who just came in and finally fixed our water situation.
Yes.
What a way to start the final hour on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell on 105.3 The Fan, joined by the coaching legend. You know him from his college days. You also know him from the champions in the XFL, Arlington Renegades head coach, former Oklahoma Sooner, always, I guess, current Oklahoma Sooner, Bob Stoops on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm great, guys. Good to be with you.
Do you get the itch with all the media days and all the headlines that are being created? You ever get the itch that you just want to stand up there and face all those questions?
You mean, do I miss talking season? Not at all.
Is there anything you miss about the media? You think if all coaches could just do away with the media, they just would forever?
Well, that's not true. I always thought I had a good relationship with the media guys. It's part of the job. You know, let's face it, you got to promote your school, your university, your program, and no better way to do it than to be out there with the media sometimes. Now, is it our favorite thing in the world? No. I mean, we think all us coaches just love football too much, and we'd all like to just stay in our little caves and watch football and think football. But, there's more to it than that.
What has changed more over the last 20 or so years? What is it? Is it the coverage that Talking Season got, or is it the change in recruiting?
I think both have changed a lot in the last 20 years. I mean, recruiting's year round now. It used to be this season, that season, different parts of the year, but not anymore. It's year round, and really media coverage is year round. I mean, you're constantly, involved with the media. So they both are just year round jobs nowadays.
Coach, congratulations on the championship. Your early experiences in the XFL in terms of your enjoyment level and how you see the league progressing.
Yeah, I loved it. I had we all did, team, players, coaches, all, just had a great experience. Our ownership group has just been outstanding. All our leadership, from our president on down have been great. And felt like the league really, as the games went on, everybody got better, which is natural. The more you play together, the better, especially offensively. There's more and more production by the end of the year than early. And I just thought, the attendance was up as the year went on. Coverage was great. So over and over, I just thought it was, was a great experience, and really believe it was a great start for our league, and believe it's just going to get better and better as we go.
The XFL Combine is going to be held here on July 25th through the 27th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. Is that anything that surprised you, like when you came into the job and you started dealing with some of these players? I know one of the things they talk about with alternative football leagues is, hey, in order for it to be sustainable, you have to have real talent, genuine talent that people can, get excited about. And that's something that the XFL, it feels like, has been able to sustain better than previous leagues have. Were you surprised by the amount of talent you guys were able to accrue?
Not really, because I'm always, if you think about it, and I've said this a lot, you just think of the last 5 or 10 guys cut from every 32 NFL football teams. Those last 5-10 guys cut are really good football players, that almost make it into that league. It's just such a, they keep those rosters so tight in the NFL that there's a lot of really good football players that are just on the fringes of the league, and we've got a lot of those guys. And so I love going to practice every day, watching our players. I mean, they make great plays. There's a lot of talent. They love the game, and how hard and how important it is to them. So all of it together, there's a lot of good football players out there.
Would you say 25%, half the players in the XFL are NFL caliber players or higher?
Well, I mean, they're not if they're not in the NFL, right?
Right.
That's kind of, it goes without saying. All I'm saying is they're on the fringes of it, and they're very, there's a lot of really talented guys, and let's face it, there's probably, I don't know, we got 50, 60 guys that are all going to NFL camps that were around our league just, a few months ago. I know Darren Evans, our cornerback, is all set to go to camp with somebody. So, there's a lot of guys that are going to get another opportunity with the NFL, and that's what we want.
The 2024 XFL season going to kick off in February. Season tickets going to go on sale August 1st. You can go to xfl.com/tickets for more information. Coach, how many requests have you had for your friends and family to meet The Rock?
None, because they know that's not my job. So
did you know? Were you ever a wrestling fan at any point in time in your life?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, JR is a good dear friend of mine here in Norman, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So if you're going to know JR, you got to follow wrestling. So that guy's world famous. But so yeah, I've kept up with it to some degree, and heck, everybody knows who Dwayne Johnson is or The Rock is. So he's been great to work with. And really, Danny Garcia and Jerry Cardinal ownership is really invested. Wonderful people to work with, and so it's been a great experience.
We're talking with Bob Stoops here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Coach, when there's this discussion right now at the NFL level about running back valuation, and there's discussion about how much they're being paid and everything like that. Obviously not ask you to weigh in on the specifics of contracts or anything like that, but just in general, what is your thought or your philosophy on the running game and how you think it just fits into X's and O's and an overall game plan, in this day and age?
It's no matter what, it's always a critical part of anyone's game plan. If you can run the football and you have any kind of quarterback, you're going to, the balance to me has always been the most difficult to handle and to deal with, balanced attack. And, so they go hand in hand. But, I was asked this earlier today, too, and I just think today's world, though, the quarterback is the guy. Back in the old days, the quarterback didn't matter as much. He just turned and handed the ball off. That's not today's football, so the quarterback is the one who, run and pass anymore, that really rules the game. And, and if you have a really good line, there's a lot of running backs that can really do well. And I think that's the deal. And I don't care who you are as a running back, if you don't have an O-line, you're not going very far. So I don't know. It is what it is. The market value, and certain guys will dictate a certain price and others won't. That's just the way it goes.
Coach, your Sooners are heading to the SEC after this year. Is this emotional for you? Is it sad? Are you excited? Take us through those emotions.
Emotions? Emotional about what? No, I'm excited about it. I think it's great. You imagine, our stadiums. Again, we got an 85,000, 86,000 seat stadium that needs to stay full. I don't think we'll have any problem with the likes of Alabama on its way in the first year, and whoever else. I mean, Florida coming to town, or Georgia, or Arkansas, on and on. That's going to guarantee a full stadium, suites sold out, on and on. So it's gonna be a big boost. It's going to be exciting, and I know OU will be ready for it.
One of the big things that was talked about at media days was the transfer portal and changes to it. What kind of changes do you think should be made to the changes that have already been made to the sport with the transfer portal and the NIL?
I'm not involved in it day to day like these other guys, so it wouldn't be right for me to even have an opinion because I'm not living it. But I would sure listen to the guys that are living it, that have to deal with it day in and day out. And if they had, some ideas to put some kind of guardrails or some parameters around it, they would know best. And but it sure seems to me from the outside looking in that it needs some kind of parameter, some kind of, it needs some kind of guardrails around it to make it work for everyone. And there needs to be something, too, these, what no one ever talks about is the guys that enter the transfer portal and leave and don't get picked up, that all of a sudden don't have a place to go. And that's not great for them. That in the end wasn't a great decision on their part to walk away from the scholarship and end up not having one.
Coach, obviously, like you just mentioned, you're thrilled, you're excited as somebody so connected to the OU program about the move to the SEC. But if there's one thing that's maybe a little bit a little sad, are you going to miss the discussion that was there in the last couple weeks? Are you going to miss that Oklahoma State rivalry every year?
Well, sure, but it's the world changes. Little by little. That's just what's happened, and heck. The biggest rival, one of the all-time best ever, was OU Nebraska, right? And then we got different divisions. We didn't play every year, and then they go to the Big Ten, and OU Nebraska went away. So that you got to keep moving, keep changing, keep doing the best you can, and it's unfortunate because everybody, it's a great game here in the state, but. Anyway, you just got to do what's best for your university and your program and keep moving forward.
The XFL Combine will be held from July 25th through the 27th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. It's going to be live streamed on the XFL's YouTube channel starting at 8:30 a.m. There's going to be giveaways. They got merchandise, 2024 tickets, and, of course, the season kicking off in February. Coach, we appreciate your time as always. Congrats on the title, and good luck with the upcoming season.
Appreciate it, guys. Good to be with you.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach. Hook 'em.
Stop it.
I knew Bobby Longhorn.
Oh, stop it.
Bobby Longhorn had to chime in there at the end of that. So here he is. I mean, he's settled in here with the XFL.
Yeah.
He's never talked about really going back to college.
No.
Well, I mean, and just think about the fact that, settled in. You can see that by the fact that he was in place in 2020. Everything went away after COVID. The league, kind of was put on hold. And then yet 3 years later, he still came back and was ready for it. So it definitely seems like he's bought in here.
877-881-1053. He's also like the spokesperson for Oklahoma. When Lincoln's leaving and he gets up there and talks in front of the crowds. He's still obviously a walking god there, but I should have asked him if he's a better griller than Lincoln Riley. Dang it. That's what I meant to ask.
I mean,
because Lincoln's butchering
a 10-year-old
proteins. He'd butcher you could throw your meat on the sidewalk out here, just toss it, and it would get cooked better than Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, was there any? I don't know. Is there still any tension there after Lincoln split to USC?
Oh, I thought you meant with RJ and RJ's questions. I thought he was, he was trying to mock Choppy's questions there in that interview.
I think that's because he knows Choppy's a Tennessee fan and knows Heupel going back to Tennessee. Yeah, it's a Heupel thing, and so he's got nothing to do with you.
Why Bobby thinks we should be more worried about the Rangers ace than Corey Seager being hurt again. We'll explain it on your Home of the Rangers next. But we were just talking about that heat outside.
com. The 1-0 pitch is driven into deep right field. DeLuca on the move again. He dives, and it's out of his glove. It rolls onto the track. Altman picks it up. Jankowski has scored. Here comes Lowe. He scores standing up. 2-run double for Jonah Heim to the warning track in right center. The Rangers get a couple back and trail 4-2.
That was huge. Real close to an embarrassing sweep at the hands of the Dodgers. They fall behind 4-0. We're getting ready to run Martin Perez out of town, but that was huge from Jonah Heim, and the Rangers come back without Corey Seager, without Adolis Garcia, and get one from the Dodgers. They're 3 games up, and man, this feels mega tonight. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. Rangers against the Astros. The armpit took 3 of 4 from Oakland. Before we get to that, we got some NFL notes coming in. Nyheim Hines suffering a significant knee injury off-site and is expected to miss the entire season. So this is the first major training camp injury in the National Football League. Bills running back Nyheim Hines, Tom Pelissero added this. While sitting stationary on a jet ski, Hines was struck by another rider and sustained serious but non-life-threatening injuries, will require surgery. So he got hit while sitting on a jet ski by somebody else. Ouch. Ouch.
Bobby, real quick, do most contracts have like a no water sports clause in them?
I don't know if they would have something drilled down that specifically. Obviously, a lot of contracts will include stuff about pickup basketball and some other things. I don't know if something as specific as a jet ski, if they would have had that.
I hope it doesn't.
We have a report from The Athletic that Chris Jones wants $30 million a year in Kansas City.
Did he switch to quarterback? I don't remember that. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that story.
$30 million a season. The request. Aaron Donald makes $31 a year. So before we laugh at 30, Donald makes 31.
He doesn't even want Aaron Donald money, and he's about as good as Aaron Donald. I mean, he really is.
I mean, he makes the playoffs more than Aaron does.
All right, the Rangers are going to skip Nathan Eovaldi for this series. Evan Grant says the velocity was down in his last outing despite success, and it looks like the rotation is going to be John Gray, TBD, Owen White, or Cody Bradford, and then Heaney and Bobby, you did a little homework, and you've decided that worrying about Eovaldi is higher up on your list than worrying about Seager, who is out. No structural damage, but Corey Seager resting for a week, and then they'll see where it goes. Right thumb sprain on the IL.
Yeah, it's look, Corey Seager obviously I think is a more important player. He's a better player. I mean, you could make the argument Eovaldi's more important just in terms of he's the only reliable thing they have right now in the rotation that you feel comfortable with. But, you know, Seager's is short term. Everything we're hearing right now is that he'll be back. He'll be ready to go. This is the second time this year that there's been some concern with Eovaldi's velocity. And the Rangers have shown consistently. They did it with Joe Barlow. They did it earlier with Eovaldi. I can't remember who else they did this with. Somebody else this year, same sort of thing. That if velocity goes down, the Rangers do take notice. They do put a pause and say, okay, this is something we need to take a look at. And so part of the issue here is Eovaldi had said previously when his velocity went down that it was mechanical. That, it's just due to mechanics, nothing else. Well, through the first 14 starts of this year, he had 6 games of at least 102 pitches thrown. From 2019 to 2022, when he started 75 times, he had 7 games with 102 pitches. So he crammed in work that he had done in 4 years combined. He did that in the first 14 starts of the year. And so I went back. I was just curious. I was like, what does his velocity look like at the beginning of games, end of games, and just at some markers along the way? And so his first start of the year was against the Phillies. And in the first inning, his average fastball velocity, 96.5. Strong, solid. He's usually sitting around 96. He can get all the way up to 98 at times. I think maybe once or twice he's hit 99, but it's not common for him. He threw 82 pitches that day. His final 5 pitches were all fastballs, and they were all averaging 95.5. So it's like, okay, you're into that game, started the season, great. Get to start 6 against the Yankees. This is his first complete game of the year. This is when he threw over 100 pitches. First time he threw 100 pitches on the year. He went 9 innings, threw 113 pitches. The first inning fastball velocity was, again, 96.5. He touched 98 twice. His final 3 fastballs in the 9th inning on 100 pitches on his arm were 97, 98, and 98.
He was running on adrenaline at that point.
He was feeling it. So you get to start 10. This was his second complete game of the season. This was the end of a 5-game stretch where he pitched at least 7 innings. He had, out of 4 of these 5 games, during this 5-game stretch, he was averaging 106 pitches per outing. And his fastball velocity was 96 in the first inning. That's what he averaged. He hit 97 3 times. Little bit lower in the 9th inning, but it's not much. He threw his 4-seamer for 95 and 94. That's where it started becoming a concern, where you've overworked him potentially 5 straight starts. Have you worn his arm out? Because it was just a few weeks later against the White Sox where his fastball velocity started to get them concerned. Because he's routinely sitting at 96 in the first inning of every start. Sometimes he gets it up to 98, like we said. His first pitch of the day was a 92-mile-per-hour fastball. And he topped out at 95 in the first inning. On the day, his average fastball was 93.5, and that was a drop from 95.5 5 days earlier against the Angels. So again, he said it was mechanical. It seemed like maybe that was the case because he bounced back a little bit. His next few, I think the next start he was still low, but the next few starts after that, he bounced back. And then it was last week against the Rays. That's where, all right, we've got an issue now. His first inning fastball velocity averaged 93 miles per hour. And for the entire outing, his fastball averaged 92.6. That is a full 4-mile-per-hour velocity drop from the Yankees game on April 29th when he had his first complete game. And so in that game against the Yankees, he had a stretch of 8 straight fastballs that were 97 or higher. And in this game against the Rays, he had back-to-back fastballs to start the 3rd inning that were 91 and 90 miles per hour.
That's the way baseball goes.
This is where you'll see your numbers department, whatever, focus on spin rates and velocity and movement and all that stuff.
Yep.
Because in the old school, if you saw a guy go 6 innings, 0 runs, they're not skipping him the next start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
6 innings, 0, because it's results based. 6 innings, 0 runs. Hey, it's a great day. But if your vertical drop or your movement or your spin rate or velocity is not where it should be that they believe for a major league pitcher, they're going to make a change. And that's what the Rangers did. This is a great find on the staff, the front office, to see that, okay, yeah, he went 6 innings, no runs against a really good team. But this was bad, this was bad, this was bad. Let's skip him. Reset his arm. Maybe we give him maybe he's got a dead arm. I'll tell you this. If you could drop your fastball 4 miles an hour and shut out a first-place team, it's not bad.
This is something that, if you look at over the course of his career, which I was just looking at Baseball Savant, I was curious what it was. His lowest average fastball velocity over an entire season for his career, the worst season he ever had, was 95.7. So, I mean, when you're talking about all of a sudden over the course of a month or two, you're dropping down to 92 miles per hour for your average velocity in a game. You're barely touching 90 in the 3rd inning against the Rays. It's great that he had the performance that he did. And it shows that he's gutsy, and I absolutely love it. He has been one of the best signings in baseball. You could argue probably he's been the best signing in baseball this offseason in terms of impact relative to price and everything else. But man, this is a little scary because this is twice now in a month that they think they've had something fixed, and all of a sudden the velocity has a significant drop.
And I'm looking at the market. I'm just every weekend, what are the Rangers doing? But what are the possible targets doing? And it was not good for all of the possible participants in the hot stove. Max Scherzer, blown up again. Lance Lynn, blown up again. The guys in Pittsburgh, blown up again. Marcus Stroman's last start was not very good. So not everyone is putting their best foot forward for the Rangers to come a-calling this past weekend, or maybe they're just intentionally trying to lower the price.
That's exactly it. Look, Texas is a destination site now, okay? Y'all get used to it. The Texas Rangers are where people want to go, and so the way they get there is they go, I got to play bad enough that they want to get rid of me.
Right.
And that's exactly what Mitch Keller's doing. That's what David Bednar did yesterday over the weekend for the Pirates. It's what Max Scherzer's doing. It all makes sense.
Go ahead.
And we're losing teams. We're losing teams here.
Yes.
Seattle, their general manager, DePoto, basically is saying, you know what? We didn't really put ourselves in a good position in April and May. I don't think we're going to dip our toe that deep into the market. Now, maybe this is posturing.
Yeah.
Maybe this is posturing, but basically what we say is like, we're going to do, if we're going to get better, if we're going to make a trade, it's going to be for somebody who has team control longer term, not like an Ohtani type. That's good. They probably wouldn't go for a Scherzer or Verlander either because of that as well. But they're going to be looking at the buying and selling at the same time because they don't think they're there yet. They made the playoffs last year. I think he thinks that buys them a little bit of time to have a step back. So that's huge because if it's from an Ohtani perspective, that's one of the markets that I think many people are like, that's a sleeper. It's a sleeper market for Ohtani. They have prospects to be able to go get him, whatever. They also, there were some injuries that just happened with that team. So maybe they're out of it. Unless this is posturing, DePoto seems to think, and he's saying, we're probably not going to dip our toe into it this year. That's one less bit of competition.
I want 3 teams I want to watch how they struggle over the next few weeks. And that's the Mets, that's the Pirates, that's the Padres. Those are the teams you're looking at to try and say, can you be discouraging enough that you guys lose confidence? The Pirates came out of the break. They lost 5 in a row. The Mets have lost 3 of 4. The Padres came out. They lost 3 of their first 4. They've bounced back a little bit the last couple games against Toronto and Detroit. But those are the teams I'm watching to go on losing skids in the next week or two to hopefully push them.
Yeah, and I also look and from the buying perspective, I want to see, does Baltimore get some separation from Tampa? Is Houston going to make a move? What about Miami? Are they going to make a move? Would the Yankees make a move? Is Boston going to stay in it? Both those teams are 2 out of the wild card. If they're going to be in it, those are teams that have the payroll flexibility. Is Boston, New York. They have payroll flexibility. They could buy some players. They could take on big contracts.
Fred McGriff and Scott Rowland go into the Baseball Hall of Fame yesterday, but Tolo D just sent me the potential class for next year. Eligible 2024 ballot. Newcomers. Adrian Beltre, Adrian Gonzalez, Joe Mauer, Chase Utley, David Wright. Beltre, Adrian Gonzalez, Mauer, Utley, and David Wright. Returning players. These are guys that receive more than 25% of the vote on the 23 ballot. Carlos Beltran, Todd Helton, Andrew Jones, Manny Ramirez, Billy Wagner, Gary Sheffield, and A-Rod. What do we think about that ballot?
Need to put Helton in, damn it. Helton belongs.
Helton definitely belongs. Look, I think...
It's like you're punching a little person.
Yes.
Mauer
ranks 7th among all catchers in this Hall of Fame monitor. If you were just like, look at the numbers.
All time?
All time. I think Joe Mauer's a lock. Should be a lock. I would absolutely vote him in, along with Beltre.
Now, we've always debated Andrew Jones. You think Andrew Jones should be in?
I do. I'm trying to like during our childhood, like he was always. Now Griffey was like obviously the best player, but for like defensive center field, everyone's like, man, Andrew Jones, best defensive center fielder that there is. I think Andrew Jones should be in, but looking at some of his numbers, they don't hold up. I don't believe as high as I thought they were going to. So I don't know that he may be one of these players like a McGriff that doesn't stand the test of time, and he's going to take a while to get in.
He hit more home runs than I thought he did, though. He hit 434.
Schefter, 14 minutes ago, C.J. Gardner-Johnson suffered a non-contact knee injury during Monday's Lions practice before being carted off. Brutal. So the Philly fans are coming. Right? He's the one who said the Philly fans were trash.
Yep.
So the Lions losing CGJ. Boom. Getting carted off. Don't make no injury drops. No injury drops.
It was the A-Rod. It was just delayed a little bit.
Pay-Rod over here. Petty Russell and Pay-Rod.
Petty Russell.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next.
Let's get you over to Hey.
A masterpiece for the Monday edition on
Monday.
DFW Sports Station. Corey Majors, you wanted to call in at 5:48 this morning?
Yeah, I can't remember what y'all were talking about though.
Oh,
because it's been, I ran, so like since then, I've forgotten. But I just remember whatever y'all were saying.
Was it about?
Did you get away?
Oppenheimer or Barbie? RJ?
Maybe it was 6:05.
The South Lake protest.
Could have been like 6:05.
Messi?
Yeah. Choppy said, yeah, it was something about Messi, and I was excited about it. Either way, I told O2, and I also want to add this, guys. I tweeted something out on Friday, and I said had, all right? And there were a lot of people that are like, what is happening to your show? Nothing. We're here. We're doing great. Our station is freaking. I almost said another word.
Is the tweet still up?
Yes.
He basically said, we had a good run.
No, I didn't say we had a good run. It's somewhere, something along
Are we
the
making major changes too?
Here you go.
And pretending like nothing's wrong?
No, we have plenty of
we're
attention.
stable here.
We're doing just fine. I was very,
as far as you know,
we were heading into the weekend. Our show has been kicking ass. Like, we've been really enjoying this. And I just wanted to say thank you. So I said, thank you, Tolos, who have had fun with us.
Oh, no.
Here's where we would direct you to a site that has all our content, because usually you're just like, hey, here, go check this out. But just want to say thanks. We've worked hard since our weekend show in May of 2011.
It was to a Patreon.
To build a big table of friends who want to sit around and talk sports and things. And that's all I said.
Sounds like a podcast
Yeah.
to me. Sounds like a podcast.
No, we're doing good right now. We're happy.
I really enjoyed these crosstalks, Sean. It's been super fun.
Well, everyone that we crosstalk with eventually changes, so why not? I thought we've had good crosstalks in the past, but it keeps changing.
Is this the best crosstalk, though?
No.
It's pure gold.
My God, what the hell, Sean?
Pure
gold as always. Jeez, dude.
So dismissive.
We may not be the love of your life, but we're the love right now. All right? At least treat us that way.
Love the one you're with.
right.
That's what Crosby, Stills, and Nash said.
I'm going to save this crosstalk. You ready for ratings?
Save it.
So, Sean, you ate the eggs on Friday?
Yeah.
They were good.
Bobby's eggs.
So I had to text. I will now say this since you guys didn't get me, but I thought you might have got me. I texted Kevin because Kevin wouldn't eat the eggs because he thought that they were messed with.
I thought I watched you take a bite.
Oh, you thought I was. I've gotten in your head about the Bonds thing. You thought I was trying to mess with you.
You saw me eating that.
He handed.
Man, I watched too many things, and I thought maybe you took some semblance of an antidote ahead of time. I'm not really sure.
I just thought you were being picky.
So wait, I gave you a new fork, handed it to you, and you just passed it along?
Correct. Yes. And I took a bite. Obviously, I enjoyed your eggs. They were perfectly made. You. And then after the show was over, you also gave me like a Think Thin bar.
Oh, and you thought, yeah.
So I had no problem during the show. Fine. But as I got into the car, my stomach started bugging me.
Same with me when I got home.
That's not it.
I
knew it! I had the next day.
Did you?
For Saturday morning, yeah.
You have that every day.
And
no,
so
I did have pizza, though.
I didn't eat the eggs, and I was fine.
I ate the eggs, and I was fine.
You're immune.
And so I thought...
I took the antidote.
I knew it.
Kevin didn't eat them, and he told me, well, he could have maybe messed with them in the kitchen. And so I got home and had a little diarrhea. Very Chan-Ho Park of me.
Mike says, let me save this crosstalk.
He is doing
He did it.
You know,
He did it.
You know what this means, Sean? This means even though we felt like it failed, it means it was a success because now they are literally overthinking every single interaction.
Well,
it's a success.
I texted Kevin. I said, did you see Sean take a bite of the eggs? And he said, I'm pretty sure I did, but I can't confirm because I get it. Like, that's not something that's going to stick into your brain.
I wouldn't watch you the whole time and be like, you better swallow that.
Yeah. I mean, I basically ate the whole pot in front of everyone. But I will tell you Bobby's really sick, demented thought that he brought up having to do with your bars.
Oh, yeah.
That is funny you bring up the Think Thin bar because he probably was joking. I was like, how do we really get him back now? Since Mike was going like, no big deal. I'm not worried about it. I was like, all right, I know what we're going to do. I'm going to go take a needle, right?
Oh, Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna dip it in Da Bomb hot sauce, and then I'm gonna poke it up through one of the bars, and then take it out, and then like Mike's gonna be in the middle of a second, he's gonna bite in the middle of it, just like all of a sudden his mouth's gonna be on fire.
I would definitely spit that out, like
cyanide.
a heart attack.
You can spit it out. It's hot. You'll still.
I
feel
am
it.
scared of Da Bomb because I do watch that the Hot Wings interviews, and that's the one that they always get them with. Even the ones that they say have more Scoville units, everybody is not affected as much as Da Bomb is the one that gets everybody.
I just thought, getting a needle and injecting through his, I'm like,
it was something I was saying as a joke. I didn't really do it.
It's very Halloween.
Although I think when you said Bobby gave me a thin bar, I think that's Sean was immediately going, oh no, he really did it.
No.
Yeah.
I said
I was thinking.
I said, man,
You said you wouldn't, you monster.
what's coming up on the show?
Man, all of it.
What?
It's going to be awesome. Rangers won yesterday. That's awesome, right?
What about all those other problems, though?
No, everything's
I was
fine.
worried after 4-0. I'm like, all right, we just got we got sunned a little bit here.
Dude,
Same here. And the Dodger fans were tremendous. I was talking to Dave Roberts yesterday.
Well,
and I said, Dave, I don't remember when I was on the Mets, I pitched against the Dodgers. And I was like, I do not remember. There were some Dodger fans in New York, but it wasn't any big deal. Like usually Philly fans were louder in New York. Obviously, when it was the Subway Series, it was a 50-50 crowd. But I was like, and he's like, Mike, kind of since social media and since we keep making the playoffs, like it's like this almost everywhere we go.
Wow.
And the Dodger fans continue the Let's Go Dodgers chant. So when a dude hits a double, they know we're going to now do Let's Go Dodgers through this whole next at bat. We're going to try to keep the momentum for our team going. And I was like, man, the Dodger fans did a tremendous job. Now, obviously, they were silenced after that grand slam home run. You didn't hear many Dodger chants going throughout the game because the Rangers did a great job of really threats weren't there throughout the game. The Dodgers weren't getting a lot of people on base. They were losing the game. But, man, the Dodger fans, like,
What
the first 2
percentage
days
were in there, you think? 20?
Oh, no. 40?
Oh.
It was close to a 50-50 crowd for all 3 games. Now, the Ranger fans were great that were there, but the Dodgers had a lot more things to cheer about. And the Dodger fans, because they do travel well, they do have a lot of fans in other cities, and including here. I mean, think about the way that the California has taxed their people and how horrible it is with their housing market and everything.
Very bad. Very bad. Very bad.
A lot of companies have moved to Texas. I mean, that's how Frisco and north of Frisco has grown so much, is California companies have come to our Metroplex. So probably some of those people are Dodger fans. So they do have people that do live here that are Dodger fans, but they also, I think, travel well. But they kind of know how to cheer. They know how to keep the momentum going throughout a game, and they did a good job of the Let's Go Dodgers. If you guys do go to a Dodgers game while we're in Oxnard, you'll see how they keep Let's Go Dodger chants going throughout the game, especially when they feel like momentum has been created in the game.
Oh yeah, you gotta go see Ellie De La Cruz.
Out cheered by LA fans. That's pretty sad.
Dodger fans, like,
that's bad.
They're legit though.
Yeah.
They're legit fans.
And also, I mean, the Dodger fan base there's a lot of Mexicans that cheer for the Dodgers. And when Julio Urias came into the game, now he didn't come into this series, when he came into the playoff games, because I went to a lot of the NLCS and the World Series when they took on the Braves and then they took on the Rays. When Urias would come into the game, it was even elevated to another level. So, there's a lot of Dodger fans that are here, and they did a great job of cheering throughout the series. Now, I will say yesterday was a different feel because the Rangers finally kind of took momentum away from the Dodger fans after the 3rd inning. It was primarily Rangers doing positive things and Dodgers not doing as many positive things.
When are you talking Messi, the Messi moment?
10-20.
Oh, so you are.
Heck yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah.
That was awesome,
wasn't it? Was it really? It was one goal from a guy that does that all the time. How they set it up for him. We'll do that at 10:20.
Wow.
Wanker of the weekend also at 11. Kevin has a very serious story to share that made him. He had to leave work.
Go over that
Friday.
in my head because I think I'm going to swear.
Yeah, you probably should.
And any interest in Barbie or Oppenheimer?
Barbenheimer?
Barbenheimer.
I am interested because of the baby and stuff. I didn't get to go see either one of them this weekend, but I do want to see both of them, and they crushed at the box office.
I'm going Sunday to see Oppenheimer in Oxnard because there's $5.50 tickets at a theater there.
How do you know that?
Because last year when my family came, we went to see a movie, and I was like, dude, these tickets are really cheap. Like, it's $10 more a ticket to see it in Dallas, Fort Worth. And then I found out on Sundays there's a movie theater that's $5.50 for a ticket. But I don't care at all for Barbie. I'm not going to see Barbie.
I didn't know Oppenheimer was supposed to be this big.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
Most people didn't. Like,
it's Nolan.
It's Christopher Nolan, but they were projecting like $50 million, and it opened at $80 million. But they underestimated Barbie too. So people were excited.
Apparently, there's I was reading today that because a lot of times these are in the theater next to it.
Yeah.
That when you're in the Barbie movie, you can hear when the atom bomb goes off in Oppenheimer, whole place starts rumbling. Yeah, I mean, it probably rumbles because Ryan Gosling takes his shirt off and everybody starts rumbling, but whatever.
We were in Las Colinas. We saw 3-4 different groups of women dressed up like Barbie because they were going to the movie. Like, it's been everywhere around town this weekend.
Adrian was like, we got to wear pink if we go. And I was like, no, we don't. I don't have to dress like a movie. That's not.
You've never dressed like one?
I don't think I ever have.
Never did Star Wars?
I'm not going to say that.
Don't be that guy.
That was his statement. I'm not going to say I never did.
You gonna wear the band shirt to the concert? No, don't be that guy.
What outfit have you worn to the movies, Kevin?
I've definitely been involved with Star Wars themed dress up and Jedi type things.
He didn't ask your bedroom behavior. He was
I'm
asking
dressing up for the Oxnard trip. I got my Oxnard hat ready to go.
He is 100% going to wear that.
No, he won't.
Yes, he will.
You will not sit during that show. You will not sit. You will not sit during that show.
He said he's going to do it during all the interviews.
Why is that logo off center though? Look directly at Sean. Does that not look off center?
It looks like a tiny bit this way
to
the left. A tiny bit.
That's our championship Chiefs, though, man. And I'm just going to say, hey, do you guys think you can get a hat with this logo on it?
And they'll say no. The Super Bowl logo changes every year. We're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece with Pat Mahomes next on The Fan.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you get caught up in Barbenheimer fever? 877-881-1053, as I believe both Carter and Reginald have given thumbs up, perhaps emphatic thumbs up, to both of those movies. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and the aforementioned Reginald Atatula in studio today as we get ready to head off to Oxnard tomorrow. Gentlemen.
Kevin, remember we used to have a segment called Should I Eat It?
I do.
And over the weekend, I had a Should I Eat It moment. All right. So usually what I'll do is I'll buy like a bag of boiled eggs. All right.
Okay.
You like boiled eggs?
Yes.
I'll bring them in.
Do you guys really like them or eat them because they're kind of soda approved good morning breakfast to get your
like
day?
eggs.
Probably a little bit of both, but I like them.
I'm a fan of eggs. I usually leave them in the fridge overnight or even over the weekend, and then they'll have them here all weekend.
Okay.
Over the weekend, I've also told Chiafalo, if you see eggs in there on Friday, you can have them. I was like, you can have the eggs. But I knew that they were out on Friday because they were at the game. So I grabbed my eggs, put them in my backpack, went home, left them there all weekend.
Oops.
And my question this morning was, should I eat it? And I did not. So far, I have not. But they are sitting on the counter at home just in case we want to try this and attempt it.
I know that eggs have gone up in price.
They haven't gone up that much.
They haven't gone up that much. Like you can get still for
More
about
eggs.
$2.99 to $3.99. You can get a dozen eggs.
But these are already boiled and shelled.
I understand.
Okay.
You're going to be willing to take that chance instead of just boiling 3 more eggs at, obviously for 3 eggs at most, you're looking at $1.
Mm-hmm.
So for 3, you're willing to possibly give yourself a stomach ache for 12 to 24 hours.
Should I eat it is less about what I'm willing to do and more about should I? And that's the question we're asking the Tolos. Should do the Tolos believe I should eat it or not? And Kevin, you say no.
You should.
Mike is shaking his head no. Reggie,
I'm agnostic, but on the Twitch, people are saying it sounds like a bet payoff, and I'm surprised that you have not tried to use this to help yourself out in the cupcake.
Oh yeah,
situation.
no, the cupcake thing I think is going to raise some money. That's what we're looking forward to this week, raising some money for NAMI North Texas. For every $1,000 raised, I will take a cupcake to the face from either a Cowboys player or Mike. Those are my 2 options. Or they can eat the cupcake. That's their option too. So there you go. That's going to be happening while we're in Oxnard this week.
Now, to go along with all of that, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 3 if we can, because it was a tough weekend, but the Rangers did get the win yesterday.
The 0-2. Sheehan delivers. Tavares cranks one up the alley in right center field. That drops for a base hit and rolls to the wall. Duran scores from third. Miller hits the bag. Tony Beasley waving him home. The relay throw to the plate is late. Miller slides in safely. It's a 2-run double for Leody Tavares, and the Rangers lead 7-4.
Now, they would go on to win 8-4, and I wanted to play that so we could be super positive and super pumped that they beat the Dodgers, and then we can talk about the other parts of it.
What do you mean?
All right.
This is a very good homestand here to start the break.
It was a great homestand.
It was a great homestand.
I don't think any of us predicted that you could be at 7-2 out of this thing. For one, my question, I guess, is which team are the Rangers? Are they the ones that lost 2 games to the Dodgers, a first place team, or the one that swept 2 first place teams?
Believe it or not, and this might sound weird, I think they can be both. I think they are both. Okay. Not can be. I think they are both. Because if you look back, like I realized Saturday was a freaking disaster across the board. Yeah. But if you look at Friday, you could have won that game. Like you were leading later in that game until the bullpen let you down again. Now I know Spee's making just his second appearance and he has to go through a plethora of all-stars again, but it was once more the bullpen that did in part let you down in that game on Friday. So I think they're both in terms of they can sweep a team, they can be competitive, and then they can have a bullpen loss.
Okay. I think what's really tough, if we just go directly to that Friday game, is that Bochy is left with right now, and it just is the way it is. He had to go rookie.
Yeah.
So with a game on the line against a team that, let's face it, the Dodgers are probably going to win that division again. The Dodgers could make a run in the playoffs, and you're like, hey, all right, game on the line. Here comes up future Hall of Famer Mookie Betts, future Hall of Famer Freddie Freeman, and then all-star Will Smith and all-star J.D. Martinez. And he's like, here's my option. I have Grant Anderson or I have Spees to start this inning off. And if things go wrong, I can go to either one of those guys or I can go to rookie Cody Bradford. Because I've used Leclerc, who struggled to get out of his inning, so I then had to use Brock Burke to get out of that situation. So I've used those 2 guys, and now I have rookies available to try to get the ball to Will Smith and Aroldis Chapman. And it's just, that's tough, right? And I think that's why Chris Young, I do think as we progress through this week, the Rangers will get at least one veteran right-handed reliever that Bruce Bochy will feel better about giving the ball to in the 7th inning. Or he would give the ball to Will Smith in the 7th inning and feel good about giving the ball to the right-hander or the left-hander, Aroldis Chapman, in the 8/9th inning. So I think that game right there, specifically to the bullpen, showed why the Rangers are going to get at least one veteran right-handed reliever.
And you keyed in on veteran. I just really loved it that, not that you wouldn't make any moves at all. I was really hopeful after just one appearance that maybe you had like cut a corner and Spees could have been
right. But
the
fix for it. Yeah.
Did Derek and I warn you about what we saw in Tampa and go, results are great. His results were great. If you cannot throw a fastball for a strike and you don't throw your fastball at all, and then if you are getting guys to swing at sliders a foot out of the zone, that doesn't happen in Major League Baseball on a consistent basis. You cannot watch any pitcher, no matter if they're a future Hall of Famer, you can't watch guys throw a ball a foot out of the zone and consistently get guys to swing at it. Did Aroldis Chapman throw a ball 103 and get Yanni Hernandez, who couldn't play here on the Texas Rangers when we were rebuilding, to swing at a ball a foot and a half outside of the plate? Yeah, he did.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Yanni Hernandez is not an everyday player in Major League Baseball. And even if you throw 103, I can't get guys to swing at balls a foot outside of the zone in the major leagues. And so Spees got a lesson in Major League Baseball in his second appearance is Mookie Betts, JD Martinez aren't going to swing at those pitches. They're just not. They're going to see what I did against Tampa, and they're going to say, oh, he does not throw his fastball for a strike. He rarely throws it. I just have to be ready for his slider/cutter, whichever one he's going to throw, which are very similar pitches. I just have to watch for something that breaks away from me, and it's going to start off the inner half of the plate. If it starts middle away, it's going to be a ball. I don't have to worry about that pitch.
You two did warn us, but I was like, it's two lefties. They're never right. And so that was my approach to it, but it looks like you were right this time. One thing, there are a couple of things, Mike, that I've learned a lot more this year about pitching, and that is whenever you're not good, you go over the heart of the plate, and whenever you're good, you're on the corners everywhere. You're just keeping them off balance
for the most part.
And then I was listening to you in the post-game show yesterday, and you were like, "Look, the Rangers knew this guy isn't going to be able to throw anything because he's going to have to go over the plate." And that's a huge factor whenever you're wild. Yeah. If you have to start honing it in a little bit, and then you're sitting over the plate. And when guys know that, they wait, and then they take the one that you give.
Now it's Sheehan. Sheehan was the starting pitcher. So here's what's amazing about the Dodgers. The Dodgers win their division every time. They're picking last in the draft almost every time, or close to last. And they have 5 starting pitchers on their injured list right now. So they have a whole rotation on the injured list. So they're not dealing with what I would consider their second 5, but they pretty much are throwing 5 other guys. They could be throwing 5 guys that are on their injured list, like Walker Buehler, who they knew was going to be out for the whole year, but also Clayton Kershaw, Noah Syndergaard, Shelby Miller, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on their other starting pitcher who's on their injured list. But they had on Saturday their 2020 first-round pick, 29th overall, Bobby Miller, start that game and win that game, throw 6 solid innings for him. Yesterday, he did get his first loss, and he has not been good enough to really prove that he's a major league pitcher, but Sheehan is now 3-1 on the year with an ERA now over 5. He was their 2021 6th-round pick.
And you brought this up with either the Rays, it might have been the Guardians.
It's the Guardians.
Yeah. And so to see all this talent from the 2021 draft, especially pitching talent already here, you can't help but think, hey, we had a higher ranked prospect than all of those people. And he is floundering.
In this 9-game series, the Rangers faced a 2021 first-round pick, a 2021 5th-round pick, and a 2021 6th-round pick. And a 2020 first-round pick.
And how much could you use, like, let's just go back. How much would it be great to have a usable starting pitcher? I'm not saying like Jack Leiter would have come in and been like, I'm unhittable, but like to have a usable starting pitcher at a time when you have concerns about Martin Perez. We can get into the stuff about Nathan Eovaldi. Yeah. Like there are issues when it comes to health in the starting rotation.
It's health right now, which is scary with Eovaldi going. He's not on the injured list, but he's not going to pitch in what you'd consider out of the first 4 series going out of the All-Star break. This is the most important one because this is the one where if for some reason you look at sweeps both ways, you can create a 6-game lead or you can be tied after this thing's all over, right? And so now those are the extremes on sweeps. And you're like, hey, man, Nathan Eovaldi is not healthy enough to pitch in this series. It doesn't mean he's hurt, but he's not healthy enough to pitch in this series where they made sure coming out of the All-Star break that Eovaldi would be pitching in this series, and he did pitch great against Tampa.
Despite his despite his velocity being down again, which
Right.
is, I guess, kind of good, but also bad when you look at, I was looking at the numbers as they were charted out. 4 of his last 5 starts, including that Tampa start that you brought up, velocity down. How much down? And maybe, Mike, you can give us some insight, because these numbers don't feel super high, but he's down 2.4 on the fastball, 1.9 on his cutter, miles per hour, 1.6 on the curveball, 1.2 on the splitter. So he's down velocity-wise across the board.
So he's a hair fatigued and he's old. I mean, let's face it. He's
33, yeah.
He's past. Now, I don't want to say past his prime. He's having a great year, so you could include this year into his prime. But usually, most major leaguers in the history of baseball, whoever they are, your prime is between 27 and 32 years old. That's known. Everybody knows it. When you're 27 to 32 as a pitcher, this is when you're going to be in your prime the most. Why? Well, from like 27 to 30 or 31, you're still going to have your tremendous, unbelievable stuff. Your arm is still going to be at that young arm stage where you're great. And you've started to learn what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are. And you're also pretty much knowing the strengths and weaknesses of most guys in the major leagues.
Yeah.
Now at 31, 32, you're still in your prime. Why? Well, even if you're going down a tick on your arm speed or your velocity and your spin rates, if it's going down a hair, you are so educated and so smart now on what you can do, what you can't do, what teams can do, what they can't do, when you're not feeling your best, still how to be a good pitcher, when you're at your best, how to dominate when you're at your best. But then approximately at age 33, everything starts going down a little bit. You are very educated on how to get everybody out. You understand yourself. You understand the big leagues. You understand a lot. But your stuff starts going down a little bit. And we saw that from Nathan Eovaldi. Nathan Eovaldi's so smart and so good. His stuff could be trending down against Tampa, and he still found out a way to put up 6 zeros on the board against Tampa Bay, one of the better hitting teams in Major League Baseball. So that's why right now, if I'm looking at Nate Eovaldi, do I expect his velocities to just go back up and stay up? No, I don't. He's 33 years old. But do I expect him to now just be getting hit around the board because he doesn't know what he's doing? No, not at all, because he's a great pitcher, and he'll figure out a way how to get guys out if he's throwing now at 92 to 94 instead of, let's say, 94 to 96.
I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm asking this as a realistic question. For this Rangers team, though, what if that slight even drop in velocity, I believe he'll find a way to get people out. But what if that drops him from being an excellent pitcher to just, let's say, a very good pitcher?
Right.
Or even, like, that feels like it could be problematic.
You concerned
right?
more about him or the rotation then?
I think I'm concerned about him because he's the closest it's felt like we've had to the streak stops here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's what DeGrom was going to be. Hey, maybe you lost 4 in a row, but it's DeGrom day.
Yeah.
And
you felt pretty good when it was DeGrom day followed by Eovaldi day.
Yeah. And so if Eovaldi turns into, well, we'll probably win, as opposed to before, you're like, oh, it's Eovaldi day.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about both equally because it's tough to be, I'm just concerned about Eovaldi and not concerned about the rotation. So I would lean towards a little bit more the rotation, is that I think Eovaldi can be good the rest of the way. Is he going to dominate and have a 2.5 ERA in the second half? I hope he does, but that's a lot to just say, I know he's going to do that. But when you look at John Gray's career, when you look at Martin Perez's career, when you look at Andrew Heaney's career, when you look at Dane Dunning's career, that's why I said to start the second half, this team is going to have to be carried by its offense. Not that the rotation is going to be bad, but this is going to be a team that they average the most runs per game in Major League Baseball. They're going to have to do that in the second half. If they want to hold on to this division, if they want to be a team that possibly has the best record in the American League, it will be carried by the offense. And I know we're out of time, but now we're going to have to deal with, which I'll get into baseball nuggets, we'll have to deal with Seager being out for a little bit of time. We're going to have to deal with Adolis Garcia possibly being out a few days.
And we will, at some point in the show, talk about Martin Perez, because there's some specific things there that I would love to chat it up with you guys. I will point out, though, so I don't want people to be like, oh, I don't want you guys to be negative. This is the positive thing that comes along with having an awesome team.
Yeah.
Is you're
picking at things.
Exactly. Because where were we at this same stage last year or the year before?
Not
the year
talking
before?
about Rangers.
Exactly. Or been like, oh yeah, today we're 24 games out of first place.
A lot of people, Kevin, as we roll into Wednesday, will say, hey, you got me to Cowboys camp. That was the old time.
Yeah.
That's not that way right now. I'll say, let me end this with something positive. double play to end the game. What? Let's go. Let's get out of the game
put on
with a
my
double play
Cowboys hat
from
since
your
we're
backup
getting-
shortstop, dude. That was awesome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Lionel Messi in the MLS is real.
Is it?
And it's spectacular.
I don't know.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Bounce. Smith played it back. Horan settles, shoots. Finally for Lindsey Horan. Third time's a charm. 3-0 U.S.
We're going to talk some soccer here. Specifically, we can talk about that game and then the Messi goal end game. But real quick, wanted to throw this out there. Jim Nill, the general manager for the Dallas Stars, has signed a 2-year contract extension. So now he's under contract through the 2025-26 season. And he had just won the Jim Gregory General Manager of the Year award. So congratulations to Jim Nill, 2-year contract extension with the Stars. Now, we're going to talk a little soccer here. Not politically motivated soccer, just soccer.
What does that mean?
You know exactly what that means. Is the United States women's team won. Not that I would ever root against them. I was just rooting against that one bettor who bet $70,000
to get
win
$350.
$350. I wonder if when it took them a little bit to score a goal by United States women's team standards, because usually they whip people's asses straight away in some of these group stages, is I wonder if he was like, oh no, or if he thought, hey, it might not be 8-0, but I'm clearly not going to lose. And the United States did win 3-0. From what I saw, it was the second highest rated United States women's group stage game ever.
Really?
Yeah. So people are interested.
That is impressive. Are they interested to hate watch, or are they just interested to like? Because all I hear is that it's like, oh, I hate this thing. But if the numbers are there, that means they're interested in some other way.
I am not sure.
Okay.
The breakdown of that. I was
877-881-1053.
People hate watch soccer. Like I feel like people hate watch certain things, but hate watching soccer feels real counterproductive.
Well, you'll hate watch the Super Bowl. You know, you'll be like, this team I hate. I want to watch to see if they lose.
Yeah, I don't know that hate watching soccer in America is something that's done. Like,
okay.
I mean, elsewhere, sure.
But like, that would be a great sign that your sport truly made it if people are also hate watching it. Like, you know, that's what I always think is like those levels of you made it because people are hating it just like they did everything else. But this was a huge weekend, especially in the States. I'm sure other places, every weekend's a huge weekend for soccer. But this felt like a huge weekend in the States for soccer, not only because the United States women's team, they start out with a 3-0 win in the group stage of the World Cup. Let's go to cut number 5, because I have no idea what the actual viewership for this was, but you want to talk about taking over social media? It was this.
Here it is. Messi! Couldn't have been any other way! Magnificent!
So Lionel Messi hits the free kick from about 25 yards out, give or take, in the 94th minute. Gave Inter Miami a 2-1 win in his MLS debut. It was a League Cup match, but that felt like it took over all of social media for a while.
Yeah, I mean, Messi is a well-known international player, like, I mean, a superstar, and just like the most basic understanding of I mean, I think was Serena Williams was there. There's a lot of celebrities.
Ron was there. Gloria Stefan was there. Tua T was there.
Like the stadium was filled up. So like there was that level of, you know, interest trained upon it. And then you got kind of like the stereotypical Messi finishing a game, even though like him and Sergio Busquets, who both came over from Barcelona, or like from having those Barcelona ties, they didn't look like themselves. Like they definitely looked like watered down versions of themselves, but you still got the magic of the moment where he creates this free kick situation and everybody almost knows. Messi, free kick that close to the goal, it's going in, and then it does. It was really magical. It was very cinematic on a cinematic weekend.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to really get hurt when he fell and flopped all over the field get that free kick.
See, that's his equality right there. He's hating on soccer.
Yeah.
It's just that's how you know that it's made it in Corey's mind.
It's a blast to have him be part of it and bring that significance to it, and hopefully that generates a lot of buzz around what's going on the soccer field, man. I really do hope that that's the case.
So what are the steps? I guess I'm curious because, like, for example, the goal itself,
Supporters Cup
on MLS or MLS's Twitter account, or I don't know. Look, I don't really care or want to talk about that. Whatever is Twitter used to be Twitter.
X.
Now it's called X. Whatever.
It still says twitter.com.
Mama
Okay.
called
That's
him Twitter. I'm gonna call him Twitter.
Okay. It has 54 million views off of the MLS Twitter account, that goal. David Beckham crying after the goal has 29 million views with...
By the way, David Beckham, full suit, South Miami Heat, not a sweat bead to be seen. That dude is perfect.
Yes, you're right
And he
about
can
that.
cook too. I don't know if you've seen this lately.
Haven't.
He cooks with his kids.
Send me
and
the videos.
He's amazing at it.
It's not in a suit,
It's
is
on
it?
TikTok.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, can't watch it.
Can't watch it. But yeah, so...
The first 6 videos I saw after that game, that next morning, were all Messi videos and then a David Beckham video.
Yeah.
First 6. That was wild.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. So what can they do to build on this? Because I get this one was always going to be an event. There might be other times that are going to be events. That's what society does love. We love events. We love jumping in on the thing. And then sometimes people move on with their life. I'm not disputing whatsoever that, like, wherever Messi plays, it's going to be happening. Miami, all the road matches, everything like that. Like, I don't dispute that at all. Those tickets are going to be, so freaking expensive on the secondary market. I'm talking about in terms of getting people to subscribe to Apple TV to watch or getting the buzz to continue and all of that. What are the steps?
I don't know that there are actionable steps in that way. And I know that sounds kind of wild, but like the Apple TV move seems like one where you say ignore the haters and focus on the people who love this product, right? Like this is a subscription service. That does not necessarily engender itself or endear itself to folks who are like casual watchers. You have to be interested in this. And so I think that MLS has just gone with the form of focus on your product, try and make it better and for the people that care about it. And then maybe hopefully they will care about it so much that they'll tell their friends and that they'll ultimately get interested. I don't know.
It would feel weird that, Kevin, the money that they started spending even before he got here, that everybody started getting in on, that they wouldn't have a plan beyond, that they wouldn't have a next step plan to go along with it, because it almost feels like, well, this just landed in their lap and it's huge. What do you do with it next? And that's where you're like, I don't know, and then you screw it up because you're like, it's too hot to handle. But I do think they probably had, before it even happened, they have a next event that they want to be scheduling. Every game's going to be its own kind of event, I believe, just because of him.
And probably just like having Inter Miami on all of the nationally televised, because they still have some national televised, deals with Fox and I believe ESPN probably. And so when Messi has an opportunity to be on those national games, they'll probably have Messi on those platforms.
I was really fascinated. The other thing before he scored the goal that was happening on social media is there were a lot of people who bet on him to score a goal. And so
they were starting to bite their fingernails, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And then I saw somebody, I've always seen this in soccer. Somebody brought up that goal was so magical. It was in the 94th minute when there's only 2 minutes added. Is whenever you have like momentum or are on the offensive,
look,
the clock doesn't run out until that try is stopped.
It is a weird setup that you're like, hold on, how much time do we have left? And you're always past it and you're like, hold on, or it's even a little short. They're gonna do whatever they can to ensure that he is surrounded by storylines. I don't know that soccer has always been, Kevin, there's no doubt in my mind that Major League Soccer will not be as corrupt as it is on the other side of the planet. All right? It is.
Oh, man, that feels
not
tough
corrupt.
to accomplish.
It is, yeah. Right here in America, we do it the right way, Kevin.
Is this kind of like the thing where whoever the new owner of the Commanders is just not Daniel Snyder? So, like, the bar is really low. Hey, just don't be as bad as that guy. And if your corruption bar is don't be FIFA, I feel like you should be able to
be fine.
That.
They'll be fine. So there's no way I believe that was a set-up kick shot.
All right, Mike, I'm guessing whether it was the women's national team or Messi, you were not in on soccer, but were you in on the Open? You like golf?
I watched a little bit of it until I had to leave. The winner, I just call him Lefty Magoo.
Brian Harmon.
Brian Harmon.
We talked about him on the show last week.
That's probably what he said then.
We were like, Bert.
Great wide receiver, Ohio State, Miami Dolphins.
After the 10th hole, he was up by 5 strokes, and you just start thinking with 8 to go, like he could collapse, but I was leaving to go to the ballpark to get ready for the game, and so I just saw that he won in the end, and it was never competitive. So I did watch in the morning. I watched pretty much the leader through 10 holes. I wasn't like locked in watching every putt, every hit because it wasn't very competitive.
Yeah.
So that's where I was on that.
Do you prefer just, this is a quick general golf question then, because you said that, would you prefer all the big names
100%
are in, well, hold on. All the big names are in contention, but it's not particularly close, or it's a tie going into the 18th with 2 guys that are like, I've heard of them, but I don't really.
Rather have the names.
Okay.
I mean, I learned about Harmon. I mean, he likes waggling the stick 9 times.
Yeah, that was driving people
They
nuts.
added the waggle count.
People are hating that.
Which was at 0 for 9 waggles. I was like, who's ever doing that? Can you hit the button to count? Not just 0. Does he? It was like, I don't even know what they're talking about. I don't know what a waggle is. And they're like, great, we hired a guy who doesn't know a waggle.
We're the KNC
How many waggles should you
masterpiece.
get? Like, that's a good question. How many waggles do you get?
4.
I feel like it's Karl Malone at the free throw line, or now Giannis, where it's like they get it all the way to like the 9 count.
13.
Yeah.
And it still doesn't matter. The NBA is not counting. They will never, in the history of the NBA, I think, ever go 10-second violation on the free throw line.
Especially against somebody like Giannis. That would be freaking incredible. They're like, nope, you lost it. Too many waggles. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
The Rangers have to go a while without Corey Seager again. We discuss next.
Accidents involving 18-wheelers.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry. Best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference in fine new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for those baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
So the Rangers over the weekend suffered a pretty big loss, and that was Corey Seager sliding into second base, jamming his thumb, and going on the injured list. The good news is nothing was broken. So the thumb isn't broken. They did x-rays quickly and saw that there wasn't anything broken. The bad news is there was enough of pain and maybe enough on the MRI where you're looking at ligament damage to say, hey.
Could that sometimes be, I know it sounds weird, could that sometimes be worse? Not in this instance, but like your ligaments be worse than like if you just broke a bone?
I would say a torn ligament in your thumb is worse than a broken bone.
Okay.
Nothing I think is torn because they said no structural damage, but it doesn't mean things weren't stretched out.
Okay.
Where there is swelling and there is obviously pain. And we know that there's pain because they said that he's not going to do anything for a week. He's not going to pick up a bat. He's not going to pick up a ball. They're going to give it a week and then reevaluate it. So if you're expecting Seager to come back on August 1st, that's the date he can come back off the injured list. I think that's hopeful.
Okay.
I'm not going to rule it out, but that would be hopeful. I think that after 7 days of doing nothing, that he's just going to be able to pick up a ball and a bat, and it's going to be pain-free. So I would expect this to be more. I'm just guessing. I'm expecting this to be more of a 2 to 3 week situation, but I don't think anything past that. I don't think they're going to be dealing with a month or more than a month, but also I don't know. I don't know it's going to be just 10 days. I don't know that it's just going to be 2 weeks.
Did you ever go through this, or did you ever hear anything from a teammate? As we were joking before the show, I don't know if I totally felt like Bochy did him any favors when he was like, oh, yeah, it's negative, so he's day-to-day, but we think he'll be all right.
Yeah, and that's what he said the night of.
Yeah.
But then the next day, he said that he's going to do a week of nothing.
Yeah.
So the x-ray came back, and he's like, well, it's day-to-day. But then they're like, let's go get an MRI. And after they got the MRI, they said, all right, we're going to do a week of nothing. So there's something there. But there is no complete tear, right? That would be structural damage. If we're going to be like as honest as we can with words, if you say there's no structural damage, that doesn't mean something isn't a little torn or something isn't a little stretched out. It just means there's not 100% tear.
Yeah.
There's not 100% damage.
Before, or right around the time, actually before he signed here and around the time he signed here, Mike, there was, hey dude, this guy gets injured.
Yeah.
And I was like, we'll see how that goes. And this year, two significant times missing, and I just wonder, like, is that just his career? Is that guy? He's always going to have something happen.
There's multiple things here. One, I'll start off with this. He should have never gotten hurt because he should have never gone for second base.
Okay.
You're down 9-5 in the 8th inning, okay? And so this is the rule when you're down 9-5 or down by more than, let's say, 2 runs. You're not the tying run. You're not the winning run. We're not taking risk. If you have to slide into a base to possibly be safe, that's a mistake. Whether you're safe or whether you're out does not matter. The rule is we're base to base now. We have to try to get the tying run up to the plate. We're limited. We have the 8th inning and the 9th inning. That's all we have left to hit. We have to figure out a way how to get the tying run up to the plate. So taking risk on the bases are bad decisions. It's a base-to-base situation. I want you running hard. I want you making it to the next base if you know you can make it there standing up. If there is a belief when you're touching first base or touching second base or touching third, if there's a belief that you have to slide to the next base to possibly be safe, it's a bad decision to go to that next base. But I think Corey Seager, in the moment, the crowd is nuts. He's going against his former team. He hits a ball that might be a double.
Yeah.
Mookie Betts is the best right fielder in the game, and he has a very strong arm. He proved it throughout the series. I'll tell you what, watching Mookie Betts, side note, is maybe one of the most fun guys to go watch play baseball in the world. He is just so fun to watch. Now, Ohtani takes the cake when he's pitching and hitting in the same game.
You're just in awe.
But if you're just wanting to watch a position player play the game of baseball and go up to the plate and hit, I don't know if you get better money for your entertainment value than watching Mookie Betts play baseball and obviously go into the lineup and hit. But he goes for it. They call him out. They review it. He is safe. But immediately when he's called out, you can see the pain on his face when he hits the base. And I thought, oh no, finger, wrist, what is it? I don't know now. This is why guys wear the sliding guard, is when you get to first base. And obviously there's a moment there where you can put on the sliding pad, the kind of oven mitt. That's why guys put on the oven mitt. Right. But you don't have time to put on the oven mitt when you hit the ball into right field and then you're deciding to run to second. You don't have the oven mitt to support your fingers and your wrist.
Yep.
So, unfortunately for him, he is on the injured list, and now the Rangers have to go on without him. And this is going to be – the Rangers handled it great the first time, and so far they've handled it pretty well. They're 1-1 in the 2 games, and Ezekiel Duran went 2 for 4 yesterday, filling in at shortstop.
And I did see somebody earlier say they want to see Duran get a shot again. So
Now, he did make an error that they called a hit. One of the balls was hit to him. It was 2 steps to his backhand side, and he dropped it, then picked it up and threw, and they beat it out. If he catches that ball clean and throws it clean to first base, that's an out. But in today's game, we're trying to get batting averages up. And so it's like, look, if there's anything close, if a guy drops a ball, picks it up and throws it to first and the guy beats it out, we give it a hit. We're trying to get more hits into the game. So even the scorekeepers know that even though that is a routine play that should be an out, we give it a hit to try to up batting averages.
How much infield do you think he has been taking?
I saw him in Washington taking balls.
Okay.
When I was there early, he was doing early work and getting his early work at shortstop, even though he wasn't playing shortstop that day.
Okay.
So he's doing as much as he possibly can. That's what's tough about Zeke, and that's what I give him a lot of credit for this year. He's had to play left field, which he's really never done in his career.
But he's to be in the lineup.
He's been a middle infielder, and he knows that Marcus Semion's a Cal Ripken Jr. type of guy. He's going to play all 162. So unless there is a major injury with Marcus Semien, you're not even going to give him a day off. He's going to play second base every day that he's healthy. So second base is a non-starter. Shortstop can be a starter because there's a guy in Corey Seager you mentioned. He has an injury history throughout his career. He's a guy that does want and need days off. So shortstop will be a thing that he can play, and now he's going to have to play up until at least August 1st, shortstop. But I do think it can help Zeke. I think Zeke was struggling with designated hitter. And here's why. And maybe this is hard to understand. But when I hit in the second inning, I come up to bat. Let's just say my spot comes up. I'm batting 8th, and I get to finish off the second inning hit. And now I go back. I just have to sit on the bench for 1 hour, maybe 30 to 40. I'm just sitting there. I'm not part of the game. I'm not engaged in the game. It is very tough to just sit there on the bench and watch a game for 30 minutes and like, oh, it's your turn to bat again. I'm not on defense at all. When you're on defense, whether the ball's hit to you or not, you're engaged every pitch because you're getting ready for the ball to possibly hit to you. You are going through your mind, all right, runner on second base, 1 out. How fast is this runner? If the ball's hit to my left or my right, can I still throw the ball home? No, I can't because this guy has good speed, so I know that I just got to get the ball to second base. Is this a tag-up situation? Is he a guy that's going to tag? If there's 1 out and he's tagging and going to second, big effing deal. He gets to third base with 2 outs. He was already in scoring position. So there's certain things that have to go through your head to keep you engaged in the game while you're on defense, even if the ball's never hit to you. But when you're a young guy, and I think Zeke has been struggling a little bit with the DH situation on staying engaged and then fighting yourself. I want something too much. And that's always tough. You're trying too hard. I always said, I hate that. You're trying too hard. But what they're saying is you want this so bad that you're now doing things that you're not capable of doing.
Yeah.
Or you're trying to do things outside of yourself. And I think when you're a young guy and you're a designated hitter and you're not engaged in the game, as in you're having to hit and then sit on the bench for 45 minutes, then go up and hit again, you want something more than what you'd usually want it as a position player. And that's why veteran guys are better DHs than young guys, because they have been in so many games. They have a better idea on how to stay engaged. Like a JD Martinez for the Dodgers.
That makes sense.
He's going to understand how to be a DH more than Ezekiel Duran is going to understand how to be a designated hitter. Now, here's the other tough part. I don't know if Adolis, from what I understand, Garcia is going to be ready to play today either. the 90-plus mile-an-hour fastball that he took off of his knuckles. He got a ball hit to him the next inning into right field, and he ran the ball into the infield and underhanded it to Nate Lowe.
Oh,
and that's when after that inning was over, that's when they took him out of the game. So he was not able to grip a bat yesterday. And so if you can't grip a bat a day after, he could, but it's not going to be the easiest thing to be like, oh, now my grip strength is where it needs to be the next day.
And that's something I want to, honestly, this might sound so cold, I wanted to ask Bochy tomorrow do you look at it and not think immediately, I hope my guy's okay? You're like, I hope he doesn't have to go on the injured list, especially when you get like in the hand or the face or whatever. That seems really bad.
Yeah, and there's obviously nothing to protect you. When you get hit in your knuckles, there's no extra protection. There's no muscle. There's no fat there to protect. So the bone bruise can be pretty bad. And so if it's bruised bad enough, obviously the Rangers today don't feel it's bruised bad enough to put him on an injured list. To be like, we need to call somebody up. We need to give him at least 10 days.
Good.
So, yeah, hopefully that is good. But the Rangers are going into Houston without Corey Seager, without Nathan Eovaldi pitching in the series that they wanted him to pitch in. Adolis Garcia right now is a 50-50, I would say, for today. So going into this series, you're not at your healthiest, which, hey, this is a big series. If Houston were to sweep you, and I hope they don't, I'm not predicting they will. But if they do, it's all tied up going into, the final into the final 50-something games as the Rangers reach the 100-game mark, 18 games over 500. So they were 40-20. If you look at it after 60, they play their next 40. They do play a hair below 500 in those next 40 games, but they're still in a great position, but they're a little bit wounded. And you just wonder this. You know that Corey Seager's coming back. You know that Adolis Garcia, he might play tonight, but he's coming back. You know that Nate Eovaldi is coming back into your rotation here, hopefully just missing one start. But I just wonder, when Ray Davis spoke at the All-Star game ceremony, they were having the All-Star game.
The unveiling.
And he said, Chris Young, I'm quoting him perfectly here, I'm pretty sure. Chris Young is going to do everything in his power to make sure that Bruce Bochy is the manager of the 2024 All-Star game. You know what that means?
Win the pennant.
I've given him free reins to win the American League. So I do expect, after Ray Davis said that at an All-Star game press conference, I do expect Chris Young to make some pretty major moves in the next 8 to 9 days.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend? It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. You want to get involved? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We have your Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers. If you don't mind, I would like to take the beginning of this. And I'm going to try really hard not to swear.
Kevin, on Friday, we were doing a radio show together.
Yep.
And out of nowhere, you picked up all your crap and just took off, and you didn't sell us anything. You said nothing about it.
Second part is not true.
You told us what happened. And since then, like what? Because we didn't tell the Tolos. A lot of people were like, hey, what's going on? Where'd Kevin go? I was like, he quit. But nobody believed it.
So my wife and I kind of have a deal where, like, if we call one another when she was teaching or when I'm on the air, it's probably pretty important.
Mm-hmm.
And she knows the clock, which,
No, that's great that she knows the clock.
And so she called me in the middle of Masterpiece of the Week, and that's why I just wandered out. And I was like, hey, what's up? And you could tell she was crying and upset, and they just got hit. And what we found out, her and Noah, was a hit and run on the highway. And I mean, first of all, what kind of piece of human trash are you to be hit and running people anyway? But what happened is this jacknuts was trying to get around an 18-wheeler and had no patience for anything, lost control of his car and ricocheted from almost one side of the highway to the other and smashed into Jess's car and pushed her up against the little, like, temporary wall, you know what I'm saying, that they have on the highways?
Yeah.
And pushed her and baby Noah, who's still not even a year old, up against the highway wall. And so Jess is terrified, first of all, because that's a scary situation for any human being. Second of all, now they're pinned up against the side of the highway.
On Friday.
Yeah, and the highway doesn't stop.
Nope.
You know, and so they're, like, not really in a lane by themselves. And so she's scared about, you know, some car coming up and hitting them and, like, you know, probably destroying them. And so then this jerk just tried.
He did the right thing. He pulled over, got his insurance out, and talked to him.
No. Got to the exit lane and took off. So, you know, obviously that's an insurance cost that you're going to have to hit with the deductible. And now it looks like his car, it's so bad, it looks like the car is going to get totaled out. And just seriously, I'm sure you're not, but if you're listening right now, you're a piece of trash. You're an absolute piece of garbage. To hit and run people, if you do that anyway, you're garbage.
Yeah.
And that's a garbage move right there. But to do it to somebody on the highway with an infant in the car and leave them pinned up against with nothing, you suck.
Yeah.
You are absolutely terrible.
That is a true wanker of the weekend right there for sure. Now, but it does sound like then you're going to get a fourth car from Platinum Chevrolet.
Yeah, so when you hear, people are always like, why did you buy 3 cars from Platinum? Is because now we've been involved in 2 accidents in the last year. One, hers, a hit and run where that piece of trash ran away. And the second was when the lady just admitted she wasn't paying attention and sent somebody on a motorcycle to the hospital and smashed into our car.
Yeah.
So we were joking about it, is these Platinum Chevy cars, I will say they keep the baby safe. Our little 1-year-old, not even 1-year-old yet, has now been in 2 car accidents that are probably going to total cars. He's fine.
Noah's indestructible.
Yeah, and Platinum Chevy cars are apparently indestructible for the people inside them. All right?
Why don't you stop testing that out, though?
Yeah, I would love for that to be the case.
Are you going to tell him of his superpower? Like, are you going to say, you know what, we should keep it from him until, like, it,
you
know,
think
he finds
he's like
out on
Bruce
his own?
Willis from Unbreakable?
You don't want him to really know right now. Like, when he's like 6, is he like, you know what, I can jump out of this tree? And you're like, no, you're not indestructible.
Yeah, and one thing my wife said in all seriousness, because my joke was we need to get an advertising deal with Duna.
Yeah.
That's the car seat turned into a stroller. I was like, that thing is unbeatable.
Yes.
And Jess said that she thinks that, whether you follow this path or not, she was like, I think God has something pretty special in store for him if he's already going through all this. And that made me smile. But yeah, this is a really sucky Friday and weekend because of some idiot.
From the 214, I can't read it, but you know what? Kevin censored himself. You guys don't have to. We really appreciate y'all texting those things in. We just can't say them on air.
Yes, I promise all the things that you're texting in terms of curse words and everything like that, I am definitely with you on that. Now, and yes, got the Frankels involved, so we will see because they've got a team of lawyers. So maybe they could track this person down, and we probably still have to go to the courtroom.
Let's go.
Did your wife get a driver's license plate?
No.
That's really tough when you're in shock like that, and there's a baby in the car, and first, her mother instinct is look for Noah, make sure Noah's okay, and then kind of check herself and make sure she's okay. Is like the last thing you're looking for is like, I need to get a driver's plate.
Yeah. And
license plate would be a better way to say it.
And that person, she said, I felt so bad because I was like, I hope you're right. She goes, I really hope maybe that person just pulled off the highway so we would be safe. And that is not what happened.
No, they don't have insurance.
Yeah.
And I think most people who hit and run, one, they're either drunk or high. Two, they don't have insurance. Those are kind of your three reasons to hit and run. And most people that hit and run do that. They're either drunk, high, or don't have insurance, and it could be all three. And they're like, I can't stick around for this because I'm going to be in big trouble if I do.
It was a red SUV. That's all I know. So if you see a red SUV driving around,
like real red, like a real red color, maroon, A&M color.
I think it's real red.
Real red.
Maroon would never do such a
thing.
thing.
Beat up a little bit.
Yeah, on both sides of the car.
Yeah. Beat up a little bit. I'd say so.
Yes. All right. So
thank you for the support.
I think we're all in the same boat of just being happy that Jess and Noah are okay.
And that's where I am.
Right.
But once you get past that, like, don't get me wrong, that's the most important thing by a million kajillion miles. But then the human nature lets you like go, that piece of, now we got to get a new car, and blah, 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 blah.
Do you guys feel like wankers of the week could be companies that when they fly you out to places make you sit in a middle seat? You feel like those people are wankers? Or that company's a wanker? Or no?
I would say that is not my favorite.
It's not my favorite thing.
Yeah. Is what I'll say to that.
We're okay.
I was just wondering if you guys thought
not related to anything.
Fan text, what do you guys think if you work for a company and they are flying you out and they made sure that you had the worst possible accommodations?
All right. So, Corey, I know you saw this. And I feel bad because his name is in this. Is Colts safety Rodney Thomas. Colts safety Rodney Thomas has done nothing wrong. However, all the articles lead with his name because his dad was arrested for shooting and killing a bald eagle.
Shot a bald eagle. I believe this was with an air gun too, right? Like, isn't this like is an air gun? Is that that's not the airsoft. That's going to be probably like a pellet gun or a BB or something like that.
Yeah, it does say with an air rifle. But the bald eagle died. That's against the law.
Oh, no. How many bald eagles are left? And
I don't know.
And why is it against the law? Because it's our bird?
That's right.
Because it's the country's bird?
That's
so like,
right.
Aren't they endangered?
That's right.
Are they endangered?
You can't just go around killing endangered species.
Okay, all right.
Speci?
But if they weren't endangered, would that be a big deal? Like, would we be like, you know what? Kill all the bald eagles you want. I don't know.
I do think that would be a big deal.
Can you kill a mockingbird in Texas? Because isn't that the state bird? So shouldn't it be like illegal to...
Only Harper Lee.
Like, can you pick the bluebonnet? What's the law there? You can't mow over.
I don't think you're supposed to do that either, but don't you see people do that all the time?
Yeah, it feels like there's sections that you're like, hold on, there were bluebonnets there yesterday, and now it's mowed down.
I don't know. I can't tell you the last time I picked a flower.
How did he kill a bald eagle? Like,
it's bad enough that the eagle's bald. Now you got to shoot at it? Come on, man.
But he's... Like, what does he do? Was he actively hunting it, or?
Well, I don't think so, because it said it was with an air rifle, right?
Yeah, like
I don't know. Maybe people try that.
Is he just kind of goofing around all of a sudden? He did turn himself in. This dude's dad, he did turn himself in. He was like, look, I did something wrong. I just want to let y'all know. Here's what's going on.
Okay.
And now he's got to pay the fine.
That's one theory.
It's a $10,000 fine and $5,000 plus a year in prison.
That would be the max. Here's what I think really happened. He came home, mentioned it to somebody, and they're like, hey, man, you know that's against the law, right? And he's like, what? No. And then there was like a local news report about the bird, and it was like, locals called him Sam. And today, Sam has been murdered. And he's like, oh no. And then they're like, police are on the lookout for blah, blah, blah. And that's why he turned himself in. And things just got out of control really quick.
Yeah, I guess he's going to have to be wanker of the weekend for that
yes.
one too, man.
Unfortunately, I do think.
Though the eagle is no longer considered to be legally threatened anymore. Like people aren't actively hunting them anymore.
Nice.
They still face many human-caused threats, including lead pollution, gunshots and fishing weights, also poisoning, collision with motor vehicles, wind turbines. That's why we can't have clean energy, and electrocution by power lines. So we need to get rid of that electricity too.
Do you think animals, like, I'm not saying animals are having a lead pollution discussion, but do you think animals are aware that
what do you think all these orcas hitting ships are?
I know. You know what? You might be right.
Dude.
But do you think
Get the hell out of here, man.
deers have a conversation? They're like, well, don't just gallop across the road. Remember, that's what happened to Steve.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely not, because they wouldn't keep doing this as often as they do.
This brings up the other day I was out on a walk and a hornet flew right in front of me, hovered in my face, and I was like, oh, and I thought, he knows he can't sting me or he'll die. I don't know if that's true or not for hornets.
Not for hornets.
And so, but in my mind, that's when I was like, do bees know that they can't sting or they'll die? Are they sitting there walking around the hive and they're just like, guys,
Have they been trained in other
calm your butts down, literally.
There's a bee orientation, and they're like,
There's so many bees. Some bees are just made to kill.
Huh.
That's why they have so many bees.
yeah.
Like you guys are
the killers.
You're the pawns of our hive here. You guys know what to do if there's a threat. I killed 3 hornet nests in my backyard this weekend.
Oh, boy, that's what I'm
I
talking
found 3
with spray.
Yeah.
Yes. So much fun to watch.
Did you like spray and run away, or how did that go?
No, well,
That's
one I had to get on
terrifying.
the top of my roof because they were underneath the top of my roof. They love our yard because we have a pool, and so they have the water source right there. And so I keep seeing hornets wasp.
Yeah.
Sorry, wasp all the time. And so then I found a hornet's nest and told my wife, oh, I killed a hornet's nest. There was one right here, and there's a lot of hornets on it. And then she goes, or wasp. And then she said, hey, Cal has seen some wasp coming out of, there's a piece of art, like a, piece of art. And Cal said, they've been coming out of that behind the painting. And so at like 11 at night, when I know they're all there, I slowly pulled the painting kind of up and then saw the nest and then slowly put it back.
That's right.
And then
this is my nightmare.
I went and got the wasp killing spray, and then I slowly brought it up and then sprayed and then saw most of them all die. There were 2 that got away. I was ticked off.
They have facial recognition
when they're on
too.
the ground and they're struggling for life, I put them out of their misery and either stomp on them or spray them more.
Wait, were those 2 the wasps gonna go notify others and bring back?
I think
to
so.
my,
No, the problem is I think
Communicate.
those 2 wasps then go find other places to then set up their new nest
Probably
to then
so.
create new wasp.
Have you seen the
Now they're pissed
gasoline
at you.
trick? Have you seen the gasoline trick that people are using?
What are you talking about?
You take a cup of gasoline. You don't light it on fire. Right?
Okay, I was
you just
afraid.
take a cup and you just hold it like if it's hanging from the awning, you just hold the cup underneath them and just go boop and just hold it like that, and they just fall. They just fall into the cup and die.
Because
And then
the
you just-
heat or the
gasoline, I guess the fumes kill the
fume. So you're not lighting the gas on fire. You're
just holding it up to it, and
that feels like a really close way to put your hand
Yes,
into an area.
it does.
Yeah, they're not paying attention.
Why not
though.
just
They're dumb wasps.
buy the $4 wasp spray?
But this is a TikTok trend, dude. They're just, how TikTok likes to live on the edge.
And if it's on TikTok, you got to do it, right?
Yeah, you have to try it out
So
once.
what you're saying is the China people are trying to get us stung by wasps?
Oh my God, I definitely don't think
this
you
is-
should say
everybody
China
I've seen
people.
do that
Chinese,
is-
Chinese,
Okay.
the American people, the
Can I offer a wanker of the weekend?
Yeah, everything is canceled. Cancel everything.
Let's let Reggie go. He got this.
All right, so I went to see Oppenheimer this weekend. I also saw Barbie, but this is pursuant to Oppenheimer. Now, this is a 3-hour film, right? Everybody understand that. Why? Obviously, a lot of people bought all these tickets. When I bought my ticket, it was one seat in like a sea of bought tickets. But when I got there, 3 seats to my left were empty and remained empty until an hour into the film.
What?
When a family walked into this theater an hour into a 3-hour film. I don't understand. I don't know. And the reason why I knew it was an hour in is because the man wearing his smartwatch, I could see the time on his smartwatch as he walked into the film because it was that bright.
So you didn't check your phone to see?
No.
You didn't check your...
I was in the middle of a film, Corey.
Oh, a film. Why can't you say movie?
I don't know.
It's a movie.
I'm pretentious.
Well, maybe they had bought. Was this a place where you buy the tickets early?
Yeah, they're on Mountain Standard Time.
Or it's possible that they just were running late and they were like, we already bought these tickets, we're gonna go. But
an hour late.
I would have probably just been like, you know
with
what,
popcorn and drinks.
They're like, we don't need the setup. Let's just get to the main part. We heard it's a 3-hour movie. We're here for 2. Do you guys want to miss the first hour or the last hour?
Does everything?
That's a decent decision. I would rather miss the first hour of a movie
than the last hour.
Yeah.
What? But hold on. No, you got to know what's going on. Well, I am the kind of person who will just start a movie in the middle of it a lot of times.
What?
So I'm okay
That is
with
chaotic.
That. Yeah. And Reggie, you might be happy to know that this weekend I watched Babylon, which is a 3-hour movie.
It is.
And I started it Friday night, paused it 24 minutes, 31 minutes in, because that's when Kevin, it was a 31-minute opening scene.
But why would you start a
31
3-hour movie?
minutes of opening scene before they went Babylon. And I was like, what?
It's too long for a cold
Too much
open.
talking, right?
Yeah, pause. Well, there's a lot of action. It was fun.
Had to
Paused
babble
it,
on.
watched it a couple more times over the last couple of days.
No,
so.
you got to give him that one. You got to give him that one.
That's my fault.
Thank you.
Back to you, Kevin.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here at 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, running backs take their pay issues to Zoom. Plus, are you sick of this? All that next right here on The Fan.
This is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Hand off to Eckler. He is hit in the hole, spins forward, and look at Eckler! All the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The running backs took to Zoom over the weekend to talk about the struggling market and to brainstorm solutions. Now, Austin Eckler, the person that we played the highlight of there, scheduled the meeting and provided the Zoom link. Many, some would say all prominent running backs have been invited. I saw some people trying to cause a stir by being like, well, Zeke wasn't there.
I didn't see Zeke.
And I'm like, yeah, exactly. All prominent running backs. And
that's low.
I mean, he's not a prominent running back. He's just not. Like, he's just not. Is
who? Zeke?
Zeke.
I don't know, man. I feel like 31 teams have made him a really solid offer this offseason. I think he's shown his value by all the rumors and all the teams wanting Zeke Elliott on their team right now.
Yeah. And one of the people that brought something up I thought that was a really good point was Nick Chubb. And one of the things he said was, there's really nothing you can do. We're handcuffed by the situation. And this is the part that he brought up that I thought, oh, that's an interesting point. We're the only position that our production hurts us the most. If we go out there and run for 2,000 yards with so many carries, the next year they're going to say, you're probably worn down, though. And that is interesting because that's what we talked about with DeMarco Murray when he went for more than 1,800 yards. You see it all across the running back spectrum, is if you get to a certain amount of touches or yards, you've probably done a hell of a job for your team. And then they're like, but now you're useless. Or you're worth far less, not useless.
Yeah, because if you're a quarterback, they'll say, well, we got to get him better protection. We got to get him a better receiver. We got to get him this. We got to get him that. If you're a receiver, we got to get this guy a quarterback. Or, you know, like that's their production is going to help them. But you're talking about even the attempts. The attempts go up for guys. You know what? In a season where this running back is trying to go get a contract, this might be the season for us to throw it just a little bit more, guys. So, like, all those things do end up hurting them the most.
And so I do understand their concerns, but that feels like a lot of desperation there when somebody who is in the meeting, someone who is maybe the most prominent running back in the NFL was like, we're kind of handcuffed.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that came up in this conversation is supposedly some of the running backs were upset about agents creating false expectations for running backs by inflating contracts with the back end that you'll never see. And that's an interesting to put it on the blame on the agents versus like just realizing you're never going to see that money. But for example, like Ezekiel Elliott, you saw he got cut and he's not getting like, you know, a whole bunch of the back end of his contract. But what came out? It was 5 for $75 million or whatever. And you're like, okay, so you need to make $15 million. And they're like, that's an issue because we're expecting that.
I don't think Zeke should be upset with his agent. What a tremendous job of not even close to free agency, getting him a new deal by having him partying in Cabo while he wasn't in Oxnard, and then saying, yeah, he's still in good shape. And then when he came back, we're like, he's not in good shape.
Yeah.
And then the next year, guess what? He wasn't in good shape. Then the next year he was. It was like after 2 years of showing up as a fatso, he finally decided to show up in good shape. But it didn't matter because after 5 years of being a running back, the way he was used, his career was pretty much over and could not be a valuable piece to a team anymore. Even though, remember, he was working out with a dude here who really helped Leonard Fournette's career come back, but it was like he was used so much. His body, even though he put it in great shape, still couldn't be a valuable NFL running back because after 5 years of ruining your body through having too much weight on it, through partying and not really getting the proper amount of sleep and the proper nutrition and all those things, his body was done.
I wonder, because you talk about the production hurting them. I don't think this is going to happen because guys get in, they want to win, they want to compete, they want to be part of it, and they understand how, you know, their importance to the game. even though they're not being paid what they feel like is, on par with their importance. But I wonder if a guy goes, I have 250 carries this year. Don't give me any more than that.
Yeah.
And coaches don't want to hear that. Bosses don't want to hear stuff like that. They want to hear, I'll do anything it takes to win. All right. And not get paid at the same time. That's what I'm looking forward to. Is I can't wait to give you the best put you at the top and not get paid.
That is
I wonder if they would say, I'm not doing 300 carries this year.
Yeah, and that is a weird part of you won't get rewarded for it. Like you can't a team could say whatever the hell they want. But the team can't go and say, hey, if you give me from 250 carries, but bump it up by the end of the year to 350 carries at contract extension. But in reality, you're like, I'll pay you less or nothing.
And on the flip side of that, with coaches, like they're trying to keep their job, right? So they're just trying to win. So Andy Reid comes up with the 3-headed monster back in the day when he was with Philadelphia, and he's like, I don't have to pay any of these running backs for my guy. And we'll just run 3 dudes out there and we'll show that. And then all of a sudden now the market is, hold on, you don't need just one guy to run the ball anymore. We can have 3 different dudes that can do this and it's cheap. Well, let's take advantage of that. The market says that. And so coaches aren't going to go away from it if the owner's coming down and saying, we don't need that. We can find a cheaper version of it. Coach is going to say, well, I got to figure out how to win with it.
I do kind of want to address this for the 972. You guys continuing to S on Zeke after he's already gone as whack, bro. Be better. First of all, I don't think that we S'd on him, but even if you think we did, he hurt this franchise. Like, he fundamentally hurt this franchise. Now, I know the counterpoint is, well, the Joneses family has hurt this Yes! And we've talked about that exact same thing, so much to the point where he asked Jerry Jones about not having somebody else here, and he goes, the day I bought this team, I was never going to work for anybody else again. So, like, I don't necessarily view it like we're S-ing on Zeke, but I will tell you this. He hurt this franchise himself and his agent. Now, they did the smart thing. Take the money. Right. And if they offered me the money, you're damn right I would take that money. But by him sitting out and him not being in shape, that did hurt the franchise.
Yeah, he didn't live up to that contract. What do you want us to say? He lived up to the contract. He was great and all the teams want him? Like he's just having to choose between the 31 other teams? Face the facts, Zeke fan. He was good. I'll put it this way. His rookie year, he was great. He was the best running back in the NFL by far. But then, unfortunately, he fell into this weird deal where the NFL wanted to get him for what he did at Ohio State. It was a weird thing. I don't agree with what the NFL did, but they did it. So he became a worse running back, then had to sit out 6 games because of a suspension that was held over the Cowboys' head throughout that whole season. And from that point, he was never the same as his rookie year. And then he showed up out of shape. And then he didn't live up to the contract status that he sat out to get. And he's been so bad in the NFL, face it, Zeke fan, he's so bad that nobody wants to give him a contract. Now, I do think he'll be in the NFL this year at some point. Somebody's going to give him somewhere between $1.5 and $3 million on a 1-year contract to be a backup running back in the NFL. But guess what? Zeke doesn't want to put in any of the work because he never wants to put in any of the work for the most part. And that's why he's not wanting to go to a training camp. He wants to sign as training camp passes, and then there's 2 weeks before the season starts.
Now, I realize the irony of the next part of this conversation is I'm going to tell you I'm tired of it while also bringing it up, which does feel counterproductive. I just wanted the space to say, I get people like Saquon Barkley or anybody else, if they remove things on their social media, I really wish everybody else would stop covering it like it's this shocking, breaking thing. Like Dove Kleiman and a whole bunch of other people that, like, I respect the information they bring to the table, and I think they're usually super valuable, or clutching their pearls over the weekend because they're like, he took New York Giants off his Twitter profile or his X profile. Whatever we're doing there now is, I just wish we would stop. Just stop talking about it. But so this is the last time.
But
for me. Just for me.
No, you have to talk about it,
what
Kevin.
What do you mean I have to talk
Otherwise,
about it?
how are we going to help the players in their fight against the man? You know, the dude who's not paying them. We have to help the players.
I don't
show our support.
I don't know if us talking about them pulling their Twitter bio, wouldn't you think the bigger indication was they didn't sign that long-term deal that you probably lowballed them on because we don't value running backs?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's that's part of the plan. Use the media engine. Somebody's going to pick that story up and run with it. And then does it get to people? Does it get people wound up? Does it get enough people wound up that the owner gets emails and he's like, I have 17 emails in my inbox today and I just can't get to all of these. And because I'm an old owner. And so he's like, I don't know how to deal with this. Just sign the guy because I don't want to have to keep deleting and reading these emails. Maybe that's what it is.
Right?
What? Did they just delete them?
Yeah. That's not a real thing, is it? No, they're like, I can't handle this many emails.
There's so many emails.
So
that's what I'm thinking is that they're hoping to cause a stir, right? That gets somebody wound up, then goes, we got to get this guy signed.
You know how you guys interrupt baseball talk all the time for football talk?
I would never.
I'm interrupting now.
Oh!
Because I don't want to do the breaking news thing. I don't think this is that big of a thing, but Taylor Hearn is getting traded to the Atlanta Braves. So remember I said he's going to pitch
Acuna?
What's that?
Are we getting Acuna?
Yes, we are. No, I'm pretty sure.
No.
It might be for.
No.
It might be for. I don't know. I'm making this up. It might be for $50,000. It might be for $100,000. I think it's just going to be for cash considerations. But right now, yes, MLB.com is reporting that they're trading for Pierce Johnson, which is the Rockies, going to the Braves, and lefty Taylor Hearn from the Rangers. That is getting done. And so it looks like, too, maybe Taylor Hearn might be being put on the Atlanta Braves team immediately, too. So for him, he might be going straight to the major leagues. I don't know that. It does say headed to the Rockies in exchange for Johnson are righties who are in the Braves farm system. And I don't see where the Rangers are getting anything here, but
Kevin,
maybe I'll check and see.
We're going to have to compete against Wash and Taylor. We're in for root against Wash and Taylor Hearn in the World Series this year.
And I know there's a lot to play out, but that would be somewhat confusing if the best team in baseball is like, we got a spot for him right now.
In the article, it does not say that Taylor Hearn we're getting anything for him. We probably are getting cash, to be honest.
Heck yeah, we're going to need that cash for Ohtani.
Yeah.
We're the K&C.
Mark Cuban, this is why he didn't want Giannis. Antetokounmpo, he needed that $128,000. That was going to make the big difference in getting all the free agents. I can't believe it didn't work out.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Former Cowboys are making a lot of news as well. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS.
DC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Honey mustard.
Oh!
Just for today. It's not a forever. I just think dipping in honey mustard is a great dip.
Is that what you're dipping the football nuggets into today?
Yeah.
Agree.
Now, I guess it could be worse type of situation is C.J. Gardner-Johnson suffered a non-contact injury, but the Lions are quote-unquote optimistic he will not miss the entire season.
That's rare, though, for them to have a non-contact situation during minicamps.
Yes.
That's why they really wanted to express it was non-contact. Don't fine us any more money.
Oh, we're hitting each
that's
other.
what the Cowboys got in trouble for.
Do you think that this is instant karma whenever Eagles fans look at it? Because wasn't he just on like a video game streaming and he was like, I hate the Eagles fans.
See, I think their instant karma would have been one of the boys taking a pipe to the knee. And he's
what? Like Homelander?
That's your karma.
Okay, gotcha.
Like Tanya
Yes.
Harding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got...
Well, everybody did.
There's a lot of Tanyas.
Name another famous Tanya.
Tanya Tucker.
That's Tanya.
Oh!
Got him.
Tanya's my sister-in-law.
Again, Mike, name another famous Tanya.
She is a flight attendant for Southwest Airlines.
All right, I'm going to go look up famous Tanyas. I'll be back.
Okay.
I feel like I'm missing some really obvious ones.
I know, right? I'm still sad it's Tanya Tucker, and I just really dropped the ball on that.
Can you sing any Tanya Tucker songs?
Does she sing D-I-V-O-R-C-E?
I don't know. It's been a long time since she could sing for a while, though.
I'm going to go with that. All right. Let's go from that to, I haven't seen an update this morning, but my guess might be that perhaps the Jacksonville Jaguars might be looking to make a personnel move as Chris Claybrooks has been arrested for domestic violence for the second time in the past 4 months. This time he's been charged with domestic battery and false imprisonment. That is the second time in the last 4 months that he has been arrested on some semblance of a domestic assault charge.
So that's not good for the Jaguars.
It is not.
Which means it's not good for Mike. Because Mike is a Jaguars fan.
Yeah, I got my Trevor Lawrence jersey coming my way.
Are you going to wear that to training camp as well?
No. They don't have a Super Bowl logo on their stuff yet.
Okay.
Maybe next year. But this Chiefs hat, which is really a Cowboys motivational hat.
Okay, well, let's talk about the issue for the Chiefs.
Great. Come on, man. Jones, what's your deal, Jones?
Well, his deal is he wants $30 million per year.
Pay the man.
The report. Clark Hunt, who we've had on our show before, said, we love Chris Jones. When he reports, we'll welcome him. Not, we're working on it. When he reports, we'll welcome him. And supposedly, like I said, Chris Jones wants $30 million per year.
There's no such thing as a salary cap, right?
There is.
Oh, there is?
You just have to know how to navigate it.
Yeah.
Which some teams do. Some teams are learning. Some teams don't. Right? Do other teams complain about being in salary cap hell all the time? Or is it just us?
No, I think it's a lot of teams. We just don't hear that feedback.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, it seems like the Chiefs fans are like, this is great. Everything's great.
Just my issue with salary cap is I think we're really bad at negotiating. Like, really bad at negotiating.
If it wasn't called salary cap and it was just called team budget, do you think that people would be like, oh, I understand that better?
Yeah, we all have a budget.
Everybody has a budget, but nobody caps what money. Like,
Except
if they have endless money. Well, hold on. What?
Except for the government.
What do you mean?
And the Mets.
And look, and that is nonpartisan. Because all government people are bad at the budget. You could go, oh, it's the people before, fine. Or the people before, or before. Like, we're not good at the budget because here's one of the reasons we suck at budgeting as a government. I'm sorry. I hope I don't get in trouble for this. This is why we suck at budgeting. Is when you hear, like, here's going to be the budget for the year. Oh, what's the budget deficit? Ideally, it would be 0. But you know what they did this past year? And this is not a political, I'm not trying to call out one party because they all do it.
Then you better call out both of them while you're doing it.
You know what? The party before did it as well. Is last year there was going to be like a $1.4 trillion downfall. We were going to be shortfall. There we go. This year, it's a $1.1 trillion shortfall. You know what the story was when it got put out? We shaved $300 million off. And it's like, no, you didn't.
Could have been 4.
No, you didn't.
Could have been 4 trillion.
You still have extra debt that you're bringing in.
But don't worry, we'll vote to give ourselves a raise.
You're saying Biden did it.
And the person before him did it, and the person after him will do it. It boggles the mind. Anyway.
From the 817, I hear it's a pie. So maybe if we call it, when you say pie, it just makes everybody happy because we all understand that agreement pie is out there.
Let's talk about former Cowboys who aren't ready to go. I know it's early and a lot of players could end up on the PUP list. It's just these two jump to mind is Cheeto and Lyle Collins for the Bengals. Obviously, one of them, at least one of them coming off of surgery. The other one, he's hurt a lot. And then Amari Cooper had to exit, I believe, the first practice for the Browns due to an injury that was unrelated to the surgery he had in the offseason.
Are you sure?
That's what the team said.
Do they not have to say
Sometimes
that?
teams lie.
Yeah.
What's amazing to me, because we're about to go to Oxnard tomorrow, is how little practice matters in football. You'd think it'd matter a lot.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't need to show up until 4 days before we start the season. Like, man, he's not going to look very good. And then most guys do look good. Zeke didn't. Take that, Zeke fan. But, like, most guys, like, I don't need to practice. Like, do you expect if Chris Jones doesn't show up until 5 days before the Chiefs' first game that he's going to look bad?
No. I think he'll be okay. He'll be he knows his. For like 70% of the guys at Oxnard starting tomorrow, practice is meaningless. They'll be ready. Now for rookies, for guys maybe making the transition to a new team or maybe a new coordinator, maybe for the Chargers, it matters quite a bit that Kellen Moore will be running their offense and it'll be very different and they really need the practice time. For the Cowboys, like DeMarcus Lawrence, he doesn't need to practice one day. Did Dak?
And he'll be fine.
Did Dak throw a football in the preseason last year? Like I feel like they kept him off the field completely. Yeah. And I understand, Kevin, that's part of, like, we don't think that preseason is necessary anymore. Let's shorten it as much as we can. And that goes along with there are guys trying to make this team. But, yeah, for the guys that were the starters, it was like, nah, no big deal. Like it's always wild.
Now, on the positive front, for the Raiders, Jimmy Garoppolo passed his training camp physical, so he was able to avoid PUP. And obviously they have, I don't know, I was going to say high expectations, maybe expectations for him. Now, on the bad news, and this really does suck, he is a nice fella, is Marquise Goodwin, who played at Rowlett. He's with the Browns right now. He's going to miss time with blood clots in his legs and lungs.
Whoa.
And that's something that, like, you're not, I'm sure he's not, or people around him aren't just thinking, like, oh, how much time are you going to miss? It's like, hey, that's kind of frightening. Let's investigate that.
In Chris Bosch's career, and I don't even think he had him in his lungs. I think he just had him in his legs.
Yeah.
And they told Chris Bosch, like, you cannot play basketball anymore, right? Am I correct about that?
I don't remember where the clots were, but I guess I did think they were in his lungs, but I don't totally remember that. But yes, that is what happened.
And that dude was an Olympic prime athlete.
Oh, yeah.
That's just kind of,
he's a sprinter, a triple jumper. Yeah. And he's local. Now, you brought this up. I think it was off air, though, is the Bills. Now, they have a player that is going to miss the entirety of the 2023 season. Is Naheem Hines, he's going to miss the entire 2023 season because of a knee injury that happened away from the team facility.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things. I know that happened away.
I think he was on a
motorcycle?
A Sea-Doo. What are those called? Jet ski. I think it was a jet ski, and a very gruesome injury too. This sucks.
Ooh. And that's one of the things. I know it's away from training camp, but you go into training camp just like I felt about OTAs and mandatory minicamp is stay healthy. Stay healthy as well as you can.
Yeah, every single day during practice, Broadus is like, I do not care what happens, just don't be injured.
Wednesday, for Mike Likes It, I'll tease it. I'll have the segment, who do you think will have the season-ending injury in training camp this year?
Don't.
And you guys got to guess on
question.
Wednesday. So think about that on our flight tomorrow.
Didn't we do this? We've done it twice.
Yes.
So like,
Feels
which
like a
one do we?
terrible
It's the,
segment.
who do you need to bubble wrap? Is the question, and then it's not the way Mike said
Yeah,
it.
the way I say it is who's gonna get hurt in training camp for the Cowboys that will miss the whole season.
That's not the way we need to phrase it, though, Kevin. Is what
Because
he's
somebody
saying.
will.
I think like 3 people
Jake
on our list
Odorizzi
last
blew
time.
out his elbow in spring training. Somebody's going to blow out their elbow in spring training next year for the Rangers.
Well, you know what, Mike? Who's going to do it during the regular season? Then DeGrom blew out his elbow. Who's
Okay, we'll do that on Friday before the Cowboys' first game of the year. Who do you think will get hurt the earliest in the season for the Cowboys that made it through training camp, but then will miss the rest of the season?
That just feels like a really
Mike, guys have gotten injured before the
segment.
playoffs, and that happens sometimes. Guys get injured in playoffs. So you want to do a segment like that then?
Yeah, we don't have to celebrate it. We just have to try to guess it.
Okay, well, I hope we don't do that segment. Let's talk about.
What if we guess nobody? What if we're like nobody and that's our guess? Does that make us look better?
Do you think that's really going to happen?
I'll guess for you then.
See? All right, let's talk about Brett Maher. Brett Maher has been signed by the Broncos. I'm curious now, especially since he's moved away. Do you think he will take the job, and do you think he will do well, or do you think the way last season ended with the yips, and man, that was wild, is going to break him mentally?
I mean, I haven't really. There have been guys that have missed field goals and had bad years, and then have come back and been just fine. So I think he'll be fine, man. He'll get back to his place.
I lean towards being on a different team. He'll be better. But, I mean, Vanderjagt came here, and he was the greatest field goal kicker of all time, according to the stats before he started with the Cowboys. And that was it. It was over. He couldn't get over that situation. He never, as far as I remember, I don't think Vanderjagt went to other teams and was a good kicker. He might have gone to one other team and was so bad with them, they're just like, it's over. And everybody knew, like, it's over. So, but I'll lean towards he'll overcome it. He won't have a meaningful field goal attempt with the Denver Broncos all year, so that'll help out.
Okay, and then Hard Knocks hopefully got a little spice added as multiple fights broke out during the first open practice of the Jets.
What?
Training camp.
Are we going to see that on the first episode?
Aaron Rodgers and Zach Wilson went after it, man.
That I would watch.
Aaron Rodgers is like,
What
hey,
are the
guess what?
what are the odds that we actually see this fight on Hard Knocks?
We see a little scuffle.
Okay.
We see a little bit of a, oh no.
They'll show a little bit because they're like, look at the physicality of practice. And then you go watch one practice. You're like, where's the physicality?
Yeah.
They're like, we need some sort of, we need something spicy. Can y'all give us a little fight? They went and made the fight happen, and that's what I believe. But Kevin, I will watch it. If you will give me your HBO Max password, I will watch it and see what happens.
Maybe. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's only July, but are you amped for this Astros series? Plus, we need to talk about Martin Perez. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's only July, but are you already hyped for this Astros series? That's what I'm curious about. 877-881-1053. But also, I'm going to have a quick conversation, if we can, about Martin Perez. Because I was looking at yesterday. Yesterday turned out it was all right, I guess. But it looked like it was going to be awful. And if you go back to his last 3 starts, the beginning of the games have been atrocious. You go back to July 3rd, that was that awful game against, I believe it was against the Astros, was it not? Yes. Gives up 6 runs in 1 1/3.
That's when they skipped him and didn't pitch him the rest of the first half.
And then in the next start, it was another one where it turned out fine. But he gave up 3 runs in the first 2 innings. And I remember we had the conversation the next day. It's like, I'm just happy it turned out the way it did. I thought it was going to get a lot worse. And then yesterday, he gave up 4 runs in the very first inning.
That's 15 pitches in, by the way.
Oh, my gosh.
So it's 15 bases loaded, 15th pitch, home run, Max Muncy, grand slam. And he's like, oh, my God.
And so I wanted to toss it to cut number 7 right here. This is Bruce Bochy talking about Martin Perez's start yesterday.
It was not an auspicious start, as you saw. And, for him to regroup and bounce back like that and shut him out the next 5 innings, it says a lot about who he is. He didn't let it phase him. And we talk about, you got to let some tough things that happen, you got to put it behind you. And he did that and went out there and just gave us a great effort. Because of him, we won that ball game.
And I agree about the bounce back and the effort and everything like that. Because I can only imagine how difficult it is to be like, hey, I know you got roughed up in the first inning, but go back out there and fix it. And he did that. But what is happening early in these games with Martin Perez? Although I know he's been struggling in general as well.
In that inning, he had, if I remember, 2 3-0 counts and 1 2-0 count, and all those people reached base.
Yeah.
And the 2-0 count, he got Max Muncy to 2-1, and then the next pitch was the grand slam home run. In the 3rd inning, it looked like he was going to lose it because it started off Freddie Freeman gets on base, Will Smith hits a double. It's 2nd and 3rd, nobody out to start off that inning, and you're just like, dang it, we fought back. And made the score close, and it just looks like this is going to get out of hand. And Martin Perez gets the shallow fly ball, no tag, strikeout, ground out on an 11-pitch at bat, and he comes off the mound fired up. Well, why was he so fired up? Because how mad he was. And I talked about this on the post-game show. He went to the dark side, and I don't think going to the dark side is a bad thing. It can be, and I know I'm kind of Star Warsing it here, but I think he was really mad after that first inning, obviously really mad. I think he's been really mad at his season. I don't think he wanted to get skipped at the end of the first half, but he did. They're like, we just don't think you're good enough right now to pitch in this Washington series, so we're going to skip you. And he got put into the bullpen during the rain delay just in case they needed him. And he came out against Cleveland. He was okay. In the 2nd inning, here's what I found very interesting. After 11 pitches, Mike Maddox went out to visit him. You only have 5 times you can go out to the mound, and they've been having to go out to the mound a lot in this series. So they know they need to kind of reserve him. Well, in the 2nd inning, he gets mad, and mad's probably too strong of a word. He was not on the same page as Jonah Heim. Jonah's obviously giving him the computer signs into his head, and he's listening, and he doesn't like them. And Jonah then starts like, hey, I've kind of gone through. Let's go inside. Let's go inside here. And he has to go walk to the mound because Martin Perez isn't having it. He's like, I'm not throwing whatever pitch you want. So now I'm like, crap, he's not on the same page with Jonah. And there was one time earlier in the game where he was looking at Jonah, and he was like, set up like this. Like he was moving his hands like, do this. And you could tell like, there was a lot of frustration and anger in Martin Perez through those first 2 innings. So then in the 3rd inning, he has that situation happen, and he gets out of that situation without giving up any runs. And he's screaming and yelling and pumping his fist off the mound. And I'm like, he's gone to the dark side, but the dark side helped him there. Like, can I use my anger to help me, or is this anger going to hurt me? And it can happen in both ways, in the same season, in the same game. And so he used that dark side, and it propelled him to end up going 6 innings. So he used his anger in a positive way yesterday.
Did you ever find yourself in a situation at any level where it worked for you and maybe you relied on it too much later? You're like, maybe if I just fire myself up and get angry, I can tap back into that.
Right. Yeah. And then you find yourself getting overly aggressive, or you're losing your train of thought. You're now in such a state of anger that you can't think straight. And now you're trying to be way too aggressive in the situation. So there's a fine line. You can go to it and it can work, and you can go to it and it can't work. So it's very tough on the mound, because if you get so angry, and I can only explain it as maybe more common is people that play golf, because I think a lot of people do play golf. When you get mad and you're like, I'm just going to hit it as hard as I can this time. And then you get even worse because you're so mad. Now you're over swinging and you're way overdoing it. Sometimes you can get into the state where, hey, I'm going to swing harder using a little bit more aggressiveness, maybe a little bit more anger, but not go to a level where it takes you to a negative part. That's the best way I can explain it. But I've had times where I've used that dark side anger to help me, and I've used that dark side anger to destroy me.
Yeah. Have you ever used a wrench and gotten whatever lug nut you're trying to get off or whatever, and you're like, dark side.
You end up stripping it.
Yeah, now it's stripped and everything's screwed over, and you're like, oh man, got to buy a whole new wheel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But for Martin Perez, it's tough right now. I think the Rangers are trying to evaluate. He did a great job of getting out of that situation with only giving up 4 runs, but still it was 4 runs over 6 innings. That's not going to give you tons of chances to win. It'll give you an opportunity to win here and there, but I'm sure that right now Chris Young is evaluating his rotation, obviously evaluating his bullpen. I think the bullpen's a little bit easier to evaluate, as you had to bring in 3 rookies in a winning situation on Friday to try to win. That's probably a little bit too much to ask 3 rookies to close out that situation for you. But he's probably looking at this rotation and looking at Heaney and looking at the use that he's had this year, looking at Martin Perez and how he's been throughout the season. Now looking at Nathan Eovaldi and his arm fatigue that he's having, and going, can I get through the rest of this season with Cody Bradford and Owen White filling in when I need fill-ins to then win this division? And that's, to me, that question is, I probably need to go out and get another starting pitcher, but I have to watch how much I give for that guy.
I have a curiosity, Kevin. You're not prepared to be done with Perez, are you?
I know this is a really long breathing thought. I guess I'm not.
Okay. Just
because at this moment, it doesn't seem like you have the options to refill.
Right.
If it weren't for, you can go all the way back to the beginning of the season with Odorizzi, with DeGrom, and now with Eovaldi. If it weren't for that, maybe I would, because his calling card all year has been home starts, home starts, home starts. Well, I mean, whether it's yesterday or whether it's going back to the Astros, he has gotten rocked early at home.
And I guess then to add to that part of the question, Mike, what's my biggest concern with Perez? Big games or just games in general? And I feel like that he gives you a good one here and there, and then the other ones are, it's kind of rough here and there as well.
I think teams that have great discipline are the ones that give him the biggest issues, because he likes living outside of the zone by a couple inches.
Yes.
And when they don't swing at those, and the umpire has a little bit more of a stricter strike zone, he finds himself in bad counts. And he doesn't have any swing and miss stuff. He actually doesn't have a breaking ball anymore. He threw one the other day in the 11 pitch at bat to Outman, but he literally throws 89 to 91, 70% of the time, and then 30% of the time he throws a changeup. And those are his 2 pitches. Yes, he cuts the ball a little bit and he sinks the ball a little bit, but it's exactly the same speed. So your location has to be tremendous when you are pretty much a 90-mile-an-hour pitcher, 70% of your pitches, and then an 84-mile-an-hour pitcher for 30% of your pitches. And those are the only 2 speeds you're going to throw at. You have to be tremendous with your location. And last year he was. This year he hasn't been. I will say this. I thought in that 3rd inning, let's just say with nobody out, he gives up those 2 runs and he makes it 6-2. I think he had 2 runs at that point through 2 innings of your hitting. If it is 6-2 in that situation and he's struggling to get out of that, I don't know if Owen White comes in. I don't know who comes in. I wonder this. It didn't happen. Martin Perez did enough in that game. He's making his next start. I think if that third inning would have blown up on him and he would have given up those 2 runs and maybe not been able to get out of that inning, I don't know if he makes the next start. I wonder if they think about putting Cody Bradford into the rotation at that point. But it didn't happen. He battled. He got 5 zeros on the board after that first inning grand slam, and that earned him, I know, at least one more start. But I was thinking when I was at that game, wondering if this third inning gets blown up here, is he making his next start?
Now, the Rangers have the Astros starting tonight, 7:10 first pitch, 6:30 pregame, right here at 105.3 The Fan. Are you pumped for this series? You only played them one more series in the regular season, I believe in September. The Rangers are 3-4 against the Astros this season, with both teams winning their series on the road.
Yeah.
So maybe this being on the road is a good thing.
This is a huge series because there is no tiebreaker game anymore in baseball. Because of the extra wild card situation and the buys, they go off of tiebreaker situations. They don't play another game to decide the division or decide the wild card situation. Now, I do think Texas and Houston at the end of the day are both going to be in the playoffs. But one is going to get a bye and be the 1 or 2 seed, and the other team is going to have to play a heck of a 3-game series on the road. You're going to have to win a 3-game series on the road to then get into the divisional series. So I think these are really huge games, and both teams are hurt. So I don't want to, hey, the Rangers are coming into this series hurt. Nathan Eovaldi's now not pitching in the series. Corey Seager's not playing in the series. I think Adolis Garcia, I'll give it a 40% chance he plays tonight.
Okay.
And then I'll give it like a 50-50 that he plays the next 2 days. But I don't know if Adolis is going to play. So there's a chance that just like yesterday, you came through, you won the game. But Seager's 100% out. Nathan Eovaldi's 100% out. And I do think it's about 50-50 that Adolis plays in this series. So it's really tough. Now, they don't have Jordan Alvarez. They don't have they don't have Altuve. They don't have some of their pitchers who have been hurt for a while now. So they've been dealing with a lack of starting pitching for a while now. But they do have Framber Valdez. I believe he's pitching on Wednesday. I'm not just saying it's 100% loss, but most likely when Framber Valdez pitches, you're going to lose if you're the other team. That's going to be a really tough game. John Gray tonight is the best pitcher we have in this series. I feel like you have to win this game. This is the game that I really want because John Gray can go out there and he can dominate another team. When he's on, when his command is there with his 2 major pitches, his sinker, slider mix, he does throw, 4-seamers every once in a while and changeups. But if those 2 pitches are on and he can dominate with those, you can win this game and he can win this game for you. After that, you're looking at more of we have to have our offense win these games or somehow get to Framber Valdez on Wednesday when you don't have Seager. That's tough. That's tough to ask. So this is a huge game. I'm really looking forward to this one because you don't want to get swept. In a weird way, if you get swept, you're tied up. And then they have the tiebreaker. They won the tiebreaker. It doesn't even matter about the next series because they won 7 of the 12 games you're going to play. So you need to win one of these games for sure. And this is the one that's most winnable.
And I think John Gray really wants to go out there with a great showing tonight, too. I mean, lost the first matchup, the most recent matchup with the Astros, but also, Kevin, after that 4.1 innings and he had to go, I think he's like, I want to get back out there and show everybody I'm in a groove. I can find my place. Let's go.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's Dallas Cowboys training camp week. So what is your biggest reason for optimism for the Cowboys? 877-881-1053. Plus, we'll do Mike Likes It as part of the Expressway next on The Fan.
Prescott long count, back in the gun. Well protected, going deep to the right side. Into the end zone. Perfect throw to Hendershot. Touchdown, Cowboys.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is, in fact, training camp week. We're heading out tomorrow to Oxnard to cover Dallas Cowboys training camp. And I wanted to know, what is your biggest reason for Cowboys optimism? But I also wanted to read this. The 817.
It was bad.
Been in a rough place mentally lately. Thank you, men, for bringing humor, hope, and humility to my and many other lives. I love you. Also, Mike looked great on TV last night. That's from Jeremy.
Mike always looks great on TV.
We wore the baby blues yesterday. That worked out because they're wearing baby blue on the field. And so Renee's always like, you got to wear your light blues when they wear the light blue. So we light blued it up and won.
I just love getting messages like that because we go through the same things. Like, we are not in the best mental space either, and y'all's feedback can definitely help with that. So thank you guys very, very much. Now, Cowboys, what is your reason? Corey, I'm going to go to you first.
Because I'm the biggest homer and an optimist here. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because you're most excited about going to Oxnard.
That might be the case as well, especially because earlier today is I have said this many times over many years. You are the biggest Cowboys fan I know.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
is there a reason for optimism? And if so, what is it?
I think there absolutely is, and this can be misconstrued in a lot of different ways. You can look at a lot of different things, but this is the first time I've felt stability across the board with this team. Are they lacking things? Yes. I think they're lacking an elite quarterback, and that's something that I think that you need to win a Super Bowl.
Sure.
I think that's something that is, I think the team understands what they have in Dak Prescott. They like that they have a guy that keeps the locker room together. They like that they have a guy that can play the position, reads the game very well pre-snap, but then sometimes things just don't work. But I think they really do think that he is the right leader for this team, and if they can win the Super Bowl, it's going to be not because of him, but because the entire team produced. I think that's what their hope is, that they built the team. But stability at coaching, I think, is something that they have lacked for a while, and you're like, I don't think that this guy can get it done. Now you have a coach that's gotten them 2 seasons of 12 wins and into the playoffs. You're still missing that playoff part. I will go back to this. This is very similar to how it was last year. I will worry about the playoffs on playoff day. I want to worry about each game as we go along, and we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, I'll be out, and y'all can come party and watch some games with me through this year. Kevin, I'm supposed to go to your house for a Cowboys game this year. So hopefully, I'm not going to ride with you there because there's a lot of situations there. But
because we get an accident.
Yeah, but I do look forward to that. Again, they have stability. They have done something they haven't done in quite some time, and that is be better. And I think they got a little bit better this offseason. Do I think that they went out and made huge moves that change everything? No, but we might look back on the Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore moves as the most very similar to the Evaldi Bochy moves, where we're like, wow, those things made a huge difference. You didn't get a game breaker in Mozzie, but you might have gotten a game wrecker. That might be good. So I think my reason for optimism is that I think that this season they're coming off of, it was a really good year, but they didn't quite get what they wanted. And I think that that's kind of stewing with this team right now.
And that was actually, that kind of line of thinking is replicated to a certain degree by Bleacher Report, is they said 2022 results should give you reason for optimism because this is the first time in about 25 years that the Cowboys have put 2 really good seasons together back to back in terms of double-digit wins, in terms of playoff appearances, and several other metrics. So I think that is a reason for optimism. And you talked about the stability. As you look at this going into it, is people seem to think the Cowboys are going to be good, although that has frequently been their downfall at times.
Yeah, they don't seem to handle success as an organization very well.
That is true. I think about 2008. I think about 2017.
But were those seasons off of 2 good seasons prior?
No,
it was
they
like
weren't.
one season.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, okay, last year was the enigma.
Yeah.
You know, like last year was the one that didn't. It was the outlier. Every outlier. Enema is not what I was going for, Mike. But so that's what I would think is those seasons when they popped up and they were good. That's the outlier. And I think now this is more of the reality of a Mike McCarthy coach team is you're going to be in the mix, in the conversation. You should be the best in your division a lot of times.
I'm ready.
All right.
This conference is horrible.
That is a good reason for
This
optimism.
is the worst the NFC has ever been in my life. Philadelphia is really good. Unfortunately, they are in your division. So you're going against the best team in this conference is in your division, and you need to win the division. If the Cowboys can't win this division, they're not going to the Super Bowl. They're just not. You're not going to go through road game, and win. It's too hard. It's too difficult. The other team that is probably better than you, because they've proven it the last 2 years in the playoffs, is the 49ers. We don't even know who the 49ers quarterback is.
Yeah.
Like, this is how horrible this conference is. There's Jalen Hurts, who broke out last year and almost won the MVP. And then there's Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. I think it's going to be Brock Purdy as long as he's healthy to start the year. But I'm not going to say they don't go to Trey Lance if Brock Purdy gets off to a slow start after 3 or 4 games. So we have two teams that are really good that you could consider better than the Dallas Cowboys before the season starts. One has a quarterback who was great last year for the first time in his career in the NFL. He was great at Oklahoma. I'm not trying to take anything away from him there. And then you have the Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, awesome 49ers team. So that's just, you look at the other side and you go, what if you're competing against Kansas City, the Chargers, the Bengals, the Bills, now the Jets with Aaron Rodgers? You don't know if Tua T was really good. He was 8-1 last year until the head injuries really got the most of them. You just keep going around it. You still have Lamar Jackson over there. Trevor Lawrence is probably going to win 12 games and win that division really easily. You're like, look, that's 8 teams. Right there I named 8 in that side. That is really tough. Ours, 2.
Yeah.
And that's it. Everybody else is at best, I'll give like Detroit, maybe at best they're a hair above average. It is a horrible conference. And if you can't take advantage, you weren't able to last year because you didn't win the division. So you had to, yes, Tampa, you won on the road. Great. But then you had to go on the road again. And it's over. If you do it again, there's a good chance that you beat the Atlanta Falcons, whoever it is that had the worst record in the South, that you have to be the team that goes there and destroys their hopes and dreams. And then you have to go to San Francisco and or Philadelphia and win both those games on the road. Ain't happening. So that being said, that's what I'm optimistic about this year, is that you have the crappiest conference in the history of the NFC.
And it does feel like that, and lack of quarterback play is a big part of it. Somebody did ask this question when we signed Cook and Gilmore, or got them. We were all going crazy, but now that it's been a couple months, it's just an average offseason. I still think it's been a good offseason. I would have liked to see something else, maybe a little something at running back, but I do think it's been a good offseason, and then obviously we've discussed our issues with the offensive line. I still think it's been a good offseason, but I'm going to go to the other side of the ball. The reason for my optimism, the defensive playmakers, because I keep thinking about something that y'all have brought up and that we've talked about a bunch.
Micah.
Well, sure.
I'll bring up Micah every chance I get.
Okay, as you should.
He won't be the guy Wednesday I discuss as the person who gets hurt in training camp.
Okay, but I really hope we don't do that segment. Is Mozzie Smith and the idea of, could he eat up people on the front of the line and hopefully clear way for other people? Because if you look at it, is you feel like Gilmore has the potential to be a playmaker. We've seen in the past that Diggs can be a playmaker. Obviously, you brought up Micah, the defensive playmaker, and potentially DeMarcus Lawrence. Not Dexter Lawrence, DeMarcus Lawrence. And so I do think you have a lot of defensive playmaking ability. I don't even bring up people like Donovan Wilson, who, man, he can light somebody up.
I really like the defense, and one of the main, like, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, Kevin, is there's been continuity too. Because you've been able to keep your coaches around, like Dan Quinn, because you've been able to keep a lot of those players around, nobody's coming into this camp with a completely new, fresh book that they have to memorize and a bunch of new messages that they have to understand. They're all coming in with pretty much, hey, we pulled the rope last year, we got to do it again. and here are the things that we're going to have to be better at in order to do it. Now, I do have a question about maybe throughout the year. Last year, the Cowboys needed Jason Peters, right? Like it was we don't have this spot lined up. We need it. Last year, the Eagles are like, hey, in the middle of the year, we are going after, like, the Eagles are like, we're going to go get Ndamukong Suh. We're going to go get this guy. We're adding to our team as things go along. And I wonder if the Cowboys will be aggressive in that nature too, whenever they're like, guys, very similar to Chris Young, we're freaking good. Go for it. Or will they go, nah, this is the team we started with, and we just gotta hope that they can pull that through.
Not the only reason, there's probably multiple reasons. The main reason I hate if it's the second part of that outcome is I'm thinking, hey, look, Zach Martin wants more money, and come 2024 and the 2 years after that, you're in a lot of trouble with his contract. Dak Prescott's deal hasn't even really hit because you keep backloading it. And next year, his money really hits, and you got nowhere else to push it except back in avoidable years, of which are already hurting in the next 2 years. You have some salary cap space. Don't tell me about how it carries over. You're going to be in a little bit of trouble one way or another. Just go for it.
We need that salary cap space to make it through this camp. We need about $14 million for
Then why doesn't every
operating.
team in the NFL do that? I would love to see them push all in. And I do see, and this is always the way it happens, is from the 817, they said, we got Dak, and then said, but then again, I'm a Dak homer. And it seems like I'm still hoping we find more fans that are middle ground fans, because it seems like a lot of people who are middle ground default to Dak is terrible, right? You're like, oh, he's not good, he sucks. Can't you just say he's not good enough in terms of he's not top 7, top 5, whatever you think it is? But yes, a lot of people pointing out Dak, but we do have a lot of reasons for optimism. And I think the continuity is something that I kind of underappreciated, that maybe is a big deal for this team.
Let's also add this too. I know Tony Pollard is playing right now, Kevin, or like he will be under the franchise tag.
Yep.
What is that? I hope call that a contract season, sir.
I hope he was on that Zoom call and he told every single one of them he's going to reset everything with the most jaw-dropping year you've ever seen. I'm like, great. Good luck with your travels to whatever team that you go to next, because I would hope it's not going to be the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think CeeDee Lamb's running up to contract season. Micah's looking for. There are a lot of guys, Kevin, that are very, very motivated at the moment, and so I think that's another, like, it's not something where you're like, hey, if we can get all these guys on contract season at the same time, great. I think it's one of those where you're like, all right, this is actually a benefit. We didn't realize this was about to happen, but here we are. Let's go see what you guys got.
And also, you brought up two players that can still get better. Like, I know they're both really, really good, but Micah can still get better. He would tell you that. CeeDee Lamb can still get better. He would definitely tell you that.
I just saw a post, and it was from a Mike Tomlin speech. I want to go listen to the whole speech, but I saw a couple quotes from it, and one of them was reasonable expectations and, like, setting realistic goals. But he said you always want to be a guy on the rise. You always want to be a team on the rise. That's the best. Like, that's the best place to be in. That's an interesting perspective from Mike Tomlin, who's been pretty successful his entire career. Right? Kevin, you think he's a Hall of Fame coach when he's said and done with? I do. And so, like, hearing that part of you always want to be on the rise, and that's for your own mentality, so that you're not like, hey, I'm comfortable, I made it. But it's also from everybody else on the outside, what their expectations are is like, this is their chance to do something special. And then you get that chance to go out there and do it. And so I think CeeDee's still one of those guys that's not necessarily, because we look at him and we're like, well, he's not Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson's the best. Well, he's not Diggs, but he's right there, you know, and like you said, he can still get better. And so that is the hope for CeeDee Lamb and those guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. I was hoping we would have an opportunity to work this in. Mike and Corey, I'm going to give you a challenge. It's not relevant to anything except I thought it was fun. NBA players with the most career earnings since the year 2000. There are 8 people on this list.
LeBron James.
Okay, how many
Mbappe.
of them do you what? How many?
You saw that article where he's going to get paid like
$760 million.
Oh, I saw it went into the billions.
That's what I meant.
Well, it would be $1 billion, all things considered, because they have to pay the transfer fee to the club and then the wages.
Is this just in salary? NBA
Just
salary?
in salary. Since the year 2000, there's 8 of them.
Is Durant in there?
Are you starting the
Oh,
guessing?
hold on. You said I thought he said LeBron.
Yeah,
so-
LeBron's easy.
Okay, LeBron, correct.
Chris Paul.
Chris Paul, correct. He is second most. LeBron made the most at $431 million.
All right.
Chris Paul, $359 million.
I'll go with KD.
KD is third at $350 million.
And the guy who went just ahead of him, Greg Oden.
No.
No, you don't think so?
I don't. I want to win this one. All right. I really want to win this one, Mike. So let's not.
You guys got to run the table.
No, we'll go with Greg
All right,
Oden here.
So let me ask you this. Curry didn't get a huge deal after his first 4 years in the NBA. Do you think, though, Curry, because he's been in the league now for 12, 13 years, I assume that he would be one of them.
And he signed a supermax.
Right.
So I think that has I think Steph Curry's in there.
Steph Curry is 7. That is correct.
Is Harden
303
Oh,
million.
you know what? Both of the guys that
Westbrook
struggled to
also?
win. Yeah, I think both those guys are.
Okay, so you go Harden first?
Sure, Harden
Sure,
first,
yeah,
then
whatever.
Westbrook next. They're both going to be in there.
Harden is 8th on the list. That is correct.
And now?
Russell Westbrook is correct.
Yeah, he got paid $1 zillion.
$336 million. All right, so you guys have got LeBron, Chris Paul, Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, Steph Curry, James Harden. You got 2 more on the board.
Do you think D. Lillard, he's been maxed out a couple times. D. Lillard's one. Obviously, Kyrie Irving has got paid a crap load of money, too. So those are 2 that come to mind that have been in the league now for over a decade that have gotten paid max out contracts. Lillard might be more because he's never changed teams. When you change teams,
I don't think it anymore. I think that
You're
I just looked at his
staring
face.
at me.
I looked
That's
at his
just 'cause you
face.
So I'm
staring
wrong
at
on
me.
both
I don't
those.
know. I'm just looking at his face and trying to figure it out here.
You're going to have to guess another person because those are the 2 that come to mind that have been in the league for over a decade that have maxed out contracts.
You like a hint?
Sure.
Yes.
Neither one of these players are active.
So there's 2 left, and
Okay.
neither one of them are active.
They're both great, as you would guess. Because I guess not everybody on this list is great, but
great.
So they were getting maxed out, and they would have had to retire probably only in the last 3 to 4 years because you're getting $0.
How much did Dirk make in his career?
Yeah, but he was signing crap contracts at the end.
It's 2000.
It's not even close. Dirk made over $200 million in his career, but it's his money. You're talking about from 2000 to when?
Till now.
He didn't get paid well. Like 2014 through 18, he wasn't paid very highly. But you can guess him.
Somebody said Dwight Howard.
Is Kobe it? Kobe was still getting paid a crap ton of money till the end.
I'm looking at the fan text
But
right now.
At
Dwight
least
Howard
one answer on the fan text
or
is correct.
Carmelo. Which one? Dwight Howard or Carmelo?
You can pick.
Oh, I don't want to pick.
5 seconds.
I'll go Dwight Howard.
I'll go Kobe.
Kobe is correct. Dwight Howard is not.
Oh.
The other one, when y'all brought up Dirk,
Carmelo.
I really thought you might get it. Kevin Garnett,
Oh, yeah, he made a lot of
since
money.
2000, made $303 million. Absolutely
Stephon Marbury.
incredible. We're to the end of the list. No, he
The
made,
shoes that he sold were super cheap, so everybody bought them.
Well, that's where Kobe would make it easily and even though he passed away, right? I mean,
Yes.
he's still making money off of Nike, but that's why I wanted to
This
make
is
sure to start
just
off just
salary.
your NBA
Yeah,
salary.
just
Because
salary.
hell, honestly, Michael Jordan's probably one of the 8.
Actually, I bet you're correct about that. Now, how about a little dose of that? Mike likes it.
Okay, so a lot of trade rumors. Obviously, we're getting close to the trade deadline. I don't know the exact time. I just know it's the 31st, correct?
Yes.
And I don't know if it's 3 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern
See what I
Time,
can
whatever
find
it is.
on
But
that.
we are now pretty much a week away from the trade deadline, maybe a week and a day away from what will the Rangers do. There's an article right now, multiple articles out here's MLB.com, what each team should do at the deadline. I go straight to the Texas Rangers, and it says add lots of pitching.
And did you say, I'm sorry, what day did you say?
I said 31st.
It's actually August the 1st.
Oh, August 1, okay.
At 5 p.m. Central, it looks like.
Is that a Monday?
No, that would be Wednesday or Tuesday.
Tuesday the 1st, okay. All right, so it says here, it says lots may sound dramatic by adding lots of pitching, but it says the Rangers have glaring holes in both the rotation and the bullpen that likely won't be fixed by a single trade. Texas already opened the trade floodgates by acquiring Chapman on June 30th, but the bullpen still has a 4.78 ERA as a whole.
Is that good?
No.
Okay.
A starter has been an obvious need since the DeGrom injury, but it's become dramatically obvious that Eovaldi and Gray are the only consistently reliable arms in the rotation. Now, this is from Kennedy Landry. I would disagree that I would say Dane Dunning has been pretty dang reliable. He did have a bad start. His last start was a bad start. He was bad. That was his first bad game of the year, but I understand where they're coming from. If the Padres end up selling, the combination of Josh Hader and Blake Snell could fortify the staff, and both Chicago teams could end up dealing veteran starters like Stroman and Lucas Giolito. There are plenty of arms on the market. The Rangers just have to decide who they're willing to trade for the pretty much guys that they want to end kind of where she's going there. This is going to be really interesting because I said it to start the show, but if you weren't listening, here it is again. I found it really interesting that Ray Davis, during the press conference at the All-Star event where they're hosting the 2024 All-Star game and everything, Ray Davis gets up on that microphone and he says, Chris Young is going to do everything possible to make sure Bruce Bochy is the manager of this All-Star game. And the only way you're the manager of the All-Star game is if you go to the World Series. So the two managers that go to the World Series are the managers of the All-Star game the next year. So that would mean Bruce Bochy has won the American League and they've made it to the World Series. And I think Ray Davis is saying the reins are off. Whatever you feel like you need to do, and I'm not saying they're going to do this. You feel like you need to trade Evan Carter? Trade him if you think it's going to get us to the World Series. So I think that everything is on the table, and being at the ballpark the last 3 days and talking to different people, I will say this. If Shohei Ohtani is traded, the Rangers are going to do everything possible to win the bidding.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know if he'll be available. Right now, he's not available. Right now, if the Rangers called, they're not trading him. Now, I'm sure you could offer everything in the world, and they eventually would trade him today. But right now, the report pretty much is Ohtani's not available today. Will he be available on July 30th or the 31st or early on August 1st? Maybe so. If he becomes available, I'm telling you that the Rangers are going to try very hard to get him. It doesn't mean they'll end up getting him, but if Ohtani is traded, the Rangers are going to try to put the best package available that makes sense for their organization and beats all organizations to Shohei Ohtani. Not saying they're getting him, not saying Ohtani's getting traded, but I
heard it here first,
I feel confident saying now that the Rangers, the rumors are true, that the Rangers will try very hard to get Ohtani if he is traded.
See,
you want to be the first to call and the Angels to be the first one to put the offer in?
Because I don't want any other offers.
They're going to listen to other offers.
I'm sure.
Well, because I'm looking at, a lot of people say that Chris Young beat a lot of the other GMs by getting Aroldis Chapman. He was like, hey, I made the first move. And everybody was like, oh, crap. And then now you see the Braves. I know those are very subtle moves here that they're making, but Braves making some moves to solidify their roster a little bit. And I just wonder, how is it Ohtani, Chip, and then everything else for all the rest of the teams? Or is it there's going to be a lot of moves and the Ohtani thing might be the last one?
I think you have to. Here's what you have to worry about with Ohtani. First of all, he seems to be tiring on the mound right now.
No.
So
he's been giving home runs, for him at a way higher rate.
Crushing it as a hitter. He's arguably the best hitter in the game this year. And I don't think you could say last year he was the best hitter in the game. You'd say he's one of the top hitters.
Yeah.
But I think this year Ohtani is the best hitter in all of Major League Baseball. That being said, he's starting to show fatigue as a pitcher. And remember, 2018, 2019, 2020, he really didn't pitch much because either he was hurt or he wasn't effective as a pitcher. It was only in 2021 that he started really becoming the dual threat that everybody thought he could become. But his first 3 years in the major leagues, he wasn't that big of a dual threat. So now we get to 2021. And I do think this is a little bit of a concern with the Rangers and with other organizations. How much longer can he do this, and can he be effective in October? Will we have somewhat of a person on our hands that, yes, this is unbelievable what he's doing. Nobody's done it in the history of baseball because Babe Ruth didn't do it at the same time. So nobody's done this in the history of baseball. Can he be an ace in October? Can he be an ace in September down the stretch in a playoff race against the Houston Astros to win the division? Can he pitch game one and dominate for 6 innings in game one and still have the energy to pitch game 5 and be dominant while he's hitting in your lineup for all 5 games in a divisional series? So I do think there are a lot of questions that the Rangers and other organizations are asking about the Ohtani situation, going, how great of a pitcher will he be in September, October? How much do we have to protect him so he is good in September and October?
Mike, I'm sorry. I just noticed that he has 1 home run in the last 5 games and 2 RBIs in the last 5 games.
Yeah. Is there a little bit of pressure of his name being floated out there? Obviously, it's gotten to players before. We saw it here with Mike Minor and Yu Darvish. I mean, they couldn't get a person out in the month of July as their name got put into kind of rumors of possibly getting traded. And Mike Minor lost all trade value. You couldn't trade him anymore because of what he did in July. Yu Darvish became such a person that teams were like, I just don't know, is that you traded him for Willie Calhoun at that point. And it was like the Dodgers like, we'll take him. At that point, the Dodgers like, we'll take him, but we're not offering you really anything. And it was up to the deadline second. They're just like, this is all we're getting, and we're not signing Yu Darvish to a long-term deal, so we might as well just take Willie Calhoun and a couple of, far-off prospects that will probably never make it to get this deal done. I want to bring up this team in the rumors. Now, this goes to ESPN. It says the Cardinals' stance at the deadline. The Cardinals have now shifted to sellers, okay? So this doesn't affect us at all because we don't need this person, but the Dodgers are now interested in Nolan Arenado. And it sounds like that the Dodgers might be able to pull off a Nolan Arenado trade to add to their lineup. But they're also saying here the Cardinals will start sifting through offers this week. Jack Flaherty and Jordan Montgomery, both starting pitchers, are as good as gone. So Montgomery's a left-hander with a ERA at about 3.3, 3.4. He's been a okay pitcher for his career, an average to above average pitcher for his career. Nothing super special. He is a free agent at the end of the year. He does not help you in 2024 or beyond. Jack Flaherty, I believe, is also a free agent. Now, he's a right-hander who's dealt with a lot of injuries. He was great when he hit the scene for the Cardinals, but as his career has progressed, he just hasn't been able to stay healthy for the Cardinals and really contribute in the way that they thought he would contribute. But those are 2 names to think about for the Rangers that we haven't brought up yet from the Cardinals, Flaherty and Montgomery. And it does say in this article, what happens with Jordan Hicks is still a question mark. Jordan Hicks' fastball averages 101 miles an hour. He can get it up to, he has in his career, 105. Now, he's gone through Tommy John surgery. He rarely gets it up to 105, but he still can touch 103 like you saw Chapman do the other day.
He did.
His whip is 1.5 for the year, so that's a little bit scary. You're not trading for a guy that's been dominating this year in the bullpen. But I'd just like to bring up the Cardinals. You could get a 2-for-1 type of situation trade where Kennedy Landry talks about the Rangers are going to have to make multiple trades if they really want to make this a World Series contender. That's how I'm reading it.
Okay.
And you could look at the White Sox. We've talked about the White Sox forever. It does sound like they're not going to trade Dylan Cease. I could be wrong on that. There's still time for them to change their mind. But what I'm reading about Dylan Cease is they're not going to trade Dylan Cease here. They are going to trade Giolito. Now, you can get Giolito, and right now Kendall Graveman's healthy. So I'd rather have Graveman than Joe Kelly because I don't know how Joe Kelly's elbow is going to come back from this and when he's going to come back and how effective he's going to be the rest of this season. But throw in the Cardinals as if you want to pick up a starter and a reliever, Flaherty / Montgomery. are available and will be traded, it sounds like, by the Cardinals. And then Jordan Hicks is kind of the question mark. And I do think adding Jordan Hicks, can you imagine in the 7th inning when Seager hits the home run to go up 5-4, I believe was the score, you're bringing in Jordan Hicks in that situation and not bringing in Alex Spees?
Yes.
That, to me, makes a pretty big difference. And I want Kendall Graveman and like a Jordan Hicks. I want 2.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I want 3.
Oh, I mean,
In fact,
oh my God.
I think it's a question for
Don't
possibly
say 4.
tomorrow. Would you rather add 2 ace bullpen right-handed relievers or 1 really good starter?
But specifically because I think
We'll answer that tomorrow on the KNC Masterpiece. I was remembering what show I worked on.
That's before we head off to Oxnard.
A really long time. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I got a lot of different angles we can go with this thing, but how do you handle success? Next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Yep, thank you very much, Kevin. Looking forward to hanging out with you and Mike while we're hanging out in Oxnard this week. Next week as well. We'll be out there to rock this entire thing. Looking very much forward to it. And we'll have tons of guests on throughout the entire week, the entire trip while we're out there. So that thing's going to be rolling. Now, I saw this last night, and Kevin, you keep calling this my team.
Oh, the Lions. Those are your guys.
And you know what? I think that me and Dan Campbell are the same in this instance.
Oh.
Not
like
that
we
I
really should have been promoting that more. Plus, we got Detroit Lions head coach Dan Campbell.
Daily. Dan Campbell said this per ESPN. I think, as always, the thing that's going to worry you is the hype train. I mean, as with most coaches, this thing is just taking off and it's out of control right now, and that's fine as long as we stay focused on the job at hand and work and yada biddy blah 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 blah. But the hype train is what he's concerned about. All right, he is concerned that it's getting out of hand with his guys, and that brought about a question. How do you handle success? Because there is a reality of people that handle success poorly. They become good, they rest on their laurels, and if you don't know what a laurel is, go look it up.
It's next to the Hardy.
All right? And you'll say, you know what? I'm comfortable. I don't need to do all that extra work that it took me to get here. I'm comfortable now. But the other thing, too, is they have become the sexy pick. They have become the watch out for the Lions. I mean, Kevin, like I said, every time you mention the Lions, you call them guys. Just because I was like, hey, I think they're an exciting team.
I'm trying to give you credit ahead of the fact. When you brought up the Phoenix Suns and we scoffed, and then when they were good, I was like, you know what? That was your team. So I'm trying to help you out. If and when the Lions hit, I'll be like, I told you, those are your guys.
Well, and I think that Jared Goff's kind of on something too here when he's like, look, how can you be that hyped about yourself and be that excited when you were 500 and missed the playoffs? Like, that's where I think that the reality of this is that team seems exciting, but could that season they had last year be an outlier to everything else? Or are they gaining momentum in a way? And I know Reggie's a huge fan of momentum like that.
He thinks momentum is make-believe.
Are they gaining that, the confidence that goes along with winning? Because they were 8-2 to close the season out. That's good. Like, that's a really solid number.
And I have to say, I do think there's something to that because year after year, sport, from all different kinds of sports perspectives, people will be like, they don't know how to win yet. Not the Lions, just sports teams in general. Yeah. And so I do think there is something to be able to point at, whether it's the last 4 games of the season, last 10, whatever the case is, and they're showing they know how to win.
Yeah, and you can always look at the good things you're doing. You're going, like, maybe it was Jared Goff was having a real problem with this throw up until a point when somebody said, hey, idiot. All you got to do is this. And he was like, oh, and it clicked for him. You know, there are a lot of young players on that team too, and a lot of young coaches, to be quite honest. Aaron Glenn was their defensive coordinator. He was young in coaching. Dan Campbell is young in head coaching, as this is his team. So it's really interesting to watch and see that. But how do you handle success whenever things are going well? What do you do? Do you push the pedal down even more? Do you slow down on things? How do you handle success well? 877-881-1053.
I'm the person who, let's just say start with watching, and then I'll talk more specifically about me like in regular life, is if your team is ahead by 20 early in or late in the first half, and then at halftime it's 16, I'm like, we were up 20. Instead of being like, if I told you at the beginning of the game, your team would be up at halftime by 16, be like, hell yeah, this is great.
This is great, but we were up 20.
This is the best day ever. But in real life, I am honestly, we've thanked everybody, you know, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's Twitch, whether you're listening over your radio, whether you text in, whether you interact on social media, or whether you don't. It's been going really well because a lot of people have been listening.
Yeah.
And I just say thank you and keep working harder and thinking about different ways that we might have to evolve. And so this isn't the end. Something bad could happen wherever. And so.
Yeah, I could die.
Well, oh my gosh. I really, really, really hope that does not happen.
That could be good for the show.
Oh, he will.
I doubt it.
Okay, well, not anytime soon, Mike. I don't think it would be good for the show at all, but I try not to flaunt it in people's faces at the moment unless they come at you. Yeah. If somebody comes at you and then you want to be like, look at the numbers or whatever, that's a different thing.
Yeah, I do. I'm one of those that I don't want to change anything if something's going good because I'm like, I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah.
I don't want to go any harder than usual. I don't want to go any lighter than usual. I just want to kind of stay in that place of whatever I'm doing that I'm in the zone. I want to just stay in that zone right now. And I think a lot of hitters, shooters feel that way sometimes, where I always love the saying of, I feel like I'm throwing a tennis ball into a trash can. Whenever guys are like shooters are in the zone, that's what it feels like, is the hoop is huge.
Yeah.
And you don't want to get out of that place. And you don't want to tell people either. You don't want to go around being like, hey, guess what? I'm in the zone right now. This is amazing. And so there is some, I think, a little bit of humbleness that goes along with it. Whenever things are going successfully.
I will say that has been an issue with Talking Doctor because from the 817, proper way to handle success. You meet a goal, then set another goal.
Very quickly, yes.
All right, but Talking Doctor has told me it's okay.
If you don't meet the goal?
No, well, that too. But it's okay to reflect on or celebrate a success that's important to you. Because the problem that I would run into just in my regular life is if I'm trying to get from point A to point B, as soon as I got to point B, I was like, all right, now here's the plan for point C. Instead of being like, hey, what a great journey we had to get to point B.
Yes, absolutely. From the 682 Steady Stroke Corey. That's what I've always called him.
Oh, my God.
What do you... being steady with the approach and everything. I like that. And I agree with you on small celebrations and big celebrations too. I have wondered, Mike, when you made it to the big leagues.
Ooh, This is a great question.
Was that okay? I did it, or like did you constantly weigh yourself with, yeah, but I haven't done anything yet?
Both.
Okay.
I guess when you make it for the first time, you're like, oh my God, I can't, I did it. I made it. I remember being in Buffalo at 1 a.m. and Eric Wedge giving me the call that you're going to Cleveland tomorrow. It's a day game. Do you need to fly out or drive out? And I said, no, I'll wake up early and drive. It's a 3-hour drive from Buffalo to Cleveland. And it's unbelievable. And then I was nervous as all get out. I couldn't believe that I was in the major leagues and that I was on the Cleveland Indians. And I was like, wow, this is freaking amazing. At the same time, I remember talking to the team, psychologist with the Mets, which I think they delivered the message to the New York Mets, which then got got me sent down to the minor leagues, or at least helped, so because they knew what I was thinking. I wasn't really satisfied or happy with just being on the team or just being like, I wanted more. I wanted to be more. I just didn't think I was doing enough.
Did you when you told her, How did she react? Do you remember that? Do you
Told
remember
her what?
Like when
That
you were
made the
going
bigs?
to the major leagues? Did you say I'm just going to wait until she sees me on TV?
No, no,
Oh my gosh. She's not watching that otherwise. She's like, I know my husband's in the minors, but I'm watching all these Cleveland games just in case.
I called her up and she got a ticket and was there for my first ever game. Now, I didn't pitch in the first game there. Bartolo Colon started for us. We didn't need relievers that game. But then the next game I did pitch. So I believe Saturday was my first game. Didn't pitch. Sunday night on ESPN was the second game. That was the game I got to pitch in. And she was there. Now, I cannot remember this.
Was she like really excited for you?
I don't think she was there Saturday for the day game because she couldn't get there fast enough. Because I got the call at 1 a.m. on a Friday night.
Yeah.
So then when I'm calling up at 1:15 in the morning to my parents and to my wife and telling them that I've made the major leagues, I'm going to be in Cleveland tomorrow. My parents didn't go. Because they knew I wasn't going to buy them a house just because I made it to the major leagues. No, just kidding. But they did not. They weren't able to like just get a ticket and go. Because the other thing too is I knew I was getting called up in this situation that the Rangers have just had. To give you an example, they keep just sending a guy down. Grant Anderson, long reliever, you're down the next day. Glenn Otto, long reliever, you're down the next day. If somebody has to long relieve today, let's just say Owen White. I don't know if he's been named the starter tomorrow or not, or if Cody Bradford's going to be named the starter tomorrow or not. I haven't seen who's going to take Eovaldi's spot in the rotation tomorrow. But if you throw 3 innings tonight, it doesn't matter if you throw 3 shutout innings and strike out 9 guys. You're going down to the minor leagues tomorrow, and they're going to call up a guy like John King because they're going to need another arm. And that's the situation we were in. So I got called up. It was Ryan Drees, Tim Drew, and me. We're the 3-man, and not Russell Westbrook. Westbrook, Jake Westbrook was the other guy. There were 4 guys, and we were all the rotating guys from the minors to the majors. As soon as somebody pitched, you were done. So as soon as you pitched in the major leagues, you were getting sent down because they needed a long reliever, most likely the next day. Luckily, after I pitched Sunday, I got to stay for a few more days on the trip to Minnesota because Bartolo threw the complete game shutout. We weren't in need of a reliever as much, or at least he threw a complete game. We still might have lost. It was the Mariners. They beat everybody.
Well, your favorite moment when you were in the major leagues? Did you live in that moment where y'all came back and won? That
probably wasn't my favorite moment because I wasn't. I honestly wasn't that happy with the way I pitched.
Yeah.
I felt like going 6 innings and giving up 7 runs and then 3 inherited guys to me is not a good game. In the end, we won the game. That was great. So that one, it was weird that everybody was complimenting me on that one. I'm like, I've never been complimented for giving up 7 runs in a game. But
and this kind of goes
along.
And
I never relieved in my life either. So my first 2 relief appearances ever were in the major leagues, both with the bases loaded.
I know, like, listen, man. Oh, and this person, they say this. I don't care. He made it to the major leagues. It's awesome. Jesse Holley made it to the NFL. It's awesome. You get to do something that not a lot of people get to do. Yeah. Like Mike says a lot of times, 1%. And Mike he really doesn't walk around flaunting, I played in baseball all the time. He reminds our audience because that's part of the job. Yeah. But at the same time, like he made it. And that's something that a lot of us will never get. But I will think, this part of the conversation, I did finish quarterback this weekend.
Oh yeah. How did you like it?
Loved it. I can't wait. I don't know who they're following in season 2. I cannot freaking wait.
Do you love Kirk Cousins now?
I do like Kirk Cousins a lot more now. I have a different respect for him. I still think he's probably going to finish his career without what he ultimately wants, and that is a championship, maybe even an NFC championship, just because I think he lacks in this specific space. And here's why. I've said over and over that he is a guy that's been told he's great his entire life, but never believed it. And they have some scenes where he's sitting with Talking Doctor, the like Mike said, the team operated Talking Doctor.
I do think they're better at now, 20 years later, making sure that person doesn't go deliver the message to the front office.
And because you need that trust. If you're going to open up to this person, you got to be able to trust them. And so there are moments where he'll say, it just doesn't feel real. I don't know if we believe it yet. I don't know if these things, like, we're a team that's winning right now, and I just don't know if it's real or not. And Kevin, they showed the comeback against the Colts, the largest comeback in NFL history. All right. And he was frustrated in the first half. They come back and they do it. And his teammates afterwards are telling him, lead us all the way, dude. You did this. I think Patrick Peterson runs up and he's like, what did I say at halftime? What do we need? Just 5 touchdowns. And I know that was a joke and everything.
Yes.
But then he goes out, and this is one of the reasons I like him a lot now.
Oh, my God.
Goes out, sees his wife, and says, hey, I want to take, and I think his son's name's Carter. Cooper. I want to take him back to the locker room with me. Takes his kid back to the locker room, gets him some food. He's serving him, still got his gear on and everything. He's serving him. And he's like, in this whole they just came back from everything. It was amazing. And he's being a dad. I want to hang out with my kid. I want to see him. But then on top of that, as he gets to his locker, he turns around and talking doctor's standing there. And he's telling him, this is great. This is good. You need to celebrate. He is telling him, you need to acknowledge that this moment was huge, not only for you, but for the whole team. But you need to let it be that it was a big moment, because you need to celebrate those things so that you can get over whatever that is, that I can do it again. And so I really did. I thought it was really interesting, that whole quarterback thing. Mahomes walks around with swagger all the time. Like, he just constantly believes everything's going to go well.
It's not. I'm not saying it is. I haven't seen the show yet. It's not annoying swagger, is it? Because, there's a difference between, oh, yeah, that dude's awesome versus,
I think,
oh, no.
Reggie, his voice makes it a little annoying. That's one of the things.
Oh, no.
He's one of those guys that Reggie said this the other day, he will say something over and over and over to you with the same voice.
Well, I think that's really when he's talking trash. No, he seems to operate with a certain swagger that feels earned by how damn good he is.
Yeah.
So, I don't know that necessarily, I guess we could outsource this to the text line, 877-881-1053. I don't know that I came from a perspective where it felt like an undue level of swagger.
Yeah, and also he's at a point, too, where everybody in that locker room looks to him and knows he can do it.
Sure.
And so if he even has a speck of of insecurity, they'll all see it. And then the questions will start. But that dude, he just exudes it. Now, it's more interesting too when you talk about Mariota and how his whole perspective on this, man, that dude's confidence was just crushed. I'm going to leave this up for other people, but I did text you this weekend, and I had a completely different feeling on his meltdown, because I probably would have done the same thing if they had treated me that way. Okay. So, but yeah, man, I just was kind of curious when I have something successful happen, the first person I want to reach out to is Adrian and celebrate it with her. Tell her, hey, this is happening for us. And then usually ratings have been good for us lately. Yeah. Whenever I tell her, she immediately is like, you guys are badasses. And it makes me feel pretty good. It makes me want to keep rocking even more.
I wanted to throw out one little addendum right here as DeMarcus Lawrence has come in at number 99 on the NFL Top 100. The first batch is being released today. This is his first time in the Top 100 since 2019. Third time in his career that he's made the Top 100. So congrats to DeMarcus Lawrence, number 99 player in football per the players.
And according to David Moore, Zach Martin is not on the team flight to Southern California.
Oh, wow.
Now, players aren't required to report until tomorrow.
Season's over.
Okay.
Several other key veterans were not on the flight.
Oh, okay.
But they are expected to meet the team there. So
it's a protest.
No, I don't. Oh my gosh. If tomorrow the lead story is all these veterans are in protest of Zach Martin not getting paid,
wow.
That's why. No.
No, they're all in protest of the running backs not getting paid.
Yeah, Zach Martin's actually going to hold out for the running backs.
You know what? If somehow Austin Eckler did manage to make that happen via that Zoom conversation, that'd be pretty impressive. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, inspired by Randy Moss. Is there a defeat you suffered, sports or otherwise, a long time ago that still bothers you? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com. or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Ooh, should I go ahead and read that? Is from the 972. Mahomes has the confidence and swagger you want on the field, but is very humble and respectful off the field. He seems to go and find opponents he had issues with on the field and have a healthy conversation with them afterward. And I agree with the Cousins assessment. Not sure he believes he is that good. You guys are awesome. Keep it up. And thanks for being mental health advocates. Our pleasure indeed. Now, I wouldn't have thought this would be on the run sheet today, but I want to go ahead and fire off cut number 6. This is a highlight of Jason Williams and Randy Moss from their high school basketball team hooping it up.
Williams for Moss. Pass, Sutherland with it. Nice look down low, but a steal for Williams, ahead for Moss.
Now,
that broadcaster's amazing. Was he a pro now? Is he like is that a Kevin Harlan guy?
It's not Kevin Harlan.
Okay, all right.
But so Randy Moss responded to someone, I believe it was on Twitter over the weekend, and it was a picture of Jason Williams alongside Randy Moss and saying Jason Williams with a few dimes to Randy Moss in the state championship game. Randy Moss responds, didn't win, with a bunch of angry faces with the bar over it that you want to swear and everything like that. So I was curious, a game you were particularly involved in, not a game just as a fan or whatever kind of competition you choose that you were involved with and you lost and it still bothers you perhaps a disproportionate amount of time later.
It was my last high school baseball game. I was really good all season long, and then I started dating Adrian.
You're in the state championship.
No, it was a playoff game though against Nacogdoches.
Their left-handed catcher.
Yeah, your left-handed catcher.
No, we didn't have a left-handed catcher. I never saw a left-handed catcher the whole time I was there.
It might have been Waxahachie. I saw my buddy Corey Pointer the other day. He was a stud at Waxahachie, and it might have been after he left. They went with a left-handed catcher at Waxahachie.
But we were playing Nacogdoches, and I was the only person in the game before that had driven in any runs. And I had a really good first game, and like I said, I was at the plate really good until I started dating Adrian. And then here's when it was good. I was good until she got to the game. As soon as she walked up and sat on the bleachers, everything just fell apart for me.
Were you looking for her, or was it just?
Yeah, there were like 6 people at a Bryan Adams.
Yeah, there were. Actually, we were pretty good. We were on a bit of a roll. But yeah, I mean, listen, dude, come on. It's
There's
DISD.
not very many people at high school baseball games.
I have been to many high school baseball
big time playoff games. Different. Me versus Kerry Wood, very different.
The best point is when you get, or whenever the entire football team decides they're all showing up for that game and they're bringing everybody with them. Like that happens sometimes. You see that, especially even with the basketball team. Yeah. You see that happen all the time. But we got a runner on. I could bunt. Coach was like, "Hey, let's go ahead and bunt and get this guy over. Let's score the run." My bunt the dude throws a curveball. I try to bunt the curveball, and it's a pop up right to the pitcher. And I was like, "Dang it!" And then I think I went
followed it with your bat instead of your legs.
I think I went 0 for 5 that day.
Oh no!
It was my worst performance ever.
At least you got 5 at bats. Your other team did. Your teammates did well.
And that's the thing. My best friend is still my best friend to this day.
In your face.
He's the dude that pitched a game. He pitched a game, an exceptional game while under an influence that I was like very impressed with. But that wasn't that day. That day he had just gotten back into the lineup, and he's right in front of me. I'm like, Brian, I gotta make this back somehow. Like I don't know how I didn't get on. I don't know how I didn't know this. I need you to get on base. We got 2 outs. And then he's like, bam, single, bam, double, 3 times in a row. I'm like, dude, this is awesome. And I couldn't deliver. And I was the last strikeout in the entire game for the playoffs. And it has eaten me up ever since, because everything else I did that season, good. That moment, bad. And I never got another opportunity to change that.
Have you ever thought about reuniting everybody all these years later and having a rematch?
A rematch? I don't even know where to find the dudes from Nacogdoches. I have no clue who any of those guys were. I have zero clue who any of those guys from Nacogdoches were.
Unfortunately, you don't have a platform that reaches.
If you played on the high school baseball team in 1999 for Nacogdoches High School, and you know what? Most of my buddies from my baseball team I still keep up with on Twitter, so I know I can get my guys
There are
together.
2 stud pitchers that year in the Metroplex. Shane Wallace, he was Carrollton Newman-Smith, left-hander, and Justin Simmons, left-hander from Duncanville.
Well, speaking of Duncanville, from the 214, junior year versus Duncanville varsity football. We clearly recovered a fumble for us to beat Duncanville, but they gave it to them, and they won the game via a field goal. All right.
City of Champions. In your face.
Kay Adams just tweeted out, which training camp should I visit? Should I not respond?
You should definitely respond, Dallas Cowboys.
All right.
From the 214 domino tournament at SMU like 20 years ago. See, that is the level of pettiness. I've told you, I'm still mad about a debate tournament when I was in high school when the girl cried and I still lost. I'm still, and like
he made a girl cry on stage in a debate.
I mean, there's no better example of how you just won a debate. If someone runs out of the room crying, that is not the way everybody else saw it. And clearly, like a high school state championship has way higher stakes than that. And that's why Randy Moss is still upset about it.
That's mine, man. I didn't
Randy
get to
Moss
the state championship. But we were, for my senior year in high school, we were number 6 in the nation of Baseball America, number 1 in state. And we went down to Baylor for regional semifinals, and we lost to a team, I believe, from the Woodlands. I can't remember the exact. It was a Houston school, and it was a 1-game, winner-take-all game, and we lost, I believe, 4-1. It might have been 3-1, but we lost that game, and we were supposed to win it all, and that was it. I knew my high school career was over. I knew I was getting drafted in the next few days. I knew that my baseball career would continue, but for me, I thought, winning state at Duncanville would be everything. There were people that had done it before, like Todd Ritchie and Steve Gibraltar, that had won state, and they had beat Todd Van Poppel when he was at Martin, and then they went on to hit a walk-off home run in Austin, and it was just like that was going to be the dream come true. We were good enough. We were considered one of the best teams in the country, and we ended up losing that game, and that was just heartbreaking.
And you wouldn't go to the UT's baseball stadium. Never will.
Never been there. Now, I know they play now at Dell Diamond, the AAA field for.
So it's okay to.
No, I don't know if I'll ever really want to go to Austin. The other thing, too, is for basketball. It was my junior year. We were number 2 in state. There was a team in San Antonio. I know their number 1 player was Stanley Bonowitz, who ended up playing at Texas Tech. His dad was the head coach for the high school basketball team, and we are number 2 in state. Carter was number 3, and we knew if we beat Lake Highlands that we were headed towards a Carter matchup early on in the playoffs. That was going to be a really tough matchup, and we were killing Lake Highlands to start that game. They had a 6'10" dude named Ross Carmichael who was in the middle there, and we had no problem with him to start the game, but as the game progressed, we stunk it up and just fell into their zone trap and kind of took some really bad shots and lost. And to this day, that was my last high school basketball game. I didn't play my senior year, and that destroyed me. So those 2 games still destroy me. Well, I've never been to a UT basketball game either.
And there are a lot of people who share that same kind of logic from the 9-7 or same mindset, I guess. 9-7-2 lost to Hawaii in the Little League World Series tournament, ended up finishing 4th. Still can't get past it. From the 2-1-4, I was playing a poker tournament. I made the final table with a ton of chips. I lost them all making dumb plays. It bothers me and cost me a lot of money. From the 4-6-9, first round of the playoffs in 2012, Spring Hill versus Crandall. Didn't get to play the first 2 games because it rained and it ended up screwing us. Still haven't gotten over that. Another person, from the 9-0-3, lost in the state semifinals to Aledo in football, and then they got sanctioned later. Man, that's the thing I think about with Reggie Bush or Vince Young, when the person who wins, then they get in trouble later and they're like, it's just vacant. And I'm always like, why not? The teams that they beat or the very last team that they beat.
No, they didn't earn it.
Yeah.
So why would you give it to the ones that didn't win the championship?
I mean, Because they cheated and they're no longer eligible.
I had a friend text me, Kevin, and he said 2011 there was his World Series baseball game.
Stop it! You did not play in that. From the 682.
Well, if Derek Holland
texted.
texted.
That's true. Was it Derek Holland?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Okay, then that is fair. From the 682.
Should have got down a better sack bunt, man.
Jeez, Mike.
You're already starting this, aren't you?
He's not even here right now.
Last week, those two just went at each other, and I feel like it's going to be that way in Oxnard, too.
It is.
Derek's going to Oxnard with us for a few days, by the way.
I made an awesome Pinewood Derby car for Boy Scouts, lost the race. It still bothers me to this day. I always wonder if things like that, I don't know if it's that exact situation, like those turn people into who they are. I know when they do superhero origin stories or even villain origin stories, they go a very extreme path. But I'm wondering if there are people who like became who they are because they got jobbed in the Pinewood Derby or whatever. That might be me.
Did you, hold on, you've done a bunch of those Pinewood Derbies, right?
Yeah, Brandon was good at it.
Did he always win?
No, he won for a while and then
stop putting weights in the front of his cars.
You're not supposed to do that.
I know you're not supposed to.
Wait, you notice how you responded by saying you're not supposed to, not that he didn't.
No, he didn't. He didn't do that. And they weighed the cars. No, he didn't.
They weighted the cars when
you go into the place. Are you suggesting people add weights after the fact?
Yeah, I mean, why?
Sure.
Yeah,
that's exactly the way you would do it if you were in a cheat.
Yeah, if that's the best time to do it. If you do it beforehand, you're gonna get caught.
Exactly.
And now we're relitigating things from years ago for the 817. Whoever said that about Alito getting sanctioned is a sore loser because that never happened. So even the reflections of the past, they're like, no, I'm going to argue that about what happened in 2009. I dispute your versions of the facts.
You know what, and Kevin, I think that you're seeing it right now. We know, having worked in it, and Mike, you know, he still keeps up with a lot of high school stuff.
Well, especially now because my kids are going to high school.
For most of us, our sporting careers, like our dreams ended in high school. You know, whatever that was, that's when it is. So that's whenever that's the hard moment of that's never going to be it. You know, we'll never ever have
a lot of that though for me is that those were my buddies I grew up with.
They're a blast.
So from if you kind of still go to kind of your city high school, you usually are with those guys on your team from about first grade on. And, there's move-ins here and there, but there's really a camaraderie, I think, there that right. You don't really get in college. Look, college championships are more important than high school championships. And obviously, if you make it to the World Series or the Super Bowl, those are more important. But high school is different because those are kind of friends for life because you grew up together. And if you can win something special together, it's really important. That's why it was so important to me, and it hurt so much that we didn't become champions in the city of champions.
From the 817, I lost a karate final to a kid from California, and then after that, I became an alcoholic.
No,
but I'm still a badass.
That's a good story.
This is from the original Karate
Strike
Kid.
First.
If you talk about
Strike
John
hard.
Kreese, he didn't even lose. He was just coaching that. Then he punched through a window at the beginning of the second one
Car
for some
window.
reason. Yeah, a car window.
Because he tried to strike Mr. Miyagi and he missed.
Yes. And then he grabbed his nose, right?
If you come for the king.
king.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
But yeah, no,
So I
it is
think
a great movie.
I think is it not a documentary?
It is not.
Yes,
I
it
hate to
is.
I
tell
think
you,
it is.
Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Daniel LaRussa's going to fight.
Unfortunately, the documentary was skewed one way,
Okay,
and
well, fine. Then karate tournaments, jiu-jitsu tournaments, 11 and 12-year-old all-star games, playoff games from 1998. There are a lot of scarred people because of what happened to them. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you for asking, and I really like the shirt.
Thank you. Totally made it for us.
Like the shirt. So we were just talking about this a minute ago. I'm curious if y'all fall into this category. It was a competition, maybe sports, maybe not, but that you participated in that you lost that still bothers you to this day.
2 state championship games in soccer, the Washington Premier League growing up.
You lost both of them?
Lost both of them. Yeah.
Was it back-to-back?
Federal Way got us 1 year, and the Spokane Skyhawks got us 2 years later. Year before that, we lost to Spokane in the semis.
You have a teammate that you blame for those losses, or is it?
No, they were just better than us.
Okay, right.
We were the third best team usually in the state, and so we never punched it all the way through. Never got to regionals. Yeah, it hurts.
That does
sting. I still think about crying in the minivan at 15 years old.
I was at a Plano East South Lake Carroll women's state championship soccer game. I felt so bad for the girl who took the shot because the goalie saved it like right at the end, and they were losing 2-1. So everyone from South Lake mobbed the goalie right in front of the girl who took the shot.
No.
And she just they weren't trying to antagonize her. They were just mobbing the goalie. And the girl just kind of collapsed to the ground because that was her chance to tie the game and keep the dream alive. And all those girls are celebrating right in front of her. I was like, oh, man, that is the worst.
It is the worst.
Makes me think of Mike Winchell when he went down at the goal line. Came up inches shy of what would have been one of the most legendary Texas high school football state championships ever.
Was it Winchell or Billingsley?
No, it was Winchell.
Was not Billingsley on the final play?
I thought it was Winchell.
This thing's got a chance.
The show?
No, these two talking about,
yeah.
Winchell and Billingsley?
Yeah, figuring it out.
Yeah.
It's got a chance.
Someone's going to let us know. I thought it was Winchell. I thought the quarterback put the team on his back.
That's what we got to look forward to today?
And he came up just shy.
That's weed. That's weed.
You two are supposed
We're in
to
our
be.
bag right now. You need to settle down. What you need to do.
It was a hell of a moment.
Coming into the week ornery. It's camp week. You're about to be in Oxnard. I thought you'd be all smiles.
I was just hopeful that we'd be better than this. Really,
That's on you, man. That's a you problem.
I think that
Know your
BetQL
teammates.
stuff's taking a lot out of you guys for these shows.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry we're working 6 out of 7 days a week over here.
Okay.
sorry about
Take
that.
a number.
We had a blast with Carter. All right, maybe we should have Carter.
I like Carter's corner, by the way.
I like Carter's corner.
I think I'm going to
as
bet on Texas Tech just because of what he said.
It was Winchell, for the record.
Or is it Billingsley?
It was Winchell, but it wasn't the championship, says the 254.
Well,
Okay.
it was in the movie, and they
geez.
they lied about the whole thing. In reality, they lost in the state semifinal in real life. They didn't even make it.
more
to the state
dramatic
championship.
this
but it was way more dramatic, and it made for a great movie.
Did they say loosely based on a true story, or did they say based on a true story?
And it wasn't even in Houston; it was at DKR. I'm pretty sure.
I think what they go to now is
Pretty
based
sure.
on true events. Because, I remember.
Don't screw you, Brian.
Happy birthday, bro.
I remember The Perfect Storm, that George Clooney movie.
Great movie.
Based on true events.
Good
It's
movie.
a super fun movie, but when they go through these conversations, I'm like, you don't know, they died.
They're all at the
You
bottom
have
of the
no idea
ocean.
what they said.
Looking at each other like, they're like, yeah, they're talking. What are they talking about? Nobody knows. They all died.
They're next to the lobster traps.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they going to do the same thing with the sub in like 10, 15 years?
Oh, they're definitely going to make a movie about that,
Too
right?
soon.
My gosh.
Well, he said in 10 to 15 years.
Sometimes these
Probably
movies
already
are
being made.
ready to go as soon as we find out. I mean,
Based on real fact.
Broadus, you ever had one of those moments that just stuck in your craw? You couldn't get rid of it?
What, the just losing?
You lost
there's
something that you're
too-
just like.
There's too many.
But what's the one? What's the one that you?
I honestly don't have one. There's so many every time that we would, all the times we came down here to Dallas and playing a playoff game, and there, every time it just, there are too many of those memories where, if you're in it long enough, you just go, God, we can't get over the hump on this, and I there's just too many to even talk about. I can't even give you the idea of this one meant more. No, they were all bad.
Here's
Every
the great
one of them
news,
were
though,
bad.
Brian. Tomorrow, from noon to 1, Jerry Jones will let us know that those teams weren't very good.
Yeah.
Because he's going to say this is the greatest offensive line he's ever had. This is the greatest quarterback he's ever had. This is the greatest defense he's ever had. This is the greatest coach he's ever had.
But you should definitely listen tomorrow at noon. All right.
I just love that every year, no matter who the offensive line is, it's the best offensive line he's ever seen. And I'm like, does Jerry Jones not remember 92 and 93?
Oh, no, I remember all those. And that's why I can't put into how bad those games were. You have a good team, you're kind of rolling along, and you're like, okay, here's our chance. And no, not really. 35-17 or, it's crazy. The Jason Garrett game was probably the worst I ever remember. The Thanksgiving Day game.
Oh, yeah.
And Garrett's out there looking like Troy Aikman throwing the ball around, and I'm like going, what the hell? We can't beat this Sandlot quarterback.
Was there anyone in high school? Do you remember it being at WT White, right? WT White.
Oh, we lost. We're in the playoffs my senior year. This is when there was only one team got into the playoffs, right? We beat Carter for the chance to go into the city playoffs, and 3-way tie, and we draw lots. Carter gets to go to the playoffs. Oh. They drew numbers. Here you are. You beat them. And no more. The bus ride coming from downtown Dallas back to WT White. Next thing you know, it's like, hey, by the way, you guys they drew numbers. Carter's going, you're not, and we just beat them. There's a lot of. I mean, I've lived through a lot of these.
So did Friday nights lie about that too? So I thought it was always down to a coin flip. I didn't know it was a number draw.
They drew bullets actually. They had numbers on a bullet, is what it was.
Why a bullet? Yeah. This one looks a little worn right here. We might need to take another look at this one.
There were numbers on a bullet, and that's how they drew it.
But aren't you surprised, or aren't you a little proud of these guys, since they're talking about old school Texas high school football, that they haven't brought up that ties used to be broken by who had the most penetration?
Penetrations.
I'm proud of you guys for not bringing that up yet.
Seems like something y'all would know. Beat Carter in the one game situation. I'm pretty sure in that movie, like the Carter championship year, I think. Duncanville was the team that beat them, and I believe it was beat them on penetrations. I think they had tied that.
That was something you had to keep track of during the game.
I know.
You absolutely did.
Oh, man.
Penetration. That's why Mickey's always talking about penetration and how important it is.
Yeah,
it's just old school football.
Ball movement and penetration.
Hey, it's 2007 state semifinal, Plano Senior High versus Euless Trinity, double overtime. Ryan McDuff misses a field goal. That was our year, baby. That was our year.
Were you on the team?
Hell yeah, I was. Not on the team. I was a sophomore.
He was in the stands.
I was not good enough to be on varsity.
He had his face painted, and he was part of a line of guys that had their chest painted as well. Defense.
I don't know this about Zach. Did
Wearing
you play
his JV jersey
football?
at school that day.
No.
Kevin and I were both.
Why don't you want to say it in the mic? You quit.
Oh, yeah, I've been honest about
The best that never was, man.
Kevin and I were
I
both.
said bleep this.
Kevin and I
He was
were
a
both
dancing
that
bear
game
this
because I did a video where I said, hey, don't forget, and I held up a picture of Kevin's head because he wasn't there for the video, and I said, this guy picked against you, Plano, and then people were booing him
about that.
in the stadium. They were like, Corey, get this man out of here.
That Trinity team was damn good.
You should
Give him the bird.
I mean, I was right.
Hey, working with DallasCowboys.com, I can't tell you how many times that David Hellman and I got on an airplane and had to walk through the front of the plane, and the coaches all were like, and one time Gary Brown goes, oh, they're the two guys that picked against us today. And then on the way home, when it was we were right, like I looked at Hellman and I'm like, yeah, these are the two guys as I'm walking past Gary Brown. Here are the two guys. I made sure I walked right by him.
What do you guys got going up on the program today?
He's not with us anymore. I'm sorry.
Sounds like you're going to have to wrangle a lot of stuff in today.
Yeah, this has a lot of potential here. I'm excited about this. This should be a good 4.5 hours. We're leading you into Rangers-Astros pregame at 6:30, and we have a very prominent Cowboy not on the plane to Oxnard right out of the gates.
I've heard.
Well, this is breaking, Hagee.
Oh, okay. Who could it be?
Dak's not on the plane?
Who could it be?
Mike?
Roll home with the G-Mag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Hold on, McCarthy's not on the plane?
No, it's not Mike McCarthy.
With Elko next. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. An absolutely huge week. It's Cowboys training camp week. It is fight week with Crawford and Spence coming up this weekend. Wolchuk and Alexander will be in Las Vegas. And on top of that, you have Rangers, Astros coming up at 6:30 with the pregame here. So we are stoked to be talking sports with you on a Monday. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus. Lucius is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo here in the talk booth. And Carter Freeman coordinating that video at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You can watch us. You can listen to us. How we doing, guys? You have a good weekend?
Fantastic weekend. We celebrated the bully on Saturday night. We had some Twolos showing up. Shout out to Eric. Shout out to John. Shout out to Kenneth. It was a fantastic party. And now, sight set on camp, boys. I mean, this is a beautiful time.
It is the Wooly Bully's birthday. That's right. It's a birthday show.
It's a birthday roasting at 5 o'clock.
Oh, the Wooly Bully. Oh, the 5 o'clock roast, a tradition.
Unlike any other.
It's usually a 5 a.m. roast with you guys.
Yeah, usually is. No, I'm
pumping.
pumping.
That coffee, of course.
Absolutely. This is going to be an outstanding week. We leave tomorrow after the show. We can't wait for Oxnard. And then also being able to cover the fight, DeSoto's own, the G-Bag Nation champion, Errol Spence Jr., when he's going to beat the crap out of Bud Crawford in Vegas. That's going to be insanity. Plus, we got the Rangers and the trade deadline coming up. This is a sports paradise right now, boys.
It is. And Cowboys training camp is obviously the main attraction for a lot of people, and we're going to be talking about that. Have Jerry and Steven and Mike at the press conference tomorrow. But the top news item so far today, Zach Martin not on the plane. How relevant is this to determining if he's going to hold out or not?
I kind of feel like, though, that this was something that was probably going to happen. They have to officially report tomorrow, though, is when and I guarantee there's probably some guys that weren't on the plane that maybe will get word filtering through what other guys weren't on the plane. But to me, this thing with Zach, I've all along, I've really believed that the Cowboys are going to figure out some kind of way. Are they going to make up the difference of $7 million? And Bobby and I talked about this. We had a Love of the Star podcast that dropped today. So if you want to go back and listen to that later after our show, please feel free to do. But the thing about it is the Cowboys feel like are going to come up with a way to make up for some of this money. I don't think they can make up for all $7 million of it. But, maybe there's going to be, I wouldn't be surprised, if tomorrow, if they, they're working on things to when Jerry and Steven and Mike are, doing the State of the Union, press conference, that we get some kind of announcement that maybe that, hey, that we've come to an agreement with Zach. This is how we're going to work. They understand. This is something they talked about with him at the combine. So this is something
guys look at it. How do his guys look at it if he's not on the plane going out to training camp? Is that fine? Is that a nothing?
There's a lot of guys that aren't on that plane.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the end of the tweet said.
There's guys already out there. I mean, I know, I remember traveling with the team when I was with DallasCowboys.com. Guys like Romo and others would just fly on their own.
Right.
Jason Witten fly on his own. It's just a matter of you showing up. You can get out there on your own. But, this is one we're all paying attention to because it is Zach Martin, and then there's the possibility of a holdout. But I guarantee you there's probably 8 to 10 guys that didn't fly with the team that might have homes out there already.
So it's different than missing another team flight once the season has started.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is one of those that if you're already out there or you're already wanting to go on your own, that's fine.
Exactly.
That's encouraging. It's as if they, now say – this was a mandatory trip or something where everybody had to fly together, then I think then now you could kind of say, okay, well, that got my attention.
Right. Not concerned about it until he misses some practices, because if several other key veterans that aren't required to report until tomorrow also weren't on the flight, it's not just a Zach Martin thing. They'll meet the team there. We'll have to wait and see when we get out there to the tennis courts and we have the first practice on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Is 70 out there or is he not?
Yeah, the fact that that's a $50,000 a day fine, that adds up.
He's going to be there.
What kind of, and all of a sudden, if you want to miss entire training camp, it costs you about $1 million. I don't think Zach Martin wants to really do that. I think the Cowboys, Ada Pacifica, Todd Williams, all those guys that do the cap stuff, I think that they're going to figure out something to do.
You know, and one of the things that we've seen over the last couple of years as well with some big name guys in the midst of a contract extension is they will do like these hold-ins where they're there and they're not really participating while contract things are being worked out. And then all of a sudden 3-4 days in, it happens. So maybe something like that takes place as well. Like, I don't want to get fined. We're working towards a deal.
Right.
I'm here, but I'm not participating.
Right.
As soon as we put some pen to paper, I'll strap it on.
Yeah, that would be interesting if we can watch that play out in real time. $7 million compared to the top of the market, and Zach Martin at this point considered still to be the best right guard in the game. He wants more dough. From a health perspective, TP is good to go. Jordan Lewis is looking at opening camp on PUP.
Yes, that's the only one you need to worry about right now.
Cool.
That's the only one.
Terrence Steele not on PUP, but the Cowboys will be smart with him in his return.
I was told that they will continue to work him in, but they're really happy with all his progress.
So other than that, the top story that I think we're looking at is how different is the offense and how efficient is Dak? Is this going to help Dak or hurt Dak? We got shorter throws. We got throws that demand more accuracy and timing. We're getting rid of the ball quicker. So a number of things are in the air, and how is this all going to come together and for Dak?
How's the running game going to look? How are the deceptives going to look? And I'm not, everybody immediately wants to say, well, the offense is going to look different. Is there going to be motions and all this, that, and the other? No, if you know anything about Mike McCarthy, this goes all the way back to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers believed in static offense. He wanted everybody just to sit where they are, and he was going to read from that. And so, is that something that Mike McCarthy is comfortable with? He might play with a static offense. I think the difference that you're going to see is how they incorporate the screen game, and how are they going to, and maybe how are some of the blocking schemes going to be different when it comes to running the football.
And the offensive line groupings, right? And that's for Steele. I'm fascinated because we didn't get to see him at all during OTAs or mini camps. Is the whole left guard thing real? Do they actually line him up at guard and they try some of that stuff out? I'm pretty. And then how much is Tyron Smith used? Do they hold him back? I mean, is he able to stay healthy? The offensive line groupings, I think, are something I'm going to have an eye on as well.
We still going to get a lot of play action in this offense, you think, Brian?
I don't know. I don't know that. I think that's something that, to me, that, when you run the ball well enough, and, some teams will just play action and they don't run the ball well enough. But it's just all you're trying to do is change the eyes of the linebackers and the secondary. That's all you're trying to do. So even the hint of play action stuff will be, enough to draw linebackers up or draw coverage in a different direction. Like I said, I think that they talk about 70% of the offense being the same. I'd believe them on that. The 30% I think is screen game and running game. And maybe the way that they block the running game will be different than what they've done in the past.
Ton of NFL training camp news, though. We had an injury scare. We have a real off-the-field injury coming out of the weekend, and Zach Wolchuk is going to have the details on those stories and more coming up at 3 o'clock in your NFL news of the day. We do have Chris Young at 4:20. It's a Cy Young show today here on the Fan. I had a fun weekend. We had 4 games in the heat, no heat-related issues. The ladies handled it well. They're conditioned much better this year than last summer. But somewhere I picked up some poison ivy. Just a little bit of it so far. But I was doing a little bit of weeding around the pool and stuff and cleaning up and weeding and stuff because we had a birthday party last night.
Oh, wow. Putting that back to the test a little bit.
Yes, and the back held up pretty good, but I'm like the most allergic to poison ivy. I don't even know when I saw it or where I saw it because I'm always like eagle-eyeing for poison ivy, and I can pick it out, but I don't know. Maybe I hit it so hard with the weed eater it like kicked back up into me somewhere, and I was like rubbing it around, and so I got a couple of spots. But other than that, awesome weekend.
You a shirtless weed eater guy?
I was this weekend because
it was so damn hot.
Dude. That's a good look, man.
I came home with like a dry fit type of golf shirt on from coaching, and that just doesn't hold up well when it gets soaked when you're doing yard work.
Yes,
it doesn't like take the sweat off your forehead well enough. So I had to skin that bad boy, and maybe that's what got the best of me. Little bit of a back-to-earth Monday here for the Rangers. They did drop 2 of 3 to the Dodgers, but they got the win yesterday, at least 8-4, so it's always good to win like that. But I think the back-to-earth thing for me is just like, okay, here's an elite offense, and here's our starters not doing great and our bullpen making it worse, and there's Brad Miller for 2 innings, so you don't overreact to anything. But I think that's one of the questions for CY. Like, does a matchup 9 days before the trade deadline against a lineup that makes your starters and your bullpen look shaky encourage you in any way to be even more aggressive this week? I think they need 2 relievers and a starter. Chuck, how about you?
I agree with that. I think that it certainly put things into perspective against good teams in the postseason. Right now, you need bullpen help desperately. You can trust Aroldis Chapman. My gosh, 103.4. That thing was filthy. And then Will Smith. But you need a guy in the 7th inning. And we're looking at the Kendall Gravemans of the world, right? Hicks in St. Louis. That could be a potential. But I do think this team desperately does need to address and add another starter. When you're already looking at bumping Eovaldi, he's going to miss a start in a pivotal series coming up against the Astros where you could have a 6-game lead or all of a sudden the Astros could be tied with you in the division and you're just looking big picture and saying, hey, we don't want to risk it with Eovaldi. You need another arm in this rotation that you can rely on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I the other day, and I believe it was on Saturday, that this is where, and if I got my days right on this is where Boch, well, I think that was Friday. This is where Boch made the mistake of going with all the rookie relievers.
Yeah.
I think that was on him. The fact he went with Anderson and
Spies
and that, Spies went out there and just spit the bit. He had control problems. He's trying to throw the slider. He can't locate it. He can't, he's not even throwing the fastball that they're all talking about it's over 100 miles an hour. He was scared to throw that. The Dodgers are a very good hitting group. We saw that. But man, I think that this is the first time that we've seen Boch go out there and really mess that one up.
He thought he could get through, but I think Spies, Anderson, Bradford, you can only have one of those guys.
Yeah.
This time next Wednesday.
Well, they
got to get 2 of those guys off the team.
They've sent Anderson down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Since he's been sent down, and so that now he's out of the picture. You watch him pitch. It seemed like every one of his pitches, he's throws this big sweeping pitch, these sliders but every one of them were entering up right in the middle of the plate, and they were just hammering him.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, okay, enough. That you've got to move on. But to your point, I think this was where Boch would, like, if he had to do it over, he would not have run those 3 rookies out. He's got a lot of confidence in those guys, but you also have to, and you have to get experience. I just don't know if getting experience against the Dodgers in a tight game is necessarily the best thing to do.
I hear you, and he deserved credit for he threw Spies out there. He didn't want to go to Chapman and Will Smith, and Spies rewarded him by striking out 3 straight All-Stars. But then you had a, hey, welcome to Major League Baseball moment where now there's a team out there that's had a little scouting report on you. We're not going to chase. You're pitching against some of the best hitters in Major League Baseball and Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. They're patient. You're walking them. So they need to get veteran guys in the postseason because these rookies in a high leverage moment, you can't trust them yet.
3-gamer starts in Houston tonight, and John Gray is going to be on the hill for the Rangers, so that should be fun, and the pregame is coming up at 6:30 tonight. After missing out on Messi, Al Hilal of Saudi Arabia is making a bid for Kylian Mbappe for $332 million to PSG just to sign him.
Yeah.
Then $775 million for the player for 1 season.
I can't. For 1 season?
They're trying to give $1.1 billion for Mbappe for 1 year, and they said, listen, when you're done, you can go sign for Real Madrid. All you want. You'll just be 1 year older, 25 instead of 24. What do you say? How do you say no to that?
I don't know how you say no to that, dude.
I was talking to my friends in Saudi Arabia about this who would know what's going on with their situation, and his valuation of it is he's not sure Mbappe wants to do it.
Yeah.
He's not the offer is legitimate, but he's not sure that the player wants to sign the deal for 1 year. And that's the question that they're running into right now.
Well, I think he's in a situation where he is going to get an insane amount of money, and he's smack in the middle of his prime. So do you want to take 1 year off of trying to win the Champions League when you're like, okay, I got maybe 8 more bites at this as one of the top players in the world of soccer? Do I want to take a year off to help grow Saudi Arabia now, or do I want to play my entire prime and then go help Saudi Arabia maybe build their league for $2 billion? A decade from now.
How much does he make right now? Like, how much of a difference? I would assume $700+ million for 1 year.
It's drastic.
It's an insane pay increase.
Yeah, that is a good point, though. Like, it makes sense for a Ronaldo or a Messi, who are now in the twilights of their career.
72 euros this year. 72 million euros.
Okay, okay.
Which is around $1.
Right.
Maybe a little bit more than $1 right now. I don't know.
But there is something about chasing the Champions League that, I mean, it's the best. It's the best in the world.
We got to go. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next. Chief, where are you taking us?
Can I interest you in the Rangers acquiring this bat? That's next right here in the Nation.
Okay, I want to talk to you about Window Nation, though, and what they have available for you right now as we're in the middle of this.
417-333-3333.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, Nation. It's time here for a Sports Hodgepodge. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been hurt in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. 214-333-3333, truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief.
All right, we're going to fix the Rangers here in just a second, or at least help add to their already dominant lineup. But did you guys have any idea that yesterday we were doing Major League Baseball Hall of Fame ceremonies?
Yes.
No.
Did I watch? No, I did
Thank
not.
you. No, but again, one out of probably every 4 people who are, actively caring about sports and following it had no idea. 3 out of 4 people, I would imagine, had no idea.
One inductee?
They had Fred McGriff, Scott Rowland.
Okay, there's more than one. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know. Obviously, the NFL makes this a huge deal, but that just felt like you have every team in baseball was playing during the time that they were having these ceremonies. It's like, I guess they make it like they want to make sure it's not really a made for television event. It's so baseball to do this, though.
Right, exactly. It's what sets the NFL apart. The NFL has their draft after the season. It's an entire big thing. It's a everybody's tuning into this, right? It's a money grab. Major League Baseball has their draft in the middle of the season.
They do.
Right?
They do.
They're doing the Hall of Fame stuff. One, some of their best players can't even get into the Hall of Fame because of all the steroid era. They don't vote them in. You've got the old crusty baseball writers. They don't want to put them in. So now you have a random Sunday in late July. We're going to do the Hall of Fame ceremony.
While you have games being played, every team in your sport is playing at the moment. So baseball fans are preoccupied. Like, it's just a funny deal that they have. I guess they don't care about it.
You guys, Gavin, I think you'll remember this. You remember the commercial with Fred McGriff?
Yeah.
For Tom Kamansky.
Tom Amansky.
Amansky.
Yeah.
Like they're throwing like balls from the outfield into trash cans. Like they're trying to.
Like a baseball fundamentals drill.
Yeah. But like Fred McGriff.
Instructional videos.
Fred McGriff had this like hat, like he looked like he got it for filling up for like it over at the Shell station. Like this, and it sat on top of his head. He's like, he's trying to get you to buy this stuff, but this hat is so bad on his head.
Oh, Fred.
And he's like,
That's amazing.
I believe in Tom, or and all that. And these drills will help you. And everybody's like, oh yeah, the drills. But like literally, they're throwing baseballs from center field into a trash can at home plate.
Yeah,
that's kind of what the Fred McGriff.
Sounds like a fun game.
You could discover the secrets of the top baseball players in the country.
Let's go.
Are you looking at
instructional videos? Yeah. Oh, it was. I love this video series. Yeah,
and that's what I remember. Fred
like an
McGriff
infomercial kind of thing.
Well, it's like he was like
sign up for my 8-week program.
Yeah, it was like he was a
hitter.
spokesman, but it's like they kind of caught him like, all right, man, we're in a parking lot. Here, put on this foam hat.
Yeah.
And then point to the camera and tell everybody, hey, you're a better baseball player because you've watched this video.
I bet he nailed his line, too. McGriff's a beast.
No, he probably got the lines right, but he got paid probably pretty well to do that.
They'd send you VHS tapes.
Yeah.
Oh, they were making money hand over fist. This was pre-internet,
Yeah.
So it's like you're a coach, you're a player, you need drills.
Yeah.
McGriff and Amansky were breaking it down for you.
Get him out there to the masses. Put it on a little VHS and rock and roll. That's fantastic.
It's like, it's seriously like he was filling up at the gas station, and they're like, here you go. You get a free foam hat for filling up today.
Trucker hats used to be horrible, right?
Yeah.
We're now in the era of the trucker hat, but the trucker hat used to be a give-up hat.
Oh.
That's why it always had a negative connotation. They were poorly built. They were weird shaped.
They were cheap looking.
Yeah.
Interesting. I need to look at the old school trucker hats.
Yeah.
Now, Jim Bowden of The Athletic covers Major League Baseball. He had his MLB trade deadline mailbag, and a Rangers fan asked him like who the Rangers could be targeting. He says the Rangers are focused on getting pitchers, obviously both starters and relievers. We know that. But then he says, I've also heard they might be interested in Cody Bellinger if the Cubs decide to trade him, which if you're the Cubs, I don't know why you wouldn't. I would imagine they will be a team that is, we know about Stroman, but Stroman they don't have control of moving forward, and I believe Bellinger as well. It's just a rental kind of player. But he's like comeback player of the year style. This dude is one of the best stories in baseball, I would have to imagine.
Bad shoulder, man. He had that bad shoulder.
There's a ton of injury risk with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's missed some time this year, but when he's played, he's been elite.
He went from an MVP player to, like, if you remember in the
unplayable
in the championship series, he went for the arm hook, celebration.
Yes,
and it wrecked his shoulder. and his swing hasn't been the same since.
Yeah.
One of the weirdest careers ever.
Yeah, it's
Rookie of the
been
year,
very
MVP.
strange. Yeah.
Well, and
then
then
you're
only
unplayable.
28 years old now.
I
You're
know.
kind of like a year-to-year guy. I think if there's a team that's really going to make a move for him, I think it's the Yankees. I don't know how interested the Rangers would be in this.
Okay, so he was off the injured list since he returned from the IL on June 15th. His OPS is over 1,000 in the month of June alone, reaching base at a 475 clip. And versus the Cardinals in their most recent series, he drove in 9 runs in 3 games.
Yeah.
So I don't know what type of asset you have to give up for a guy like him, but that's a guy who certainly have the injury risk, but he could be on any given night an MVP bat in your lineup.
Yeah, and obviously former teammate with Corey Seager, you could need another outfielder. You obviously need another big bat. I would be very interested, if the price isn't too high and the Cubs do wave the white flag here this week, although they're only like 3 games below 500.
Yeah, like they're kind of one of those tweener teams, I think, in terms of like, are you buyers or sellers? But I would imagine most people would be looking at the Cubs and advising them as like, okay, this is like capitalize on some of the guys that you have, especially guys that are, maybe not even going to re-sign with you in the offseason anyways.
I bet you won't have to give up much for him either if you did want to go get him.
Yeah, I would think so. I know everybody with the Cubs is talking about Stroman. I don't know. Are you all in on Stroman, or
I'd
are
be
you
in
a
on
little
Marcus
bit?
Stroman 100%. Now, that's also a name that I haven't heard the Rangers linked to a ton, but I'm sure that they're inquiring about him. I'd love Marcus Stroman. He's having a fantastic season with the Cubbies.
Marcus Stroman to me is one of those guys that I would love to have on my team because he always battles.
Yeah.
He gets like, he takes things personal out there on the hill, and I think that you need those kind of guys when you start to have to play these playoff series against the Astros and Seattle, those late season games when you have to find a way to close them out. I just love the way he competes, and I love the way how he plays with a lot of emotion.
Yeah, and having been with Toronto, he knows the American League as well.
All right, boys.
Right on. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Let's see, where we last left off, our winner is the best man with a epic joke at a wedding. Here we go.
I have a note from some of our friends that couldn't be here tonight. Dear Ryan, we're sorry we cannot be there today for your special day. Congratulations. We wanted to let you know how much fun we have with you, and thank you for financially supporting us and our families. Sincerely, the strippers.
That's a good bit, man.
Did not make points with the mother-in-law with that one, but it is a funny joke.
It is a funny joke. Very funny joke. You have to have a sense of humor, though.
Have
People
to.
are too stiff at those things, man.
Yeah,
Let people have some fun.
They're
You
so
gotta
busy
know the
getting dolled
audience.
up, they forget their sense of humor at the house. It's always a big extravaganza.
Let's go to my man Alex Rodriguez, A-Rod. Give us some batting advice last night on television.
Posture up and right down. You can't get in trouble. It's like you're punching a little person, right? With your right hand. It's going boom, right there. With that knee down, and now you're on top of the baseball.
Punch a little person. Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they prefer? Isn't that the appropriate way to address them?
I believe so.
I think he's in the clear here.
And I got to confide in you. I'm not confident I could take a little person. About
they're ornery.
About a decade ago. Remember that night at Duke's? Were you there, Lucius? The little people wrestling?
Yeah.
Big Dick Hunter setup?
Yeah.
These guys were like roided out and maybe drunk and coked up. They intimidated me that night. They did. They were coming out of the ring with like big tough guy energy, and I was like, bro, okay, fine, right? Yeah, I'm out of your way, dude. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to look at you like that.
I told you guys, I've seen a lot of little peeps that can scrap.
They're
man.
athletic.
The shorter guys.
They're athletic as hell.
Do you guys
stay away?
You remember the tag
Low
team?
center of gravity.
The tag team terrors, and low man wins, but the tag team terrors from Nacho Libre.
I
Those
don't
guys,
remember that.
you're not sure if they're like beasts of sorts. Like, are they human or are they something?
Were they also
else, like a
luchadors?
cross-breed?
I'm making soup.
Yeah, dude, they had like horns, and those guys were
It's the
nuts, man. And they
best.
kicked ass.
Yeah.
They did.
Let's see what else I have for you boys. How about a dude that ripped a fart in the interrogation room?
No.
Yeah, cops was on him. They was like, no, we want you. We're questioning you for the gun. He's like, oh, word? Check this out.
You had no knowledge. I had no knowledge of anything about that gun.
Anything.
You own any guns?
No.
Do you know him to own any guns?
I mean, it's up to him, bro.
Listen, bro, no, it's not up to him because you're being charged with it right now. That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it.
Oh, I'm getting charged with it.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah, man.
Nah, I don't know why we're charged.
He did say excuse me. He said excuse me, bro.
He did say excuse me.
And he kind of like paused the conversation like, hey, I want to make sure all my attention's on you, so let me deal with this for a second, and then we'll get back to it. And I don't want to miss
You
anything.
can't hold a conversation that far at the same time. You're going to have to pause.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just natural.
I think he did get in 2 excuse me's while the fart was happening.
Yeah, it was happening. Look.
That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it.
Oh, I'm getting charged with it.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Wow.
It might have been 3.
Almost 3, excuse me?
Yeah, he knew this was happening.
Excuse me.
Wow.
I think
Light
that's
as a
good way.
mofo.
Good way to
You trying to put the gun on me?
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I'd weaponize that.
My nerves.
You got to weaponize that, though. I'm going to need a soda, pack of cigarettes, and a steak, or this is going to keep on barking, bro.
Yeah, dude, absolutely.
Let's see. Yesterday was a church day. Let's take you fellas to church. I don't know why the pastors have some type of problem with the musicians in church.
Yeah.
There's always something going on with the musicians. Here's one right here. Pastor just talking wild to the musician.
I don't do that. We not no Baptist church. We don't try to figure out if we gonna shout. We shout around here. We shout. Johnny, you hear me? You won't look at me, but you hear me. Amen. You better look at me when I'm talking to you.
Whoa.
Amen. We shout around here.
What you mean, amen, after that?
Yeah.
Fighting words, bro.
Yeah.
Look, amen.
Yeah.
We're all here doing jobs.
Jeez. Here's one more right here. Pastor and the drummer.
I calling, oh praise the Lord, do. Switch drummers out.
Switch him out. He can't catch my monotone tone.
Change it up.
He's trying to sub in mid-song.
Switch him out.
Get this cat out of here.
Yeah.
Drum.
One more right here. I'm tired of the disrespect Cam Newton's getting by these kids. Every year around this season, we get Cam Newton being trolled by the kids at a football camp.
Yeah,
It's always. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. I want Cam to stand up for himself, but not this way. The kids were trolling him, said he had no rings and everything. So Cam was like, "Well, my bank account big."
Yes. No, you met me. Yes. I met you. Where? Tell me about it. Show me a picture. Show me a picture. I got an autograph. How many rings you got? 9. I got a question. 9. Oh, we got the same amount. And no, but we don't got the same bank account.
Oh, we.
You're too famous to be acting like that. No, don't play the victim now.
You say you too famous.
You're too famous. You're too famous.
Don't play victim now. If you watch the video, man, Cam was doing a little too much with the excitement on that punchline. Yeah, it got a little too provocative for me.
Very provocative.
Is it clapback Cam Newton? What do you say? Is it pastors calling out the musicians combo platter? Dude rips fart in the interrogation room. Had great poise about himself. Good composure. I don't think he was guilty based on that. You know?
It's a good sign.
I don't think he could have kept it together that well.
I think the timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Timing.
We have the gun, and we're going to put it on you. On word?
He was nearly bleeping his pants is what that was.
100%.
I think that's the winner right there. You do have A-Rod's batting advice, though, or best man, epic friend at the wedding joke. Actually, I'm going to go with Alex Rodriguez here, Chief. How about you?
I'll take the interrogation fart.
Okay. Lucius?
Yeah, me too.
We're 2-1, Wolchuk.
The excuse me fart.
3-1.
Cam Newton.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's to dude who passed gas right there mid-interrogation. He was being informed that he's being arrested for murder. Brian, where are we going next?
How about we talk about some Cowboy bubble players? We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, another
Series with the Astros tonight in Houston. Hi, everyone. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Here's Broadus, Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Mentioned it earlier. We, Bobby and I and Peyton, we have a Low of the Star that's out right now. So this is the last one we have before we go to camp. So everything else will be from camp and stuff like that.
So this is the set the table episode.
Yeah, this is we carried this thing through the dead period and stuff like that. So we're pretty happy with, and we just. I think the whole thing was just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose anybody along the way. You know, sometimes these shows, they go away and you can't, you lose that crowd that you have. And so we were just trying to make sure that the Cowboy fans had something to listen to.
You brought life to the dead period.
We tried.
For millions.
We did our very best, but a new one's out. And then, like I said, the next ones will be actually from camp because we've been talking about, we leave tomorrow for that. Okay.
Gosh, Broadus is going to be doing 5 hours of G-Bag Nation. He's going to be swimming with the .com folks on Cowboys, just, belching out takes. And then he'll be hanging out in Bobby's bedroom, I presume.
Yeah.
Just crowded around some more microphones. This man will be a magnet for a microphone really all season long, but especially those 10 days in Oxnard.
Oh, as soon as it starts tomorrow,
he needs
there's no breaks.
He needs that Sunday off to get his entire 10 days worth of training camp sleep within that one day.
They'll do a Love of the Star that day, I'm sure.
Or that, or we're going to watch the Padres and the Rangers play.
Hey, that sounds like a plan,
At
buddy.
Petco
I
Park
checked out the
looks like-
GPS, 3 hours, 9 minutes.
That
We could
Petco
get
Park
that.
could be where that stadium
Bucket
is
listy.
located. Yeah,
It is.
And
The
there's
commute will be longer than the game.
You could get like an Italian meal
that's
after the
true.
game. That might be worthwhile itself. Okay, or some fish tacos or something like that. All right, here we go. I'm going to run by some guys that I think there might be some bubble players here. And you guys just kind of give me your idea. This is going into camp, and these are some guys that I know Bobby and I talked about this a little bit, but I wanted to see if we were down the right path. And you guys are always good to bounce these things off of going in.
Bubble butt players?
Bubble butt players.
All right.
And so let me ask you, with the first name, do you feel like that Kelvin Joseph is on the bubble here for the Dallas Cowboys?
Absolutely he is. They're already showing that by potentially trying him out in a new position. He was unplayable as a corner. His saving grace is he's a special teams guy. You've got a dude already in C.J. Goodwin. That's his only role. How many can you have on the roster to do that? So if the transition to safety doesn't work, I don't see a role for him on the team.
Yeah, it's a DB, and you keep a ton of DBs, and I think that if he could flash enough to where they want to keep him, especially if Dan Quinn's the guy that's in his corner, and he's obviously the D coordinator. So, I think there's a chance he's on the team, but if I had to bet, I would guess he probably doesn't make it.
Clearly on the bubble, though. I don't see any way going into this that anything is solidified. And if I was going to rank it, like what's more likely, I think he's played his last game with the Cowboys. It's, too much BS and not enough production here. So it's kind of a last-ditch effort to play him at safety. I just don't see it working out.
Yeah, if the safety move doesn't work, I wonder, though, if he's enough of a core special teams player to stay around.
He was damn good at it outside of his, 2 mistakes.
Yeah, he had the and then you worry about the awareness of the player, and he's running into the returner.
Yeah.
When you get a fair catch situation, you need awareness to play safety. The ability to see the field, react.
But how many core special teamers do you have that really can't play a position in a competitive game?
I wouldn't play with
Goodwin.
Right. Or excuse me, C.J. Goodwin. Excuse me, I said right. C.J. Goodwin.
So Goodwin's out. You're keeping Joseph.
I think
Wright could take one of them. Yeah, would take Goodwin's spot.
I mentioned Wright because he's one of these guys I got as a bubble guy, Nashawn Wright. But I want to throw out another guy first before I throw him out. How about Jordan Lewis? On a savings of
$4+ million, you save. I could see him doing that. We talked about that months ago with Deron Bland coming off an injury. Who knows how he looks?
He's going to start the camp on PUP, the physically unable to perform list.
Okay.
And so I believe he's going to be the only one that's going to do this. But do you feel like, though, that is Jordan Lewis to you, when you look at the secondary as a whole, is Jordan Lewis a guy that should be on the bubble?
I think Jordan Lewis should be on the bubble. Jordan Lewis has flashed, no doubt. I don't think he's ever been very consistent. I think he's lived off of the Kamara 2018 game quite a bit.
Boy, he was really good that day.
Where he was fantastic. He certainly will force some turnovers here and there. He's got a knack for finding the football, and he's got versatility. I think what could hurt Jordan Lewis is if Eric Scott really emerges and they like what they have there. They get in a numbers game because Bland does everything that Lewis. I mean, Bland was better last year.
Sure was.
They look at saying, okay, Lewis is expendable.
Now, that is a premium position, that nickel corner. You got Deron Bland. Who's behind him? McQuamu?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have Bland and McQuamu. I feel great about those two guys. So I would be open to moving on from Lewis in that scenario, but it's a defensive back, and that's a tough position there. I just don't know. I think there's a chance he comes off that injury and doesn't quite look the same, and then I can save $4 million and maybe just turn around and give that to Zach Martin.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful at favoring youth over experience in this, because while Jordan Lewis isn't a star, he's sufficient, and other guys have potential. This is a guy that can tackle. He's versatile. He can play inside. He can play outside. He can help you out at safety. There's matchups against running backs that you like. I would really have a hard time moving on from Jordan Lewis unless I feel like his health isn't right.
I kind of feel like, though, that he shouldn't be on the bubble. I think I think you guys are absolutely right. The questions about how healthy he really is, I don't think it helps him that he's starting the thing on PUP. Are people? I mean, but that'll give other guys opportunities. Now, if other guys fail in those extra practices, then Jordan Lewis will solidify his. But that $4 million is something you've got to think about. For going forward here. All right, my next guy for you guys is, how about Jabril Cox? You think Jabril Cox is on the bubble here, the linebacker from LSU?
I mean,
yeah, I think he should be.
Yeah, he hasn't really. This is kind of the pooper get off the pot training camp preseason for him, I would think.
I think he probably is on the bubble. I don't think he won't make the team. Like, the Malik Jefferson thing was shocking to me. Malik Jefferson isn't an NFL player. Jabril Cox is better than he is, in my opinion. But the health, not being able to trust him for whatever reasons they haven't played him, he's certainly on the bubble. I do think he makes it because they have a lack of depth at the position.
Should be on the bubble. I hope they are serious about finding a veteran after final cuts. You've added Damone Clark and Overshown in back-to-back drafts for competition there. So I think they're waiting for one of these guys to, actually find their potential.
Yeah, I'm kind of to the point where I feel like that if it doesn't go well for him in camp, I could see them moving on from him. But I think this is really I didn't quite understand the Malik Jefferson love.
So strange.
But Devin Harper, we'll see.
Devin Harper could knock him off the team.
Yeah, that's the one I would kind of think you need to kind of keep an eye on there.
Oklahoma State?
Yep.
Oklahoma State.
6th round pick.
All right. Let me ask you this for some offensive players. Do you feel like Simi Fehoko is on the bubble here for the Cowboys?
I don't, because I don't think after the top three you have much quality, and out of the guys that are on that roster, I like what Fehoko did in Oxnard an awful lot.
I also think that Simi benefits the most of any of these receivers with the change to more West Coast. He knows that offense well. He ran it under Brian Shaw at Stanford. I think Simi has an opportunity to really bounce and have a splash type of training camp, which he did last year. The question is health, and then how does he look at special teams? Because when you're playing your fifth wide receiver, you need those guys to do special team stuff for you. Is he better than, say, the next bubble guy, Dennis Houston, whoever it might be that he's competing with?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I just don't know who would be replacing Fehoko here. Like, who's the guy that showed up? Because I don't feel great about the depth after those top three guys.
What about Turpin? You think Turpin's on the bubble here?
No, because he's your home run threat. He could score you 2 or 3 touchdowns this year on special teams. I don't think they have another returner that can take it to the house. And I think they want to keep experimenting with his ability to get involved in the offense.
Those deceptive plays we were talking about.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like the amount we saw him running with the ones in minicamp and OTAs, I think that they like his ability, and he's a guy that has a rare skill set that really nobody else has on that offense.
100%.
How about Udoka, the guard?
I mean, geez, isn't he supposed to be a starter?
Well, he's only a starter when and if Tyron gets hurt, I suppose.
Which, okay, I'm playing into the perimeters that we're not having much of Tyron Smith.
I'm thinking like maybe TJ Bass might be a guy that all of a sudden they like a younger type of a guy. If it comes down to a TJ Bass, who I know on my board, I had him as a draftable player. To me, there's a couple things with TJ Bass. I think he's either going to make this team or he could be the surplus player that you move to go get somebody else. That's kind of how I look at TJ Bass right here. But I think if it's equal between him and Adoga, that they're in a situation where you want to keep the younger guy.
I'd agree with you there. I think they, for whatever reason, it seems like they like Adoga more than we do. I would have said yes, he's on the bubble. My gut says I don't think he is for the Cowboys unless he just looks god-awful.
Agreed. I think that's part of the reason they felt good about not drafting a lineman really at all in the first portion of the draft.
Yeah, 26 years old. I can't see him falling off at this point in his career. I can't imagine him showing up like washed up or heavy, and he's got to be hungry. But man, you weren't good enough to impress the Jets. Am I right on that?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think this guy's a starter. And if he's going to make starter money, and you're not going to start, I'd rather give a kid a chance.
I'm with you. And I think TJ Bass could be sneaky good.
I think TJ Bass is sneaky good. I agree with you on that as well. And my last guy is Ronald Jones, the running back.
He's Mr. Forgettable. I mean, we talk about the running backs. We're talking Deuce Vaughn. We're talking Malik Davis. Half the fans forget that Ronald Jones is even on the team. They, for whatever reason, seem to like him, but I think absolutely he could be a bubble guy. If those young players look good and they can give you special teams help, Ronald Jones isn't going to make the team.
Yeah, he should be on the bubble for sure.
And if Hunter Lipke also looks good.
I think Hunter Lipke is the one that's going to put him on the street potentially myself.
Jones started to slow down last year, so he might have hit a wall in his career as far as how age slows you down and everything, and I think it's going to be tough for him to be on the team.
Yeah, he's what? Are they viewing him as a short yardage back? So it's him and Lipke as like those two short yardage guys.
Lipke got so much work. He got so much work, and I was like, again, it was like Malik Jefferson. I was like, oh, okay, are they trying to find a role for this guy? But we'll see.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40. We'll be reporting live from Oxnard, California, starting tomorrow. And the report's brought to you by the On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Same-day service guaranteed. Okay, NFL news of the day is coming up next. Bully, where are we going?
We got a fun Julian Edelman story. We've got NFL training camp injuries to tell you about. And could this be the final season for this former All-Pro? That's next.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation here on a Woolchuck birthday show. Big man hit 32 today. Unbelievable. You ain't that young anymore, Broski. You're approaching mid-30s now.
Yep.
Welcome to the club.
Thank you.
It is. It's time now, though, for Woolchuck's NFL News of the Day. Here he is, the Woolly Bully himself, Zach.
And a happy fellow birthday to Cherd in SoCal, a loyal Tolo. He said he didn't know we were birthday buddies. So happy birthday, sir.
There you go.
Absolutely. Okay, we got a lot of news to get to. I got some fun Julian Edelman audio, and then Dan Campbell talking about the Lions hype train. We'll get to that in just a moment. But we had some, and this is the thing about training camp. And Brian, I know you're going to say this every day we're out there. No matter what happens, we can be thrilled, we can be unhappy about what we see. Let's just hope everybody walks off this practice field healthy. That's the most important thing about camp.
The biggest fear I ever had going out to camp was when somebody was laying on that field. As a scout, and you're holding your breath. You know, when you'd see Britt Brown and Jim Maurer, or you know Greg Gaither, or those guys walk over to a player that was on the field, laying on the field. You just because you knew, I can't replace that guy. I can't replace. I mean, I'll remember Tyron Crawford. Going through the bags. I'm watching him go through the bags. Boom, 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 and then his Achilles blows. He's laying on the ground and okay, there's the season. Had it happen one time when it was in Green Bay. Aaron Taylor, our first-round pick, 16th overall, starting guard, Notre Dame. He's on TV now with CBS.
Golden Domer.
Yeah.
Blew out his patella tendon. I was standing right behind him when he did it. He takes on a one-on-one block, pass rush drill, just buckles.
Did you hear it pop?
Heard it pop.
Oh.
Heard it pop. And next thing you know, you're like, well, here's a guy we drafted, and now he's gone for the whole year.
Now you start to feel your own scouting seat get a little bit warm.
Right.
The thing about it is you're just like, you're going through injuries, but if they happen, and like today at Detroit, it seemed like it was just
it was going to be bad.
One after another that they were dealing with, and that's the thing that terrifies me of those injuries.
Yeah, so speaking of Detroit, they had a scare today. It was their free agent signing, former Eagle and Saint, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He got carted off the field today. An MRI, though, showed no structural damage. They feared the worst. They got an absolute blessing. He's considered now just day-to-day after being carted off. It certainly was an emotional scene, but good news. Good news for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
I remember the emotional scene of Sean Lee, and it's horrible. And the guys can usually tell when something weird happened, especially when it's no contact, and they're like, "Oh, it buckled. It's weird." And they're seeing their career flash before their eyes. So it's great when you hear it like this. But for the better part of 2 hours on Twitter, they were assuming the worst.
They were. Now we'll get back to the Lions here in just a moment because they're dealing with the hype machine. We'll get to their thoughts on that. But more injuries. The Buffalo Bills, their running back Nyheim Hines, he is now out for the 2023 season. He suffered a significant knee injury. It was off-site, and he's expected to miss the entire upcoming season. Now, Eric, you know what he did.
I just got the update on my phone. He got hit by a jet ski or something?
On a jet ski, he was struck by another rider, and he sustained a serious but not life-threatening injury. He adds that he suffered an ACL injury in his left knee, and he's going to have surgery next week.
Okay, so he tore his ACL in the process of this jet ski, among maybe other things.
So
heartbreaker.
Difficult situation there for Nyheim Hines. And now, Eric, we were talking about this off air. Dalvin Cook called into the Rich Eisen show earlier today. He was talking about the running backs and the lack of leverage and their Zoom meeting that they had. And it honestly, it didn't go anywhere. I don't think that they know what the hell they can do. But this probably opens the door for Dalvin Cook now. Maybe an opportunity and a spot to join his brother James Cook in Buffalo.
I mean, that was the whole deal. Like, wait for a team to feel like they desperately need a running back. And it's a team in Buffalo who is in as win now a mode as any team in the sport. And so if they're down a back, and he was a guy that helped them last year, even in the return game.
Yeah.
Warren Sharp was tweeting out some numbers about how much Hines helped them in the return game. Obviously, Dalvin Cook wouldn't necessarily help them there, but his brother's there. There's already been ties. It's really the whole AFC East. Is it the Patriots, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Bills? But this could open a door where, okay, we thought you were worth X amount of dollars. Now to this injury, we think we're willing to pay you a little bit more.
Nyheim Hines also one of the best receiving backs in the NFL as well, just being a check down outlet. And they're excited about Dalton Kincaid and what they have there, maybe working underneath in the middle of the field. How about our former Cowboy, former member of the G-Bag Nation, Amari Cooper?
What happened?
He's already got a minor tweak on the second day of practice.
Hammy?
Core, I bet.
What do you think it was?
It's a hammy.
It's
Hammy or ankle?
It's his core.
Core muscle.
Yeah.
He had core muscle surgery,
yeah.
and so he tweaked it. He tweaked it the second day of camp already. So now they're being precautious with him. They don't think it's anything serious.
No, that's a blessing. Keep him out the rest of camp.
Right. I mean, this happens every year. I think last year he had an ankle injury the first or second day of practice with the Browns as well at training camp. And that's a big reason why the Cowboys wanted to move on.
It's honestly a veteran move. You don't want to be working throughout training camp like balls to the wall. You get that day 1 or 2 tweak. Now they're kind of putting you on ice the rest of the time. That's the way you do it. This is exactly how he planned it.
Another tweak, Kadarius Toney tweaked his knee at Kansas City Chiefs camp as well. And they've got big expectations for Toney now that he's had a full offseason with the team. They think he can be the number 1 wide receiver there. I saw a video of Rashee Rice, SMU's own, making some nice plays. Patrick Mahomes just dropping dimes there to the former
They're saying
SMU
Toney
Mustang.
should be good for week 1.
Yeah, I think Toney will be not serious either.
469 with a very unfortunate joke here on the truckwreck.com fan text saying somebody needs to put Jalen Hurts on a jet ski.
Surprised you read that.
I'm trying to determine how dangerous the jet ski is. I see 40 to 50 people die every year in America on a jet ski. That's an unfortunate number, a tragic number. I don't know what the percentage chance is, though. If I get on this jet ski and rent it for 4 hours, what are my percentage chances? They seem pretty dangerous and low on the fun scale after like the first 5 minutes, unless you got like perfect water. At least when I rode it, I was riding it kind of at the beach.
Yeah,
and the water was so choppy. It was like
you can't.
It was
going
a major
too
workout.
Fast.
The water's flying in your face, and then you got to look out for other idiots. You got to look out for swimmers. You got to look out for boats. And they're damn heavy. But around this time of year, every year on TikTok, you see a lot of these guys who, maybe they're just renting it and they don't have the awareness. Mm-hmm. So they're like pulling up on a beach and they accidentally gun it. Now they're flying up on the beach and running into other jet skis. And, I think overall it can be a dangerous activity, but, it also can be very safe. I just don't trust the other people.
Yeah. Well, exactly, and it's some other rider that banged into him. Yeah. So it's a difficult situation now.
They're out cracking coldies, having a good time, ripping around on like an 800-pound thing through the water that's hard to steer.
It's a shame, man.
And it's hard to see sometimes, too.
Yeah, with all the waves.
Underrated, dangerous activity, I'd say.
No doubt, the wake. All right, Brian's darlings, the Detroit Lions. They're getting the hype. They're feeling the hype train. Dan Campbell's asked about it. Jared Goff's asked about it. Here is a report and how they feel about the hype that's building there at Lions camp right now.
I think is always the thing that's going to worry you is the hype train. I mean, as with most coaches, this thing is just taking off and it's out of control right now.
The so-called hype train is I don't know, I think it's funny to me that you go 9-8, you don't make the playoffs, and now you're all of a sudden a favorite. And it's, of course, we got good players, we got good coaches, we got a good team, but we ain't done anything.
It's kind of hard not to see it, even we got the TVs on in there and it just pops up, so you see it. I think it's smart if a lot of our guys, stay off of it just because it can get to your head a little bit. But I think we're doing a good job of keeping our mentality and keeping what we've been doing.
They know. They're feeling the pressure. And it was funny because Dan Campbell, later on in his press conference, went on to talk about Bill Parcells and don't eat the cheese. Mm-hmm. And the cheese that was all over on the ground and the mouse traps. You're well aware of that there, Brian. But this isn't. And I loved what Jared Goff said. Like, yes, they had a great end of the season. They went 9-8. They didn't make the playoffs. This team really hasn't done anything. They need to still do it. I understand there's a lot of talent there, but the Lions are aware of the expectations right now. I don't know if that's going to help or hurt them.
Well, the expectations are there because Aaron Rodgers is no longer in their division. Now that thing becomes super wide open. You saw what the Vikings put together a bunch of wins and then, get eliminated in the playoffs kind of a thing. So, it's you have to find a way to – this is an opportunity for the Lions to show that they're for real, and he's right. They're all right. They got a good team. They just got to find a way to go win that division now that Aaron Rodgers is no longer in it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see which teams and organizations are not used to expectations that have them. Detroit might be at the top of that list. The Jets certainly, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle this because they're not used to expectations. The Dolphins, people talking about the Dolphins, and it's like that's a perpetually terrible organization as well in terms of just consistently losing. And so which organization will overcome their own history and be able to manage these expectations?
But hey, I think you finished the season the way they did. Goff is like top 5 in a lot of these stats, a lot of the quarterback analytical stats.
Their offense was electric in the second half of the season.
You have a great line. You have a good running game, and the defense isn't bad. I just see a recipe for successful regular season season football, bare minimum.
You're 100% right. The offensive line is the thing that nobody talks about there. You know, we're enamored with Jahmyr Gibbs, who they drafted, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who they have, right, and the skill players. But they arguably, we talk about the Eagles, they might have the best offensive line, the Detroit Lions. And that is why I do think they probably are going to have a successful season. I just don't have the balls like you do, Brian, to pick them to win that division. I got to see it.
I think I got a bet payoff.
It's a no-brainer.
Them,
I got to see it.
That's a no-brainer, Wolchuk.
I think
I think win a division or something.
They got to win a playoff game.
Playoff game.
You got them winning a playoff game.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Odell Beckham Jr. Said that he's going to consider retirement at the end of the year. He's looking at this as his final season. He said, I'm thinking like this is my last year. I'm going to give it my all this year, and then if something happens after that game, we can go from there. So he's looking at this 1 year, $15 million deal he signed with the Ravens as possibly his last ride.
Yeah, I think the process of trying to get re-signed probably brought reality to him. You know, he's only 30 years old, but with his injury history and the lack of tape really for 3 years, other than a short sample size with the Rams, there's just not enough reason to believe. So I think he's coming to grips with his football mortality, where, you know, this time last year to be like, dude, I'm 29 years old. I'm a former All-Pro. I'm not old. Yeah, I'm going to get big-time offers. Where's the 4-80 or something like that? But this whole process had to be a reality check that, you know, most athletes eventually come to.
And look, I don't want to say that Odell Beckham Jr. doesn't put in the work. I'm sure he does. But it did seem as though when he was making the rounds, right, he's kind of surrounds himself with guys that they're not going to tell him he's doing the wrong thing. And I think that's kind of some of the pushback we heard from teams that he met with and the trainers. Like, how much work is this guy really willing to put in here?
No, he was. You're not lying. I mean, trainers I talked to around the league that had a chance to see him were adamant that, you know, he's talking about, he'll be ready here in 2-3 weeks. And they're like, no, there's no way he'll be ready in 2 or 3 weeks.
And that's the second ACL that he kind of took his time on.
Absolutely.
But, you know, he came back fine eventually.
He did.
You know, so maybe it wasn't on the right timeline. I wouldn't be surprised if Odell Beckham Jr. is still a really good player, just not a good investment other than year to year. So next year, if he has a good season, I would say another like 1 or 2 year deal for 15 to 30 million is probably his future. And I would love that, but clearly he's made a lot of money and there's no need to play anymore.
Yep.
You know, unless the situation's perfect for you. And I think that should be the goal for all football players, man. You know, it is a tough sport to play and a weird reality to be in at times.
So from one wide receiver to another, Julian Edelman gave us just all kinds of great audio when he hopped on the New Heights podcast with the Kelsey brothers. He was talking about Randy Moss. Now, there was some audio we used to play on nosebleed seats.
Oh, where he does he's got a limited fake Randy Moss. Yeah. He does a great job.
So he does it again here. He talks about playing with Randy Moss on the Patriots. Here's Edelman on the New Heights podcast.
One time, Randy, it was like the day before Christmas, and we had to work. We had a game on Christmas or something, and Randy was talking to his mom, and I just walked by. I was like, hey, Randy, tell Mama Moss I said, you know, Merry Christmas. He goes, Edelnut, when I'm talking to my mother mom, you shut the up. I literally went like this. I looked at, and I walked away. Make eye contact. I was so scared. I was a rookie. He's like, don't you talk to me when I'm talking about mom. But he'd always love me up too, you know.
Of course, yeah.
You know, but like you could learn things from him, like how he tracked the ball, like in one-on-ones, he would sit and run, and it looked like he wasn't running, and the ball would come, and we all know that the DBs play hands. So when you throw your hands out there, DBs are going to try to come through. Yeah. He would just run, and the ball would come right there, and he just boop, and just pop his little hands out the last second, you know. So you could take things from anyone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Especially as a route runner.
Such a great story from Edelnut.
Dude, that is a good story. And I do think, I mean, I'm impressed with the confidence of a guy in Edelman who at the time, if that's his rookie year, he's like a 7th round pick.
Yeah.
And he's feeling like his relationship is good enough with Randy Moss where he can toss out like a Mama Moss kind of like hello. I mean, you would think like 7th round pick who's lucky to like sort of be on the team at this point wouldn't even have the cojones to like even do a drive-by hello to Randy Moss when he's on the phone.
Some of the other stories he had about Belichick, we might have to relive some of that, but he's talking about Belichick and, hey, do you know who this guy is? And Elman's like, I have no idea who they are. Well, it's only Matt Light. He's won 3 Super Bowls. Maybe you should effing get to know him.
Yeah.
He's going to be in your locker room next week. You should probably effing learn. Talks about the draft call with him. hey, I don't know what you're going to play. Pretty good player, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to have to play offense, defense. We'll see what ends up happening. It's great.
He was a quarterback, I think.
Yeah.
In college?
Right. Yeah. Well, and so what ended up happening was that was the year, it was coming off the year that Brady had the ACL injury. So they asked him, like, did you ever think you were going to play quarterback potentially? He says, no, I saw the third string quarterback drop a dime. I'm like, I can't make that throw.
No chance.
I'm not playing quarterback in the NFL. It was amazing. Chris Jones of the Chiefs is holding out. He wants $30 million a year. He wants to be paid as the second highest paid defensive tackle in the NFL behind Aaron Donald. We'll have to monitor that because that's a Chiefs defense that is not the same without Chris Jones. One thing that Kansas City Chiefs fans don't have to worry about is the future of Andy Reid. According to Clark Hunt, he was asked by Pro Football Talk if he feels like Andy could retire soon. He said, quote, I really don't, and I hope I don't for a long time. And I don't think Andy's going anywhere. I think the pairing of him and Pat Mahomes, like, why would you want to leave right now if you're Andy? You got the best quarterback in the game. You guys have a special marriage going. Just ride this baby out until the wheels fall off.
You spent 4 straight seasons with the Eagles wishing you would have a quarterback this good that could get you over the final 2 hurdles. Now you got one. You ride that for as long as it's kicking out, don't you? Nothing else to do. Really? Yeah. I mean, you're coaching NFL football and winning Super Bowls. There's nothing that could possibly be more rewarding. Cowboys Twitter, how much would it cost Zach Martin to sit out all of camp, and do you think he will? We do have news on Zach and his status on today's team flight out to Oxnard. It's next in the G-Bag Nation. But do you know how picky they are at Diamonds Direct? Their overseas team will look at over 100 diamonds and only choose 4 or 5 of them to sell in the showroom. You're getting nothing but the best. It's got to have a certain sparkle, the right cut, the right characteristics. Only the best of the best make it to Diamonds Direct, and that's why we're so lucky to have them here in North Texas. If you're buying a diamond, you just need to know Diamonds Direct refuses to sell inferior quality diamonds, no hazy or cloudy diamonds, period. They're not in the store, so why risk it? Why
877 Berkeys or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
License TACLB 84522E.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team as they flew to Oxnard today. The G-Back Nation will be making our way to Oxnard, California for the most part this evening. I'm staying home for a couple of days to be with Abby for her birthday, so I want to thank my teammates for allowing me to do that once again. You will have Sean and RJ and KMC Masterpiece. Did Dutch end up going? Derek Holland went?
He's in.
Yeah, Derek Holland went. So it is going to be an amazing week and a half or so out there in Oxnard. And, of course, coming up this weekend, Lucius is going to fly out to Vegas, and Wolchuk is going to join him with a L.A. to Vegas flight. So we're going to have coverage Friday of dang old Errol Spence and Bud Crawford live from Fight Radio Row in Vegas while we're on the tennis courts in Oxnard, California. It's going to be a historic show.
Jeez, bro. We're going to be in 19 places at once.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's the final tally.
Covering it all, baby.
Yeah, bro. That's going to be outstanding. And then Wolchuk and Lucius taking on Vegas for a back-to-backer.
I just can't wait for the debauchery Lucius and I are going to get into.
I'm concerned Wolchuk will not be making his early Sunday morning flight after a fight night extravaganza. in his dynamic duo with Lucius, and you're going to be at the fight. You're going to be in Vegas. Like, I think the
I'd push
odds
that
are
flight back
heavily in the favor of him
I don't have a
missing
choice, man.
his Sunday
No, you
morning
can't.
flight.
You just got to pay for it yourself.
How long before Lucius just leaves Wolchuk somewhere?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Just like, he's like, oh man, I'm just not dealing with
Do
this.
your own
At some
damn thing.
point,
I'm sick of you.
Wolchuk's consumption it gets out of hand, and he becomes a lost cause. There's no
Liability.
saving him. A liability.
He doesn't want to. It's just like he can't help him anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
He's getting too drunky.
And hey, Vegas is a great town to go and bro it up, but sometimes there's a solo mission that's got to be had from one party or another. So you have to respect the bro that needs to go see an old friend or something.
No doubt.
You never know what could be on the mind of somebody when they're in Sin City.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the menu is vast.
Yeah. Micah Parsons' message to fans on the eve of camp. I don't think people understand what this football bleep means to me. Good is never good enough, said Micah Parsons. I have to be the best. I have to hold up that trophy. A lot of exclamation points as Micah Parsons, probably the most entertaining person on Cowboys Twitter right now, letting them be known. These are my goals, and I'm not afraid to say it. I love it personally.
He was talking about the Lombardi, right? Not the Depoy Trophy.
I'm pretty sure Lombardi. Yeah, he wants to win the championship.
Yeah, I don't think he cares about the Depoy.
I love watching the videos. Did you guys see him yesterday where he was getting after it, and he's doing like he's like carrying a bunch of weight, and then he's doing vertical leaps with it?
Yes, I
And
saw
he's,
that.
Like, getting really high off the ground to be carrying like hundreds of pounds.
He had hang time.
Yeah.
He was holding like a good dumbbell. I don't know what it was, but it was very impressive that he was managing to regularly jump. But probably good 20 inches, would you say?
I would think maybe even more.
I think you're right. He's an absolute freak of nature. One of my biggest takeaways from last year was just watching him just jump into all the different position groups.
Yeah.
Like he just gets bored and he's just looking for new challenges. Hey, do you want me to go back there and return some kicks? I'll try that out. Mike is just looking for to have fun
running
and
back.
learn. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like, stating your goals and not being afraid of it. Like, sometimes I think teams sort of coax themselves into this idea that we don't want to put too much pressure on ourselves. Jason Garrett for a decade was trust the process. And it was almost like talking about wanting to win a championship was frowned upon. Like, oh, don't go creating expectations for us.
Right.
What are you doing, bro? That's a real D move over there.
Just trying to win a division here, boys. That's
Sound
it.
like the Detroit Lions, what we were just talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
They worried a little bit about those expectations.
Yeah, but
Campbell
the hype
said-
train is being ran all over them. I get where they're coming
Yeah.
from. They don't know how to handle these expectations.
With the Cowboys, that's kind of every year. Even if you went 5-11 the next year, it's our year, baby.
Well, that's what they say, but I would say like Jerry Jones has backed way off his glory hole. We're going to have fun and try hard, but it's a 32-team league and there's a lot of good players out there. They're playing defense against fan frustration. That's what the Joneses are doing. Yeah. He's not trying to create a all or nothing type of scenario in the fans' mind. He's selling the journey of a great season and tuning in every Sunday to see if your Cowboys can get a win, and one day we'll get there. Champions say, damn it, we're winning it this year, or it's a freaking failure. And Micah Parsons still has that mindset. Lots of players need to adopt it. The coaches need to adopt it. And they need to go to the Jones boys' office and say, hey, if you're not down with talking about the team this way and setting a standard of championship football, don't talk, okay? That's called managing up. And Dirk had to do it to Mark Cuban, right? If you're going to be a distraction instead of a helper when you're talking about the refs while we're on a championship run, please don't talk.
Hell yes, General.
We're establishing a culture of greatness and of standards. Thank you, Wolchuk.
That was badass, dude.
Yeah.
If Micah's got that alpha, I mean, he is the lion. He's the leader. He walks into Jerry's office and he says it's time to pipe
Mike
down.
is like Patty Mahomes.
We
I'm
got
buying the
championships to
Airbnb
win.
in Vegas 3 months before the damn game because we're going to be there.
Book it.
I wonder if 80-year-old Jerry Jones takes the same attitude that what you're talking about.
No, he doesn't. He'll tell you he does.
See, that's what I mean. I'm interested tomorrow when we carry that press conference live here on the Fan. Is Jerry Jones going to, as 80-year-old Jerry Jones, and not guaranteed tomorrow? Is it time to say that? Is it time to say, yeah, we have to go win a championship now?
Yeah, we need to get this done, guys.
We have to.
Yeah.
And you know what? You could even
getting choked up, getting emotional.
Getting emotional about it, but it's been so long.
It has.
The thing is, maybe you even say, hey, listen, Micah Parsons. Maybe you reference him.
Yeah.
This is where Micah Parsons believes we need to be. Why can't we be here? Why? And it ain't about, you don't put it on yourself. You put it on, you put it on Micah and others that that way, because everybody, every time Jerry says something, he's going to say, oh, well, he's guaranteeing winning here.
Yeah.
You know? So what you need to do is like, listen, I'm old. I don't know how many more of these I'll have. I'm grateful I'm here today talking to you. I believe in what Micah Parsons said the other day. I think we all need to have the same attitude that he has.
If we run from it,
puts a pressure on everybody else in the organization.
I love it. We can't run from this because when we're done playing, we're going to know it was a failure. We're going to look at our entire lives and be like, crap. Yeah. We're not going to say, oh, it was a tough league. We're going to be like, we are the Cowboys. We were tasked with ending the drought, and we didn't do it. You're going to regret that every day of your life. Yeah. So don't be afraid of it when you're in the war. Maybe embracing it will actually terrify you into playing harder in the game.
I agree.
Maybe being like, if I don't win this, I'm the NFL equivalent of a loser. I'm a great player to get here. But in the NFL, I'm a non-champion. Well, I'm going to spend 10 or 12 years in here and not get a trophy? How am I going to be thinking about that the rest of my life? Cool, I got money. I got this. We play sports to win the damn trophy.
Yeah, no, I totally agree because I know, and this is just from listening, LSU won the national championship in baseball. They were the number one team in the country preseason and all that. And they asked Jay Johnson, the coach, when did you know? And he goes, when we started this journey. I knew we were going to win this thing because we talked about it. Mm-hmm. We put that pressure on ourselves to go get this done. And it goes all the way back. I don't want them to avoid not talking about it.
See, because that creates an expectation of winning.
Yeah.
And what you expect, your mind and your body will find a lot more often. If I'm hoping for it and wondering, am I worthy of this? Oh, I don't know. You know, the descendants of rich people expect to be rich. So as they're going through college and they're embracing the challenge of becoming rich again. They're not trying to find their way like the rest of us middle-class dudes. They're not thinking, boy, I'm going to get me a job and save in my 401k. They're thinking, I'm going to do like my dad did, and I'm going to take a big loan, and I'm going to make a huge move, and I'm going to create this windfall of cash. That's what expectations do. It creates a life script. And if it's like Oprah used to talk about it all the time, and there's all this, but there's something to just, you take out all the mystical stuff, all of the meditation and the Deepak Chopra dudes, and there's just something to the I believe factor. It creates a confidence in yourself. And I think Micah Parsons has that. We need other players to have it. We need the coach. If I'm the coach today, I cut off that quote. I'm taking it with me to Oxnard, California. We need everybody to believe at this level. I was watching some NBA Classic stuff over the weekend. They had the story of Jim Valvano, NC State Wolfpack in the 80s. This dude who upset the Houston Cougars had his team practice cutting down the nets after every practice they won it.
Wow.
Guy, we are going to do this, and he's the people that were talking for Jim and about Jim were saying he would have speeches where early in his coaching career be like, oh no, I'm winning a Final Four. I don't know where it's going to be, but I'm doing it. I don't know what your plan is, and everything about the way that he coached and talked about it was all creating this culture and reality that bang, here we are.
I like the idea of them packing some confetti to Oxnard and after practices, feeling what that's like to have that confetti rain down on you as a
this
champion.
Is the year to do it. With how down the NFC is,
the time is now.
You've got maybe one. You do have one of maybe the most complete team in the conference. The time is now. You need the Jerry from the 1980s when he bought the team. We will win. We must win. Winning is the name of the game. That's the guy that I want to hear tomorrow.
And that's the number one reason the Joneses have to sell, because they're not hungry enough to drive an organization to success the way the fans want it. They have all the success in the world. They probably thought that was a stupid statement for me. What are you talking about? No success. Have you seen the Star? Have you seen our ratings? Have you seen our empire? We're worth over $10 billion. That's their success. That's what he's driven them to the last 20 years. We need an ownership group that wants to drive a team to win.
And that's honestly sad and pathetic, and you're right, because Stephen Jones has said that on our airwaves. Oh, have you seen what we have at the Star in Frisco? Have you seen that stadium, AT&T? That's great. The fans, we don't care about that. You could still be at Texas Stadium for all I give a damn. Win the damn Super Bowl.
That's portfolio success, and for them, congratulations. Just sell the damn team so somebody else hungry can come in and take this brand and leverage it to win big for us again. Other than that, we're hoping one of these young Jones boys has the hunger in them, not the hunger for money. They should be fed, beyond stuffed of money at this point when this next generation of Joneses is coming up. Hopefully one of them can, have the competitive greatness and the mind to steer this franchise, or we could always hope for a Daniel Snyder situation. I don't know how possible that kind of thing is, but
a couple FBI raids and whatnot.
Yeah, we're talking about legitimate chances to build the championship culture. An iconic quarterback, maybe a player like Micah Parsons, a coach like Andy Reid, Bill Belichick, something like that. Somebody who can speak this kind of language to the players and shake this organization outside of TV magic land and back into the secrets in the dirt type of mentality. Zach Martin would be $1 million. I saw that tweet from David Hellman. Yeah. To miss out of all of Oxnard to be $1 million.
$1 million, yes.
And maybe he'll consider that,
He can certainly afford it.
If I want 7 and I need to get the message home, I think if the Cowboys are telling me we're giving you nothing right now, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna lose the $1 million. We're gonna see how long this goes.
Those fines are not rescinded. You must pay those fines.
Yeah. You just have the Cowboys tack on an extra $1 million once it's all said and done and agreed to.
817 says, Gavin, I wish you would just leave the fan. You have some of the dumbest takes ever. I literally can't stand you. Well, I just want to say I appreciate so much Lucius and Chief and Wolchuk and Broadus that keep you listening.
Well, this one, I think you're spot on, and I agree with you 100%.
Thank you.
You can hate me too, 817.
100%, dude.
I just feel like, though, as an organization, though, that somebody needs to step up like Micah Parsons trying to.
Yeah.
They need to embrace his attitude about, hey, trying to go chase this thing. And, to me, it's been way, way, way too long. As you look at how other teams have developed and, the playoffs, you win 12 games and all that, and then you just, you find a way not to get it done. Somebody needs to be accountable for that.
I agree. Best of the weekend's coming up next, Chief. Where are we heading?
Dawson, I will say that Cowboys rant you just went on was second to only your Rangers rant from Friday, sir.
I forget that rant.
That was a pretty impressive.
Nice. The beef tallow?
It was no, that was Broadus and myself. But you had a damn good Ranger rant. Salute to you, Dawson.
You.
We got Trill Burgers. We got haters.
Oh, the parking.
And we got taking an L amidst victory. That's next right here in the nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs. for straight-up Texas breaking news is your proud home of those first-place Rangers. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Cy Young's coming up at 4:20. The Chris Young Show here, as we said, 8 days from the MLB trade deadline. Here's the Chief with your best of the weekend.
Okay, I think most people really enjoyed and appreciated and respected and thought it was fun what Messi did on Friday night with his game winner in his MLS Inter Miami debut, with all the celebrities in the world on hand to take it in. And he hits the game winner free kick, right? He's in the game. Yeah. Free kick, walk-off style. It's amazing. We will get to the
in stoppage time too.
Yeah, like 93rd minute, tied 1-1.
Yeah,
it's just a storybook start.
Yeah, like it's just you couldn't have written this kind of deal, and so everybody's appreciating it except for one guy. We'll get to him, but if you missed it, here's how it sounded.
Here it is. Messi! Put it in any other way! Magnificent!
Okay, it was magnificent. Everybody's going crazy, except for the New Yorker's own Jody Rosen, who I guess his whole gig is to zig when others are zagging. He's calling it a novelty act in his latest publication.
Like his name, Jody?
He writes, he says, these fans understand that MLS is a second-rate show and that the real hot action is taking place overseas in the elite leagues of Europe. They know that the star of a certain age who carpetbags to the States is a kind of novelty act. To sign with an MLS team is to quasi-retire, easing into your golden years while drawing a handsome, sometimes gargantuan salary. That's how he opens this bad boy. Jody was not impressed with what he saw. Quote, who could blame the guy for wanting to take a less stressful job? If he loses a step or two in Europe, the difference tells. But in MLS, a depleted Messi will still be the best player in the league. Nice work if you can get it at $50-odd million per year. Messi will hold up his end of the bargain, supplying brilliance and a fare of helping paranormal thrills along the lines of Friday's free kick. But he goes in and he describes it. The celebration seemed out of proportion to the occasion. It felt silly, maybe even a little sad.
That is so weird. I mean, there is something different about the American accent and the sounds of an MLS environment because it's not as big and loud. And to see him doing his celebration running into the corner with his buddy, it was a little bit odd, but there's nothing negative about it. It's just stunning that actually happened in an MLS game in his debut.
I know.
To have that kind of a take, I don't know. Is it genuine? Do you think that's really his take, or is he trying
that's
to?
really his take.
What a clown.
Yeah,
he's not alone. The 8-3-2. If you don't think that Messi goal was fixed, I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know how you can fix that.
Well, his situation, when you put him in a free kick in front of the goal, I saw him at NRG in an international friendly when he was with Argentina do the same thing against the United States. When you put him in that situation where he's dead on in front of a goal, with a chance to take it over the wall, and then are the goalies in this league capable of covering a lot of ground? Not all of them are. You're going to get some goalies that can't, but he's so skilled at putting there and placing the ball in free kick situations like that. Again, I saw him do it in an international match.
Yeah.
When I saw him put the ball down on the ground, I'm like, he's going to score. He doesn't miss these opportunities.
Well, I mean, he only does get about 3 a year. He only makes like 3 free kicks a year. It's not like it's an automatic goal. There's a reason it's 1-1. It's very hard to score. And for it to happen at that time of the game.
He comes in the second half of a game. He didn't even play the whole match. So maybe he could have done something where it wasn't going to be a 1-1 game or something like that. To me, I mean, every time I've ever seen him put in that kind of a situation where it's a free kick in front of a goal like that.
No, he's probably the best.
His
best ever.
The ball placement for him is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And like I say, it's not world-class net minding going on the other side there.
And Jody Rosen points that out in his article in the New Yorker, saying it is possible that Friday night's competition was the weakest Messi has faced since he signed with Barcelona's youth academy in 2000 at the age of 13.
That's probably true.
It's a great article. Shout out to my guy Jody.
I appreciate the troll.
The one voice going against the grain, and it's a voice that I personally needed to hear.
Let me tell you what these guys, and I grew up at a time where Pele came and played in the United States for the New York Cosmos. Him, Franz Beckenbauer. If you don't know these guys, look them up. Legendary players, in the 70s that came in and tried to grow American soccer, and for the most part, a lot of them did. And then we had a little bit of a lull, and but the fact that our best American players, our hope should be our best American players go play overseas. I know our league is what it is, but they do get better competition playing overseas.
No question.
And that gives our team what Messi needs to do for us is help continue to build 40,000 seat or 45,000 seat stadiums, that are soccer only stadiums, so that we can host international matches and stuff like that. I mean, you look at what happened when it's what Chelsea and Man U played the other day. 80,000 people at basically a scrimmage, preseason kind of a game. That's our hope right there. But we, as long as the great American players are going overseas and getting better,
Which they need to do.
That's our chance to win a World Cup, not playing in this league.
Well, UFC had a moment, a rare victory for an individual that probably felt like an L at the end of the night. His name is Johnny Parsons. He wins by TKO. It's a beautiful moment. Then he gets to the octagon microphone calling out of the next fighter, and I believe he just fell flat. Honestly, here it is.
Hey, Patty, do you want a slug or not? Because I'm the slug or not. Let's go. I'll go down the lightweight and I'll knock that stupid haircut off your head. Let's go. Okay.
That's Michael Bisping. That's Michael Bisping, who's the microphone holder at the moment.
The slug or not?
Yeah. Do you want a slug or not? Because I am the slug or not.
Yeah, that's not good.
Dude. So, I mean, you have two jobs that night as a fighter, and it's tough, and he accomplished 50% of it. Win the fight. That is job number one. Job number two is to sell the next one, and you fell damn flat.
No, it was a little Aggie like cheerleader-esque. Yell leader?
Yell leader.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It absolutely did. It's a good call by you. Now, did you guys see James Harden out at the music festival over the weekend?
So I heard something about cheeseburgers.
Cheeseburgers, yeah. Trill Burgers to be exact, which is Bun B's new cheeseburger venture restaurant in Houston. And I think it's doing extremely well. But Bun B was out basically just kind of serving up cheeseburgers at the music festival. And there's a clip of James Harden in like a wife beater tank top, sweating his balls off, doing the music festival thing. And he comes up to Bun B and he takes like 4 or 5 burgers like stacked up on top of each other. And you see him just moseying away.
That's wimpy style right there,
That
Brian.
is wimpy style, absolutely.
Yeah, Popeye reference there for you.
yeah.
I was about to say, I'm sorry.
I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Yeah, Wimpy
That
was always
his
trying to
line.
get a burger.
See, I was going like Scooby-Doo with it, where I was like, he's gonna eat it like Shaggy does, where he could just stack up like a 10-foot anything.
Oh,
and then
Wimpy
just
do that.
eat it sort of in one gulp.
Yeah.
I think James Harden could pull something like that off.
I think so too.
Did we have a story last week where he was kind of worried about his weight?
Oh, he's sick of the trolls.
He's sick
Oh
of
yeah,
the
he
memes
was
of him
sick
being,
of the memes. Yeah, he was ready to. He was too comfortable or something, and everybody took that like, okay, he's going to get fit, but he's also in the point where he's trying to sabotage what he has. We've seen him do this before, where he just kind of bloats up a little bit, and then he sabotages the team he's with, and they're like, okay, we have to trade him because he wants to be traded.
The fat suit.
So that's kind of what everybody's
thought that
thinking.
was going down. He's wearing a fat suit out there in Brooklyn or wherever, or Houston.
That would be a next level way to get cut. If somebody ever does a fat suit, that's G-Bag of the year.
Just full on.
Sorry, guys.
Full on big
Get
muscles.
me out of here. Bleep you, Philly.
That's it, boys. Best of the
Chief.
weekend.
There he is, Eric Chia. Follow every Monday about 3:40 with your best of the weekend report. Now, when we come back, top 5 position battles to look forward to in Cowboys camp. We'll be in Oxnard tonight. Most of us will. And Chris Young's coming up at 4:20 right here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about my friends at Window Nation, though, because of this dang heat. You know, the energy bills are skyrocketing right now. And
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, look at this. We're already on hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Time flies. We're having fun, and we are having fun because it's a Woolchuck birthday show. Okay? We got the Cowboys State of the Team address tomorrow at noon right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Women's World Cup going on. We got Rangers Astros coming up at 6:30. Holy cow, this is massive, and there's never a better time to talk Cowboys than to start a training camp, Brian, so we're in paradise right here, buddy.
We are in paradise for sure. Can I ask something real quick?
Please.
Did you know that there's people that create fake jets, Learjets for influencers?
No.
That, like, there's people that actually have setups where, like, it's a jet where you could come on and, like, if you're an influencer and you could act like, oh, we're all going out of town. Oh, we're all, like, it's like,
It's
they're
the
not
image.
really, yeah, it's a whole image. Like, this guy has a jet service that sits on the ground, or he's created a jet. And if you want to act like you're traveling to Dubai, you could get on this jet and, like, film it up, but you're really not going anywhere.
So you just got a little fuselage. Maybe you got the full outside
No,
jet, too, so you can get the
got-
walk-up pictures?
Exactly. You got the jet just sits there, and then you got the walk-up pictures, but you get on the jet, and then you act like, oh, I'm doing business, I'm on meetings, and all that.
There's no gas. It doesn't go anywhere.
I think, why didn't I think of that?
Great idea.
That's genius.
That is genius.
We could get in on this. Man needs a little competition. Let's make a 747 one. Shoot, we got a hot tub upstairs for you.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, dude. We could doll ours up a little bit.
I think so.
It was amazing. He was showing all the different influencers that were like acting like, yeah, we're jetting off today and we're going and all this and throwing money around, and they were going nowhere. It was like in a hangar.
Not
Did this
Mr.
guy
Beast.
Did he let the cat out of the bag
Oh,
himself?
he
Like the
totally
Nelk boys
did.
are ticked off now.
Doesn't that nuke your own
That's bad for
business
business.
idea?
Yeah.
I think it was one of those things where he just wanted.
He's probably crushing so hard he doesn't even
He
care.
doesn't even care,
Yeah.
but he showed like 3 different influencers getting on this plane.
That's hilarious.
And doing their spiel.
Right.
And then you see the actual video, and it's making it look like they're really going somewhere.
That's genius.
They're not leaving. They're not
You could
going-
pump in some of that sound, like that hum you
Yeah,
get in the
exactly.
air.
Yeah.
Headed to the Amalfi.
Pipe it on a pilot. Oh, we're
Man,
at
we're
35,000 feet.
so it's all about image, right? And
Going out to
Yes,
Cowboys
dude.
camp.
All right.
Walchuk feels like an Instagram model getting flown out all over the place. Here's Cali. All of a sudden
Yeah.
he's in Vegas.
Oopsies, Vegas
What's
time.
next?
Yeah, he's doing it big over there. And right now he has the top 5 position battles that we could look forward to in Oxnard.
Yes, this is courtesy of Blogging the Boys. We love them. And let us know, 877-881-1053. Do you have a
Right
position
guard.
battle that you're keeping your eye on? Okay. So guard's definitely one that I'm interested in. They go number 1. It's the battle of Tyler Smith. The entire configuration of the Cowboys starting offensive line
Who's this coming from? I'm sorry.
Blogging the Boys.
Thank you very much.
Revolves around where to play Tyler Smith. Is he best utilized playing left guard with Tyron or someone else playing left tackle, or should he start at left tackle with someone else playing at left guard? I think, Brian, we have felt he should play left tackle.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys are looking at this, hey, our best 5, if Tyron's healthy, how long will that be? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but it would be Tyron, Tyler at left guard. But yes, where indeed does that, to me, it's less about where Tyler plays. It's all about the health of Tyron, and then what's your plan to fall into place after that, and who really is your starting left guard if that were to happen.
If you're in a situation where you feel like that something is going to happen to Tyron Smith, Tyler Smith's going to play left tackle. That will take care of itself. Then, is Matt Farniak good enough to play left guard here? That's your next question, because he's going to be the guy that they're probably going to plug in there and play, for if in fact they have to make a move there. So to me, it's all about how healthy can Tyron Smith stay, because if he stays healthy, then of course you got Tyler Smith, you're gonna be fine. But just know that something's likely going to happen. It seems to happen every year with this guy.
Your chances hinge significantly on Tyron Smith's health, and it's unfortunate they would let it risk on that. But I think that's probably my biggest one is Tyron versus health. Just can we get to week 1? Do whatever it takes, because I think with Tyler and Tyron over there and Steele and Martin with Biotish, now you have a chance to have like a top 8, top 5 line.
I'm so happy to hear about the whole thing with Steele.
Yeah.
That's the one that makes me feel a lot better.
Well, and I would feel a lot better if we just knew for sure they're not messing with Steele. He's your right tackle.
I think Steele's the right tackle.
I hope he is.
I don't know how.
man.
I mean, you clearly, Zach Martin was good, but he is a different player with Terrence Steele playing next to him in the running game.
It's amazing
It really
what a difference a year makes even. Like even this time last year, we're like, we need to watch Terrence Steele. Are we feeling good about him? Now we're praying Terrence Steele's your starting right tackle.
No question.
Come a long way there.
That's my second biggest battle, by the way, Tyron versus his own body. Do you want to know what my first one is?
Yeah.
It's Dak versus throwing to players on the move. Do you think he can pull that off?
Okay, because that's going to be important.
If that does not come together, and I know this isn't a pure camp battle, but you're going to have to revert to the offense that Kellen Moore was running.
I think they're going to revert to the offense they're running with Kellen Moore anyway. I do. The 70% rule, to me, that's going to be Kellen Moore offense. It's that 30% that I keep talking about, that it's screens, it's deceptives, it's running game. There are going to be some things, but I think in the passing game, I don't know how much they're really going to change. Maybe the protections will change a little bit, with the new line coach.
I hope it's a lot.
But my Dak seems completely comfortable running the offense that Kellen Moore ran. Am I right? Am I wrong about that?
Well,
no, you're not. No,
it's pretty much the only offense he knew, right? I mean, Kellen Moore also played under Scott Linehan. I don't know how much.
He's had some really good years with that. Maybe it's just the difference in the play caller.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like, hey, listen, we want to keep these concepts for you, but I'm going to call them in a different light or a different way. Set some things up.
The timing in which, absolutely.
I just think we've always had an issue with the route concepts.
I hate the passing game.
It's been a huge annoyance, and so if I would find it hard to believe that Dak is the kind of quarterback with such limitations that he has to have a route tree that consists of just like stop routes and comebacks and stuff. And it's something that if you feel like that is a limitation that your quarterback has, then that's a guy that you probably have to move off of, because these route concepts that we've been seeing for years now have been just so annoying.
Well, and they're not moving off of Dak Prescott.
Yeah,
for sure. They've proven that. I don't think that is an issue for him.
So we hate the route concepts.
They call them spot routes.
Well,
that's what it is.
Well,
it's like, let's get people on. Let's if Jimmy Garoppolo can do it, gosh dang it, Dak can do it.
Yes.
You can throw to people on the run. You're not 9 years old,
right?
You're in the damn NFL.
The drags, it's the mesh routes. It's maybe even getting like they do with Justin Jefferson. Kevin O'Connell did it beautifully. He did it with Cooper Kupp there with the Rams. And that's why. I mean, you talked about it earlier, and it's a little bit concerning. Aaron Rodgers, yes, he liked a static offense.
Yeah, static offense.
But you've got to get some.
But Mike wanted to push him into movement. And that was one of their bigger
Rodgers just
disagreements there.
And
at the end.
McCarthy's saying at the podium, this is the first time we've been able to run our offense. It could be fluff. It could be BS. You could be right about that, Brian. But I don't know. There's something to me that I am hoping we see some differences.
Yeah, I think so. But I really think this Dak thing is huge, because the two things that I think a West Coast quarterback needs more than what he's been in is accuracy and timing. And to me, if I'm charting Dak and like, okay, what are the biggest trouble spots that could be better? It's accuracy and timing.
Sure.
And you're so we shall see if this works or if they pull the plug on it. But they need a way to keep the chains moving against better defenses.
Yeah.
The better defenses that can get to him with four and it's over. It's over. So we need more misdirection. We need more ways to get guys the ball very early in the play.
Absolutely.
And I think it's very good to experiment with this in training camp to see if they could take 25 or 30% of West Coast principles. But I'm leaning where Brian is. That I don't expect it to be brilliant, and I'll be pleasantly surprised if it is.
I think the one thing is, if Dak has shown that he can't throw with accuracy or he can't lead receivers, if he shows those things, then all of a sudden it's going to be, oh, wait a minute, is this what the offense is? I don't think they want to take him down that path.
No,
I really don't. I think they want him to be as comfortable as possible. I think where you change is how they call the plays, or when they call the plays, or how do you mix the run in with the pass.
I think there's a ton of it that comes to that for sure.
I think that's where McCarthy is going to be different than Kellen Moore. I don't see this passing game being just drastically different.
I think that's a good point because the tendencies is what they really got stuck in.
No, for sure, but they also have route concept issues, and they're not setting their players up. They're not helping their quarterback to just see there's an open receiver here. Let's not forget their separation percentages are like bottom of the league.
Terrible.
And it's not like they went out and just got great dominant route runner, awesome receivers. You got Brandon Cooks, cool. That's a huge upgrade.
Yeah.
But it's not like you have bona fide, unbelievable. These guys are getting open no matter what. You need a play caller and a play designer that is helping these guys get open.
Yes.
You have not done that because last year you were 30th in the category that Next Gen talks about of receiver separation. Over the past 4 years with Kellen Moore, the Cowboys averaged 25th in the NFL. That is problematic.
Where do they finish in the ranks of offense of the last 4 years? Where were they final in the offensive ranks?
I think a lot of
in
it's
the
empty
regular
stats
season.
for me.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You're making great points over there. You're talking about lack of separation and all that.
Yeah.
But they're a top five offense every year.
Okay, then you should have just ran it back. Then you should have just kept Kellen Moore.
You're a top five offense until
cool.
You needed to be great.
But I agree with you. I'm just telling you though. To me, I don't see Mike McCarthy unless Brian Schottenheimer is coming in here in his year of working with defense, and he said, okay, I've been studying all these, and he's stealing some of those concepts. I don't see it. I don't see the whole thing. Mike McCarthy was talking about he hated the option routes and things like that, which Dak absolutely loves. He's comfortable throwing the ball with the option routes and stuff like that. But, it's no, we don't need to get rid of the option routes and stuff like that. I don't see Mike McCarthy having that completely come in here and turn over the offense like you want it to be. I don't see him as being that innovative that way.
Okay. Well, that's going to be disappointing, and I think you'll find yourself.
I think he got tired. Well, yeah.
I think we're all going to be annoyed by that.
I don't disagree.
It's a 3rd and 10 comeback across the board.
I'm just telling you what I think is going to happen here, because, like you say, to me.
But they're planning to change. You just don't think they will change, or you think there's no plan to change and this 30%'s been nonsense?
I think the 30% is actually what the running game the running game stuff, maybe how they block in the running game, maybe some of the stuff with talk about the deceptives, the screen games, things like that. That I see changing.
That'll all be welcomed for sure. But I just think, gosh, man, you got to find a way to help your quarterback. You're not helping your quarterback when nobody is able to get open. Well, he's having to fit it into windows all the time because you're just running these trash route concepts.
And thank you. And we're worried about, and yes, does Dak have accuracy issues at times? Sure. But the numbers to that and the reflection of, yes, how good was your offense? To me, it's because of your quarterback. It's not because of the damn play caller. Dak Prescott made Kellen Moore look good.
McCarthy got tired of Kellen Moore. That's what happened. This thing got personal.
I don't think it was just McCarthy.
They got rid of Doug Nussmeier too. That's another guy that Dak was comfortable with. There's
something to be said for comfortability.
I almost dropped the S word right here. But this thing became really personal. This became personal, is what this did.
Well, and it very well may have, but there's also football reasons and merit to why you should have moved off him.
Don't disagree.
Ted Wynn is talking about, it's a great write-up from months ago. We already talked about this, but the Cowboys finished 25th in wide open percentage, which measures an open target with separation of at least 5 yards when the ball arrives. The Cowboys have finished 28th in open percentage, open target with separation of at least 3 yards when the ball arrives. And the most damning, says Ted Wynn, the Cowboys finished 29th in yards after catch percentage, which is total yards after the catch divided by total receiving yards. And every one of these stats, the Cowboys passing offense is in the bottom 25% of the league. So I think you were 5th in the sport in spite of all these things.
I agree.
And these things need to be changed.
Damn right.
Kellen Moore wasn't terrible, but the route concepts, I would argue,
it was a problem, and we talked about it every week after we watched the All-22. You're forcing your quarterback to have to be perfect and to be accurate all the time, and Dak Prescott is just not going to be able to do that.
I think when you're throwing those comebacks, though, what happens is the DB closes on the receiver, right? And because the DB closes on the receiver, your yards of separation are low and your yak is low, right?
Yeah, which means your offense sucks.
Those wide receivers can't get open. But why did Garrett Linehan and Moore all decide to do the same thing there?
Because that's all they ever did. That's who they were.
They all come from the same line.
You can
Kellen Moore played under Linehan.
You give Jason Garrett any players, give him any roster, and he's going to run the same thing. If he had Pat Mahomes here, he'd have been running the same offense. That's just who he was and what he did. Some coaches, very few of them, Dan Quinn is one, understand how to adapt and understand, okay, this is the ingredients I have in terms of players to work with defensively. This is how I will best use them. I think Jason Garrett's running the same offense, whether he's got Dak Prescott, Cooper Rush, or Pat Mahomes.
I really like that answer. I also wonder if 8 years into Dak's career, they haven't tried other route combinations because they know that's not the strength of their QB.
I don't believe that.
Maybe
I think it's laziness and stubbornness from the coaching staff.
I agree with you, Walchuk, but if you're right, Dawson, then they should find a way to cut ties with their quarterback. Then if they view him as a quarterback, then only run these 90s route concepts, which I don't even know if it's 90s. There's just bad route concepts.
And I agree. So let's see. They need to make the changes, and if 4 can't do it, then you do need to move on, and you shouldn't do a contract extension. Very quickly, the other battles, backup running back, of course, under Tony Pollard. Is it Malik Davis? Is it Deuce Vaughn? Ronald Jones? Hunter Lipke? How do these guys look? Jabril Cox versus Devin Harper.
Yeah.
We talked about that. Linebacker depth there. And then, of course, the kicking battle. Tristan Vizcaino, Brandon Aubrey. We were tracking the kickers all last year during training camp. It looked horrible. They ended up bringing back Brett Maher. And then how does Jalen Tolbert look? And does Simi Fehoko end up unseating him as wide receiver 4?
It's funny, though. Go back and look. They were 4th in points last year. In the previous year to that, they were 1st in points.
They're getting them points. They sure are. All righty. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Wolchuk Chiafalo. That is a preview of the biggest storylines in some of the camp battles as we head out to Oxnard, California tomorrow. The Jerry, Mike, Steve press conference will be at noon tomorrow. Then you have open practice Wednesday and Thursday and Saturday and Sunday, and we look forward to talking about all those things with you. Now, when we return, it's time for the Cy Young Show. Rangers GM Chris Young right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat about Predictable accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel, free consultation, truckwreck.com or 214-817-333-3333. It's time now for the Texas Rangers General Manager Show with Chris Young here in the G-Bag Nation. Little bit of struggle over the weekend there against the Dodgers with the pitching. Both struggles for Martin Perez yesterday, right? But he settled down. I wouldn't say your starters were horrible, but definitely not shut down. Then the bullpen got the best of you, and after it turned bad. Boch tried to get out of it with rookies, and it got turned into a laugher on Saturday night. 16 runs, Brad Miller in the game. That's tough. I think it just underscores the fact that they need to make a couple of moves here if we want to feel great about their World Series chances. Maybe they still are the best team in the AL. But I tell you what, if you can acquire a couple of pitchers, this thing could end up looking really outstanding in the not too distant future. And CY is going to join us here in just a moment. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and brought to you by Cars for Kids. But yeah, that was my main takeaway over the weekend. It's like, okay, we're not overreacting. You were competitive. I felt like when the starters were going out. And definitely yesterday to come back and win that game 8-4. That was great. That was cool. Still feeling really good about the Rangers. But now, how much more extra pressure should they feel to go make some trades here? Well, you can't let these next 8 days go by without adding at least a couple of pitchers, right?
Yeah. They have to. I mean, the bullpen, I think it was a glaring weakness over the course of the series. Like Alex Spees, what a moment it was against the Rays. But you saw again, okay, this is a young guy that's going to go through growing pains, and he's learning, he's growing. Grant Anderson was a good story for a little while as well. Now they've optioned him down to try and figure some stuff out. They need to find another option outside of Chapman and Smith that they can trust, especially for that 7th inning.
Yeah. Truckwreck.com fan text is open for you at 877-881-1053 if you want to suggest a question that we ask CY when we get him on here in just a minute, or give us your thoughts on how much you want them to do here at the trade deadline, which is next Tuesday, I believe at 3 o'clock Texas time. Shohei Ohtani played his final home game before the deadline yesterday, and the dude hit his 24th home run in his past 45 games, an absolute line shot over the center field wall. It was kind of like a golf worm burner, Brian, that just kept rising a little bit, went over that wall, and, just putting on an absolute freak of a performance as maybe the Halos fans had their last opportunity to see him at home. So, the tease at this point, the Angels are saying, we aren't moving him if we remain in wild card contention. So we really need to see this week them struggle. These next 4 games going into the weekend could be huge. They win these 4, they might turn off the Shohei valve and just say, hey, we're going to try to make a playoff run for Shohei and at least give our fans this. If they lose, could be a lock by the time we get to Friday that he's going to be on the move when we get to the after the weekend.
Certainly could be. As it stands right now, I'm expecting the Angels to just stay put and not move him. I just feel like that would be such an Angels thing to do. I did see this from StatMuse. Shohei Ohtani in the 9th inning this season, his batting average is .379. That's second best in Major League Baseball. Number 1, best batting average in the 9th inning this season at a .500 batting average is Josh Young.
Hello.
Nice. What a stud.
Unreal.
Clutch bat.
Absolute beast.
I saw John Morosi as well a few hours ago saying that the Angels have communicated about an Ohtani trade and some different scenarios with other teams in recent days. And so even as the Angels have won 6 of 8, the possibility of an Ohtani trade does remain. And then he throws in the Baseball Reference playoff odds projection for the Angels. It's at 9.6%.
Yeah, I've my own personal experience when you get to trade deadlines or talking about it. To me, you got to let people know that you're interested in playing in the game. Listen, don't lose my number. If you got anything you want to do, just give me a call. Let's talk about it. I think that any general manager that's worth their salt will find a way to be in all trade possibilities.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just let everybody know you might not catch any of them, but if you catch one, and like I say with the Shohei thing, it's a big ask. It really is. It's the Angels are going to have to say, well, we got to get something. They're going to try and save face. You know, if they make this deal, they're going to try and save face like, okay, look what we got for him. You're not going to undercut them and give them, you know, less than value for their player. But that's the thing, you know, you've got to let everybody know that you're interested in playing in this game.
Yeah. The 214 says Rangers would have to give up too much to get Ohtani. You know, and we'll see what that price is. We don't know what it is. I look forward to asking CY, like, how much of a discount do you get if it is a rental? You know, and my thought would be, I'm up for a rental, right? Just make sure the compensation is in line for this is 3 months of Ohtani, not rights to sign him for the next decade. I think there's a huge difference there. And if he's not willing to, like, guarantee the Dodgers or Yankees or whoever else that they're going to get the contract, then the Rangers should be able to get this done for maybe like 2 top 6 prospects, no Evan Carter. You know, what do you want? Two of the top 6, no Evan Carter. Those are my rules.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to give up Evan Carter.
Yeah, no.
I really don't.
Ken Rosenthal has basically said that you know, the Angels ownership, Artie Moreno, is not willing to trade to the Dodgers. He's just not. You know, but Rosenthal basically said also that the Dodgers probably wouldn't be in on this.
Well, because the Dodgers are probably the most confident team that they don't need to trade for him.
That they can
He'll sign him, and they'll sign him in free agency.
Yeah,
they've spent an insane amount of money on their payroll too. I can't imagine what that luxury tax look would be like.
It's stunning. I did love, and it happened. I think it was last week when they introduced the All-Star game. Ray Davis and the reference that he made about Chris Young and Chris Young wanting Bruce Bochy to be the manager for the American League in the All-Star game. Well, how's that going to happen? It's only if the Rangers make the World Series. I think this is pretty much like, CY, do what you need to do, buddy. And we're down to write that check.
Yeah, I think they have to have confidence in CY, and they also don't want to spend this much to only spend this much.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you've dug this hole. It's like, why not just, if you stop here, you know where it's going to get you, which is not ultimately where you want to be, and then you overpaid for being in a place that you didn't want to be. You might as well go for the gusto and give yourself a real World Series chance.
And you're in that moment right now.
Yeah. You are, and you don't need it to be Ohtani next Tuesday to have an unbelievably great trade deadline day.
No, you don't. I'm actually very excited about the Padres, who have now made Snell and Hader available.
Dude,
and oh my gosh, that would make, that's a guy that's got World Series experience. He's pitched in Arlington in a World Series and looked damn freaking good. And then Hader is one of the best, if not the best, relievers in the sport.
Is that a Blake Snell? Isn't he with the... No, he's with the Padres, isn't he?
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, Blake Snell would be a great pickup if they can get him.
You've got that relationship.
Hell of a video game player as well. Remember, he beat Joey Gallo in the MLB The Show pandemic baseball video game tournament.
See, so this guy's just like a baseball lifer. This guy just lives and breathes it, you know? Like, even in his off time, he's jumping on the sticks.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just throwing Ks.
Okay, what'd you guys think of the Twitter pivot that we got over the weekend with Elon Musk? Oh, is this one of your stories, Wolchuk?
No, it's not at all. But I'm just blown away at it. The X thing, that's what you're talking about?
I mean, it's still not Meta. It's Facebook. Are we actually going to start calling this X.com instead of Twitter?
It's got the X logo on it now over the home screen on Twitter.
Des Bryant is calling in fractions here that he was trademarked the X.
Oh, throw up the X.
So he's calling an infraction here.
I guess Elon Musk had like some payment business like 20 years ago called X.com. So I appreciate Des Bryant throwing a challenge flag here on this one.
He says, no, wait, I've got the X. I've hold the rights to the X.
We'll pick up this conversation in a little bit, G-Bag Nation. Maybe even get Chris Young's thoughts on it here as the Rangers GM joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. CY, a good afternoon brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing outstanding. We're just talking about your baseball team and everything that's going on. I feel like we've been asking you about the deadline for about 2 months now. Is there anything new or different? What's different with a week to go now?
Well, we're just in a lot of meetings, doing a lot of preparation, evaluating our player development system and then our big league team, and just trying to do everything we can to give ourselves the best chance over the last 2.5 months of the season here.
See, why I don't mean this as a negative question or anything like that, but I just wonder, do you have to be careful of falling in love with your team during a trade deadline situation? And I mean, that maybe that like, hey, we love all our guys. We don't want to move them. We don't want to make moves. Do you have to separate that of not falling in love with all your guys so you can make moves like this?
Well, I think yes and no. And I think the first part of the answer is that I do love all of our guys. I love our team. I love the way we play the game. I love the players and prospects we have in our system. I think we've been very good and intentional with drafting people that fit our values, both as people and as players. And so because of that, I really, really love everybody in our organization. And I'm proud of each and every one of them. So there are emotional attachments. That said, you understand that, realistically, this team deserves the right to try to win a championship, and I think that's the front office, the way we're operating. We want to do it in a responsible manner, but we also recognize that where we've been the last 6 years, this is a lot of fun, and the guys have played their way into this, and we recognize that, and we want to try to give them every chance possible to continue to win.
CY, I know you can't talk specific players. I know we have a lot of fans that want us to ask about, hey, this name, that name. But how do you handle in these trade conversations the difference when it comes to trading for a guy that has control versus potentially a rental and what you'd be willing to give up in compensation?
Well, it's with every specific conversation, whether it's a free agent, a trade, or a player in our system, it's always about how they fit us right now and what it means for our future. And so we think through everything. We have a very good projection system that we rely on heavily, and we try to weigh and plan out strategically over the next 2 to 3 years what our team will look like, what are our financial commitments and obligations, where are the areas that we're going to be strong, where are the areas that we're going to need to spend, whether it's in trades or free agency. And how do we sustain this over the long period of time? So I think that you look at this in a number of ways, and it's really unique to each conversation, each player.
CY, this past homestand, you played against 3 teams that were division leaders. Did you learn something about your baseball club in those 9 games that you didn't know, or is it just continuing to be a journey as you're going through this?
Well, I think most importantly, it was great to see us getting back to playing our style of baseball, and it was just a tremendous homestand to go 7-2 at home to start the break, right out of the break, start the second half. It really was just awesome, and the guys played great. I know we had a tough series Friday and Saturday night against the Dodgers. They're a very, very good team. I thought it was a moment of growth for us, really. I thought Friday night we were winning after the 6th inning. We ended up losing the game, and it felt like the game got out of hand, and maybe some mistakes that we normally don't make. And I'm not sure if that was the environment or the circumstances, but it was a good learning moment. And then Saturday, obviously, just a sort of a stinker that they happen over the course of the season. But then yesterday, the resolve of the group, the fight, the way they came out and played, got down early and then bounced back. Martin Perez was so competitive and really just shut down a very good offense and gave our team a chance to come back and score runs and win the game. And so it was turned into what would have been, a tough ending to a good homestand to making it what I consider to be a great homestand. And now hopefully some momentum going into Houston tonight.
What's the latest on Evaldi as you're going to skip his turn in the rotation against the Astros? What went into that decision there? Because, it does seem like it's a pretty big series in Houston. You don't want to make too much of 3 games in July, but it's a big one.
Well, they're all big. Really, we want to beat Houston, but we want to win every night. And so I think just taking a big picture approach, and that's what my job is to look at the big picture. And we need Nate for the long haul here. He didn't get an all-star break. He threw in an all-star game. There are a lot of distractions, and you get pulled a lot of different directions at the all-star game. And so he really didn't have much of a break. He came back. We tried to put him at the back of the rotation, and he pitched great against Tampa his first outing. But just looking at the big picture and whether we're playing Houston or anybody, I think first and foremost, we want Nate out there, but we also want Nate at his best and strong the rest of the season. And that's true of all of our starters. So this likely will not be the last time you see this season, whether it's John Gray, Andrew Heaney, Dunning, Perez. I think we're going to think of creative ways to try to protect these guys, to back off at times. And there's going to come a time where we need to push them as well. But, at this point in the schedule, certainly we'd love to have Nate out there facing the Astros, but most importantly, we have Nate healthy for the remainder of the year, and I think by giving him a little bit of a blow here, we'll increase our chances of doing that.
With a little fatigue and a blister and high run totals, do you feel any more pressure to make moves, or is all that already decided?
I just, it's the same thing. We're in the same position. We believe in this group, and we're not here because of any one person. It's the collective group, and I think that we were built in terms of the depth of the team to withstand injuries, to sustain moments withstand moments where we lose players like Corey Seager, Jacob deGrom, Evaldi for a start. John Gray came out of the game early. It's just, you're going to go through this over the course of the season. Adolis Garcia had to come out of the game, missed yesterday with his finger. The team still found a way to win. So I think that that's just part of what a good team does, is that they find ways to win when you don't have everybody, because there's no team out there that has their full team from start to finish. So the best teams find a way when you don't have everybody, and that's what this team has done this year.
CY, can you give us an update on Corey at all, if there's anything anything different, or is it still just kind of a day-to-day situation?
Well, he's on the 10-day IL, so it's going to be at least 10 days. But I think we dodged a big bullet. I was upstairs in our suite watching the game, and I saw him come up and kind of hunched over, and I was worried it was his shoulder. I think that was everybody's initial thought. And then I heard it was his thumb, and at that point I thought it was maybe more the base of the thumb, which would be probably equally catastrophic as the shoulder. And then as I got more information, kind of understood, no, it's up more towards the top of the thumb. And it really was kind of best case scenario in terms of a sprain in the thumb joint. So, Corey, I think was sore yesterday, expectedly so. And, but it's making progress. I think that we're optimistic that it'll be close to that 10-day period, maybe a little longer. He may be ready right at the 10-day mark. Time will tell, but I think we dodged a big bullet there.
You mentioned Adolis leaving against the Dodgers, not in the lineup today in Game 1 against Houston. Any update on him?
Yeah, just still a little residual soreness in the finger, and had trouble gripping the bat. The X-rays were all negative. We know he'll be fine, but it is a bruise, and so it needs another day, and that's fine. We need to give it to him. We need to respect, his feeling. Your hands are super important to hitting, and so we give him another day. We think he'll be back out there tomorrow.
CY, I can't thank you enough for your time. Give him hell this week. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, great talking to you. Talk to you soon. Thank you.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Rangers GM Chris Young right here in the G-Bag Nation. Pregame coming up 6:30 tonight against Houston. You got a trade deadline next Tuesday at 3 o'clock right here on the Fan. Bully, what top 10 do you have for us?
Well, it's National Tequila Day. Shout out to Lucius, but also National Drive-Thru Day. The top 10 best drive-thru restaurant chains. What's your favorite? That's next.
Coming up Tuesday.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Heck yeah, we'll see Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, and G-Bag Nation live from Cowboys training camp with coverage beginning July 25th on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We're heading out to Oxnard tomorrow. Thanks to Chris Young for joining us here on The Fan. And it's time now for Wooly Bully's Top 10. Here's Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. It is National Drive-Thru Day. It's also National Tequila Day, although I feel like we have several National Tequila Days. But shout out to you, Lucius, and your tequila lovers out there. Eric, you were one as well. And I've started to get more and more into the tequila.
Dabbling in all the booze these days.
Yep, certainly am. All right, we've got the B-Day roast coming up on the other side, but I want to hit the top 10 best drive-thru restaurants. And let me know your favorite, 877-881-1053. You guys know I'm biased. I did work in this drive-thru establishment for pretty much a decade, on and off. I think it is Chick-fil-A. I think we do it the best. My pleasure. And if you think another one is better, well, then you just go bleep yourself.
So this is drive-through efficiency?
No, it's just overall best drive-through restaurants.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I will say Popeyes is in the top 10. And are they always the nicest? Absolutely not, but the food's delicious.
Yeah, they might have the best food.
That blackened chicken sandwich was a game changer for me personally. And their spicy chicken.
I kind of feel like they're the. Do you guys feel like they're not friendly? People they're not friendly at Popeyes?
It's hit or miss. I've had nice people at Popeyes. Sometimes they don't care.
I have never had a bad experience at Popeyes. I never have had.
I've definitely had some, and it's not necessarily like they're rude to me. You can just tell like they're ticked off, and that happens sometimes.
I don't know. Their food is so good, but I mean, some of the clips we've done. Haven't we done a couple of the back of the days where they're like, remember the guy that went through and the lady was
She was singing them off or whatever.
Yeah,
yes.
it's kind of
Yeah,
it
it's
just
great.
seemed like but I've never had a bad experience at Popeyes.
No. So I mean, I'm a big fan of Popeyes. I'll always keep going back. Do you guys have a go-to? Like, you just think they're the best drive-through period? The one that I would say is the worst, and I've never had a positive experience. The food's okay.
In and out.
But they take forever, is Steak and Shake.
Really?
Yeah,
I
I've never
have
had a good
waited
experience.
longer at a Steak and Shake than I do at a Whataburger drive-through.
Wow, that's hard to do. I would say my two favorites are In-N-Out and Whataburger. Because I think the food's pretty good quality, and the workers there, they have the customer service thing down pat. It's like they went to college for hospitality, and they couldn't get a job like setting up things at a big hotel right out of college, so they went to In-N-Out, right? And they're working towards their customer service skills at a career. I feel like at those two spots,
yes,
and the difference in the experience is great. I think a lot of fast food restaurants, they're just churning out food and their customers are indifferent. And I would be too, because the job ain't paying for anything, right? I don't need this job. I'm here, I'm working for now. But if I was just not making any money, the state would take care of me at a very similar level. I think the pay that Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out gives to their employees definitely makes their experience significantly better.
They're the nicest, without question.
To level
Customer
up,
service-wise, it's the best. Lucius, do you have a number one?
Yeah, Daiquiris to go. How about that? Does Keller's count?
Keller's absolutely
If it has a
should.
window, it counts.
Absolutely
If it has a
should.
drive-through, it'll count.
Yeah,
Keller's
I remember
will
going
count.
to a spot called Bubba's too. It was real fire because you can get like Southern food, like to go.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day.
Okay, did
There's
we?
a Bubba by it's a chicken place by SMU.
No, that's what it was. It was the chicken conversation.
Was it I don't know.
Bubba's came up.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it 'cause-
They sell all types of stuff here. Like there's breakfast, there is chicken, a lot of Southern meals.
That's beautiful. Yeah, because I know they're like Babes, but then Bubba's is like in the same family as Babes.
Yeah.
I do remember that from Chicken Day the other day.
No doubt. Now, Whataburger's taking a hit on this list because obviously they're just slow as bleep. So they come in at number 10.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at least they're cracking a top 10 national list, so that's always comforting for me. I saw today that Vegas is about to get their first Whataburger, so hopefully by the time we're Super Bowl
hell yeah.
in February, we'll dial up a couple of triple meats.
We got some love for Jack in the Box.
I absolutely agree with that. I love the chaos at Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
Because I'm usually hammered and trying to read the scoreboard and then talk with them while I'm hammered and get my order straight. but they're always super nice about it.
Yeah.
Because they kind of know you're hammered.
You've never been to a Jack in the Box drive-thru before midnight, right?
Oh, no, it's always,
shouldn't.
well, it's always like 2, 3 in the morning.
And Jack in the Box is an honorable mention. So is Starbucks. Starbucks actually does have a good drive-thru as well. You go through, you get your breakfast, your coffee, and then
but they're doing one of those things now where they're asking for a tip at the drive-thru window.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Because you got a barista that's making your bevs.
You have to literally hit no right in front of their face.
And Eric's favorite, Burger King, also honorable mention on the outside looking in.
That's a no for me.
Number 9, we have Dairy Queen.
Cool.
Number 8 is Arby's.
Yeah, they're nice.
I think Arby's always does a good job.
Yeah, they always throw a little few of the curly fries in there for you.
And you ask for sauce. They're not shy about the sauce.
No, not at all.
They'll throw a lot in there for you.
And that is always
But I do
bonus
remember
points.
it. I forgot one time for Lucius, I got the wrong sauce.
Did you get the horsey instead of the
I
Arby's
messed up.
sauce?
I messed up.
That's a bad mistake, too. They're very different.
Yeah.
Number 7 is McDonald's. Number 6 is Culver's, which I've still yet to visit.
Is that a fish spot?
No, I think it's a burger
Ice
joint.
cream burger joint.
Yeah.
Is it
It's like
California?
I thought it was Wisconsin.
Oh,
Culver's
like
is Wisconsin,
curds.
right? The Butterburger deal.
Oh.
I think so.
Culver's?
Yeah.
We could look it up. We don't have to guess.
5 is Popeyes. 4, we got Taco Bell, which is underrated as hell. 3 is In-N-Out. Number 2, though, surprising, Wendy's.
Dude, Dave's still getting it done.
Wendy's. People are giving Wendy's love.
The best thing about the Wendy's experience is there's never a line.
Exactly. Maybe that's why it's efficient as hell. Yeah. It's not a big wait and your food's fresh.
Up until
I don't
probably, I would say up until maybe 10th grade when I really leaned into my Whataburger love, Wendy's was always the fast food
Man,
one
you're-
seat.
I
for
enjoyed
me.
Wendy's. They
Well,
got a good
Chuck, you're
selection.
right. You're
It
right.
is?
Yeah, Culver's. They call themselves there's a lot going on right now.
Okay.
But they call themselves the Butterburger place and the custard and stuff like that.
I like that as a tag.
It sounds good.
We're
I'd
the
also
Butterburger place.
like to just throw some love to Andy's Frozen Custard. You know my affection for them, and I haven't had it in about a year and a half.
My
but
family
Summer
had it out
Smiles.
yesterday.
That's a drive-through. But number 1, best drive-through, Chick-fil-A.
Yeah,
They've done it again.
in a runaway.
And I would have done a list if
Undisputed
they weren't number
champions.
Yeah.
Okay, you've
Wisconsin.
filibustered long enough. We need a break now so we can make sure there is sufficient time for what Chief has planned next, buddy. What do you got?
The annual Wooly Bully birthday roast. That's next right here in the nation.
Okay, we want to chat, Frank.
our fan studios, secured by TFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got a big 5 o'clock hour coming up. We're in the midst of a huge sports time with training camp underway tomorrow at noon. The Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Mike McCarthy press conference. Have Rangers Astros coming up here at 6:30 tonight. Sans is going to join us in about an hour and 15 minutes. So much is going on here in the world of sports, but we have something big going on here in the form of a show birthday. It's Zach Wolchuk's 32 run right here. He's up there a little bit now. Not quite such a young man.
Feel 21 inside.
And as nosebleed tradition dictates, it's time for a proper roast. Here's your host, the Chief.
That's right. Thank you very much. Happy 32nd. That's 32 trips around the sun, right? That's what that means. All right. Well, this is your O.J. Simpson year, and we're all pulling for you.
Thank you, sir.
But before we can move forward, we have to address our past transgressions. And by ours, I mean yours. And you did this to me a few months ago for my birthday. I'm looking forward to this one quite a bit. This is mostly just Wolchuk's, on-air mistakes.
You say mostly.
For the most part.
Do we have somebody else?
This is all Wolchuk. And they're just, for the most part, they're mistakes, I would say, or they're just funny little idiosyncrasies that Wolchuk always brings to the table. So we'll dive right in. This is a few years ago when we were promoting the G-Bag Nation's Flagtober.
Dude.
And sometimes, Wolchuk.
Do not play this.
I believe he forgot the L this time.
Just go to 1053thefan.com/Tober.
He completely forgot the L, the most important letter to not forget in the word Flagtober. He forgot it. It was a late night after we had been doing Rangers games.
Hey.
This is probably midnight 30, I would imagine.
It was an honest mistake.
And we were doing some, promotions, man. It's Flagtober. This is a huge time of year. It is every year.
I didn't mean to.
We're going around the Metroplex handing out cigarettes to everybody. That's right. All of our smoking Tolos. Wolchuk's got you taken care of. I love how you drew out the first syllable like, that's a long-ass beep. Mid-syllable, you're like, this is not going well.
It was so bad.
Should I pivot and go restart with flag?
Man.
Or should I just throw the Tober out right now and see if it plays?
That's like when you die inside. I didn't know what to do with myself. I wanted to hide under the table.
Oh, man, it was pretty amazing. So congratulations to Wolchuk for that one.
Thank you.
By the way, got 2 flag requests yesterday. That was insane. So I went up into my attic and I rooted around and I found one for a guy who streams us in Idaho. His buddy JP, or maybe his cousin JP was over, a family friend or relative. And then Abby's got a coach up at Toka Allen that is a Tolo as well. And we have a team session tonight. So sending out flags. Really 12 months a year, but the official Flagtober is coming up in October. We got huge plans for 2020.
It'll be here before we know it.
I am excited. I am very excited. All right, Wolchuk has his famous Wolchuk. When you close down a broadcast, what's your favorite way to dismount with the people?
Hugs and hand pounds, everybody.
And every once in a while, it comes out this way.
We will be back on Monday post Rangers. It'll be 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Until then, hugs and ham pounds.
That was a Friday night going into a weekend, and he had to stew on that one. And I know that was. He left a bad taste in his mouth.
Well, it also sounds like that was probably the at-home broadcasting. I might have been boozing.
Yeah, there was a lot of late-night home broadcasting involved with these. We got a little bit too comforted in our own homes, I think, with pandemic radio. I was ripping Jules in the middle of interviews, and Wolchuk was boozing, I believe, half the time.
Don't you have a daughter named Jules?
I do, yeah. Well,
Josie.
any
Josie, hey Josie.
Was that the inspiration? I mean, I don't mind it at all.
I think subconsciously, potentially,
Yeah.
Because Jules,
so comforting.
Jules' words so important and near and dear to me for so many years.
Sounds like a great idea, honey. What was that going to be? Hugs and hound pounds?
Hugs and hand pounds is what it should have been.
Yeah,
but I don't know what the hell I did.
He loves his hugs. He loves his hand pounds, and he also loves reading the promos to Borat movies, and this was the latest.
Gift of pornographic monkey to Vice Premier Mikhail Pence to make benefit recently diminished nation of Kazakhstan chef's kiss.
I don't know if that was part of the.
What was that all about?
They
were workshopping the title for the Borat sequel, and that was one of the ones
was
they were
passionate about
considering.
it. He really was. Now, Wolchuk used to get really mad at our old producer as well for just always lamenting Wolchuk's content, I guess.
About this before, but I love their onion
rings. Got to be on here.
And that's why I don't understand. Everybody wants to poo on Sonic. I'm like,
Zero, can I just get into the list before you start bitching at it all? I mean, you just do this. Let me just bitch and bitch and bitch about it. Number 9, chicken fried steak. Is that acceptable to you, Zero, or let's complain about it some more?
see, Walchuk he takes it, the shots at his list. He takes personally, you know.
And that was genuine frustration with Zero, wasn't it?
I
It
was genuinely frustrated in the moment, and I love you, Zero, and I apologize that I lost my temper.
Did you apologize to him?
I probably not. I probably just let him think that he was in the wrong.
That's like the pastors going after the musicians, bro.
Yeah.
We got
No, Zero knows I love him. We talked
some
today.
respect.
Yeah, dude. And Walchuk also, he was very thrilled after one of the most important milestone moments of his career. He got to share the news with the people.
I was just so happy. I couldn't believe they chose me. I've been modeling for so long, so to be part of Playboy is just incredible. It's just such an iconic magazine and so important to our culture.
Walchuk tore up that centerfold, man.
I
He
don't
really
remember
did.
what that was about.
Looked fantastic.
The hell of a
Is
bit.
that the Playboy that Kenny and Quillen gave to you last year?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I can't open the pages anymore.
I still think a payoff that involves Walchuk doing like a sexy calendar shoot, or well,
Yeah.
I guess we conjured up, you and your pug reenacting the Bochy calendar shot with his pug.
yes.
I could do that. That's gonna be a fun.
We could all have our
payoff.
month.
We could all have our own month. I think that would work. Walchuk was co-hosting with KG one night. KG stepped into a trap, and Walchuk was ready to take advantage of him.
Yeah.
Always love to go into Dick's Sporting Goods.
You love to go into Dick's.
Sporting Goods.
It's a good store.
Walchuk went on about a 60-second back and forth with KG that night, where KG was trying to deflect the fact that he likes Dick's Sporting Goods, and he had to keep putting in the sporting goods there. Walchuk was making dang sure of that.
You know, I don't know what to make of this, development here with this word, but I feel like it's been so long since like the 30s and 40s when the word dick was used for a name or a detective. If I ever go to Dick's Sporting Goods for gear and somebody asks me where I've been, I just say Academy or Shields.
You just don't even say it?
Yeah.
I miss Oshman's.
Oshman's back in the day.
Oshman's was the bomb. Sports Authority had a decent run.
Played Against Sports.
And Played Against Sports.
Yeah.
I don't even think I entered one of those.
You know what's funny along that line, though, is there is a famous burger chain in Seattle called Dick's.
Yeah.
And Sir Mix-a-Lot used to rap about it every now and then. Ooh. So when I was living up there for a couple of years, you'd get it late at night. They'd ask you what you're hungry for, and people would invariably say that word.
That's
believe it,
amazing.
I'm hungry, boy. You want to go get some dicks?
Yeah, let's go.
That's crazy, dude. Let's see. Oh, here was Walchuk. He wasn't trying to let the people know, but he was talking while simultaneously flatulating, and you could just tell in his voice.
So did Jared Leto.
He's talking about an actor, Jared Leto, and
While pushing one
he doesn't
out.
have the common decency to stop like our current G-Bag of the Day champion does and say, "Excuse me."
You know what? That's rude and offensive. I don't know that I even farted there.
Apparently, you can't talk and pass gas at the same time.
I think that
Like
one was
yeah.
it hurt a little bit.
That's science.
Was that home broadcasting as well?
No,
that was here.
That was right here, man.
Wow.
That's
Well,
the
and look, guys, I've been
professionalism
sure-
he brings into the office every day.
Ever since I flatulated in Eric's face, I think I've been pretty good about that in this room.
That was pretty hilarious, but I'm glad you slowed down on that endeavor. I did notice one remote last week was pretty ripe, but I didn't say anything because
really?
I appreciate you dialing it back. I figure if Wolchuk is passing gas, it's a medical situation and you have to.
There was one at the boat show.
With Boat Show.
At the boat show.
Yeah, the boat
okay,
show.
guilty.
That was
Yeah.
prolific.
None of you said anything, but guilty, boys.
I must have missed that one. Maybe I'm just used to your brand by this
Well,
point.
you were just
but
beef towelling your
I
face.
I think off of the Bahama booze cruise, I think we were all giving you some level of grace period.
And I appreciate that. That's support.
Now, Wolchuk gets confused with dates and times sometimes as well.
Well, this Hump Night 69 party, because it is June the 9th, 6th month of the year, 9th month of the day.
He has no idea what he's talking about there. He's trying to explain himself, but
I think I'd give him a DUI right there. I don't even have to give you the field sobriety, bro.
My guy was boozing at a ridiculous rate, dude. The pandemic was hard on all of us.
So proud of you guys.
The day.
And you were generating some content gold and some ratings.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
We were doing our thing. It was a fun time. And then Walchuk also revealed something about himself and his then girlfriend that was troubling to myself and the rest of the listening audience.
Eric is married with the baby.
Yep.
I just have the 3.5-year-old girlfriend, but I'm also still living at mom and dad's house.
I meant 3.5 years that we've been dating. But that's one
People still texting about Walchuk's 3.5-year-old
yes,
girlfriend.
to this day.
That's gold right there.
But I'm not living at mom and dad's anymore, thank God.
Every once in a while, Walchuk can go from being extremely overtly sexual to extremely overtly violent.
I will kill your entire family. Everyone you love will soon cease. I will enter your home while you sleep and sever your neck open.
Okay, I was reading a story.
I have no idea. Then by story, he means his own personal journal.
No, this was during one more thing, and there was some, I don't know, something happened. I was reading it verbatim. That was a quote. That was not me.
And then Walchuk just confuses words, man. He gets things backwards, and it's always late at night when he's trying to get out of the show. And at this point, it could be after a Rangers game. It's like 12:55 in the morning, and Walchuk just confuses words.
As this Friday night comes ever so evening.
Like at that point, you knew there was a crossfade involved. It was more than just the booze at that point. My guy was lost in the stars.
Oh my goodness!
Like he brings the cadence down. He's slow. He's like, let me hit this verbal speed bump and just cruise over it, and he still finds a way to wreck the car.
Holy crap! What's going through your mind right now?
It was a Friday night.
What
What was going through my mind was probably, let's get the hell out of here, boys. I got some other things to do.
It sounds like you need to go to sleep.
Yeah,
maybe
it sounds
did.
like.
Maybe I did.
It does, and maybe go see somebody.
I always enjoyed the idea of going out for the 18 pack when we worked up on 12, and Lucius and I would send. Well, I mean, one of you guys or any one of our interns for some cold beer at night, and it was a great time. But there are intoxicated broadcasting moments that you kind of have a moment of awareness where you're like, man, this isn't fun and carefree. My brain's not working, and I'm aware of it.
Yes, it is a moment where you're looking in the mirror and you don't really like what you're seeing.
This was supposed to be less stressful. How am I 3 beers in and more stressed right now because my brain doesn't work? I had those experiences.
Yeah,
I need to
leave. You start to short circuit a little bit on the booze. Walchuk got carried away. I guess he was staring at a picture of LeBron, and his inner thoughts became outer thoughts.
LeBron's got that yummy yum, y'all.
Walchuk, we know about his drive-through love. He mentioned his love for Taco Bell, and you can hear it in his voice in this next clip.
A new toasted cheesy chalupa.
And when a new menu item comes out to Taco Bell, it gets people.
Is that still
going.
out? That sounded good.
Sounds good.
Toasted cheesy chalupa.
Walchuk's got to. I'm telling you, all these food brands, these commercials. You need somebody to talk about your food and really make the listening audience feel like they could just close their eyes and appreciate the food that's being talked about. Walchuk's your guy. And he was. I guess he was trying to get. I don't know. There's more Taco Bell to get to in this next one.
That's fine. That's all right. Can I get the Taco Bell?
Oh, that was because we were in the middle of a fight.
This was probably our biggest fight.
We were in a huge on-air fight.
Eric
me and him. We were the only ones in the studio.
The only ones up here.
Night.
Eric's running the board, and Eric's gotten so fed up with me. He has said, "I'm just no longer participating in talking." So it just was dead
I went
air.
mute on Walchuk.
He went mute. We're on a radio show. Eric's decided I'm not going to talk anymore.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead and do your
I'm
thing,
trying to
Walchuk.
segue it and make up because I'm like Taco Bell's going to bring us together.
Apparently, you don't want me.
Didn't work.
There was a time where Walchuk would lament the fan text, and he would get a little bit overboard with it.
214 troll trash idiots that text in here.
Walchuk got emotional that night.
There was one night I got triggered.
And 214 troll trash idiots became his saying, I guess, for a little while, which was wonderful. And then, the 877 number can trip up any number of us.
877-881-1053.
How many 8s were in there?
There's a lot of 8s.
There was a couple of 8 balls, maybe.
Don't text that number. 469 said that LeBron yummy yum was Walchuk reading my text. And, well, you got me,
maybe
buddy.
It was 469. Maybe it was. Walchuk, he's talking about the station we work for.
105.3 The Fan.
That was a recovery moment there where he says Finn, and then he just bails into more fans, letting the people know that it is the fan that he works for. This is the original TD Tuesday entry that Walchuk brought the Boom Shakalak to the table once and for all.
Boom shakalak, boom shakalak, boom shakalak, TD Tuesday shakalak.
Also hammered, also at home, broadcasting in the midst of the pandemic. This next one is one of my favorites. Listen to him reading someone's text. It's a very sad text, but Walchuk also doesn't know how to read properly.
The toilet overflowed. My sister tested positive for the Rona, and someone backed into my brand new Camaro. Can y'all give me a shout out and make my day better?
Camaro?
Wow. It's a Camaro, you dumb A. It's a Camaro.
My brand new Camaro. And this next one's apropos because we are in Houston right now, and I believe Walchuk still wants Rangers fans to do this to Astros fans.
Fart all over the Astro fans.
Fart all over the Astros fans. That was a nice jam right there.
Was
nice to hear that on loop.
Was that Club Rangers?
I think so.
He had some rhythm going. He really did. One of the first times we had Bobby Belt on our program over the phone, Walchuk got caught up in the air once again.
Bobby Belt with us here on the Dallas Cowboys radio home here, 105.3 The Fan. And Bobby,
Forgot for a second that you guys were the Cowboys home there.
Even Bobby, before we even really knew him, Bobby was ready to call out Walchuk.
Bobby trolling immediately.
Let's see. Walchuk got on a tirade that had us dumping him whenever he saw Gilbrandt's running back list that left Emmitt Smith out of the top 10.
Now, off, Gilbrandt.
It's a little disrespectful. Full-fledged bleep you, Gilbrandt. I was so proud of my guy in that moment. I'm telling you, Emmitt Smith, nothing will get him set up and triggered like Emmitt Smith.
Are you kidding me?
He did have him at
He's got
12.
a good eye for talent, Walchuk. I don't know if you can
yourself.
deny what Gil's brought to the table over these years.
Walchuk was willing to get vulnerable and introspective a lot of times on the air as well.
I haven't had sex in a year.
What? Okay, that was a long time.
Yeah, no wonder you hit soda. I've been wanting not anything good for a year and a half either.
And then,
anything
thank
good?
God for soda, man. It's changed my life.
In the next one, I guess he doubled down in the next clip.
I don't know how it all works, Zero. I'm a virgin.
And the next clip will explain why he's such a virgin.
I'm Stars depressed and I'm Rangers horny.
Oh, yeah.
He's just been swimming in sports.
What the eligible ladies are looking for.
And as much of a sports guy as he is, he struggles knowing the Ranger opponents from time to time.
We've seen the Rangers make some trades with the Aids previously.
No
trades, Oakland A's, that can be troubling for anybody.
It's easily confused.
It's not a trade you want to make.
That's right. Walchuk also get caught reading the text again in the next one.
No.
Walchuk, why you mad? Because your girl choosing.
I think Walchuk, I don't know, we were in the midst of an on-air debate about maybe something that your ex-girlfriend had done, and somebody was texting
recently in the breakup?
It might have been. It
those
might
must
have been one of those.
content-rich times.
Walchuk
were you
was-
an open book talking about that, Walchuk?
He was.
How things got bad with the ex?
Not an open book, but I did talk about it.
I get
you were
confused.
vulnerable.
The on and off air conversations that we have, I get confused.
Certain
sometimes.
things just not appropriate to share.
But every once in a while, I let it slip.
They are juicy, though.
Walchuk, the biggest UFC guy I know, we brought on a UFC correspondent. Walchuk was excited to intro him into the program, and he just stumbled.
Brett Okamoto, ESPN MMA insider, joining us here on the Nosebleed Seats.
He was just leaking all the confidence that day, and I felt bad for him. Walchuk was taking shots as well at a community that probably didn't deserve it.
To be honest with you, I don't care about the Girl Scouts.
Oh, except their cookies. I do love their cookies.
And the final one, it wasn't just Walchuk drinking on the air, but there would be times where he's supposed to be broadcasting, but he's shoveling literal steak into his mouth, and he was working at home.
Oh, yes. It's about that time for the Nosebleed Seats Power Hour.